Chapter 1. Los Angeles Patrol Officer. Thud thud Locke. Are you awake? Marion asked me to call you down for breakfast. He'll be right there. Locke had already risen, sitting on the edge of his bed, lost in thought. Each morning, he found himself in this state of reverie, suddenly alert at the sound of the cheerful voice outside his door. After a moment's hesitation, he added, "Thank you, Hannah." Silence greeted him from the other side, soon followed by the soft patter of footsteps, accompanied by the girl's murmurs. He actually said, "Thank you, that's quite unusual." A wry smile crossed Locke's face. Even 14-year-old Hannah could detect his oddity. How could he not feel embarrassed about his profession? Indeed, Locke was a time traveler, having once been a citizen of Wagwa, sharing the same name but with the surname Lee. At the tender age of 6, he lost his parents in a tragic car accident. After his relatives managed the aftermath, they kindly placed him in an orphanage. Due to his keen intelligence, he did not remain there for long, soon being adopted by a kind couple with golden hair and blue eyes. However, once they took him out of Wagwa, they swiftly sold him, leading to his enrollment in a closed boarding school populated by hundreds of orphans from various countries, ethnicities, and backgrounds. The institution was affiliated with a clandestine organization, under whose tutelage Locke acquired numerous skills. After passing through rigorous elections, he ultimately graduated successfully. According to the assessment, Locke was assigned to the logistics team, becoming a scavenger destined to survive in the shadows. His primary duties involved clearing crime scenes, erasing evidence, or fabricating causes of death, transforming homicides into mere accidents. In his final mission, he encountered an unexpected turn of events when a timed bomb detonated in the villa, reducing him and the structure to mere fragments. Reflecting on his death, Locke wore a serene expression. After more than a decade in the grim profession, he had witnessed countless corpses, grown accustomed to the darkness of humanity, and grown weary of a life shrouded in secrecy. To him, death felt more like liberation. He was acutely aware that the villa's explosion was no accident. It was merely a consequence of knowing too much. Before the mirror, Locke brushed his teeth while scrutinizing his visage. It had been over 10 days, and he still felt somewhat disoriented compared to his previous pallid and sullen face. This new countenance was strikingly handsome. With black, slightly wavy hair and deep blue eyes, his features were exquisitely sculpted and radiant, embodying youthful exuberance. Having fully absorbed the original owner's memories, Locke understood that the former identity was far from innocent. In truth, the original was a notorious rogue, quick to anger, with expletives often escaping his lips, and violence was second nature to him, priding himself on resolving conflicts with brute force. This stark contrast in demeanor led his family to believe he had transformed into an entirely different person, as he was innately cautious and reserved, a far cry from the original's tempestuous nature. The challenge of maintaining such a facade was daunting, prompting him to adopt a more taciturn approach. Fortunately, the original, a patrol officer in Los Angeles, had recently endured his first gunfight, skillfully dispatching 2 drug dealers with a series of precise American-style sword strikes, and was currently on a compulsory administrative leave. His unusual behavior was readily interpreted by his family as a psychological trauma resulting from murder, and they regarded his personality changes as mere aftereffects of such trauma. In truth, the experience of traversing worlds did not account for Locke's prolonged adaptation. Rather, it was this reality that he found truly difficult to accept. Locke exhaled softly as he gazed at his reflection in the mirror, a thought stirring within him, and before long, a rudimentary panel materialized before his eyes. Justice's Light Fierce Cop System 2.0 Host. Locke Lee Rock Lee Level 1. Strength 9 Peak Human 20 Speed 9 Peak Human 20 Endurance 9 Peak Human 20 Spirit 7 Peak Human 20. Acquired Skills: Handgun L0 Novice, Rifle L0 Novice, Mixed Martial Arts L1 Proficient, Car Driving L1 Proficient, Chinese L1 Proficient, Rugby L2 Expert, Mating L2 Expert, Swimming L1 Proficient. Justice Points: 500 Attribute Points, 1 Car Holder, Experience Card, Car Driving 5 years of experience, Handgun Usage 5 years of experience. Function Card, Bullet Dodging Card, Learning Card, Spanish 5 years of experience. After eliminating 2 drug dealers, the original host was struck by an out-of-control vehicle and fell into a coma. Fortunately, his physical constitution was exceptional, resulting only in a mild concussion. and he soon awakened in the hospital. But it was Locke who awakened. As Locke stared in bewilderment, unsure of how to respond to the family encircling him, the panel reappeared before him, causing him to faint once more. Initially, Locke even speculated that he had become a subject of alien experimentation. Through repeated trials and inquiries, he discerned that this panel was visible solely to him, seemingly devoid of intelligence and incapable of answering his questions. It was through this period of exploration and understanding of the original host that Locke finally comprehended the panel's functions. Being at level 1 implied the potential for advancement. The 4 primary attributes refer to his physical capabilities, succinctly captured in the phrase, well-developed limbs, uncomplicated mind. The skills he had acquired were straightforward indicators of his abilities. All at a meager level, he was undoubtedly an academic underachiever, with the exception of rugby and mating, which were at L2 through the retrieval of memories. Locke grasped how this L2 proficiency was attained, as the original host had devoted countless hours to honing it since high school. The wisdom of ancestors rang true. Diligence can indeed compensate for deficiencies. The other elements, such as justice points, attribute points, and cards, were likely rewards from the prior shooting of drug dealers. Locke surmised that these rewards were at his disposal, yet he hesitated to experiment with them recklessly. With this panel, Locke gained a more profound insight into his physical abilities. For instance, the 4 attributes clearly represented the comprehensive physiological characteristics of a human being. Reflecting upon the panel's data, Locke finally understood why the original host could only serve as a substitute on the university rugby team. The original host's teammates, robust and towering like gorillas, surpassed him significantly in strength, speed, and endurance, with attribute data undoubtedly exceeding 10. There is no denying that, among races, the physical prowess of black individuals has always been unparalleled. Otherwise, during certain periods, he would not be utilized as the primary labor force. However, with such a constitution, he barely reached a score of 9, while an average person would likely be below 8. In terms of mental attributes, the original owner was somewhat superior to his teammates, though perhaps not by a significant margin. The essence of mental attributes lies in intelligence quotient, and Locke felt a twinge of embarrassment for the original owner, who, being of Chinese descent, failed to inherit the finest genes typically associated with his heritage. The original owner, Locke Lee, is of mixed heritage. His father, Todd, whose Chinese name is Li Bo, is a foreign student hailing from the Middle Kingdom, while his mother, Marion Locke, is of German-American descent, characterized by her blonde hair and blue eyes. Both parents are alumni of Yale University. In terms of appearance, aside from his distinctly Chinese black hair, Locke predominantly inherited traits from his maternal lineage. He possesses a robust physique, standing an impressive 1.92 meters and weighing 102 kilograms. His build leans towards that of Westerners, yet he lacks their coarse pores and pronounced body odor, a factor that not only conserves his finances but also enhances his popularity, making the moniker human aphrodisiac quite fitting. During his high school years, Locke was selected for the school's football team due to his towering stature, and his demonstrated talent in the sport earned him admission to UCLA, University of California, Los Angeles. However, upon entering university, his physical prowess was overshadowed by his African-American teammates, relegating him to a benchwarmer role. By his junior year, he completely withdrew from the team and embarked on a weight loss journey, barely managing to obtain his degree by majoring in Chinese language and culture. After graduating, Locke successfully joined the Los Angeles Police Department, leveraging his UCLA diploma to his advantage. While UCLA may not belong to the Ivy League, it is undoubtedly a prestigious institution, ranking among the top 20 in the United States, whereas the LAPD requires only a high school diploma. Following 12 weeks of training, Locke passed his assessments and became an intern patrol officer at the Wilshire Division of the LAPD, classified as a Level 1 officer, commonly referred to as a rookie. The probationary period for rookie officers typically lasts 18 months, after which they are promoted to Level 2 officers. It is only at this level that they gain true independence in law enforcement, protected by the police union. Locke had contemplated a life away from policing, given the perilous nature of his work in the land of the free, where gunfights are a daily occurrence. The unexpected shootout 2 weeks prior underscored the high-risk factor associated with his profession. With his current looks and physique, Hollywood might have been an enticing avenue to explore. Alternatively, he could venture into San Fernando Valley, where he possesses one of his two L2 skills, believing he could carve out a niche for himself there. Yet, upon reflecting on the title associated with his role, he found such thoughts regrettably impractical. He had no choice but to embrace his identity as a police officer. Chapter 2. He is Locke. Knock knock Locke, may I come in? Of course, after hastily drying himself with a towel, Locke exited the bathroom. Marian Locke entered, donned in a crisp white professional suit that exuded competence and elegance. Though she had reached the age of 45, her commitment to maintaining an active lifestyle had preserved her figure, preventing the typical physical decline seen in many women of her age. Seeing that Locke had shaved his beard, he appeared completely rejuvenated. His eyes, now more relaxed, conveyed a sense of ease as he responded with concern. Locke, if you are not fully prepared, I suggest you take a few more days to rest. Locke flexed the muscles in his arms, shaking his head with a smile. I am not as fragile as you might think. The holiday has ended. I must report back today. Los Angeles needs me. Marian hesitated for a moment before continuing. Locke, I have discussed this with your father. We still hope you will resign from your position in the police force. If your passion lies within law enforcement, I suggest you have a conversation with Glenn, working in tax enforcement, maybe a suitable alternative. Glenn, Locke's uncle, serves as a senior supervisor at the State Tax Bureau, famously known as the IRS. Locke shrugged nonchalantly, responding without hesitation, No, I prefer being a police officer. Marianne, I apologize for worrying you. I promise to be more cautious in the future. Marianne displayed an expression of resigned understanding, saying, All right, I respect your decision, but please ensure your safety. Before undertaking any reckless actions, consider your family, did I swear. Locke raised his hand in assurance, pausing briefly before adding, I plan to move back to the Glen apartment today. After starting work, Locke had moved out of his family home, renting a studio in the Glen apartment near Wilshire, a common rite of passage for many young Americans embarking on independent living. Okay, remember to have breakfast. I'm heading to work now. Marianne felt a twinge of disappointment at Locke's eagerness to move out, responding with a quick remark as she headed toward the door, turning back to remind him, Don't forget to call your father and inform him of your decision, that he is quite worried about you. Please don't hold it against him for not being by your side. He truly has his hands full. His father, Lebo, is currently working in New York as the head of the auditing department at KPMG. Upon Locke's incident, he returned to Los Angeles for 3 days before hastily returning to New York. I will. Locke instinctively walked to the door, apologizing. Marianne, I'm sorry. Marianne understood the reason for his apology and quickly reassured him. No need to apologize. I too was young once and understand your desire for freedom. Unlike most American parents, Marianne, hailing from Texas, preferred her children to live nearby, even as adults. Locke then inquired, Marianne, what about you and Todd? Marianne and Lebo had a fierce argument last year over educational differences, revealing long-suppressed tensions, and were currently in a state of separation. Interrupting Locke, Marianne stated earnestly, Locke, regarding your father and me, we will resolve this matter. Regardless of the outcome, we will inform you at the earliest opportunity. She smiled gently, adjusting Locke's collar. Although your transformation may stem from the psychological trauma of this incident, I must admit, I am pleased to witness this change. You have matured, learned to care for your family, and become more courteous. Locke instinctively apologized. I am truly sorry. I was a complete jerk in the past. Indeed, you were. You never once said sorry to me. Marianne responded with a smile, tiptoeing to plant a kiss on Locke's cheek. However, I still wish that jerk would return soon. Locke stood there, somewhat at a loss, feeling a wave of guilt as he watched Marianne descend the stairs. A peculiar emotion lingered within him. Is this what maternal love feels like? In the desolate villa, Locke sat alone in the dining room, consuming his breakfast sandwich, bacon, and milk. Marianne had already left for work, while his younger siblings had gone to school. Yes, Locke had a younger brother and sister. His brother, Jet Li, was 5 years his junior at the age of 17, attending the renowned Troy High School in Los Angeles. He had perfectly inherited their father's admirable Chinese genes and was undoubtedly an academic prodigy, though he was currently navigating the rebellious phase of adolescence, resulting in a strained brotherly relationship. His sister, Hannah Lee, age 14, was enrolled in the junior division of Troy High School as well. She was also a top student and a quirky, unconventional girl. Overall, the family was exceptionally intelligent, leaving Locke as the least remarkable of the bunch. After finishing his breakfast, Locke adeptly rinsed his plates and cups, placing them in the dishwasher and activating the drying function. Upon completing this routine, he suddenly froze. He had no idea how to operate this high-end Miele dishwasher. Gazing at his reflection in the appliance, he smiled in realization. It dawned on him that Rock Lee had not truly vanished. Their memories had merely merged, and he was indeed Rock Lee. The barriers of his innermost self shattered in an instant as the system interface materialized before him. Justice Light Vigilant System 2.0. Host, Rock Lee. Level 1. Strength, 9 human peak, 20. Speed, 9 human peak, 20. Endurance, 9 human peak, 20. Mentality, 11 human peak, 20. Skills acquired. Handgun L1 proficient, rifle L1 proficient, mixed martial arts L2 expert, driving L3 master, Chinese L3 master, football L2 expert, mating L2 expert, swimming L3 master, home economics L3 master, forensics L3 master, makeup L3 master, microexpression analysis L2 expert, chemistry L2 expert, biology L2 expert, toxicology L2 expert, sketching L2 expert, French L2 expert, Japanese L2 expert, art appreciation L2 expert, computer skills L2 expert, culinary arts L2 expert, lockpicking L2 expert. Justice points, 500. Attribute points, 1. Card holder. Experience card, driving 5 years, handgun 5 years. Function card, bullet dodge card. Learning card, Spanish 5 years. Gazing at the panel, Locke instantaneously comprehended the unfolding events. Not only had his memories fused, but his skills had amalgamated as well, with some even experiencing an elevation. What delighted him further was the augmentation of his mental attribute by 4 points, liberating him from the confines of being merely brawn over brains, for he was, after all, an academic prodigy. A thought flickered through Locke's mind as he noticed the 2 experience cards had vanished, yet the learning card remained unchanged. Suddenly, a plethora of experiences regarding firearm usage and automobile operation surged into his consciousness, as though they were his own lived experiences. His understanding of handguns and driving deepened significantly. The handgun proficiency escalated from level 1 to level 2, indicating that merely 5 years of experience sufficed for this progression. However, the driving skill remained at level 3, mastery, suggesting that an additional 5 years of experience was insufficient for an upgrade. This would necessitate further exploration. Locke then turned his attention to the attribute points, weighing his options before allocating one to enhance his speed. This enhancement would elevate his agility, reflexes, and muscle elasticity, allowing him to evade bullets with greater composure. A tingling sensation coursed through his body, but it dissipated almost instantly. He moved his hands, then stood and leaped a few times, feeling remarkably lighter and more agile. Finally, his gaze fell upon the seemingly unchanged learning card. After a moment of contemplation, he hurried to the study, retrieving a Spanish dictionary. After flipping through several pages, he utilized the skill card once more. This time, the learning card finally vanished, and the panel transformed once again, flooding Locke's mind with a wealth of experiences in learning Spanish. He found himself articulating pure Spanish effortlessly. It was nothing short of miraculous. Locke was filled with exhilaration, pondering the possibilities that awaited him should he fully maximize his attributes and acquire more skills. What might he become then? A superhuman, perhaps? Chapter 3. An early conclusion to a rookie career. At 8:45 a.m., Locke arrived at 4861 Venice Boulevard. The Wilshire Area 7 of the Los Angeles Police Department's West Division, his workplace, driving his Ford F-150 Raptor. The blue section denotes the LAPD's jurisdiction. Having mastered exceptional driving skills, he typically required half an hour for the journey. Today, however, he accomplished it in a mere 22 minutes, relishing the delightful driving experience. Yet, he noted several issues with the 3-year-old vehicle. The power was not as smooth, the feedback from the right rear shock absorber was diminished. There were odd noises from the exhaust, the brake pads needed replacement, and numerous other minor problems persisted. This black F-150 Raptor was purchased with the aid of a college scholarship, where he had managed to gather $5,000, with his parents generously contributing the remainder. With a satisfying thud, Locke effortlessly parked the vehicle into an empty space. Driving had become a true pleasure for him. He gazed up at the cerulean sky, a smile creeping onto his face, relishing the warmth of the sun. Rookie, welcome back to the fold. Hi, buddy, welcome back. Wow. Look at this handsome fellow. Locke, well done. Upon entering the Wilshire Precinct's lobby, he was greeted with a celebrity-like reception, even receiving applause. Indeed, he was a star within the precinct. Apart from his striking appearance and physique, his academic credentials from UCLA, University of California, Los Angeles, were particularly noteworthy among the average officers. Furthermore, his affluent background, both parents alumni of Ivy League institutions and executives at renowned corporations, signified a substantial network behind him, making it difficult for anyone to ignore his presence. Nevertheless, many were eager to witness his downfall, wagering on how long this playboy would last before being dismissed from the department. The recent incident where he had shot 2 drug dealers propelled his notoriety to new heights and garnered greater acceptance from his colleagues. Locke first proceeded to the equipment department to collect his uniform and gear. Following a mandatory administrative leave, officers were required to return all police equipment, as failure to pass internal reviews could lead to prosecution, prohibiting him from carrying a firearm. Locke's issued sidearm was a Glock 17, and upon receiving it, he playfully demonstrated rapid disassembly and reassembly right before the equipment manager, leaving the individual utterly astonished. The LAPD's Glock series sidearms had significantly improved his shooting confidence. Now, he felt assured with every shot he would take. Once he donned his uniform and secured his gear, the commotion intensified as he entered the patrol duty room, eliciting even more fervent applause. Bro, welcome back. Locke, I didn't expect your marksmanship to be so impressive. Rookie, well done. We must celebrate with a few drinks to welcome you back. Locke, I thought you wouldn't return. After dealing with his fellow intern officers, Locke approached a middle-aged white police officer in his 40s, who was his training supervisor, Officer David Murphy, a Level 3 officer. After a brief embrace, Locke remarked with a grin, David, haven't you felt a bit insecure without me around these days? David, observing Locke in his uniform, smiled with satisfaction and shrugged, of course. Without you, the Wilshire's finest, I wouldn't dare to patrol. Locke, with a hint of bravado, replied, then what are we waiting for? I can hardly wait to safeguard Los Angeles. David patted Locke on the shoulder, reminding him, have you forgotten the procedures? First, report to Captain Jones. You should hear some good news. He squeezed Locke's shoulder again, adding, I'm glad you've recovered. You did nothing wrong. Do you remember what I told you? Locke's expression turned serious, of course. I'd rather be judged by 12 than carried by 6. David nodded with a smile, good. Keep that spirit up. In the office, the duty commander, Richard Jones, looked sternly at Locke, who stood upright before him, wearing the insignia of a Citroën collar and a Level 2 sergeant rank. Deep down, he mused that this young man could undoubtedly be molded into a star officer for the LAPD. However, he was not particularly fond of having a privileged troublemaker like Locke join the Wilshire Division, believing him to be a ticking time bomb with too many uncontrollable factors. He suspected Locke's interest in the police force was merely a fleeting whim of a wealthy heir and doubted its longevity. Nevertheless, after months of observation and feedback from David Murphy, he recognized that despite Locke's exuberant personality, he exhibited no detrimental habits. Captain Jones first updated Locke on the investigation results of a previous shooting incident. Following an internal investigation, it was determined that Locke's actions during the incident were entirely in accordance with LAPD regulations, allowing him to return to duty immediately. Upon hearing this, Locke exclaimed, Thank you, sir. A smile crept onto Captain Jones' lips as he continued, in light of your courageous performance and the professional judgment of your training officer, David Murphy, the precinct committee has approved the early conclusion of your probation. Officer Lockley, I am pleased to formally inform you that you have successfully completed your internship and are now promoted to Level 2 officer. The LAPD will soon provide you with a new contract. Locke's face lit up with surprise, realizing this was the good news David had mentioned. He responded enthusiastically. Thank you very much, sir. This indeed was splendid news, marking the early end of his rookie phase in the LAPD. Completing the probationary period and being promoted to Level 2 officer signified a true entry into the force. Although there was little distinction between Level 1 and Level 2 officers in terms of rank insignia, the benefits significantly improved upon formal employment. The remuneration for police officers in Los Angeles ranks among the highest in the nation. During the 12-week training period, officers receive a monthly salary of $5,900, which increases to $6,200 during the internship phase. Upon officially joining the force, the salary rises to $6,500, complemented by an annual housing allowance of $24,000. along with all the benefits accorded to full-fledged officers. Moreover, given that Locke possesses a bachelor's degree, his annual income will increase by an additional 15,000. Including overtime and other allowances, he is assured a minimum annual income of 100,000, securely placing him in the upper middle class bracket. Of course, this is before taxes. Captain Jones extended his hand to Locke with a smile, saying, "Locke, congratulations, and welcome to the LAPD." He continued, "The two drug dealers you eliminated last time were members of a new cartel operating out of Mexico, stationed here in Los Angeles. The DEA has since taken over the case, and based on the information provided by those two dealers, they successfully dismantled their operation. Once the case concludes, the DEA should provide you with a reward." Unexpectedly, there was a windfall in store. Subsequently, Captain Jones dialed an internal line, and an administrative staff member promptly delivered the new contract. As the contract was standardized, Locke did not seek Marion's opinion. He casually glanced through it before affixing his signature. After signing, Captain Jones led Locke to the duty room, announcing to everyone that Locke had officially completed his internship ahead of schedule. Instantly, the duty room erupted with enthusiastic applause and a chorus of congratulations. The other intern officers, while clapping, cast envious glances at Locke, thinking to themselves, "We agreed to flounder together, yet you have ascended ahead of us." Unable to withstand the weight of their gazes, Locke immediately declared that he would cover the drinks at the bar that evening, prompting even more fervent applause and cheers. In the patrol car, Locke drove out of the Wilshire district, expressing gratitude to David. "Thank you." David, fastening his seatbelt, smiled and replied, "You deserve this. Your performance warrants it." In Los Angeles, the internship lasts for 18 months, yet most officers conclude their internships early. Locke achieved this milestone in just 6 months, truly distinguishing himself as a top performer. Once on the main road, Locke adeptly picked up the microphone, reporting, 7 Adam 15, commencing patrol. The radio responded immediately with a crisp and melodious female voice, "Copy." As Locke prepared to place the microphone back, another voice came through the radio, welcoming him back to the fold. "Welcome back, Locke." He turned to David with a confident smile, responding with charm, "Thank you, Emma." "Fuck you, Locke. I'm Emily." Chapter 4. The Daily Routine of a Patrol Officer. "Curse you, Locke. I am Emily." Upon returning, the ensuing mix-up added a delightful layer of amusement to the yet-to-begin patrol. David, after a moment, mockingly teased Locke, and upon noticing Locke's diminished embarrassment, he deemed it a futile endeavor and shrugged it off. Suddenly, a puzzled glance fell upon Locke. Was it merely an illusion? Or did he perceive that Locke's driving today was notably steadier than before? Locke pursed his lips, rolling his eyes internally. Indeed, David was aging, only now realizing it. He chuckled. Could it be that during my absence, your new driver-esque skills were rather lacking? Or perhaps the logistics department has just replaced the shock absorbers. Randy's driving was undeniably subpar. David proceeded to critique Locke's partner during his absence, then jested. I suppose we shall wait until the Soviet Union invades for the logistics department to upgrade this ancient vehicle. The patrol car they were currently operating was a 17-year-old Ford Crown Victoria, a true relic. He laughed. When I finally strike it rich, I shall donate a badge to the Wilshire precinct, although it seems the day may never come. With a feigned expression of regret, David reflected on his 22 years of service, with just 3 more years until he could retire with full benefits, and sighed. Kid, I thought you were done for good. Why? Locke understood David's implication. Given his affluent background and having survived a perilous shooting incident, it was highly probable he would withdraw from the Los Angeles Police Department. A wise man does not stand before a perilous wall, a truth recognized universally. After 6 months of training, Locke had become intimately familiar with the streets they patrolled. Skillfully steering the wheel to the right, he remarked, I believe the people of Los Angeles need me, and besides, I cannot bear the thought of you, with your aging limbs, confronting criminals alone. David responded with a middle finger, chuckling, my gratitude is overwhelming. Then, with curiosity, he inquired, by the way, how did you manage to charm the sweethearts at Parker Center? Parker Center, the headquarters of the LAPD, named after the former Sheriff William H. Parker, also served as the 911 dispatch center for the department. Locke smugly replied, they approached me, claiming my voice was quite alluring. David suddenly asked, so, who did you flirt with at Wilshire? Mona? Elsa? Fear not, I shall keep your secret safe. No. Locke cautiously eyed David, exasperated. Are you trying to trick me? Rest assured, I remember your teachings. With that, he raised 2 fingers to his temple, signifying that he had committed David's words to memory. David nodded appreciatively, remarking, "That is commendable. Seeking a partner within the same team can adversely affect your work. It is unprofessional conduct that could tarnish your reputation and hinder your promotion. The police force has regulations concerning couples. Once detected, one party must resign or be reassigned." He then jested, "Young man, back in my day, the darling of the Parker Center sought me out for a date, so spare me your smugness." "What expression is that? You don't believe me?" Locke hurriedly flattered him. "I believe you, of course. Just look at Catherine. It's evident you were quite handsome in your youth." David's demeanor suddenly darkened, and he retorted fiercely, "Young man, I do not wish to hear Catherine's name from your lips, not even once. Otherwise, watch your back." Catherine Murphy is David's only daughter, a graduate of CSU, Davis, and a peer of Locke. However, in stark contrast to Locke's lackluster academic record, Catherine is a veritable scholar. Possessing a master's degree in forensic science and serving as a forensic expert in the Los Angeles Police Department, a source of immense pride for David. Catherine is strikingly attractive. With a curvaceous figure and lovely features, known as a prominent figure in the LAPD. Locke had encountered her once, after which David had vigilantly guarded against him. Fearing Locke's roguish tendencies might endanger his daughter, Locke recoiled slightly, making a gesture to signal silence, and quickly diverted the conversation, noting how quiet the morning had been. Since commencing patrol, they had only addressed a few minor cases. David's previously relaxed demeanor tensed once more as he swore, "Bullshit. What did you just say?" Locke, realizing his faux pas, was about to apologize when a call came through the radio. Code 2. Complaints have been made regarding excessive noise from renovations on Devon Street. Fortunately, it was a Code 2, a routine incident, non-emergency, requiring no activation of the sirens. Locke's racing heart settled as he saw the address was nearby, promptly responding. 7 Adam 15, copy. He rotated the steering wheel according to the detailed address on the computer, turning to David with an awkward smile. "Good thing." David angrily interrupted, "Shut up, young man. I do not wish to hear your voice." Locke, feeling embarrassed, muttered a curse under his breath. Realizing he had nearly broached a sensitive topic again, he quickly fell silent, recognizing he was still overly excited. The situation was swiftly resolved. The Mexican's renovation noise was within permissible limits, merely irritating the neighboring white elderly lady who was displeased by the sight of so many Mexican immigrants. After addressing a few more routine police matters, noon had arrived. Locke skillfully parked the car in front of a Mexican restaurant, where an LAPD patrol car was already stationed. 7 Adam 15, Code 7. Came the call, received. After notifying the dispatch center regarding their lunch break, Locke and David exited the vehicle. In the restaurant, fellow training officer, Sergeant Mona Cole, and rookie officer Nathan Fillion were already dining. Upon noticing their entrance, they waved enthusiastically. LAPD's first lieutenant. Two individuals comfortably placed their orders with the waiter, opting for Mexican wraps, skewers, and juice before proceeding to share a table. Lieutenant Mona and Nathan once again extended their congratulations to Locke for completing his internship early, with Nathan's envy palpable. He had only decided to become a police officer in his 40s and found himself constantly struggling under the rigorous standards of Lieutenant Mona Cole, given the fast food setting. The meals arrived promptly, and soon Locke and David were also engaged in their meal. After finishing her meal, Lieutenant Mona took a sip of juice and casually inquired, "How did your morning go?" David eagerly recounted the amusing incident involving Locke from earlier, provoking hearty laughter from both Mona and Nathan, the latter even giving Locke a thumbs up in approval. Wiping away a tear of laughter, Lieutenant Mona sympathetically remarked, "Locke, you're finished. This will undoubtedly circulate throughout the Los Angeles Police Department." Locke shrugged nonchalantly and defended himself. "It's not my fault. The radio distorted the sound. If it were in person, I certainly wouldn't have misheard." Mona found his candidness rather exasperating and retorted with a cold huff, "Thank goodness you didn't cause any trouble on Wilshire. Otherwise, I would have been the first to kick you out." David interjected, "Come on. Don't you see who his instructor is?" Just as Locke was about to express his gratitude for David's defense, David inadvertently revealed Locke's infamous bad luck. Mona's expression immediately darkened as she solemnly chided, "Locke, you are now a full-fledged officer. How could you make such a juvenile mistake?" This time, Locke refrained from justifying himself and sincerely apologized, acknowledging that bad luck was indeed a taboo within the LAPD. If nothing happened, all would be well. However, if a mishap occurred, it could potentially lead to officer casualties. Just as the atmosphere grew somewhat somber, two more LAPD officers entered. African-American Second Lieutenant Randy Casco and his white rookie patrol officer, Elsa Molly. Upon spotting Locke, Randy abandoned his order and strode over, pinching his throat and flashing a broad grin as he playfully exclaimed, "Fuck you, Locke, I'm Emily." The table erupted in laughter, dispelling the earlier gloom in an instant. Chapter 5. A fortuitous connection with drug dealers. Randy Casco has always been the comedic spirit of the precinct, exuding the innate humor and charm characteristic of his heritage. He possesses a remarkable talent for mimicry and hip-hop, frequently proclaiming himself a hip-hop superstar whose brilliance has been overshadowed by his role as a police officer. Locke, naturally, would not dampen the mood and unhesitatingly returned Randy's jest with a middle finger. This only elicited a more hearty laugh from Randy, whose pearly whites could easily grace an advertisement for a leading toothpaste brand. He extended his fist toward Locke, who promptly retracted his finger and reciprocated with a fist bump. "Bro, congratulations on officially joining the LAPD." "Thank you." Randy then turned to Captain Mona, saying, "Sir, Locke has successfully completed his internship. I suggest we pair him with me. That way, the two most dashing men on Wilshire can work together, and any criminal who lays eyes on us will surely succumb to our charm." Locke could only roll his eyes at Randy's antics. The man's complexion was as dark as chocolate, so much so that one could hardly discern his features without a closer look. Did this guy have no sense of embarrassment? With such a dark complexion, even blushing would go unnoticed. In that moment, Locke felt as though he had unraveled a great mystery of the universe. Listening to Randy's nonsensical banter, Captain Mona nodded earnestly that a commendable suggestion. Seeing that Captain Mona acknowledged his idea, Randy grew even more animated. "Bro, let us leave that old geezer David behind and unite to safeguard the peace and justice of Los Angeles." Rookie Officer Elsa approached, carrying 2 lunch trays, and coldly remarked, "I've heard that when 2 handsome men spend too much time together, it can alter their sexual orientation." Randy's smile instantly froze. "What the hell? Elsa, is that true?" Elsa shot a frosty glance at Locke and nodded. "Of course, it's based on a research report from Stanford." Randy, feigning shock, quickly turned to Locke. "Sorry, Locke, I can't change my love for women, so regrettably, I can't team up with you." Locke shot a bemused glare at Elsa, this spiteful woman. Though somewhat repulsed, he played along. "What a pity, it seems I must continue partnering with that old coot David." The others were amused by Randy's antics. The LAPD is a profession demanding acute focus, and the lighthearted banter during lunch is a rare opportunity for relaxation. Individuals with a sense of humor, like Randy, are often the most cherished. Just then, Locke's phone buzzed. He glanced at it and saw it was a call from Marion. Excusing himself, he rose to take the call. Marion inquired about Locke's morning, relieved to hear everything had gone smoothly. Upon learning that Locke's internship had ended early, Marion expressed his disappointment but still offered congratulations, reminding Locke to call his father, Todd, before hanging up. Had it not been for Marion's reminder, Locke might have forgotten to make that call. He turned to glance at the group still laughing at Randy's antics and dialed his father's number. Thankfully, in America, it is customary for sons to address their fathers by their first names. Otherwise, he might have struggled to utter those 2 words. On the phone, Locke informed Lebeau of his desire to continue serving as a police officer. Lebeau fell silent for a few seconds and, with a hint of resignation, replied, "All right. You are an adult now, and I respect your choice. However, please ensure your safety." This time, when you got into trouble, Marion nearly fell apart. Hearing words that echoed Marion's sentiments, Locke couldn't help but chuckle and asked, "Todd, what is your relationship with Marion?" Lebeau's reaction mirrored Marion's once again. "Your mother and I are working diligently to resolve our issues, but regardless of the outcome, we will inform you immediately." He then reassured Locke, advising him to exercise caution at work, to look after his younger siblings at home, and to embody the role of an elder brother. As they ended the call, he mentioned that he would transfer some funds shortly for Locke to upgrade his gear, particularly his bulletproof vest. In Los Angeles, police equipment is self-funded. Firearms and vests merely require registration. After hanging up, Locke couldn't suppress a laugh, thinking, indeed, he had a typical Chinese father. 7 Adam 15, resuming patrol. Shortly after Locke started the car, David inquired, "What about Elsa?" Naturally, Elsa's animosity towards Locke had not escaped the keen eye of the seasoned officer. Locke, feeling a pang of guilt, replied, "I swear, our relationship exists only during training." David shot him a middle finger and scoffed. "You better not give Captain Jones any reason to scrutinize you. He has never been fond of your type." Curiously, he continued, "Given the recent shooting incident, I would expect your parents to discourage you from remaining in the force. Locke shrugged and replied earnestly, this is my life, isn't it? Turning to David, he added with a grin, so, does that mean Catherine can only be a coroner? David candidly responded, I just don't want to live in fear every day like her mother does. Hey, kid, who gave you permission to mention Catherine's name? Locke retorted, David, you should reflect. The biggest obstacle to Catherine being single is you. The two exchanged playful banter as they commenced their afternoon patrol, soon encountering a call regarding a speeding vehicle attempting to flee. With Locke's adept driving skills, they swiftly cornered the escaping Mercedes and, after handing it over to the pursuing patrol car, Locke elegantly drove away. David, gripping the overhead handle tightly, looked at Locke with a mixture of apprehension and disbelief. Kid, did you take racing lessons during your administrative leave? You should consider joining the state police. Just as Locke was about to respond, the radio crackled with another emergency call, Code 2. A report from Food Street indicates a strong odor, suspected to be a Soviet chemical weapon. Soviet chemical weapon? What on earth? Locke exclaimed in astonishment before replying, 7 Adam 15, copy that. Locke and David soon arrived at Food Street, where they discovered what appeared to be a Soviet chemical weapon. Observing the house wrapped in white film and the pest control truck nearby, the situation became clear. Locke inquired, should we don protective suits? David pushed open the car door and retorted with irritation, why don't you just notify the White House that the Soviets are attacking? Forget it. I fear they might actually believe it. Locke stifled a laugh and responded via the radio with a code 6, investigate the area away from the vehicle, before stepping out himself and activating his body camera. David stood beside the pest control company's utility vehicle, which was devoid of occupants, as he used the intercom to verify the company's information. Locke approached, his gaze fixed on the house wrapped in plastic. He wrinkled his nose. There was indeed a scent lingering in the air, albeit faint, and he could not identify it. If he was not mistaken, it was likely emanating from within the house. The vehicle's information checked out. After confirming the vehicle's details, David noted that it was indeed registered to the pest control company, suggesting that the odor reported by the caller was most likely a leak of the pest control chemicals. He tucked away the intercom and made his way towards the house. Despite the seemingly benign appearance, Locke adhered to his training, trailing David by 5 paces. The two moving in a diagonal formation. His hand rested on the sidearm, a Glock 17, as he remained vigilant of his surroundings. The personnel inside the house must have noticed David and Locke, for they emerged unbidden before the duo could knock. The two individuals were clad in white protective suits, complete with gas masks and protective goggles, their hands encased in yellow, corrosion-resistant rubber gloves. Seeing their compliance eased Locke's tension momentarily. However, as they stepped out, a corner of the plastic covering was lifted, and he was met with a more potent, even acrid scent than before. A jolt of alarm surged through Locke. That familiar odor, he was well versed in chemistry and had conducted such experiments. This was unmistakably the scent following a reaction with ephedrine. In an instant, he grasped the situation at hand. He had unwittingly crossed paths with drug traffickers. Yet, these traffickers were quite ingenious, managing to mask the odor of drug production with that of pest control chemicals. Chapter 6. Leave the professional matters to the experts. Locke refrained from immediately alerting David. Drug dealers are notoriously vigilant, and he feared that any premature action might spook them. Moreover, the two dealers were clad in protective suits, suggesting they were unarmed. Yet Locke was apprehensive about the possibility of other dealers lurking within the premises. If any were present, they would likely be armed and watching the outside, ready to open fire at the slightest hint of exposure. David appeared oblivious to the tension, methodically presenting his badge to the staff member standing before him, announcing, LAPD. We have received complaints regarding the odor of your pesticides. The staff member removed his gas mask, revealing a weathered visage, likely in his 50s and of Caucasian descent. His complexion was flushed, with distinct lines etched into his skin from prolonged mask wear. Locke found it difficult to discern any emotions from his expression. However, the man exhibited remarkable composure, betraying no signs of panic. Upon hearing David's statement, the staff member instinctively turned to inspect the protective film of the house behind him, his tone solemn as he replied, Sir, I am sorry to hear that. We will immediately check the house's ceiling. However, rest assured, even in the event of a leak, a minor one would pose no health risks, as our pesticides are all FDA certified. Jesse, please conduct another check of the house's protective film immediately. The younger staff member, visibly more anxious, hurriedly turned to reassess the sealing of the film. It was evident that his psychological fortitude paled in comparison to that of his elder colleague. David posed several more inquiries regarding the pest control measures in place, to which the staff member responded with professionalism, appearing genuinely knowledgeable in the field. Soon, David concluded the questioning, advising them to rectify any leakage issues before gesturing to Locke and turning towards the patrol car. Locke remained on high alert. Evidently concerned about the potential for a breach, he cautiously retreated to the vehicle, and just as he was contemplating how to convey his findings to David, the latter, with a serious demeanor, instructed, "Drive, we need to leave here immediately." Taken aback, Locke swiftly complied and started the patrol car. David seized the radio microphone to report 7 Adam 15. Detecting an irritant odor, suspected to be emanating from a drug manufacturing site. Currently, 2 cookers have been identified, with the status of other members and their weapons unknown. Code 11, requesting SWAT assistance. Copy that, reporting immediately and maintaining radio silence. Once David hung up the microphone, Locke inquired, "How did you detect it?" David replied coolly, "The unmistakable stench of pseudoephedrine is something I shall never forget." Realizing he had underestimated David, Locke acknowledged that the latter's over 20 years of experience as a patrol officer endowed him with unparalleled expertise, having encountered myriad cases. He asked, "What shall we do next?" David responded, "First, we need to find a safe place to park and wait for backup. They are currently in the process of manufacturing and are unlikely to relocate easily. However, this case will most likely be handed over to the DEA." Before he could finish his sentence, his phone rang. David's expression turned serious as he promptly answered the phone, exclaiming, "Captain." Locke, having distanced himself from the house, parked the car by the roadside and listened intently. At that moment, Chief Anna Davis from the Wilshire Division called, evidently regarding the incident David had just reported. On the line, Chief Davis inquired about the circumstances surrounding David's discovery of the drug lab, and then stated, "David, I will be transferring this case to the DEA. They will contact you shortly." David quickly replied, "Okay, no problem." While Locke found this somewhat perplexing, David handed him the phone. As Locke took the phone, he heard, "Locke, congratulations on passing your internship early. Welcome to the LAPD." "Thank you, Captain." "Locke, in private. You may address me as Anna, just as you always have." After the call ended, Locke awkwardly returned the phone to David. Indeed, he had connections in the Wilshire Division, as Chief Anna Davis was a close friend of his mother, Mary Ann, for over a decade. It was also Anna Davis's arrangement for David to serve as his training officer, considering Mary Ann's concerns for his safety. David Murphy, having served as a patrol officer for 22 years, was undoubtedly the ideal choice for a mentor. To alleviate the awkwardness, Locke proactively inquired, with SWAT deployed, "Shouldn't we handle these individuals ourselves? Why transfer it to the DEA?" David elaborated, "Typically, drug-related cases are ultimately handed over to the DEA. Their firepower is significantly greater. This is a drug lab with numerous chemical apparatus, which poses a high risk of explosion. Therefore, the captain, prioritizing the safety of the team, will certainly transfer the case to the DEA. It's prudent to entrust specialized matters to professionals." He cast a sidelong glance at Locke, adding that the previous incident was merely an accident. Otherwise, it too would have been turned over to the DEA. 2 weeks prior, while patrolling with David, Locke had noticed a vehicle swerving erratically. After they managed to stop the car and were preparing to investigate, the occupants unexpectedly restarted the vehicle and attempted to flee. Relying on his speed, Locke dashed in front of the car, intending to draw his weapon to force it to stop. However, the 2 drug dealers inside, high on substances, drew their guns and prepared to shoot at Locke. Instinctively, he fired, executing a complete American draw, emptying his magazine and dispatching the 2 dealers on the spot, only to be thrown aside by the out-of-control vehicle. Before David could finish his explanation, his phone rang again. Upon answering, he chuckled, "Carlos, you owe me another favor." After recounting the details of the drug lab discovery once more, he hung up and explained to Locke, the DEA's narcotics team leader was formerly with the LAPD. They'll be arriving shortly. 10 minutes later, 4 black full-size Chevrolet Suburbans approached, their windows tinted black, obscuring the interior, exuding an overwhelming sense of intimidation from a distance. After David made a brief remark, he alighted from his vehicle and entered the other party's car. 2 minutes later, he returned to his own vehicle and declared with solemnity, "Drive and follow my lead." It was rare for Locke to witness David's seriousness, prompting him to start the engine and make a U-turn to lead the way. Just as they were nearing the pest control van, David suddenly called for a halt. Locke quickly slammed on the brakes, puzzled by the sudden stop. when the last of the 4 Saab vehicles detached from the convoy and veered towards the rear of the house. In an instant, he comprehended their intent, a flanking maneuver around the back of the building. A minute later, David observed through the rearview mirror that the vehicle behind was signaling, indicating that the flanking team had arrived. He instructed Locke to drive on. As they approached the pest control van, Locke felt a surge of apprehension, uncertain whether to stop. Just then, David urged, "Accelerate and drive past." Locke pressed the gas, and the car surged forward. In the rearview mirror, 3 Saab vehicles raced up to the front of the house. Before the cars had even come to a complete stop, armed DEA agents, clad in tactical gear and masks, erupted from their vehicles, each wielding automatic rifles, and charged into the house with breathtaking speed. DEA. Hands up. Raise your hands. Open fire. Engage. Clear. Threat neutralized. Chapter 7. Aftermath. Half an hour later, the entrance of the house, shrouded in plastic sheeting, was teeming with people. Support from the Wilshire district had arrived, and Inspector Mona directed the officers to cordon off the perimeter. Patrol cars, adorned with flashing lights, were stationed at both ends of the road. The DEA forensic team had also entered the house to collect evidence, while the coroner's staff were loading 2 body bags into the mortuary vehicle. Indeed, an ambulance was not summoned. Instead, a hearse was called directly. Inside the house, there were not merely 2 drug dealers, but a total of 4 individuals, 2 previously seen as cooks, alongside 2 armed guards, each wielding Colt firearms. The guards' bodies lay lifeless, as the cooks immediately dropped to the floor upon the SWAT team's entrance. It must be acknowledged that such professional matters are best left to the experts. The DEA stormed the house, executing the operation in less than 30 seconds, effectively dismantling this makeshift drug lab. The 2 cooks were now being placed into separate Saab vans, each under the vigilant watch of 2 officers, while 2 more, armed with AR-15s, stood guard outside. The entire DEA narcotics team exuded an air of strict discipline and professionalism. Whether in the raid or in guarding the premises, they operated with meticulous precision, resembling a military unit rather than a police force, heavily armed with rifles, and even equipped with Remington 700 sniper rifles and 37mm grenade launchers. Although the mission had concluded, all team members remained hooded and armed, maintaining a state of alertness. The only individual to remove his hood was Carlos, the leader of the narcotics team. Since David and Rock had discovered the drug lab, they were not required to maintain order outside, but rather entered to assist the DEA with procedural handover tasks. Once the handover was complete, DEA team leader Carlos approached. He possessed a somewhat fearsome countenance, robust in stature, exuding an aura of formidable strength. Carlos exchanged a fist bump with David, expressing gratitude. "Thanks, David. I'll treat you to a drink sometime." David inquired, "Carlos, is there any information you can share with me?" Carlos replied gravely, "This is a deeply concealed local drug manufacturing organization. They are quite cunning, producing in Los Angeles and distributing to surrounding areas, without selling directly in the city." He cast a glance back at the house enveloped in plastic. "Had it not been for your discovery, who knows how long it would have remained undetected? We still do not know how long they have been operating under this model." The 2 deceased were small-time players. The pest control company has already sent personnel to investigate, and I believe more information will surface. The identities of the 2 cooks have been established. You would never guess who they are." David asked, "What are their identities?" Carlos cast a glance at the vehicle guarding the cooker and remarked, "To be precise, there is only one cooker. The other is his student and assistant." "Ah." The cooker is a high school chemistry teacher, while the young assistant is a former pupil of his. More information will need to be gathered upon our return for further interrogation. Even David, well-versed in many matters, was momentarily taken aback and exclaimed, "Indeed, knowledge equates to wealth." Carlos replied coldly, "It is a pity he did not apply his knowledge in the right way." He then chuckled, "What a fortunate fellow. This bonus should be substantial." David, with an air of nonchalance, responded, "This is what I rightfully deserve." Carlos shrugged, "You, my friend, with such an affinity for money, ought to join the DA, otherwise you would not be impeded by that damned promotion exam, forever relegated to patrolling the streets." David scoffed, "I have no desire to end up like you, covered in scars. Had it not been for your good fortune, I would have long attended your funeral." Carlos shot David a middle finger. "I am executing divine justice. It will always favor me." With that, he turned his gaze toward Locke and grinned. "Is this the rookie who took down 2 Minotaur cartel drug dealers last time? Kid, you should be in Hollywood, not the LAPD." David turned to Locke and smiled. "Don't take it personally. He's always had a disdain for men more handsome than himself." It's quite courteous of him not to draw his weapon on you at first sight. Noticing that Locke remained unfazed by Carlos's taunts, a glimmer of admiration flickered in his eyes. Locke was no longer a novice. He had completed his internship early. Carlos looked at the composed Locke with appreciation and said, "In truth, I would prefer to say, with your physique, you should join the DEA. Kid, although I find your face rather irksome, I must admit, you handled the last incident exceptionally well. That is how one should deal with drug dealers." David glanced aside and quietly inquired, "Carlos, I wish to know if there are any repercussions from the last incident." Carlos hesitated briefly, eyeing Locke before responding. "If it were anyone else asking, I would say there are none, but since it is you, David." He spoke gravely. Typically, drug dealers do not dare retaliate against the police. However, the Minotaur Cartel is a newly emergent drug organization from Tijuana, notorious for its brutality. This time, we discovered their stronghold in Los Angeles through the two dealers we eliminated with Locke's assistance, effectively dismantling their influence in the city. As a burgeoning drug cartel, they are keenly aware of their reputation within the circle. Thus, it is not out of the question that they may seek vengeance against Locke upon their return to Los Angeles to demonstrate their ferocity. Although the information regarding Locke remains strictly confidential, you are undoubtedly more aware of the situation within the Los Angeles Police Department than I am. With a smile, he remarked to Locke, "If you are afraid, perhaps you should join the DEA. No drug cartel would dare to provoke those affiliated with the DEA, for we would pursue them all the way to Mexico." David's expression shifted slightly as he nodded, replying, "Thank you, Carlos. I will inform Captain Davis of this matter." Locke felt a heaviness in his heart, yet maintained his composure as he solemnly expressed, "Thank you, Captain Carlos." An hour later, the DEA departed, and the street was reopened. However, the house remained sealed as a crime scene, with 2 patrol officers stationed at the site. Locke and David resumed their patrols, and David promptly relayed the information Carlos had disclosed to Anna Davis. Anna Davis took the matter seriously, stating that she would report it immediately and request the DEA and FBI's Special Task Force in Mexico to monitor the activities of the Menendez organization. She also assured that measures would be taken to protect Locke's family, offering him words of comfort and instilling confidence in the LAPD. Seeing Locke's furrowed brow, David attempted to reassure him, saying, "You need not worry excessively. Every member of the LAPD has adversaries, and you will grow accustomed to it. Carlos's words are merely a possibility. Captain Davis will ensure the safety of your family." Locke, his expression somber, replied, "I just don't know how to explain this to my family." He felt a deep sense of guilt, having finally found a family only to potentially expose them to danger so soon. David, with a resigned expression, noted that this was a reality LAPD families must confront. "You might consider withholding the information for now, as this situation may not necessarily come to pass." Locke remained silent, yet within him a resolution had formed. Regardless of whether the Menendez organization sought vengeance against him, passively waiting was not in his nature. He was determined not to place Marianne and the others in jeopardy. Chapter 8. Does the system require him to commit murder? Wilshire Police Department. As Locke secured the Glock 17 in the gun cabinet, he turned to David and inquired, "Are you really not going?" Upon the conclusion of their shift, LAPD officers are required to relinquish their service weapons to the station unless exceptional circumstances warrant otherwise. However, if one purchases their own firearm, this regulation does not apply. David, hesitating and chewing his lip, ultimately shook his head. "I have a heart condition." "Catherine, 1 tea, let me drink." Locke nodded knowingly, chuckling. "Well, you said it yourself. It seems Catherine is quite strict with you." David, "Do you know what type of father you were referred to as in China?" David, with a smug expression, queried, "What do you mean?" "A daughter slave." Locke articulated first in Chinese, then translated, "daughter slave." David mimicked the Chinese with an exaggerated accent before affirming, "Yes, I am indeed a daughter slave." He patted Locke on the shoulder, adding, "This is the first time I've heard you speak Chinese. Now I remember you are of Chinese descent. From now on, you can handle communication with any Asians we encounter." Locke, taken aback, rolled his eyes. "Come on, not all Asians are Chinese." In the past, Lockley had indeed refrained from speaking Chinese. Although he majored in Mandarin at CSU, he rarely used it, primarily conversing with his father, Li Bo, in English. This contributed to the rift between Li Bo and Marian, as Li Bo felt Locke had become thoroughly westernized under Marian's influence, neglecting his Chinese heritage. After joining the football team in high school, Locke morphed into a belligerent individual, frequently engaging in fights and being summoned to school by his parents, which only deepened Li Bo's disappointment while Marian remained more lenient, exacerbating their educational disagreements. Suddenly, Locke conceived a strategy to alleviate the tension between Beau and Marion. A smile spreading across his face as he waved goodbye to David, preparing to change clothes. David called out to him, "Locke, you're in great shape. Maintain that. Don't fret over events yet to unfold." Locke thumped his chest with his fist, boasting, "I am the strongest man in Wilshire. How could I be intimidated by such trivial matters?" David cautioned again, "Just don't overindulge. You have an oath of office to take tomorrow morning." "I know. Please send my regards to Catherine." Locke replied without looking back, waving his hand dismissively. "Dream on. Now scram, you little rascal." In the locker room. After changing, Locke did not immediately exit but instead stood staring blankly at the panel. The light of justice. Brave police system 2. 0. Host. Rockley strength. 9. Human peak 20. Speed. 10. Human peak 20. Endurance. 9. Human peak 20. Mental. 11. Human peak 20. Skills mastered. Pistol. L2 proficient. Rifle. L1 skilled. Mixed martial arts. L2 proficient. Automobile driving. L3 master 20 years. Chinese. L3 master. Rugby. L2 proficient. Mating. L2 proficient. Swimming. L3 master. Housekeeping. L3 master. Trace evidence analysis. L3 master. Makeup. L3 master. Forensics. L3 master. Microexpression analysis. L2 proficient. Chemistry. L2 proficient. Biology. L2 proficient. Toxicology. L2 proficient. Sketching. L2 proficient. French. L2 proficient. Japanese. L2 proficient. Art appreciation. L2 proficient. Computing. L2 proficient. Culinary arts. L2 proficient. Lockpicking. L2 proficient. Spanish. L1 skilled. Justice value. 500 attribute points. None experience card. None function card. Bullet dodging card skill card. None today. Several cases were resolved. Yet during the afternoon's drug manufacturing case, 2 individuals lost their lives, yet the panel showed no signs of change. Reflecting on the previous reward scenario, Locke concluded that minor civil cases offer no rewards. If the criminal is not killed, no reward will be granted. Perhaps it is also linked to his level of involvement. In the afternoon's drug case, he had merely been a bystander, participating at an extremely low level, but this requires further verification. One thing is certain: to earn rewards, one must eliminate criminals. No wonder it is termed the brave police system. Does the system require him to commit murder? Knock, knock, Rock. You aren't thinking of skipping out, are you? Hurry up. Before long, Rock, having changed into suitable attire, strolled towards the sky bar near the police station alongside Nathan, Randy, Elsa, Teddy's, and Captain Mona, engaging in light-hearted banter. As they intended to drink, they opted not to drive. Rock had also invited Captain Jones, but he graciously declined. As for the formidable boss, Anna Davis, that thought never crossed his mind. The Sky Bar is merely a street away from the Wilshire police station, a favorite haunt for officers post-shift. It had been renovated last year, offering an enhanced atmosphere with a dance floor, entertainment zone, relaxation area, and a long bar counter. Upon entering the bar, Rock immediately spotted many of his colleagues from the station. After exchanging greetings, he approached Old John, the bar owner. Old John, an elderly Irishman with graying hair and a beard, was polishing a glass. Upon seeing Rock, he smiled and said, "Rock lad, I heard you completed your internship early. Congratulations. Let me buy you a drink." "Thank you." Locke raised his finger and gestured, "John, tonight it's on me." Old John gave Locke a thumbs up and chuckled, "Kid, I have high hopes for you." When Locke returned to the booth occupied by Nathan and the others, he heard Old John's booming voice proclaim, "Warriors of Wilshire, tonight the handsome young Locke will be treating you, so indulge yourselves. A toast to Locke." As soon as Old John finished speaking, the bar erupted with cheers, and the officers from Wilshire scattered throughout the establishment raised their glasses in unison. "To Locke. Wow, to Locke. Locke, welcome to the LAPD. Locke, well done. Locke, admit it, you are more handsome than I." In the booth, Randy, Nathan, Elsa, Teddy's, Chief Mona, and others all raised their glasses to Locke, congratulating him once again on his official induction into the LAPD. Setting down his glass, Locke inquired of fellow rookie Teddy's, "Why Haven Tea I seen, Mark?" Teddy's replied, "Martin is the most well-connected rookie in this batch, a striking young African-American. His father is the deputy chief of the West Division, Chief Philip Martin. Mark serves as Teddy's training officer." Teddy's hesitated, casting a cautious glance at Chief Mona, but ultimately confessed, "I have some disagreements with Officer Mark regarding law enforcement. I believe he harbors biases against African Americans." The atmosphere in the booth immediately turned serious. With Chief Mona's expression darkening as she replied firmly, "Teddy's, that is a grave accusation. You are still in your training period. And I believe you should heed your instructor's guidance. Mark's approach to law enforcement is indeed stringent, but I have not heard any claims of discriminatory behavior towards people of color." Teddy's lowered his gaze to avoid Chief Mona's scrutiny and quickly responded, "Sorry, Officer Mona, I will adjust my attitude." Locke raised an eyebrow, instinctively glancing at Randy Casco, who appeared to be on the verge of speaking yet refrained. This prompted Locke to recall David's warning. David had subtly mentioned that Officer Mark enjoyed playing tricks and advised him to keep his distance. Chapter 9. Do not ask. It is exactly as you imagine. One morning, Locke was abruptly jolted awake, hastily groping for his watch on the bedside table. Upon discovering that it was already 8:20 a.m., panic set in. He had forgotten to set his alarm for this morning's induction ceremony. However, he soon realized he was in the Glen apartment, and a wave of relief washed over him. Getting to Wilshire would only take about 10 minutes, leaving ample time. As he felt the smoothness against his arm, Locke turned to see a radiant face before him. Golden hair cascaded down, long lashes framed her bright eyes. Her nose was elegantly sculpted, lips full and enticing, and her complexion was strikingly fair. After an evening spent at the Sky Bar, Randy and the others had wished to continue their revelry, leading the group to a nearby club. Upon their arrival, an array of stunning women flocked to Locke, eager to engage him in conversation. His striking looks and athletic physique rendered him a veritable embodiment of allure, leaving Randy, Nathan, and Teddy feeling somewhat overshadowed. Encouraged by Elsa, they playfully urged Locke to charm the club queen, eager to witness his potential downfall. Indeed, while women gravitated towards Locke, there was also a captivating rose on the opposite side of the club, drawing the attention of numerous suitors like bees to nectar. Reflecting on the enchanting events of the previous night, Locke felt a surge of excitement, yet the thought of the morning's induction ceremony swiftly tempered his enthusiasm. The people of Los Angeles needed him. Pushing aside the arms and legs entwined around him, he rolled out of bed and made his way to the bathroom. Moments later, having completed his morning rituals, Locke emerged in the nude, only to find the woman on the bed awake, her azure eyes appreciatively surveying his form. When he caught her gaze, she exhibited neither panic nor shyness, calmly greeting him with a casual hi. Locke found himself momentarily flustered. From the events of the previous night, it was clear that this beautiful woman was not a siren, as he had led the interactions. Yet her composed demeanor bore the unmistakable hallmark of one. Feeling somewhat uneasy under her heated gaze, he hastily donned a pair of undergarments. The woman marveled, "Your physique is remarkable, akin to a statue of David, perfectly proportioned, devoid of the mere brute strength of a typical muscle man." After slipping on a t-shirt, Locke felt a sense of reassurance and returned the compliment. "Your figure is equally stunning." Curvaceous and smooth, reminiscent of Venus rising from the bed, she extended a delicate hand toward Locke, her skin pale yet veined with a hint of green. "Jennifer Grey." "It was a splendid evening, Locke Lee," he replied. I have an urgent matter to attend to, so I must take my leave. When you depart, please ensure the door is locked." "Thank you." As he shook her hand, Locke felt a rush of desire. Having endured 2 weeks of restraint, combined with his L2 skills, it was hardly surprising. His gaze lingered on her form, and he had not merely been flattering. This woman possesses a beauty that rivals Hollywood starlets. With an exquisite physique that is both tall and slender, her curves voluptuous and proportions perfectly balanced. Her fair skin is adorned with strands of golden hair, exuding an aura of pure sensuality. Upon witnessing Locke salute the flag, Jennifer Grey instinctively took a step back, her expression flustered as she murmured, "Sorry. I've had enough." Locke hurriedly donned his jeans to conceal his admiration, apologizing. "Sorry, your figure is simply captivating." Jennifer Grey smiled brightly, gracefully revealing her form as she remarked, "Yesterday was my first time. I didn't expect it to feel so wonderful." Noticing Locke's incredulous expression and his glance at the sheets, she suddenly recognized the ambiguity in her words and clarified, "I meant it was my first time seeking a companion at a nightclub." By this time, Locke had finished putting on his socks and shoes and looked up at her, asking directly, "So, what do you wish to convey?" He was well acquainted with such matters and sensed that she had more to say. Yet he had no time for prolonged exchanges. Thus he inquired straightforwardly. At the Wilshire Police Department, Locke hurriedly arrived and, after changing into his uniform, managed to make it just in time for his swearing-in ceremony. Women indeed have a way of affecting one's pace. The ceremony, presided over by Captain Anna Davis, featured officers from the Wilshire precinct standing solemnly below, the atmosphere imbued with a sense of gravitas and ceremonial significance. Beneath the stars and stripes and the LAPD badge, Locke, clad in deep blue, recited the police oath with a serious demeanor. Anna personally presented him with his badge and identification, pinning the badge onto his chest, stating, "Locke, welcome to the LAPD, and congratulations on officially becoming a member of Wilshire." Locke raised his hand in a standard salute to Anna, exclaiming, "Thank you, Captain. It is an honor to join Wilshire and to accept your leadership observing the transformation of the former rogue into a responsible man." Anna felt delighted for her friend and, breaking protocol, embraced Locke encouragingly. "You've got this." However, she soon caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor emanating from him and released her embrace with a look of distaste. Locke, feeling guilty, dared not meet Anna's gaze. Despite being fully dressed and ready to depart, he had unexpectedly succumbed to an irresistible request from Jennifer Grey, leading him to an impromptu second encounter due to the exhilarating rush of emotions. Ultimately, he had been pressed for time and had not had the chance to shower. Among the women he had encountered, Jennifer Grey undoubtedly stood out as exceptional, her beauty, physique, taste, intellect, and status far surpassing those of his previous companions. Remarkably, she served as a thoracic surgeon at the Cedars-Sinai Medical Center, one of the foremost comprehensive hospitals in the United States and the largest on the West Coast. The fact that Jennifer Grey, at such a young age, had ascended to the position of attending surgeon at this prestigious institution marked her as a true prodigy at the pinnacle of her field. According to her, she was too busy to engage in romantic relationships, yet she felt immense pressure and had physiological needs that required release. After a night of passion, she felt utterly satisfied with Locke and extended an invitation for him to become her long-term partner. Following the completion of the onboarding ceremony, Locke approached David, displaying his badge with a sense of pride. "David, no longer call me a rookie. Please refer to me as officer." David, however, wore a displeased expression and retorted coldly, "I warned you last night not to be late. You nearly jeopardized your own initiation." Locke, feeling a twinge of guilt, replied, "There was a slight mishap." At that moment, Randy arrived with Nathan and Mathis, and the trio first congratulated Locke, particularly Nathan and Mathis, who gazed enviously at the badge adorning Locke's chest. Randy directly inquired, "Locke, about last night, did you and that lady?" Encouraged by their nudging, Locke had indeed approached Jennifer Grey the previous night. And after hitting it off, the two left the nightclub prematurely. With the three men staring at him with eager eyes, Locke shrugged and replied flamboyantly, "Don't ask. It's precisely as you imagine. Otherwise, how could I have almost been late just now?" "Damn, yes," Randy exclaimed excitedly, extending his hand to Nathan and Mathis, who each begrudgingly produced $10, their faces etched with disappointment. Holding the money, Randy waved to Officer Mona and Elsa in the distance, clearly indicating their involvement in this wager. He draped an arm around Locke's shoulder, exuding arrogance, and proclaimed, "Locke and I are cut from the same cloth. We possess boundless charm and are invincible in the nightclub scene. Fuck, Nathan, Mathis, how could you bet against me? You ought to get your eyes checked. I just made the acquaintance of a doctor from Cedars-Sinai Medical Center." "Randy, to use me as the subject of your wager is profoundly disrespectful. I believe the stakes should be divided in my favor." Chapter 10. Can we have a brief chat? In May in Los Angeles, the sun blazed in the sky, and the ultraviolet rays were exceedingly potent. The sunlight of California is renowned worldwide, compelling both Locke and David to don sunglasses. They had just attended to a car accident involving an IT programmer driving a Tesla Model X, who, due to a misstep, collided with a roadside utility pole. Fortunately, the population density in Los Angeles was not overwhelming, and there were no pedestrians nearby. The incident resulted only in the driver sustaining injuries from the airbag deployment to his face and neck. Upon arriving at the scene, Locke and David immediately comforted the balding programmer, called for an ambulance and a tow truck, and briefly recorded a statement from the driver, assisting him with his insurance claim. Within half an hour, the driver was safely extricated. During the rescue, Locke and David maintained a respectful distance, and Locke quietly expressed his concern to David. "I'm worried this thing might explode and catch fire," David replied with visible frustration. "Catherine drives one of these. No matter how I advise her, she refuses to listen. Damn Elon Musk." Locke paused, quickly altering his stance. "Actually, electric cars are quite safe, environmentally friendly, and are bound to be the trend of the future. Catherine is very eco-conscious." David remained silent, merely giving him a pointed look. Locke, sensing the tension, made a gesture to seal his lips, inwardly rolling his eyes. While Catherine Murphy was indeed attractive, she paled in comparison to the striking allure of someone like Jennifer Grey. Before long, the balding programmer was taken away by the ambulance, and the wrecked Tesla was towed off, while the damaged utility pole was cordoned off for repairs. Locke returned to the patrol car, activated the vehicle, and reported the incident, noting that they would need to take a formal statement from the driver at the hospital after he received medical attention. He had already left his phone number on the ambulance intake form. David sipped his iced coffee and let out a contented sigh, turning to Locke. "So, just how beautiful was the woman you encountered at the nightclub last night?" Locke was momentarily taken aback by David's abrupt shift in conversation and replied earnestly, "David, I suggest you refrain from asking." The more Locke insisted, the more David's curiosity piqued. "Come on, boy, what kind of woman haven't I seen?" Seeing David's persistence, Locke pondered for a moment and said, "Well, she bore a resemblance to Nicole Kidman, her skin as fair as snow, and as smooth as cheese." He had resolved to temper his previous cavalier attitude, recognizing that David's taste was rather pedestrian. After all, Emma and Emily from the Parker Center were both statuesque beauties. To his surprise, encountering a partner of Jennifer Grey's caliber so soon was precisely what he desired. And when Jennifer proposed the idea of a long-term relationship that morning, he had readily agreed. David, however, wore a look of disbelief. "Damn. I don't believe a word of your story." Locke rolled his eyes, suggesting that David could inquire with Nathan, whose words would certainly carry weight. Being a surgeon at the Cedars-Sinai Medical Center and a graduate of Harvard Medical School. Instantly, David's interest in gossip dissipated. His once admired Catherine Murphy was reduced to mere triviality. In the ensuing conversation, Locke refrained from mentioning Jennifer Grey, instead purposefully probing into the gangs of Los Angeles. David was quite pleased with Locke's thirst for knowledge, finding their exchanges immensely beneficial. Code 355, Wilshire Boulevard, Palma Building, Jeff Mackey Law Firm reporting an armed assault. 7 Adam 15, copy. Upon hearing the radio dispatch, both Locke and David's expressions turned serious. Wilshire Boulevard, adjacent to Hollywood, ranks as one of the most bustling streets within their jurisdiction, adorned with renowned shopping landmarks such as Macy's, Beverly Center, The Grove, and the Los Angeles Museum. The reporting entity, Jeff Mackey Law Firm, stands among the top 5 big law firms in Los Angeles, with a principal who has direct communication with the mayor of Los Angeles. The American police system operates commercially, relying heavily on funding and donations from the Los Angeles government, with a significant portion of tax revenues sourced from large corporations and affluent individuals. Consequently, the allocation of police resources by the LAPD tends to favor areas that are pivotal to the prosperity of Los Angeles's economy. Locke immediately activated the siren, accelerating toward Wilshire Boulevard, while David took over the microphone, monitoring the public channel for updates. Their cautious demeanor stemmed from the financial allocations of the LAPD, where large corporations and the wealthy wield considerable influence. Thus, any incidents involving these affluent entities, if mishandled, could tarnish the LAPD's reputation and affect its funding. The internal unwritten rule of the LAPD prioritizes the wealthy, revealing a stark reality of America. For instance, law enforcement presence in upscale neighborhoods consistently surpasses that in lower-income areas, where certain communities experience minimal to no patrols, deemed as relying on social welfare, contributing nothing in taxes, and consequently, the LAPD neglects to serve them. Upon arriving at 55 Wilshire Boulevard, they found 2 patrol cars already stationed outside. 7 Adam 15, on scene. The duo swiftly exited their vehicle and took the elevator to the floor housing Jeff Mackey Law Firm. Upon entering, they were greeted by an unexpectedly quiet atmosphere, suggesting that the situation was not as dire as initially feared, providing them a sense of relief. The intern at the front desk promptly guided them to the scene of the incident, a more secluded office where Captain Mona and Nathan were present, alongside 2 other patrol officers. A middle-aged Caucasian man, wearing glasses and handcuffed, sat in a corner, appearing utterly disheveled, his face flushed, and his demeanor somewhat frantic as he muttered to himself. Inspector Mona was communicating via her walkie-talkie to report the situation, holding an evidence bag containing a dining knife. Code 4 indicated that the suspect had been subdued, with no casualties reported. David inquired, "What happened?" Nathan cast a sympathetic glance at the detained man and softly explained, "A divorce case. The man lost custody and must pay hefty child support. Struggling emotionally, he sought out his lawyer." Inspector Mona concluded her call and, with an unusual expression, addressed David. By the time we arrived, the suspect had already been subdued by the involved party. She turned to Locke, instructing, Locke. Please take a statement from Miss Daisy Greenberg. Okay. Locke readily agreed, though he felt a twinge of curiosity as to why Inspector Mona did not assign Nathan to take the statement. Unbeknownst to him, the seasoned veteran beside him regarded him with an expression of sympathy. Following Inspector Mona's guidance, he entered the adjacent office with a notebook in hand. Inside, a young woman in a black suit was tidying her desk, her tall, slender figure accentuated by graceful curves and her shoulder length. Softly curled black hair emanated an air of aloofness. Locke immediately understood why Inspector Mona had not permitted Nathan to enter. This woman was likely difficult to engage with. He surveyed the spacious office, replete with luxury and elegance, furnished entirely with high-end brands, suggesting that Daisy Greenberg held a significant position at the Jeff Markey law firm. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he spotted something remarkable on the teak bookshelf against the wall. Seizing the opportunity, Locke called out, "Miss Greenberg, may I have a moment to speak with you privately?" Daisy Greenberg's expression remained inscrutable, her demeanor icy as she regarded Locke, accustomed to his momentary distraction. In a detached and cold tone, she replied, "I'm currently unavailable. Please schedule an appointment with my assistant for the statement." Locke faltered for a moment, realizing he had been toyed with by Inspector Mona. Exhaling deeply, he felt a surge of impatience and reiterated, "Miss Greenberg, may I have a moment to speak with you privately?" Chapter 11. The Detective Bureau intervenes. Having finished speaking, Locke paid no further attention to Daisy Greenberg and strode toward the door. Though the woman possessed an ethereal beauty, he had no intention of indulging her whims. If she followed him out, he would share his discovery. If not, then it would remain unseen. The moment he stepped outside, he was met with the mocking gazes of Sergeant Mona, David, and Nathan, clearly anticipating his humiliation. Suppressing the urge to flip them off, he merely cast them a cool, sidelong glance, his lips curling into a roguish smirk as he turned down the corridor, his ears catching the sound of footsteps behind him. 10 meters past David and the others, Locke halted and turned to face Daisy Greenberg as she approached. Her expression was icy, her entire aura radiating displeasure. She stopped 3 paces away, fixing him with a frigid glare, inwardly furious at her own capitulation to this lowly patrol officer. "You better not be playing games with me," she hissed, "or I'll have your superior on the phone before you can blink." Locke cut her off. "That camera inside the Russian nesting doll on your bookshelf, you didn't install it yourself, did you?" Daisy's haughty demeanor faltered, a flicker of bewilderment crossing her features. "What did you say?" Locke spared a glance at David and the others, who were watching them with tense curiosity, before replying flatly, "Top shelf. Between the galaxy and pyramid figurines. The eyes of that nesting doll contain a camera. The angle of the lens perfectly captured Daisy's workspace. He was certain it had been planted by someone else." Her face darkened instantly. Drawing a sharp breath, she spun on her heel and marched back toward her office. "I wouldn't touch anything on that shelf if I were you," Locke called after her. He knew she was going to verify his claim, but as a seasoned cleaner, he was never wrong about such things. In his line of work, being caught on camera meant only one outcome: death. It was a habit ingrained in his very blood, an instinct to scan every room for surveillance the moment he entered. And he had another gift, an uncanny sensitivity to hidden cameras, an ability to detect them where others would never think to look. David and Sergeant Mona, sensing something amiss, hurried over as soon as Daisy departed. "Locke, what is going on?" Mona demanded. Before he could answer, Daisy reemerged from her office, her expression stormy. "Officer," she said coldly, "until I decide whether to report this, I expect discretion. This concerns the reputation of Jeff Markey law firm. If necessary, I will personally speak with Chief Miller." A power play. Garrett Miller, head of the LAPD's West Bureau, was 3 levels above Locke in the chain of command, the direct superior of his superiors. Yet Locke remained unfazed. "Of course," he replied smoothly. "That's your prerogative. May I inquire when you would be available to record the statement?" Daisy Greenberg cast a penetrating glance at Locke, instantly comprehending that the officer's mention of the camera was merely a pretext to prompt her to provide a statement. She felt a wave of absurdity wash over her, paused briefly, and replied, "I will personally visit the Wilshire Police Department tomorrow." Locke nodded in satisfaction, expressing, "Thank you for your cooperation." With that, he exchanged a glance with David and Captain Mona, signaling that they could take their leave. Shortly thereafter, 6 officers escorted the unfortunate divorcee to the elevator. The outcome for the pitiful man all too evident, and a solemn silence enveloped the group. Neither Captain Mona nor David inquired further about the matter between Locke and Daisy Greenberg. Her earlier remark had served as a clear warning, leading them to refrain from prying. Ding! Just as Locke was about to step into the elevator, Captain Mona's walkie-talkie crackled to life. Captain, received. Okay. Locke, David, wait a moment. Locke and Nathan stood guard at the entrance to Daisy Greenberg's office, which had been cordoned off. Captain Mona had just received instructions from Supervisor Anna Davis to secure Daisy Greenberg's office immediately, as detectives were en route. It appeared that Daisy had ultimately decided to involve the police, thereby indicating her significant status. At that moment, Mona and David approached, each holding 2 cups of coffee, which they handed to Locke and Nathan. Try the premium coffee from the law firm, Mona suggested. Thank you, Locke replied. Mona casually inquired, Locke, how did you discover that camera? Since Daisy had already contacted the police, Locke felt no need to conceal the discovery any longer. Taking a sip of coffee, he nonchalantly remarked, I am a quarterback. My powers of observation have always been commendable. Mona gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, well done. Locke, curious, asked, what is Miss Greenberg's background? Mona shrugged, how would I know? In any case, she must be someone of importance. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dispatched detectives for such a case. Locke noticed David staring at him with a peculiar expression, and after a moment's pause, he realized that Marion, as a partner at Ham Law Firm, might possess insights into Daisy Greenberg's background. However, Locke had no intention of contacting Marion for such information. After all, it was of no concern to him. And he saw no reason to complicate matters. His primary aim in revealing the existence of the camera was simply to ensure Daisy Greenberg's cooperation in providing her statement. With that thought, he couldn't help but smirk, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Before long, the detectives arrived, led by a middle-aged man with black hair, a serious demeanor, penetrating eyes, a prominent nose, and a mole on his right cheek. There was a young Caucasian woman, sturdy in build, with golden hair tied back in a ponytail, exuding an air of competence. Behind her trailed personnel from the forensic department, carrying boxes of various sizes. Captain Tom, Inspector Sophia. Upon encountering Captain Tom Williams of the Homicide Division, Detective Mona felt a rush of tension and instinctively greeted them. Captain Tom responded with a measured tone, yet his piercing gaze swept over Locke and Nathan, inquiring if they were the new recruits from their precinct. Yes. I am Locke Lee, and this is Nathan Fillion. It was Locke who discovered the camera. Mona introduced the 2 newcomers while guiding the detectives into her office. Captain Tom raised a hand, signaling Mona to pause. He surveyed the office, then stood by the desk for a moment, finally allowing his gaze to rest on the bookshelf opposite him. Noticing that Mona's attention was fixed on a Russian nesting doll, he inquired, so, the camera is hidden within that Russian doll? The case briefing he received merely indicated that a camera had been found in a prominent individual's office, without specifying its exact location. Mona nodded, her eyes scrutinizing the nesting doll until she discerned the camera nestled within the right eye. Well concealed indeed, Captain Tom remarked, his hawk-like eyes shifting towards Locke, who remained diligently at the door, and with a hint of challenge in his tone, he asked, so, rookie, how did you uncover this camera? Chapter 12. A feast for the eyes. Locke turned calmly and replied, Captain, I have concluded my probation early. Captain Tom immediately glanced at Mona, who nodded in affirmation. He pursed his lips and said, all right, officer, how did you discover this camera? Locke responded, it was quite simple. I played quarterback on the football team, so my powers of observation have always been quite sharp. Stop. Captain Tom gestured for Locke to enter, asking, where were you standing when you noticed the camera? Upon discovering it, why did you feel compelled to mention it? Captain. Mona glared disapprovingly at Captain Tom, clearly irritated by the series of questions that painted Locke as a suspect. Captain Tom maintained an unruffled demeanor, his gaze fixed intently on Locke as he stepped into the office. Mona, don't you find this highly suspicious? This camera might have been installed by the very individual involved. Locke remained unfazed by Captain Tom's theatrics, internally rolling his eyes. Positioning himself where he had discovered the camera, he replied nonchalantly, I was standing right here. Officer Mona requested me to come in and take a statement from Miss Daisy Greenberg. Upon entering, I noticed that Miss Greenberg seemed reluctant to cooperate. While we were at an impasse, I casually surveyed the office and then spotted the camera. It was directly facing the desk, making it highly unlikely that Miss Greenberg installed it. If she had, it would have been positioned differently. He gestured towards the rear of the desk, indicating that a camera placed there would have a view of the entire office. He continued, the reason I informed Miss Greenberg about the camera was to encourage her cooperation in providing her statement. She has already promised to come to the Wilshire police station tomorrow to record her account. Captain Tom looked at Mona, who nodded in agreement, and he acknowledged, a keen eye indeed. It's a shame we won't see you on the football field anymore. Officer, Congratulations on completing your task. You may leave now. Locke turned and exited, immediately spotting Daisy Greenberg and a dignified silver-haired gentleman waiting outside, seemingly eavesdropping for an unknown duration. David quietly gave him a thumbs up from the side. Locke pretended not to notice and resumed his position at the door, continuing to fulfill his duty alongside Nathan. The silver-haired gentleman, impeccably dressed, cast a curious glance at Locke before inquiring of Daisy Greenberg. Daisy, is this the officer who discovered the camera? Yes. Daisy Greenberg replied with a nod. Though her gaze towards Locke was anything but friendly, his earlier comments had offended her. Had it not been for the need for her cooperation, she doubted this officer would have disclosed the camera's existence. The silver-haired gentleman extended his hand towards Locke, stating, "Thank you, officer." Locke met his gesture with composure, replying, "It is my duty, sir." He had recognized the elderly gentleman as Lev Hogwarts, one of the founders of the Jeff Markey law firm, whom Marion had introduced him to on several occasions during social gatherings. Daisy Greenberg wore a cold, expressionless demeanor, showing no particular regard for Locke's discovery of the hidden camera. Lev Hogwarts withdrew his hand and scrutinized Locke closely for a moment, inquiring, "Why do I feel as though I have encountered you before, officer?" Locke, somewhat exasperated, replied, "Perhaps at one of the soirees, Mr. Hogwarts." Lev Hogwarts smiled with confidence and extended his hand once more, expressing delight at their reunion. "I am Lev Hogwarts. I apologize for Daisy's earlier impertinence." Locke reciprocated the gesture, introducing himself, "Locke Lee, at your service. Marion Locke is my mother." Lev Hogwarts gazed at Locke in astonishment, his smile growing warmer. "Ah, so you are Marion's son. I remember you, the quarterback from UCLA." He exhibited no trace of bewilderment at the transformation from UCLA quarterback to police officer, maintaining a composed demeanor. At that moment, Captain Tom approached, no longer exhibiting his previous nervousness, and greeted Mr. Hogwarts. Lev Hogwarts responded, "Captain Tom, I have long been aware of your esteemed reputation as a detective. It is a pleasure to meet you in person." He patted Locke on the shoulder, adding, "Locke, please convey my regards to Marion. And thank you once again for your astute observation." With that, he followed Captain Tom into the office. As Daisy Greenberg passed by Locke, she cast a frosty glance in his direction, evidently recognizing his mother. Locke averted his gaze, pretending not to notice. Soon, the office began deliberating over the case, and Locke was pleased to observe the esteemed Miss Daisy Greenberg maintain her aloof and haughty demeanor in response to the police department's inquiries. To his astonishment, he learned that the Russian nesting doll had, in fact, been a gift from Lev Hogwarts to Daisy Greenberg. However, upon further examination, it became apparent that this particular Russian doll was not the original set given by Lev Hogwarts. It had been replaced with a custom-made version, crafted with exceptional precision, containing a CIA-grade camera, thus evading easy detection. Lev Hogwarts and Daisy Greenberg did not linger for long. They departed swiftly. As they left, Lev Hogwarts made a point to greet Locke once more, while Daisy Greenberg did not spare him a glance. This prompted Captain Tom, who escorted them out, to regard Locke with a suspicious gaze. Locke inwardly cursed. What a lunatic. An hour later, the Detective Bureau completed all investigations, taking the Russian nesting doll back for more thorough analysis and examination of the video footage contained within, as well as acquiring the surveillance records from the law firm. The subsequent proceedings would be the Detective Bureau's responsibility, leaving Locke and his colleagues no further role in the case. This case is not particularly challenging. Few have access to Daisy Greenberg's office. By examining the fingerprints on the Russian nesting doll, the internal surveillance devices, and the stored video footage, alongside the monitoring videos from the law firm, one can easily ascertain who placed the camera. Of course, if Daisy Greenberg were willing to speak, there exists an even simpler method to resolve this matter, for her office is equipped with another camera that she presumably installed, albeit in a more discreet location. He had already pointed this out, yet regrettably, the forensic personnel from the Detective Bureau failed to discover this camera. After concluding their security duties at Jeff Markey's law firm, Locke and his colleagues resumed their patrol. Following their farewells to Captain Mona and Nathan, Locke and David entered their vehicle. 7 Adam 15, resuming patrol. After registering with the dispatch center, Locke started the car and navigated along their designated route, turning to David with a grin. "Do you regret it? Mona is so young. Yet she is already a captain, while you're still standing guard with me outside." David nonchalantly replied, "Kid, I should have regretted that 10 years ago. However, don't squander your keen observational skills. Perhaps you could join the Detective Bureau." He donned his sunglasses and sighed. "To be honest, Your entry into the LAPD seems somewhat wasted. Locke's expression faltered. David, I'm not as remarkable as you think. David shot him a middle finger, retorting, I meant your background. Knowing so many prominent figures makes being in the LAPD a waste. Locke scoffed in reply. How do you know I want to become the chief of police one day? David stared at Locke, seemingly contemplating this possibility, while he had intended to mock him. He soon realized it was not entirely implausible. He shrugged. All right then, future chief of police, what shall we have for lunch? Any suggestions? Locke responded, how about Chinese cuisine? David's eyes lit up. Are you treating? Locke shot him a glance, feeling it was somewhat unreasonable. American Chinese food is rather pricey. Perhaps you could invite Catherine. It's a pity there are no fatalities today. Otherwise, we could have seen Catherine. Had there been a death, Catherine Murphy, the forensic expert from the Detective Bureau, would likely have been present at the scene. Fuck, you really are plotting something with Catherine. No. There's a Chinese saying that beauty enhances the dining experience, meaning it's best to enjoy Chinese food in the company of a beautiful woman. Beauty and cuisine complement each other, a traditional notion in China. David had initially wanted to dismiss this as nonsense, but seeing Locke's earnest demeanor, he was momentarily swayed. After a brief hesitation, he coldly remarked, I still prefer Mexican wraps. My desire to protect my daughter outweighs any temptation for Chinese food. Chapter 13. That patch of grass seemed even more lush. Ultimately, Locke and David joined Nathan at the Mexican fast food restaurant, where they indulged in burritos and grilled meats. In his efforts to protect Catherine, David was indeed quite wary of Locke, treating him as if he were a thief. Little did he know that the more cautious he became, the more Locke relished teasing him with Catherine. In truth, Locke held little genuine interest in Catherine, as few men are inclined to pursue a date with a forensic pathologist. Conversely, he harbored no such reservations, given their somewhat overlapping professions. During the meal, an unspoken agreement prevailed among them to avoid discussing the morning's case, instead diverting the conversation to vacation plans. Los Angeles patrol officers typically work 3 12-hour shifts or 4 10-hour shifts each week, granting them ample leisure time. However, most opted for the latter unless a long holiday beckoned, in which case they would choose the extended hours. Nathan mentioned he needed to tackle some weeding and plumbing repairs. Before joining the LAPD, he had been a contractor, belonging to the affluent class with a large house, which naturally entailed significant upkeep costs. Thus, to save money, he tended to handle what he could himself. Captain Mona expressed her intention to rest well, practice yoga, hone her shooting skills, and engage in learning. David, on the other hand, revealed he had already made plans with friends for a deep-sea fishing trip. Cool, Nathan remarked, feeling a twinge of envy, then turned to Locke and inquired, Locke, what are your plans? Why not come over to help me? I can teach you how to maintain a house. You'll need it in the future. No. Locke firmly rejected the idea, perceiving Nathan's proposal as an attempt to recruit free labor. You don't even have a beautiful daughter. Being young, Locke's appetite was nearly double that of David and the others. While they had finished their meals, he was still eating. He stuffed the last piece of beef burrito into his mouth and mumbled, I'm quite busy too. I need to fix my car, go on a date, and buy some gear. His father had transferred 20,000 to him the previous day for weapons and body armor, imbuing him with a profound sense of paternal love. Nathan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. A date? Who? That lady from last night. Yes. Locke nodded, taking a sip of orange juice, feeling considerably more at ease. Jennifer Gray had arranged to carve out time for a date over the weekend, aiming for a deeper understanding of one another, though the exact timing remained undecided. David then asked, when will you go buy your gear? Can you schedule it for Sunday? I should be back on shore by then. I can accompany you. Of course. Locke responded gratefully, knowing that having David, an experienced partner, by his side would undoubtedly help him navigate the purchasing process more efficiently. Aside from genuinely wanting to assist Locke, David's involvement stemmed from the fact that their weapons should ideally complement each other. Nathan felt a pang of envy, having just admired Locke's opportunity to date a beautiful woman. He now envied Locke's chance to select his own gear. Only the officially recognized LAPD officers are authorized to carry their own weapons. As a novice still in his internship, Nathan can only rely on the standard issue Glock 17 provided by the department. Noticing Nathan's eager gaze upon her, Captain Mona gravely remarked, if you can emulate Locke by taking out 2 drug dealers during your internship, I might consider allowing you to conclude your training prematurely. However, there remains much for you to learn. She lowered her voice, continuing as they entered Miss Greenberg's office. How is it that Locke was able to detect the hidden cameras, yet you remain oblivious? Locke observed the bitter expression on Nathan's aging face and felt a wave of sympathy. It was a rather pitiful sight for a man in his 40s to be chastised by a woman barely in her 30s. At Starbucks, Locke emerged carrying 2 iced Americanos. David quickly lowered his window to receive one, saying, "Next time, it's on me." Once inside the car, Locke inhaled deeply the aroma of his coffee, placing it in the cup holder before starting the engine. He quipped, "I can hardly fathom that you have endured this job for 20 years. David, savoring the rich and refreshing taste of his drink, chuckled at Locke's remark. "Kid, you haven't even lasted a year and you're already feeling overwhelmed. Focus on your work, and perhaps you'll have the chance to apply for the detective bureau. Do not let Tom Williams' apparent difficulties today deter you. He is merely testing you." Locke's mind immediately conjured an image of a pair of penetrating eyes as he inquired, "Is Captain Tom well known?" David nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. Tom Williams is an idol to many within the LAPD, a renowned detective in Los Angeles, and a consultant for the FBI. Mona's aspiration is to join the detective bureau." He encouraged, "If you can earn Tom Williams' favor, gaining entry into the detective bureau will be significantly easier." Locke remained noncommittal. His potential move to the detective bureau would depend on the system, which he had yet to fully understand regarding its reward mechanisms. He feigned a smile. "If I joined the detective bureau, it would increase my chances of meeting Catherine." David's expression abruptly froze, and just as Locke anticipated a string of expletives. He was surprised to hear David respond, "If you manage to get into the detective bureau, I will not oppose you dating Catherine." Locke stared at David in disbelief, responding with an obscene gesture, speechless at the audacity of this rascal to belittle his profession. Code 234, Parker Street. A caller reported her cat is missing. 7 Adam 15, copy. After accepting the assignment, Locke drove towards Parker Street, realizing his growing fatigue as a patrol officer stemmed from dealing with such trivial matters. Soon, Locke and David arrived at the doorstep of 34 Parker Street, a charming 2-story villa that appeared somewhat antiquated yet well-kept. David, intending to give Locke some experience, instructed him to handle the situation. As Locke walked ahead and knocked on the door, it was answered by an elderly lady with a face reminiscent of orange peel. Despite her advanced age, she exuded an air of grace and sophistication, dressed impeccably, akin to the Queen of England. LAPD. He stepped forward and inquired, "Madam, are you the one who reported your cat missing?" The elderly lady, entranced by Locke's striking appearance, questioned, "Are you truly from the LAPD and not a Hollywood star?" As she spoke, she glanced around, seemingly expecting to spot cameras, her gaze eventually landing on the rotund David, who she regarded with a disheartened shake of her head. "What a pity. You ought to be in films." Being admired by an elderly lady made Locke somewhat uncomfortable. Yet he maintained his professionalism and proceeded to take a statement from the woman named Nancy, primarily inquiring about the cat's characteristics and the time it went missing. It was evident that the Los Angeles Police Department would not expend resources searching for a lost cat. The likelihood of locating Nancy's feline companion depended on whether anyone reported finding it. Just as Locke completed the statement and prepared to depart, a sudden meow caught his attention. He looked up to see a white cat with amber eyes perched on the eaves of the rooftop, observing them. Although Nancy was advanced in age, her hearing remained sharp, and she quickly emerged to call the cat's name. However, the cat remained aloof, sitting proudly and unperturbed. Locke found himself in a quandary. Had they not spotted the cat, they could have left, but now that it was found, did he have to climb onto the roof to retrieve it? At that moment, David interjected, "Call for a ladder fire truck." After a brief wait, a ladder fire truck arrived, accompanied by 2 firefighters, 1 male and 1 female. Before long, Locke found himself atop the roof, where the firefighters requested that one person assist in cornering the cat. It was unlikely they would ask the elderly David to climb up. And fortunately, he did not suffer from acrophobia. Nancy's white cat was now viciously tearing into a mouse, lacking any semblance of elegance, appearing rather fierce. Once it finished its meal, it would likely descend on its own accord. As Locke observed the 2 firefighters, their expressions tense as they approached with a capture net. He felt somewhat exasperated, finding the situation rather absurd, and his gaze wandered to other surroundings. The rooftop had not been maintained for some time, showing signs of aging and discoloration, with patches of moss growing and clogged drainage. It was no wonder the rodents thrived. However, the villa was situated in a prime location, adjacent to Beverly Gardens Park, boasting a spacious layout with front and back gardens. The lawn in the front garden appeared well kept, while the rear garden was evidently neglected. Why does that patch of grass grow so exuberantly? Chapter 14. Racial Discrimination? It was not merely the lushness of the grass that was striking, but its shape was unmistakably that of a grown adult lying down. With Locke's understanding of corpses, he instantly deduced that beneath the verdant turf lay a body. Yes, he had caught it. As Locke turned his head, he noticed a firefighter with a birthmark on his cheek had ensnared the white cat. Even trapped in the net, the cat clung fiercely to the mouse, emitting fierce cries of anger, clearly infuriated by the interruption of its meal. Thank you for your assistance. I am Maya Grant. Locke, momentarily bewildered by the warm smile of the African-American firefighter, thought to himself, what assistance did I provide? However, upon seeing the fervor in her eyes and her deliberate lowering of the zipper on her green uniform, revealing a black tank top and a profound cleavage, the realization struck him. Ugh, this damned allure. Locke took a step back, offering an apologetic smile to the female firefighter, extending his hand. Lockley, I appreciate your help. Maya Grant instantly understood, her expression shifting as she shrugged and turned towards the ladder platform, exhibiting no intention of engaging further with Locke, embodying a proud demeanor akin to a petulant child scorned. Fortunately, the male firefighter was courteous, stepping forward to shake Locke's hand. Oliver Stark, thank you for your assistance. Noticing Locke standing still, he inquired in surprise, Officer, aren't you coming down? Locke waved to David below. Oliver, could you kindly bring my colleague up? Thank you. Although Oliver Stark was puzzled by Locke's request, he instructed Maya Grant to descend and retrieve David. Maya Grant shot Locke an annoyed glance, muttering under her breath as she lowered the platform. Locke felt somewhat speechless. He harbored no prejudice against this race, having coexisted amicably with his African-American colleagues in Wilshire. Yet, he acknowledged that the average quality of this race was indeed below the norm. Oliver Stark awkwardly remarked, actually, Maya's people are quite decent, just overly enthusiastic. Locke shrugged, at a loss for words. Before long, David was brought up, and Oliver Stark hurried to the edge of the roof to guide him while handing over the captured net and cat. Cautiously navigating the rooftop, David grumbled, damn. Wasn't he the cat already caught? Why do I have to come up? As he approached Locke, he glanced back to see Maya Grant operating the ladder platform to lower the cat, then quietly questioned, why did that African firefighter accuse you of racial discrimination? Locke was about to explain the situation with the grass in the backyard, but found himself momentarily stunned, thinking it utterly absurd. What kind of reasoning is this? If it's not about you, then it's discrimination? He let out a silent sigh, deciding to postpone the matter for the time being. David interrupted him. Kid, this is a serious accusation. You'd best go back and file a report with Captain Jones. All right, I know what to do. Locke replied, his expression one of exasperation. Feeling that this was an undeserved calamity, he turned to Oliver Stark, who was standing beside David, and said, Oliver, if necessary, please assist me as a witness. Oliver Stark felt an impulse to leap from the rooftop. It was just too embarrassing. He quickly replied, okay, no problem, I will speak the truth. Locke wished to disengage from the topic, and before David could utter another word, he pointed towards the patch of grass in the backyard. David, take a look over there. Though the backyard was overrun with weeds, the long strip of grass was evidently well fertilized, the weeds growing unusually lush and high. David swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue, following Locke's gesture with his gaze, his expression shifting instantaneously. After a few moments of silence, he inquired, what do you think it could be? Locke responded, I'm not certain, which is why I asked you to come and take a look. Oliver Stark stared blankly at the patch of grass, exclaiming, could there be a body buried beneath it? David immediately activated his radio, 7 Adam 15, Parker Street 34, we require backup. Half an hour later, Locke and Nathan were digging in the backyard with shovels. Since it was still just a suspicion, David had only requested a single patrol car for backup. Nathan, who had previously owned a construction company, was quite adept with the shovel. But being no longer a young man, he soon found himself breathless. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he asked, surely there isn't a corpse buried here? Locke, too, was skilled with the shovel. As a cleaner, his work encompassed a variety of tasks, and while the more complex jobs involved staging and concealing crime scenes, the basic skill of digging was part of the job. However, he feigned ignorance, responding, we'll find out soon enough. In truth, from the soil they had already unearthed, he was fairly certain that a body lay beneath. The earth, soaked with decomposition fluids, bore a distinct difference. Akin to the logic employed by tomb raiders in China when probing graves, the body was not buried deeply after clearing the grass. They soon uncovered clothing and a segment of bone. Nathan gasped in shock, exclaiming, there really is a corpse. Upon sighting the remains, Locke promptly discarded his shovel. as the subsequent tasks belonged to the forensic team. Nathan stared in horror at the skeletal remains, asking, "What do we do now?" Locke found amusement in his reaction, replying, "Of course, we notify Captain Mona to mobilize the team." Soon, the detective unit from the Wilshire Police Department took over the case, with forensic specialists and medical examiners arriving in droves, relegating Locke and his fellow patrol officers to mere peripheral roles. Meanwhile, Grandma Nancy was treated as the prime suspect and taken into custody. After 2 hours of overtime, Locke and David finally prepared to return to the precinct. After securing their firearms and changing their attire, they were ready to leave, postponing their report to Captain Jones regarding the racial discrimination complaint made by a female firefighter until the following day. However, just as they were about to exit the station, Locke received a call from Anna Davis. Minutes later, Locke ended the call and turned to David, saying, "Grandma Nancy insists that you and I take her statement." Ever since the discovery of the body in the backyard, Grandma Nancy had remained silent despite the detectives' persistent inquiries, until the medical examiners swiftly identified the corpse's owner. Nevertheless, she had stipulated that she would only speak to Locke and David. Anna Davis had called Locke to inquire about his interactions with Grandma Nancy. Outside the interrogation room, Detectives Edmund and Teresa observed David and Locke, both dressed in plain clothes, feeling somewhat awkward. "David, Locke, we appreciate your assistance," they said. Captain Jones, along with Director Anna Davis, was also present. Captain Jones smiled at the pair, exclaiming, "Well done, gentlemen." Anna Davis then addressed David, stating, "David, you will lead the upcoming questioning. Locke lacks experience." Through the observation window, Locke noticed Grandma Nancy cradling her white cat, a clear indication that this must have been one of her requests. She remained composed, elegantly stroking the feline, appearing entirely unperturbed, as though she were still seated on her own living room sofa. Locke suddenly found this scene oddly familiar, reminiscent of a moment from a film he had seen. Further perplexed by why she had requested David to accompany him for the interrogation. Chapter 15, The Legend of the Los Angeles Police Department. David gazed at Mrs. Nancy with a tinge of melancholy in his eyes. He had just learned of her connection to the skeletal remains before him. Who would have imagined that those bones belonged to the legendary detective Henry Morgan of the Los Angeles Police Department? And Mrs. Nancy was, in fact, Henry Morgan's wife, though now it would be more fitting to refer to her as his widow. Henry Morgan rose to prominence in the mid-1980s, a time when Los Angeles was rife with gang violence and rampant drug abuse. The streets were frequently ablaze with gang confrontations, transforming the nights into a veritable den of iniquity. The police department itself was mired in corruption and lax discipline, plunging the city into chaos and spiraling crime rates. Due to the outdated investigative techniques, many homicides became unsolved cases until the emergence of Henry Morgan, who consistently cracked murder cases and brought criminals to justice, momentarily restoring the reputation of the LAPD. Of course, in retrospect, Henry Morgan's case-solving rate pales in comparison to that of the current LAPD's illustrious detective, Tom Williams. Yet, considering the backdrop of his era, one cannot help but feel a profound admiration for him. During those tumultuous times, Henry Morgan single-handedly upheld the integrity of the LAPD, earning him the title of Los Angeles City Hero. This was precisely why Detectives Edmund and Teresa found themselves at a loss when interrogating Mrs. Nancy. Henry Morgan was indeed a legend of the police force and a hero of the city, rendering many tactics unfeasible against his widow, despite her being the prime suspect. David felt immense pressure, for his decision to join the LAPD was largely inspired by the heroic deeds of Henry Morgan. After careful consideration, he sought a delicate approach and inquired, "Mrs. Morgan, could you share how Henry passed away? It has been quite some time since anyone has called me that." Mrs. Nancy Morgan's face lit up with a faint smile as she looked at Locke and remarked, "Henry was tall and handsome when he was young, brimming with sunshine and confidence. Seeing you reminds me of him." She then turned her gaze to David, adding, "But by the time he neared retirement, he resembled you in some ways. He had gained weight, his belly had grown, and he no longer possessed the charm of his youth. His hearing had begun to fade as well." Locke exchanged a glance with David, instantly understanding why Mrs. Nancy Morgan had specifically requested their presence for the statement. It appeared that she saw traces of Henry Morgan in them. Without further prompting from David and Locke, Mrs. Nancy Morgan continued speaking, with a serene expression. She gently stroked her cat, her eyes reflecting nostalgia as she calmly stated, "This was one of Henry's pranks. He wanted to know how long it would take for you to discover he was dead." Both Locke and David were taken aback, struggling to believe Mrs. Nancy Morgan's words. Just before entering, the detective team had acquired new information, Henry Morgan's pension had been consistently collected, leading everyone to suspect that Mrs. Nancy Morgan might be embezzling Henry's retirement funds. Outside, Anna Davis, Captain Jones, Edmund, and Teresa displayed expressions of hesitation. 3 years had passed, and at long last, they had discovered him. Nancy Morgan gazed at Locke, her eyes brimming with gratitude. "Boy, I heard it was you who found Henry. Thank you. Although he has been with me for 3 years, he should not be lying there." According to Nancy, in his later years, Henry Morgan had suffered a stroke, rendering him reliant on a wheelchair and cane. 3 years prior, he had accidentally fallen down the stairs, striking his head. At that time, Nancy had immediately wanted to rush Henry to the hospital, but he seemed to sense something and stopped her. He expressed his desire to avoid a memorial service where the younger officers of the LAPD would pay their respects, requesting instead to be buried directly in the backyard. Nancy slightly lifted her gaze towards the mirror behind Locke and the others. In the initial years of his retirement, Henry had often been invited by the LAPD, but as time wore on, the department gradually ceased to include him in their events. Perhaps it was due to his mobility issues, or perhaps because of his hearing loss. The LAPD began to forget him, and he slowly transformed into an ordinary old man. Thus, Henry remarked that it was a jest he played on the LAPD, to see how long it would take for them to realize he had passed away. At this point, her expression changed, her voice thick with emotion. "He died in my arms. I don't know if it was I who killed him. If I had taken him to the hospital, perhaps he would still be alive. I wanted him to be discovered sooner, which is why I did not dig too deep. He was buried shallowly. It is strange." For at that time, he had begun to stutter, yet during that last moment, his speech flowed unusually smoothly, as if he had regained his former vigor. So confident and composed. Now, he can finally go to where he truly belongs. Upon hearing Nancy Morgan's account, David's demeanor grew somber. He had begun to believe her, for this was indeed something Henry Morgan would do. From David's understanding of the legendary LAPD detective, Henry was a proud and arrogant man, using his own death to satirize the LAPD's neglect of him. However, the fact that Henry Morgan's pension had been embezzled was indisputable. According to Nancy, Henry had been dead for 3 years, which meant his pension had been misappropriated for just as long, a serious allegation in California. Just as David was preparing to inquire about this matter, a knock echoed at the door of the interrogation room. Knock, knock. Anna Davis entered, followed by a middle-aged white police officer adorned with 3 stars on his collar, the deputy chief of the LAPD. David immediately rose to his feet, saluting. "Good morning, Chief." Locke, a beat behind, also saluted. From David's address, he had discerned the identity of the individual accompanying Anna, having heard the name earlier that morning. Garrett Miller, the chief of the West Division of the Los Angeles Police Department, also oversees the entire Wilshire precinct. He addressed officers Locke and David, saying, "Your duties have concluded. You may leave for the day. I appreciate your hard work." Locke and David did not leave immediately. Instead, they turned to Anna Davis, who nodded in affirmation before they vacated their seats. They then acknowledged Nancy Morgan with a nod before exiting. Just as they reached the threshold, they heard Garrett Miller warmly greeting Nancy Morgan. At the entrance, Captain Jones greeted the two as they emerged, exchanging high fives. "Well done, team." Detectives Edmund and Teresa also approached to express their gratitude. On their way to the parking lot, Locke and David shared a moment of silence, reflecting on the inevitable passage of time and the fading memories of once heroic figures, themselves included. Locke leaned against the door of the F-150, glancing at David, who had already settled into his vehicle. When David pressed the window button, Locke inquired, "Will Nancy Morgan face prosecution?" David shrugged, shaking his head. "How would I know? However, given that Chief Miller came personally, there might be a turning point. After all, this is a scandal for the Los Angeles Police Department." He started the car and continued. "Such matters should concern the higher-ups. Remember to check in with Captain Jones tomorrow." "Understood. One more thing, do not discuss Henry Morgan's case indiscriminately." "Oh, got it." Locke watched as David drove away before entering his own vehicle. Just as he was about to start the engine and depart, the dashboard suddenly flickered to life. Chapter 16. Luck is also a part of strength. Upon returning to the Grant apartment, Locke refreshed himself, retrieved a Bud Light beer from the refrigerator, and turned on the television, setting it to mute. He settled comfortably onto the sofa, his excitement peaked as he gazed at the screen before him. The unexpected reward left him bewildered. Justice Light, Bravado Police System 2. 0, Level, 1 Host, Lockley Rockley Strength, 9, Peak Human 20, Speed, 10, Peak Human 20, Endurance, 9, Peak Human 20, Mentality, 11, Peak Human 20, Skills Acquired, Pistol, L2 proficient. Rifle, L1 competent. Mixed martial arts, L2 proficient. Automotive driving, L3 master. Mandarin, L3 master. Rugby, L2 proficient. Mating, L2 proficient. Swimming, L3 master. Household management, L3 master. Trace evidence, L3 master. Makeup, L3 master. Forensics, L3 master. Microexpression analysis, L2 proficient. Chemistry, L2 proficient. Biology, L2 proficient. Toxicology, L2 proficient. Sketching, L2 proficient. French, L2 proficient. Japanese, L2 proficient. Art appreciation, L2 proficient. Computing, L2 proficient. Culinary arts, L2 proficient. Lockpicking, L2 proficient. Spanish, L1 competent. Justice value, 550. Attribute points, none card holder. Experience cards. Pistol, 5 years experience. Rifle, 5 years experience. Mixed martial arts, 5 years experience. Automotive driving, 5 years experience. Sketching, 5 years experience. Mating, 5 years experience. Function cards. Bullet dodge card. Detection card learning cards. Lip reading, 5 years experience. Psychological profiling, 5 years experience. After meticulously comparing the changes on the panel, Locke gained a deeper understanding of this bravado police system, a sense of relief washing over him. It appeared that the system did not require him to directly eliminate criminals. His previous speculation was confirmed. The system's rewards depended on his level of involvement. It also seemed to correlate with the difficulty of the cases. The experience cards were likely related to the deceased. The previous reward stemmed from the specialties of the 2 Mexican drug traffickers, while this reward was attributed to Henry Morgan. He had uncovered Henry Morgan's remains, thus illuminating the truth behind his death, and he had been involved throughout the entire process. However, the increase in justice value was merely 50, indicating that the case bore minimal moral weight. This indirectly validated that Henry Morgan's demise had no connection to the elderly Nancy. Yet, he remained puzzled about the purpose of this justice value. Observing this latest reward, Locke felt exhilarated. It was akin to a fortuitous windfall from the heavens. Despite having done little, even slacking off during the excavation, he had unexpectedly amassed such a wealth of experience. It is undeniable that Henry Morgan has rightfully earned his status as a legend within the Los Angeles Police Department and has become a heroic figure in the city. Not merely by chance, but rather as a quintessential warrior. The rewards bestowed upon him seemed tailored to address his shortcomings as an officer. One can discern that Henry Morgan must have once been a rogue. Otherwise, he would not have received a mating experience card as a reward. After all, a man of his striking handsomeness and legendary detective status would naturally attract admirers, and such an experience as a reward undoubtedly reflects a gifted skill. Explaining Nancy's unwavering affection for him, one cannot help but admire Nancy's keen perception as she astutely recognizes the resemblance between him and Henry Morgan. The purpose of the detection card remains unclear. It is not as easily comprehensible as the previous evasion card. What does it detect? Further inquiry is warranted. Regrettably, there are no attribute rewards this time. Locke speculates that attribute rewards may correlate with the complexity of the case. With regard to the 2 learning cards, drawing from his previous experience of studying Spanish, he resolves to purchase 2 relevant books the following day to utilize those cards. For it is true that knowledge is never burdensome. As Locke continues to delve deeper into the system, he finishes his beer, and a sudden thought crosses his mind. The experience cards automatically stack and upgrade, instantly transforming his panel. His proficiency in handgun, L2, ascends to mastery, L3, indicating that transitioning from L2 to L3 merely requires an additional 5 years of experience. His rifle proficiency elevates from skilled, L1, to proficient, L2. Mixed martial arts advances from proficient, L2, to mastery, L3. Surprisingly, his driving skill remains at mastery, L3, without any upgrade. Locke is taken aback. Considering his accumulated 10 years of experience, and the L3 mastery requires 15, it seems insufficient for an upgrade. Might it necessitate 30 years? After a moment of contemplation, he affirms his suspicion. The initial 3 tiers require 5 years for each level, while the mastery level doubles the difficulty. As many spend their entire lives achieving only that rank, he cannot help but yearn for the realms that lie beyond mastery. The panel now reflects his upgraded skills. Sketching, L2, advances to sketching, L3 mastery, and mating, L2, progresses to mating, L3 mastery. Observing the enhanced panel, Locke's confidence swells, fortifying his resolve to address the menace posed by the Minaudi organization. A flurry of new experiences floods Locke's mind, vivid images intertwining with his memories, evoking no sense of unfamiliarity, as these experiences feel as if they have been lived firsthand. He gains profound insights into firearms, driving, combat, sketching, and mating, as if undergoing a transformation. This system is truly remarkable, igniting a fervor within Locke and providing him with a clearer vision for the path ahead. David was correct. The Detective Bureau represents an excellent opportunity for him. Once Locke regains his composure, he prepares to venture out, needing to acquire tools for disguise in anticipation of his forthcoming endeavors. He donned a hooded sweatshirt for disguise, preparing to step outside when his phone rang. Outside the Grand Apartments, a black Ford Explorer was parked by the roadside. Sophia Gaia, seated in the driver's seat, gazed silently at Tom Williams in the passenger seat, who was diligently researching Locke Lee's background on his tablet, scrutinizing everything from his childhood to his family and friends, leaving no stone unturned in his investigation. Sophia, perplexed, remarked, "Captain, shouldn't we be addressing the case of the hidden camera incident at Jeff Mackey's law firm?" Tom, without lifting his gaze, reassured her, "Rest assured. This case is so simple that even a fool could solve it. Dean and the others will wrap it up by tomorrow." Was he implying that Dean and the team were fools? Sophia exhaled, confusion etched on her face. "Captain, since you have your sights set on Locke Lee, why not approach him openly instead of lurking in the shadows?" Tom, engrossed in a psychological report from a previous drug dealer shooting, replied, "Human nature is multifaceted. Often, in the dark, we uncover the most authentic truths." Casting a glance at Locke's room, Sophia appeared contemplative before her expression shifted. "Is it true that every team member you take an interest in is subjected to this kind of surveillance?" Tom looked up, affirming, "Indeed. I must thoroughly understand my team members to damn. You're quite the creep." Sophia's anger flared instantly, but upon seeing Tom Williams' unrepentant demeanor, she realized her outrage was futile. "If Locke Lee never comes downstairs, are we to wait here all night for nothing?" Tom responded, "That would suggest he might not have anything to hide." Sophia bit her lip and inquired, "What did you see when you followed me?" Tom reflected briefly, recounting, "The first time, I noticed you jogging at night, even urinating behind a tree. The second time, you were on a date with your boyfriend, and your voice was rather loud. The third time, while your boyfriend was on a business trip, you were out with his friend, and the noise was even greater." Sophia was instantly mortified, feeling a surge of embarrassment that made her want to draw her weapon. At that moment, Tom's tablet chimed, indicating an update on Locke Lee's profile. He opened it and handed the tablet to Sophia, asking, "What do you think of this patch of grass?" Sophia, expressionless, took the tablet and coldly replied, "There's a 70 chance that there's a corpse beneath it." After reviewing all the information, she scoffed. Any normal person could detect the anomaly in this grass. He was merely lucky. Luck is also a form of strength. Tom's expression turned somber as he smiled at Sophia. "You've forgotten, haven't you?" Sophia, bewildered, asked, "Forgotten what?" Tom pointed at the tablet, saying, "Beneath that patch of grass lies Henry Morgan." "Henry Morgan?" Sophia's eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily stunned. Then her face shifted to one of sheer astonishment. Chapter 17. So she's a wealthy woman. "Hi, Marion." "Locke, did you happen to meet with Lev from the Jeff Markey law firm today?" "Oh, yes." "How did you know?" "Lev called me. He praised you, which left me quite bewildered. I reached out to Anna, but she didn't elaborate much. She merely mentioned you were handling a case at the Jeff Markey law firm today, and that you were working late tonight, which is why I am only now able to contact you. Sorry, Marion, for any embarrassment I may have caused." "Stop, Locke. You haven't done anything wrong. I don't believe your role as a police officer is shameful. You will always be my pride. Besides, Anna said you performed admirably. I hope you can move past the recent incident swiftly. I'm rather tired of hearing you apologize." Locke felt a bit awkward in front of Marion, often grappling with an inexplicable sense of guilt. Yet, he yearned for her companionship, craving an experience of maternal affection he had never encountered before. "Okay, my fault. I will respond promptly, just give me a little more time." Locke then recounted the events of his morning visit to the Jeff Markey law firm, conveniently disregarding the confidentiality protocols inherent in police regulations. Anna Davis refrained from sharing too much about the case with Marion due to the constraints imposed by these confidentiality rules. Locke Lee had been instilled with the values of placing family first since childhood. Being an orphan, the notion of family held even greater significance for him. This was also the reason he felt compelled to take the initiative in addressing the potential threat posed by the Minaudi organization. He could not allow his family to be in jeopardy. What confidentiality regulations? In the presence of family, they held no weight. Upon hearing Locke's account, Marian exclaimed, "Jesus, that's terrifying. Do you know who installed that camera?" Locke stood on the balcony, frowning as he gazed down at the black SUV parked by the street below. "I don't know. I'm just a lowly patrol officer. This case has already been handed over to the Detective Bureau, and the renowned Detective Tom Williams is on it. I saw that vehicle this morning parked next to a police car outside Palma Building, but I'm unclear why it was there. What the hell? Does Tom Williams actually suspect that the camera in Daisy Greenberg's office was planted by him? Is that the caliber of detectives in Los Angeles?" Just as Locke hesitated, contemplating whether to descend and clarify matters, the black SUV drove away. Could it be a mere coincidence? At that moment, Marian remarked, "No wonder Lev called me to express his gratitude. It appears this matter is connected to Daisy Greenberg." Locke casually inquired, "Marian, what is Daisy Greenberg's background?" Marian replied, "Daisy Greenberg is the only daughter of Steve Greenberg, another founder of the Jeff Markey law firm. Steve co-founded the firm with Lev, and the name reflects the fathers of both men. It is said that Steve holds a significant share in the firm. Unfortunately, Steve and his wife tragically perished in an accident 8 years ago while vacationing in the Caribbean. Daisy inherited her parents' fortune, which amounts to at least several $100 million. So she is quite wealthy. It is no wonder she appears so aloof." Locke remarked, "I can probably guess who installed the camera." Marian anticipated Locke's implication and admonished, "You do not understand Lev Hogwarts. Do not speak carelessly. He is not that kind of person. His character is well known in our circle. Lev is Daisy Greenberg's godfather. It is said that after the Greenberg's death, Daisy fell into depression but eventually emerged from it with Lev's support, following her parents to Yale and becoming a public interest lawyer. She inquired with a smile, "Daisy Greenberg is quite beautiful, don't you think? You saw her today. What are your thoughts?" "She is just okay," Locke replied, recalling Daisy's cold demeanor. He couldn't help but pout. But he soon reflected on her tragic loss of both parents, feeling a twinge of sympathy. Marianne, aware of Locke's flirtatious nature, warned, "You must not harbor any thoughts about her. The Greenberg family is a prominent Jewish family in Los Angeles, with roots tracing back to Germany, specifically Frankfurt's financial district. Their true connections do not lie within the legal sphere. If you were to harm her, the consequences would be dire." "Mom," Locke exclaimed, exasperated. Yet inwardly agreeing with Marianne's assessment, the camera issue likely had nothing to do with Lev Hogwarts. Marianne laughed heartily over the phone and reminded him to return home during the holidays before ending the call. After finishing his conversation with Marianne, Locke felt a warm sensation wash over him. It was a delightful feeling. He gazed out the window, although the police car had departed. He decided not to venture out that evening and would wait until the day after tomorrow for a major shopping trip. The following morning, Locke arrived early at the police station and approached Captain Jones to discuss the complaint made by Maya Grant, the black female firefighter, regarding his alleged racial discrimination. Captain Jones listened intently, his expression serious, and replied, "I will investigate this matter and speak with the parties involved. The term racial discrimination must not be misused." Locke saluted. "Thank you, sir." Captain Jones nodded and said, "All right, you may begin your work now." As Locke turned to leave, Captain Jones called out, "Locke, have you ever dated a black girlfriend?" Locke froze for a moment and confessed, "No, sir." Captain Jones remarked, "I suggest you consider dating an African-American woman. This way, you might evade similar accusations." Locke hesitated, replying, "I will seriously contemplate your suggestion." Upon exiting Captain Jones's office, Locke exhaled in exasperation, inwardly lamenting the absurdity of political correctness. Before long, David arrived and, noticing Locke's early presence, inferred that he had already consulted Captain Jones. However, amidst the bustling police station, he refrained from probing further. Shortly thereafter, Locke drove the vintage Crown Victoria out of the Wilshire police station. 7 Adam 15, commencing patrol. As Locke switched off the radio, David inquired, "What did Captain Jones say?" Locke responded, "He mentioned he would reach out to Fire Station 9 for further information." He grimaced slightly and added, "He also suggested I find myself an African-American girlfriend." David, barely containing his amusement, clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Now that's a splendid idea." Locke retorted, "Have you ever dated an African-American?" David pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "No, but you might give it a try." Locke raised his middle finger in a gesture of disdain, casting a sidelong glance at David, and scoffed, "The world has truly gone mad." Suddenly recalling the case from the previous night, he inquired, "Is there any update? Will the LAPD press charges against Grandma Nancy?" David's expression turned serious as he replied, "I was just about to inform you, Henry. The case involving Henry Morgan has been placed under a gag order until it is officially announced by the higher-ups. Refrain from discussing it. Understood? Understood. Locke shrugged. Undoubtedly, the upper echelons of the LAPD were in turmoil. The legendary detective Henry Morgan's demise had dealt a significant blow to the department. It was highly probable that the LAPD would not pursue charges against Grandma Nancy, lest they suffer even greater embarrassment. Code 2. There has been a report of illegal immigrants at Universal Studios, specifically at the entrance of the Harry Potter attraction. Locke glanced at the address displayed on the vehicle's computer, noting its proximity, and promptly picked up the radio. 7 Adam 15, copy. Chapter 18. Oddities in less than 3 minutes. Locke arrived at Universal Studios in a police car. 7 Adam 15, on-site, code 6. Copy. Locke activated the camera affixed to his chest, exited the vehicle, and was immediately struck by the sight of a confrontation at the entrance of the Harry Potter theme park, his expression momentarily frozen, for all involved were of Asian descent. David followed suit and stepped out, muttering in confusion, "Why does it feel like your driving skills have improved again?" Locke smirked. While his driving proficiency remained at level 3, his experience had certainly sharpened. Standing before the 4 individuals embroiled in conflict, he displayed his badge and inquired, "LAPD, who called in the complaint?" A middle-aged Asian woman, adorned with dyed blonde hair and heavy makeup, her figure ample, promptly replied, "Officer, I was the one who called. I suspect these 3 are illegal immigrants, speaking Chinese in the United States. They must have just smuggled in and intend to stay. We must remain vigilant against the increasing number of Chinese in this country." What nonsense! Locke found her reasoning bewildering and turned to the 3 other individuals, a middle-aged couple and a young girl, who were all dressed respectably, not fitting the profile of illegal immigrants. The trio wore expressions of indignation, particularly the young girl. Before Locke could speak, the young girl exclaimed with fervor, "Officer, my name is Linda. I am an international student at USC. My parents are here on vacation to visit me, and they don't speak much English. They have absolutely no intention of overstaying in the United States. Their return tickets are already booked. We are simply enjoying our holiday. But this lunatic keeps harassing us and won't let us leave." As she spoke, the blonde-haired woman continued to hurl insults at the 3. Locke interjected, "Madam, please maintain your silence. Your noise is hindering my ability to perform my duties." David promptly took the woman aside for questioning. Analyzing the micro-expressions of the 4, Locke began to form a judgment. Addressing Linda, he said, "I believe I understand the situation. Please present your identification, return tickets, hotel reservations, and any documentation that can prove you do not intend to unlawfully remain in the United States." Linda immediately produced her parents' passports, travel itinerary, return tickets, and hotel bookings for Locke to examine. "My parents will be traveling in the United States for 10 days. We will be heading to the East Coast the day after tomorrow." She then turned to her parents, speaking in Chinese, "Dad, can you find a photo of your leave approval?" The middle-aged man replied in Chinese, "This foreign officer can't possibly be in cahoots with that crazy woman. He won't understand a word we say. What good will it do to show him? Who in their right mind would want to stay in America in its current state?" The middle-aged woman chimed in, "I wouldn't come here even if invited. As soon as a well-meaning individual arrives here, they become a mere shadow of themselves." Locke barely suppressed a laugh. Fortunately, he wore sunglasses. Having undergone professional training, he would not betray his amusement. Linda presented her father's leave request from WeChat to Locke, stating, "This is my father's leave request. He only has a half-month vacation. Although it is in Chinese, look at the dates here, let me translate it for you." Locke interjected, saying in Chinese, "Thank you, but it's unnecessary. I can comprehend it. My major in university was Chinese language and culture." In the midst of Linda's family's astonished expressions, Locke meticulously gathered all the evidence before approaching David to discuss their inquiries, and the 2 swiftly reached a consensus. David addressed the Chinese woman who had called the police, saying, "Ms. Tiffany, we are now arresting you on charges of unlawful harassment and racial discrimination. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say may be used against you in a court of law." As Locke prepared to handcuff her, the Chinese woman was taken aback, erupting in a tirade, "Fuck you. What is wrong with you police? The Chinese are invading America, and you are turning a blind eye." With the advantage of L3's mixed martial arts skills, the Chinese woman had no chance to resist, rendered as helpless as a hen with its wings pinched. Her mouth still spewing insults as Locke subdued her. He instructed David to detain the woman and approach Linda's family to inform them of the charges she would face. He left them with his business card, stating, "You may continue to enjoy your vacation, but before leaving Los Angeles, you will need to provide a detailed statement at the Wilshire Police Department. Amidst Linda's family's expressions of gratitude and trepidation, Locke waved goodbye. He overheard a middle-aged man asking his daughter why the American police do not mediate. He didn't quite grasp the meaning, as they were not construction workers. Perhaps he could ask his cheap old dad later. After escorting the racially discriminatory Tiffany back to the Wilshire Police Department, Locke and David resumed their patrol in the car. David, sipping his coffee, remarked, "This is truly madness. These immigrants seem to love America more than we do." Tiffany's identity had been uncovered. She was a new immigrant from China, having obtained her green card less than 2 years ago, and could not yet be considered a true American. She had incessantly spewed racist rhetoric in the police car, revealing herself as a staunch white supremacist, advocating for the expulsion of all illegal immigrants of color from the United States. Locke shrugged, stating, "This world is inherently mad." At that moment, his phone rang, compelling him to pull over and answer the call. A cold voice emanated from the telephone. "I had just completed my statement at the Wilshire Police Department." Locke was momentarily taken aback, instinctively assuming it was the Chinese girl, Linda, he had encountered earlier. However, he quickly realized that it was improbable for her to call so soon. He inquired, "Who are you?" but was met with a disconnection. Just as Locke contemplated redialing, a flash of insight struck him, revealing the identity of the caller. Indeed, it was the young lady. He smirked and tucked his phone away, acknowledging that her effort to inform him of her fulfillment of a promise spoke volumes about her character. David curiously asked, "Whose call was that?" "Daisy Greenberg," Locke replied. Continuing on his way, he casually inquired, "What became of that unfortunate soul who assaulted Daisy Greenberg yesterday?" David made a quick call for clarification and responded, "Miss Greenberg has not pressed charges. She merely sought a restraining order." Locke mused, the benevolent young lady. By noon, Locke, David, Mona, and Nathan reconvened for a meal. This time, they opted for Chinese cuisine rather than Mexican fast food, indulging in the renowned Panda Express. Locke ordered General Tso's chicken, fully aware that the dish strayed from authentic Chinese fare, yet he relished its sweet and tangy flavor. The four shared their encounters with peculiar cases from the morning, with Mona and Nathan recounting a bizarre incident involving a tall, robust man who had reported domestic abuse. Can you believe it? He stands at a staggering 1.9 meters and weighs 120 kilograms, while his wife is merely 1.6 meters tall and weighs less than 50 kilograms. Nathan chuckled, recalling how both he and Officer Mona initially presumed the wife was the victim of abuse. Officer Mona, equally bemused, remarked, "He bore no signs of domestic violence. We had no choice but to classify it as a Code 12 false report." After finishing his orange chicken, Nathan appeared quite satisfied, expressing hope that the afternoon would be devoid of incidents, allowing them to enjoy their holiday in peace. However, upon noticing the steadfast gazes from Locke, David, and Mona, he suddenly realized his blunder. Sorry, this one's on me." Chapter 19. In the afternoon, shortly after beginning his patrol, Locke received a call from Linda, a Chinese girl, who expressed her intention to visit the Wilshire Police Department to provide a statement. Locke advised her to proceed directly, assuring her that an officer would be available to take their testimony, and that the department would provide a Chinese translator for her parents. Upon hearing that Locke would not be at the station, Linda appeared somewhat disheartened. He reiterated that there was no need for them to alter their travel plans for this matter. They could complete the statement before departing Los Angeles. Linda explained, "My parents have completely lost their enthusiasm for continuing the outing. As Chinese, we feel compelled to resolve any issues at hand." Locke found it difficult to comprehend this mindset, as Americans typically refuse to allow unforeseen events to disrupt their travel itineraries. Linda further expressed her gratitude, saying, "Officer Locke, my family and I are immensely thankful for your assistance today." Locke replied, "I merely fulfilled my duty." After ending the call, Locke shrugged, acknowledging the stark differences in thought processes between Chinese and Americans. It was no wonder that there were so many disagreements between Li Bo and Marion. Since being taken away from China in his previous life, Locke had only returned a few times to pay respects to his parents, never having lived there again. Noticing David's gaze, Locke remarked incredulously that Chinese family canceled their afternoon plans to go to Wilshire for their statement. David displayed a look of disbelief and quipped, "That's just how they are, hardworking, law-abiding, as gentle as lambs. They make the best citizens. The White House adores them." Locke initially intended to join in the jest, but found the words stuck in his throat. Instead, he dialed the Wilshire Police Department to report that Linda's family would be coming in to give their statement. David then inquired, "What kind of gun do you plan to buy?" Locke replied, aside from the G18, there doesn't seem to be many options left. Though I do intend to acquire an M9 as a backup. David scoffed, kid, once you get the M9, you'll realize it's not as appealing as you thought, heavy and bulky. You'd be better off with a G19 for a backup. It's more compact, lighter, and easier to carry. Locke nodded in agreement. All right. Then I shall purchase a G19 as well. Damn, those wealthy kids. David shot him a middle finger and continued. What about a rifle? AR-15 or M4? Since money is no object, why not go for the M4? You can get a decent AR-15 setup for around $1,000, as the bare gun costs just a few hundred. However, to properly outfit an M4, you'd need around $2,500. Feeling somewhat guilty, Locke mentioned, I was thinking of getting in 416 Hong Kong dollars. Do you have any connections? I'm not interested in the MR223 or MR556 variants. David appeared speechless, embarrassed for underestimating Locke's financial capabilities, and could only continue to gesture with his middle finger in a bid to salvage his pride. The 416 Hong Kong dollars automatic rifle serves as the primary firearm for the United States military, exclusively issued to military personnel, SWAT teams, and other elite forces. With very limited circulation in the market, starting at a price of no less than $10,000. The civilian market only offers a modified version of the 416 Hong Kong dollars. The MR223 standard model and the MR556 heavy barrel variant, with prices ranging from approximately $4,000 to $5,000. David paused momentarily before responding in a low voice. I'll make a call to inquire about it for you. Just as Locke was about to express his gratitude, the radio crackled to life. Code 99. An officer has been shot. The suspect is driving a white Honda CR-V, license plate 8KL686, currently fleeing towards Robinson Avenue, armed with a handgun. Code 99. The emergency signal from the Los Angeles Police Department indicates an urgent response. Locke and David's expression shifted dramatically as they recalled Nathan's ominous words from earlier that day. David cursed under his breath. Damn it, that cursed Nathan. He immediately took over the radio. 7 Adam 15, copy. We are on Lincoln Avenue and will merge onto Robinson Avenue. Locke swiftly activated the police lights and sirens, flooring the accelerator as they sped toward Robinson Avenue. David felt the force of acceleration and instinctively gripped the overhead handle, nervously glancing at Locke as he cautioned. Hey, be careful. I don't want to be in a crash. Locke remained focused on the road conditions, reminding, switch to the public channel. 7 Adam 23, we have visual on the suspect's vehicle. The suspect made a right turn onto Whitney Street. 7 Adam 4, we have visual on the suspect's vehicle. Requesting Traffic Division CVPI support. As Locke monitored the information on the public channel, he skillfully adjusted their route. Thanks to his adept driving, the Crown Victoria sped along, swiftly joining the chase. David's complexion paled as he reported, 7 Adam 15, we have sighted the suspect's vehicle. After relaying the information, he scolded Locke. Damn, you should be with the Traffic Division, not the patrol unit. Suddenly, a police car in front slammed to a halt. Fortunately, Locke reacted swiftly, braking hard while simultaneously steering sharply and flooring the gas, executing a drift that propelled them into the right lane. Bang! The police car behind, lacking Locke's finesse, collided into the rear. Locke assessed the situation, noting that the impact was not severe, as other police vehicles had already come to a stop, and he continued the pursuit of the suspect's car. On Whitney Street, a collision occurred involving police vehicles. Please dispatch an ambulance immediately. David promptly reported the incident, setting aside his radio, and chided Locke, saying, young man, should you attempt that maneuver again, kindly inform me beforehand. I nearly lost my lunch just now. Apologies. I shall certainly notify you in advance next time. Locke fixated intently on the vehicle with the plate number 8KL686, feeling an overwhelming urge to accelerate and ram into it. Yet he begrudgingly reduced his speed. Their vehicle now led the pursuit. They could either overtake and allow the Honda to tail them or continue closely pursuing the suspect's car. Additionally, 4 more police vehicles trailed behind, granting them a tactical advantage and mitigating the need for recklessness. More critically, their vehicle was not part of the traffic division and lacked the protective crash barriers. According to police regulations, ramming the suspect's vehicle was strictly prohibited. 5 police cars followed the suspect's vehicle closely, and soon at an intersection, additional police units arrived from other directions, effectively cornering the suspect's vehicle in the middle of the road. Over a dozen police cars surrounded the Honda CR-V, and all doors were flung open. Locke and David swiftly exited their vehicle, drew their firearms, and took cover behind their doors, aiming at the halted CRV, their voices commanding, "Step out of the car. Drop your weapon. Show me your hands. Open the door and exit. Lay down your gun. Let me see your hands." Chapter 20. The LAPD's reality, listening to the escalating shouts of David and the others. Locke found himself at a loss for words. He could clearly discern the faces of the suspects inside the Honda CRV at this distance. With his mastery of the L3 pistol, he felt confident in hitting his target. However, as the suspects had not exhibited any threatening behavior, he refrained from firing. The only course of action was to join the other officers in demanding the suspects exit the vehicle. It was apparent that the suspects were well acquainted with LAPD protocols. As they remained seated in the car, making phone calls without any intention of complying. Although the situation had reached an impasse, the LAPD held the upper hand. The patrol officers had effectively cornered the suspects, awaiting the arrival of SWAT for a decisive breach. According to LAPD regulations, any assault on fortified positions, be it a building or a vehicle, was the responsibility of the SWAT team, given the heightened risks for ordinary officers in such scenarios. Locke remained fixated on the white suspect inside the vehicle. Should the individual exhibit any inclination to shoot, Locke was prepared to end the absurdity of this 20-to-1 standoff. Suddenly, the white suspect made a motion to open the door, causing the patrol officers to tense up, their shouts growing louder. "Show me your hands. Let me see your hands. Slow down. Take it slow." As the door swung open, the suspect raised his hands, slowly exiting the car, one hand clutching a phone, the other wielding an M1911. "Drop the gun," came the urgent command. "Get down on the ground." The suspect complied, easing himself onto the pavement, then pushing the firearm forward. In an instant, an officer rushed to retrieve the gun from the ground before another officer proceeded to cuff the suspect. "You have the right to remain silent," Locke observed as two officers escorted the handcuffed suspect to a patrol car, a sense of disappointment washing over him as he holstered his weapon. His anticipated administrative leave slipping away. What a fortunate individual. Had he made even the slightest move, he would have been riddled with bullets by the officers present. The majority of the LAPD officers were equipped with Glock G18s, a model capable of fully automatic fire, functioning as an assault rifle. Holding down the trigger could empty the magazine in mere moments. Soon, the scene was taken over by the duty captain, and the Code 99 emergency response concluded. Locke and David departed the scene, resuming their patrol. David utilized the public channel to check on the condition of the injured officer. Relieved to learn that the injury was merely a gunshot to the arm, he set down the radio and, noticing Locke's somewhat dejected demeanor, inquired with a smile, "Do you feel frustrated?" Locke shrugged and candidly admitted, a bit. David replied gravely, "Whenever a gun is fired, there exists a risk. Either the suspect is injured or killed." Or the officer. Locke also recognized that his mindset was somewhat problematic, feeling somewhat ensnared by the system, constantly contemplating casualties to earn rewards. He let out a soft sigh and nodded, saying, "You are correct." David continued, "In truth, this is the norm. The last encounter with drug dealers resulting in a gunfight was merely an anomaly. The probability of encountering gunfire on the streets of the LAPD is quite low. When it does occur, it typically involves overwhelming numbers, where the few are confronted by many. When faced with a dozen guns, aside from the exceptionally bold, most individuals would surrender. In cases of significant operations or assaults, the SWAT team is deployed directly, with regular officers handling the aftermath. Therefore, American police officers are not as perilous as one might imagine, as they tend to be quite cautious. Furthermore, American law enforcement is often criticized globally for a particular regulation, allowing officers to fire first if they perceive a suspect poses a threat to their safety. Each year, over 1,000 individuals fall victim to police gunfire in the United States. David shifted slightly and inquired, "I didn't seem to see Mona and Nathan earlier." "Nathan ought to treat us to coffee." That jinx. Locke pondered for a moment, indeed recalling that their patrol vehicle was absent. Otherwise, Captain Mona would have stepped in to take charge of the scene. David picked up the radio, preparing to call out, but just as he was about to speak, the dispatch crackled to life. Code 3, an assault has occurred at Casa Road 55. Assistance required 7 Adam 15. Copy. Code 3, emergency situation, use of lights and sirens necessary. Locke activated the lights and sirens once more, pressing the accelerator to the floor. The old car surged forward instantly. He felt somewhat exasperated. Nathan truly was a jinx, undoubtedly cursed, and he vowed to heed this lesson in the future. Within 3 minutes, Locke and David arrived at Casa Road 55. Discovering that 4 police cars had already responded, along with an ambulance, Upon exiting their vehicle, they spotted Captain Mona and Nathan present, engaged in conversation, apparently with Mona reprimanding Nathan. As Locke and David approached, they noticed both were covered in blood, their hands drenched in crimson. David exclaimed in shock, "What is going on? Are you injured?" No, Mona's expression was somewhat grim as she replied, "Do you remember the case I mentioned at noon about the burly man who reported domestic violence? In the afternoon, the male party reported an incident of domestic violence. Upon our arrival, we witnessed the female assailant perched upon the man's neck, inflicting harm upon him with a pair of scissors. Although we intervened, the damage had already been done. The scissors had severed a major artery, and by the time the ambulance arrived, the man had succumbed to excessive blood loss." Nathan, filled with remorse, lamented, "It is my fault. Had I inquired further this morning, he might have been saved." Mona, frowning, replied, "This is not your fault. He himself insisted that he was fine, preventing us from probing deeper." David, initially inclined to confront Nathan, found himself offering comfort instead upon witnessing the scene. He gently patted Nathan on the shoulder and said, "Rookie, we are merely police officers, not deities. You did your utmost." Soon, the forensic team arrived, as this case was rather straightforward. The woman had indeed murdered her boyfriend, a fact that Mona and Nathan had witnessed firsthand. They were there to gather evidence and follow protocol. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, the woman would be charged with first-degree murder. Since Nathan and his colleagues reported that the room was splattered with blood, Locke and David refrained from entering and opted instead to examine the deceased. The victim was a robust man, and as the coroner prepared to remove the body, he requested assistance from Locke and David. Meanwhile, the suspect, a petite blonde with delicate features, sat calmly confined in a police vehicle. This stark contrast was shocking not only to Nathan and Mona but even to Locke, who found it perplexing that such a physically imposing man could fall victim to a woman of such diminutive stature. Was he foolish? Did he not resist? In order to preserve the crime scene, Locke and his team were obliged to wait until the forensic team completed their work, leading to an extended workday that concluded at 6 o'clock. By this time, Nathan had regained his composure and, recognizing that the afternoon's events might be linked to his earlier ominous remarks, sincerely invited everyone to the Sky Bar for drinks. However, Locke and David both declined, leaving only Mona to accept the invitation. After parting ways in the parking lot, Locke drove his F-150, choosing not to return to Grand Apartments or his home in Beverly Hills. Instead, he took a different route, heading towards the Chinese district in East San Gabriel Valley. Although he had already heard from Captain Mona about the resolution of the case involving the covert installation of cameras in Daisy Greenberg's office, he remained vigilant throughout the journey, carefully observing whether the police department was trailing him. He could not dismiss the unease he felt towards Detective Tom Williams, whose piercing gaze seemed to see through to the very core of one's being, leaving Locke profoundly unsettled. Chapter 21. The scavenger begins his work. Locke keenly observed his surroundings, relieved to find that he was not being followed. He held a firm confidence in his counter-surveillance skills. After half an hour, he arrived in the Chinese district, greeted by the sight of Chinese signs and pedestrians with black hair and yellow skin, which filled him with a sense of familiarity. There exists an innate affinity among individuals of the same heritage. The eastern section of the San Gabriel Valley has transformed from a traditional Chinatown into a full-fledged Chinese community, where 60% of the population is of Chinese descent. Here, one could thrive even with a rudimentary command of the Chinese language. Locke changed into a hoodie in his vehicle, donned a baseball cap and a pair of non-prescription glasses, and before exiting, he pulled the hood of his hoodie over the cap. Once outside, he deliberately took a couple of large loops to confirm that he was indeed alone before he turned into a narrow alley, ultimately pausing in front of a pharmacy marked only by a lighted sign. His caution was paramount. Had he not been vigilant, he would not have survived as long as he did in his previous life within the organization. This meticulousness was ingrained in his very being. Before entering the pharmacy, Locke donned a mask. This establishment was a clandestine operation in Chinatown, dealing in illicit drugs and only open at night. Inside, the space was stark, with only a stairway leading up. A young Chinese man in his 20s lounged at the counter, engrossed in his phone, a Colt M2000 resting beside him. Clearly accustomed to such behavior, he inquired in Chinese, "What do you need?" Locke responded in Chinese, listing propofol, etomidate, dexmedetomidine, midazolam, fentanyl. "Please wait a moment." The young man interrupted, retrieving a walkie-talkie from beneath the counter and holding it up to Locke's mouth. "Say that again." Locke repeated his request, and upon finishing, a voice from the walkie-talkie informed him that several items were out of stock. "Take what you have," Locke replied. Immediately, a price was quoted: $1,000, payment up front. Without hesitation, Locke bent 2 fingers and produced a transparent PVC bag from his pocket, offering it to the young man at the counter. The young man opened the bag, counted the money, and communicated through the walkie-talkie, payment received. He placed the cash in a drawer and told Locke, "You can go upstairs now." Locke glanced at the staircase, hesitating momentarily. He had no firearm, but recalling his training in L3 mixed martial arts, he expressed his gratitude and ascended the stairs. In such a confined space, he believed he could manage, but he still needed to procure an unregistered weapon swiftly. No unexpected incidents occurred, suggesting that the local Chinese gangs were indeed reputable. At the 4th-floor landing, an older Chinese woman handed him 2 black bags and directed him to exit through another passage, descending via the alternate route. Locke did not return to his vehicle. Instead, he removed his mask and continued his shopping. He purchased various everyday essentials, including Chinese cooking spices, latex gloves, a complete set of dark work attire, and cosmetics. By the time he returned to the parking area, an hour had already elapsed. Upon entering his vehicle, Locke promptly departed and, after taking a considerable detour, finally located a Sichuan restaurant to satisfy his dinner cravings. The patrons of this establishment were predominantly of Chinese descent. Surrounded by the sounds of Mandarin, it felt as though he had been transported to China. Locke ordered 3 dishes: mapo tofu, kung pao chicken, and a seaweed egg drop soup. Half an hour later, he had devoured 2 bowls of rice and polished off every last morsel of the 3 dishes. Indeed, to truly relish Chinese cuisine, one must venture into the Chinese community, for that is where authentic Chinese dishes reside. After his meal, an idea struck Locke, prompting him to call his father, who resided in New York. He excitedly informed him of the delightful Chinese restaurant he had discovered and expressed his desire to take him there upon Li Bo's return to Los Angeles. Li Bo was taken aback by Locke's call. Since Locke had entered his rebellious phase in high school, their relationship had been marred by frequent arguments, creating a significant emotional rift between them. It was rare for Locke to reach out first, so Li Bo felt a surge of happiness at the invitation. Curiosity piqued, Li Bo inquired about Locke's sudden interest in dining in the Chinese district. Locke recounted his lunch experience at Panda Express with colleagues, where, despite its lack of authenticity, everyone had lauded the food as exquisite. This prompted a craving for genuine Chinese fare, leading him to San Gabriel Valley. "By the way, when will you return to Los Angeles?" he asked. Li Bo, contemplating the effort it took to maintain a cohesive family, fell into a momentary silence before responding. "Didn't your mother inform you? Next week is family day, and I will be joining you to visit your grandfather." "That is splendid." After a brief continuation of their conversation, they concluded the call, and under Locke's initiative, the father-son relationship showed signs of improvement. During this period, Locke had revisited all his memories as Lockley, reflecting on his tumultuous high school years marked by rebellion, irritability, foul language, and a propensity for fighting, all of which were not without reason. His involvement in the football team, coupled with his mixed heritage, subjected Lockley to discrimination, resulting in a profound sense of humiliation, especially as he had been raised under the teachings of Texas rednecks. His grandfather, Jester Locke, had instilled in him the principle of an eye for an eye when confronting adversaries, compelling Lockley to adopt a more aggressive demeanor than his peers. Consequently, he quickly established himself as the team's formidable quarterback through sheer force. However, Locke's efforts to uphold his dignity were viewed by Li Bo, who had grown up in the New China, as rather misguided. The discrimination Lockley faced due to his Asian heritage led to a degree of aversion towards his own lineage, preventing him from engaging in deeper conversations with Li Bo, thus entrenching their emotional divide. After his satisfying meal, Locke exited the Sichuan restaurant with a contented expression. He noted that American Chinese cuisine was indeed quite expensive. The total for 3 dishes, including the service fee, amounted to $120, a price that many would find prohibitive. 15 minutes later, Locke parked his vehicle in a secluded corner of a shopping mall's parking lot, deliberately selecting a spot devoid of surveillance cameras. He approached the back seat of his car and began to arrange the items he had previously acquired. First, he attended to the pharmaceuticals. He had procured a dozen illicit anesthetic substances, yet only 4 would prove truly useful. Swiftly, he concocted 3 potent elixirs according to the formulas from his past life. Afterward, he donned his newly purchased work attire and applied makeup, an essential skill for a cleaner. Following this transformation, Locke appeared remarkably different, as if he were an entirely new individual. Exiting the back seat of the F-150, he locked the vehicle and proceeded directly toward a nearby black Toyota Corolla. The car bore a slight layer of dust, indicating that its owner had not driven it for some time. With the aid of L3 driving skills and L2 lock-picking proficiency, Locke effortlessly accessed and started the vehicle without a key, accomplishing this feat in under 15 seconds. Soon, the black Toyota Corolla navigated out of the parking lot, heading north toward the Mexican community of Pasadena. Inside, Locke sported a pair of black-framed glasses, having completely transformed his appearance, reminiscent of his days as a cleaner in his previous life. Chapter 22. The Mexican Gang. Pasadena, one of the largest Mexican communities in Los Angeles, is home to a significant number of undocumented Mexican immigrants. Locke parked his vehicle at the corner of an intersection, affording him a clear view of a bar situated 100 meters away. Nevertheless, he prudently reclined his seat, positioning himself in a manner that concealed him from view. Inside the car, Locke wielded a monocular telescope purchased from a Chinese supermarket, scrutinizing the comings and goings of patrons at the bar across the street. The establishment, a modest 5 stories high, was adorned with a large neon sign, surrounded by darkness, while 4 or 5 bouncers stood at the entrance, brazenly brandishing weapons. The clientele predominantly comprised African Americans and Latinos. In recent days, under David's tutelage, Locke had gained a rudimentary understanding of the various gangs and drug trafficking organizations throughout Los Angeles. Subsequently, he furthered his knowledge through the police department's intranet, and upon attaining the rank of junior officer, he became eligible to access the LAPD's internal network. With a mental acuity rated at 11 points, Locke was undoubtedly a scholar, blessed with an extraordinary memory. After a period of study, he acquired a more detailed comprehension of the criminal organizations in Los Angeles, including their distribution, gang affiliations, and the names and photographs of their principal leaders, all vividly etched in his mind, as if he were recounting cherished anecdotes. This intelligence was of paramount importance to the LAPD, intricately linked to matters of life and death. Locke also made a mental note of the fugitives sought by both the LAPD and the FBI, hoping to seize an opportunity. While he lacked the means to claim LAPD's rewards, those offered by the FBI remained within reach. Although Los Angeles' gang history is not as deeply rooted as that of East Coast cities like New York and Chicago, it has undergone several generational transformations. From the gold rush era to Prohibition, the Irish, Italians, and Jews emerged, each leaving their mark on the city's criminal landscape. During the height of mafia influence in America, Los Angeles also witnessed the rise of the notorious Delana family, whose pinnacle figure, Jack Delana, was likened to Al Capone of Los Angeles. However, following the Sunset Boulevard conflict with the Cohen family, the LAPD relentlessly pursued the Delana family, which subsequently deteriorated in strength, dwindling to a mere 20 members by the 1990s. Currently, Los Angeles lacks any dominant gang organizations, with the LAPD steadfastly opposing the existence of such factions. The city is rife with hundreds of criminal groups, among which African American, Mexican, and Latino gangs hold the most prominence, accounting for the majority of gang-related crimes. Other minority gangs, such as Vietnamese, Korean, and Russian factions, primarily operate within their own communities. The bar Locke was observing served as a stronghold for a Mexican gang known as Perched, a transnational criminal organization straddling the border of Mexico and the United States, consisting of only 200 to 300 members, thus considered relatively small among Mexican gangs. Headquartered in Tijuana, Mexico, the organization primarily operates in Los Angeles, engaging in illicit activities such as drug trafficking, smuggling, human trafficking, and prostitution. The leader of this stronghold is Avidia, a former pimp who has adeptly managed to ascend the ranks, eventually becoming one of the prominent figures of the Perched organization in Los Angeles. After careful consideration, Locke selected Avidia as the target for his initial operation due to his relatively low level of threat, thus minimizing risk. After a lengthy wait of 2 hours, Locke received a phone call from Marion, who inquired why he had not returned home that evening. He explained that he needed to repair his car the following morning and would not be home until the afternoon. Marion also mentioned her recent phone call with her father, expressing her satisfaction with his gesture of reaching out. She playfully criticized him for only wanting to take his father to the newly discovered restaurant, neglecting the rest of the family. Locke, wary of expressing his thoughts on their aversion to Chinese cuisine, offered a series of pleasant remarks to appease Marion. Upon hanging up, Locke couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that he was beginning to function as the glue that held their family together. The catalyst for the intense quarrel that led to Li-Bo and Marian's separation 6 months prior was not him, but rather his brother, Jet Li. Unlike Locke, Jet Li's Asian heritage was more pronounced, immediately recognizable as of Chinese descent, and he had consistently excelled academically, achieving straight A's. Consequently, after Locke's own academic decline, their father placed all his hopes on Jet Li. As Jet Li approached the pivotal decision of which university to attend, Li-Bo expressed his desire for all his children to embrace their Chinese identity, suggesting that Jet return to China for his undergraduate studies to better understand Chinese culture. With plans for graduate studies in the United States thereafter, this notion struck Marian as utterly irrational, resulting in an unprecedented and fierce argument that erupted long-simmering tensions. Shortly after their confrontation, Li-Bo applied for a position in New York, leading to their separation. Locke understood that the root of the discord between Li-Bo and Marian was not solely based on this incident. He noticed movement at the bar's entrance and promptly grabbed his binoculars. To his surprise, individuals were emerging earlier than anticipated. Checking the time, he noted it was only 10 p.m. Through the binoculars, he observed several figures leaving the bar, with Avida at the forefront, flanked by 4 bodyguards. After exchanging a few words with the bouncers outside the bar, Avida entered a white BMW 7 Series, with 2 of the bodyguards following suit. Locke swiftly started his vehicle, patiently waiting until the BMW had traveled a short distance before nonchalantly merging onto the main road. He had thoroughly studied the map of the area surrounding the bar and had deliberately scouted the vicinity upon arrival, confident he would not lose track of his target. Moreover, losing track was of little concern. Tonight was merely a rehearsal, and he held no illusions of achieving his objectives on the first attempt. This was not an organizational mission. He had ample time, and the Minaudi organization would not seek revenge so swiftly. Now he operates alone, devoid of any organizational support. Every action he undertakes must succeed. For failure is not an option, and each step must be executed flawlessly. The BMW is not speeding, and Locke trails at a considerable distance, choosing a rather inconspicuous Corolla to ensure that his pursuit goes unnoticed. After approximately 5 minutes, the white BMW halts in front of a street-facing apartment building. Avida exits the vehicle and ascends the stairs, while 2 bodyguards remain behind, not accompanying him. Locke, unwilling to linger, drives the Corolla past, successfully discerning Avadia's residence. Thus, he feels his objective for the evening has been accomplished. Suddenly, a wave of anxiety washes over him as he notices in the rearview mirror that the white BMW is now in pursuit. Just as he fears being discovered by Avadia's bodyguards, the BMW speeds past him. What is happening? Are Avadia's bodyguards not stationed outside to keep watch? Chapter 23, Before Action. The threat disappears. Locke hesitated for a moment, but soon made a decisive choice. He turned the car around at an intersection and headed back. Such an opportunity was rare. His approach to tasks, marked by caution, steadiness, and a certain conservatism, also harbored an implicit trait. He was adept at adapting to circumstances, not a rigid individual. Otherwise, he would not have survived longer than anyone else in the organization as a cleaner in his previous life. No matter how meticulously crafted a plan may be, it cannot account for unexpected occurrences and the unpredictable nature of change. The absence of Avadia's bodyguards downstairs indicated that he was alone. Locke parked his vehicle opposite the apartment building, recalling the lighting situation he had observed earlier. In that brief interval, 3 rooms had experienced changes in illumination. 2 had been lit, and 1 extinguished. His gaze ultimately settled on a well-lit room on the 7th floor, being the top floor. If he were Avadia, he would choose to reside there rather than on the 3rd floor. The penthouse offered an escape route. Having identified Avadia's location, Locke refrained from acting impulsively and waited patiently for half an hour. After detecting no unusual activity, he proceeded to park beneath the apartment building. Donning latex gloves and a baseball cap, he entered with his tools. In such chaotic locales, security measures and cameras were non-existent. Opting for the stairs over the elevator, he ascended to the 7th floor and quickly located Avadia's room based on the light's position. After eavesdropping at the door for a moment, he discerned faint singing emanating from within, surmising that Avadia was likely in the shower. He swiftly picked the lock and entered the room. It is worth noting that 90% of locks in the world are rendered ineffective against L2 unlocking skills. Within 5 seconds, he was inside. The room was modest, featuring a typical 2-bedroom, 2-living room layout adorned in a distinctly Mexican decor style. Indeed, the singing originated from the bathroom. Locke first checked for hidden cameras and, upon finding none, inspected the 2 bedrooms for any occupants. Typically, a small-time leader like Avidia would be alone in Los Angeles, with family remaining in Mexico, engaged in dangerous work. He could hardly keep his family close, as they would serve as hostages in the eyes of the gang. Locke also spotted a family photograph of Avidia, depicting a blissful family with radiant smiles. He opened his toolbox and retrieved a specially concocted anesthetic, leisurely making his way to the bathroom door. As if returning to his former life, the role of a cleaner was not solely about handling the deceased. At times, it required doubling as an assassin, dealing with the living. To eliminate before cleaning, a seamless service. Before long, Avidia emerged from the bathroom clad in dark golden pajamas, humming a cheerful Mexican tune. Before he could react, a needle pricked the back of his neck. Just as he turned, darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. When Avidia awoke, he found himself sprawled on the bathroom floor, his body weak and feeble. Yet, through the sensation of his fingers, he discerned a large sheet of plastic beneath him, causing his complexion to pale in an instant. Avidia, there are matters I wish to inquire about, and I hope you will respond truthfully. The voice emanating from above was a pure, unadulterated Mexican Spanish. A tremor coursed through Avidia's heart. He yearned to lift his gaze to the speaker, but found himself unable to do so, plunging him into despair. In tears, he confessed, I admit. The last transaction was divulged to the DEA. They coerced me. Please inform Jose that I have become an informant for the DEA. I can still be of use to the gang. I will rectify this loss swiftly. Do not kill me, and do not harm my family. Locke regarded the man on the floor, who was now sobbing in terror, with an impassive expression. It appeared this fellow was astute enough to realize what was about to transpire. He furrowed his brow, initially intending to extract information regarding the Menendez organization from Avidia. Yet he had unexpectedly stumbled upon a fortuitous revelation. Avidia was indeed an informant for the DEA. Having recently collaborated with them to dismantle his own organization's dealings, no wonder he was so apprehensive. After a moment of contemplation, Locke inquired, what leverage did the DEA use against you? Avidia fell silent, and after a pause, he pleaded, I wish to speak with Jose. Locke surmised that this Jose was likely the leader of the Perched organization. However, he lacked any means to contact him. Ignoring Avidia's request, he produced a syringe and administered an injection to his neck. This was a substance akin to a truth serum, albeit with more pronounced side effects. After administering the drug, Locke aimed to lower Avidia's psychological defenses, coldly stating, Avidia, you are well aware of your fate. If you confess everything, I assure you that your family will remain unharmed. His words were indeed truthful. Avidia's betrayal of the organization had yet to reach Perchet's ears. Once he was gone, the matter would be taken to the grave with him, ensuring his family's safety. Locke pressed again. What coercion did the DEA employ? Avidia felt his heart race. His mind clouded. Upon hearing that his family would be safe, his defenses crumbled, and he blurted out, the DEA discovered my fraudulent accounting. Listening to Avidia's account, Locke was rendered speechless. It turned out this man had been embezzling funds from the Perched organization through falsified accounts. Recently, the IRS had scrutinized the bar's tax issues, but they had already discovered through internal channels that he was a drug trafficker, thus passing this information on to the DEA. Consequently, the DEA had leveraged this discovery to blackmail Avidia into becoming their informant. Avidia, having risen from a background of vice, was pliable. With just a little pressure from the DEA, he had capitulated. His previous leak of his organization's dealings to the DEA had been his act of allegiance. For over a decade, this individual embezzled nearly $2 million from the Perched organization, yet he dared not reveal the truth nor return to Mexico with the ill-gotten gains. Instead, he concealed the funds in a safe house. Locke committed the location of the safe house to memory and inquired, what is the password to your bedroom safe? During his recent inspection, he had discovered a large safe in the bedroom. 9,527. Avidia's consciousness was beginning to blur, responding to Locke's questions without hesitation. Locke then probed further, what is stored within the safe? Avidia replied in fragmented phrases, this month's revenue, the ledger, merchandise, firearms, and my watch. Noticing that Avidia was nearing his limits, Locke urgently pressed for tonight's objective, disclose all the information you possess regarding the Menendez organization. Avidia seemed momentarily incapacitated, taking a considerable time to respond before finally stating, Menendez no longer exists. It was eradicated by Santos 3 days ago. The core members were hanged beneath the overpass in Tijuana, leaving only a few small gangs to merge with others. Locke was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to ascertain the situation of the Menendez organization and, during his next administrative leave, to journey to Tijuana to eliminate this lingering threat. To his surprise, before he could even commence, the threat had already vanished. Chapter 24. The Utility of Justice Points. Locke had indeed heard of the Santilli organization, one of the largest drug trafficking syndicates in Tijuana, boasting thousands of members, far surpassing the likes of Mino. It was rumored that Santilli controlled a tunnel along the U.S. Mexico border and possessed submarines, making them one of the primary suppliers of narcotics to the United States. Their influence in Los Angeles was formidable, rendering them a primary target for the DEA. Perplexed, Locke inquired why Santilli would engage in conflict with Mino. Avida struggled to articulate his thoughts, and it took Locke some time to grasp the essence of the situation. Essentially, after the DEA dismantled Mino's stronghold in Los Angeles, the newly ascendant Mino was left humiliated, reducing them to a laughingstock. Consequently, Mino vowed to retaliate against the DEA by sending gunmen to Los Angeles. However, this declaration incited widespread outrage, transgressing the unspoken rules among drug dealers, prompting Santilli to eliminate them to preserve the integrity of their business. Indeed, Mino was preparing to exact vengeance in Los Angeles. These reckless individuals were utterly deranged, yet fate had dealt them a fatal hand. It was clear that in any industry, adherence to rules was paramount. Otherwise, the titans of the trade would impose their own harsh lessons. One could easily surmise that had Mino truly launched an attack on the LAPD or DEA, Tijuana's drug lords would have faced the wrath of both agencies, leading to severe repercussions for all drug trafficking routes, resulting in losses amounting to millions. Those who flouted the rules ultimately found themselves without a grave. Upon realizing Mino had been eradicated, Locke straightened, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Noticing that Avida had closed his eyes and was beginning to convulse, drawing more breaths out than in, Locke understood that the end was near for him. From the outset, he had no intention of sparing the life of a drug dealer like Avida, who bore the weight of countless lives. Just as Locke prepared to inspect the safe, he suddenly crouched down again and asked, "Avida, do you have anything to convey to Jose?" Avida abruptly opened his eyes and spoke fluently. "Under the bed in the guest room, there's a USB drive containing a video of Councilman Camillo's son torturing a prostitute. I assisted in disposing of the body. The gang can use this video to blackmail Camillo. Give the USB to Jose, and please spare my family." He attempted to raise his hand to grasp Locke, but it remained immobile. Locke's composure finally faltered. It was astonishing that this man was not only entangled with the DEA but also implicated with the councilman. Recognizing that Avida was experiencing a fleeting moment of clarity, he reassured him, "Rest assured, your family will be unharmed." Locke retrieved the USB from beneath the guest bed, his expression darkening. Though he was unaware of Councilman Camillo's identity, he was acutely aware of the power wielded by a councilman in Los Angeles. He pocketed the USB and re-entered the master bedroom, assessing the safe, which was not particularly sophisticated. Disinterested in expending effort, he simply utilized the code provided by Avida to unlock it. The contents within indeed corresponded precisely with Avida's description. In addition to several bundles of cash, there were a few bags of flour, 3 handguns, a disassembled automatic rifle, some spare magazines and ammunition, as well as several gold watches and pieces of jewelry. Locke swiftly came to a resolution, unhesitatingly closing and securely locking the safe once more. The items within the safe, whether the money or the jewelry, along with the 3 custom handguns, were undeniably enticing. However, none could be touched. The mere act of doing so would risk exposing his presence. While Locke was confident that an ordinary person could not trace him, any inquiry could inevitably lead to the threat of exposure. This risk was neither worth taking nor necessary. He had never been a greedy individual. With the demise of the Minaudi organization, there was no longer any need for him to seek information from other Mexican gangs, and the scavenger need not make an appearance for the time being. Initially, he had planned to stage Avida's death as a gang-related murder, but he had not anticipated Avida's entanglement with the DEA and a senator, compelling him to alter his plan. Locke intended to erase all traces of his presence that night, ensuring Avida's death would be deemed an accident. He returned to the living room, surveyed the area, and proceeded directly to a cabinet, opening a drawer to find it filled with small packets of flour. Avida, being a drug addict, would find this manner of demise most fitting. The drug trade brings devastation, and to perish from one's own vice is the ultimate fate for a dealer. Locke retrieved a packet of flour, pouring it onto the coffee table, the very place Avida typically dined. He then returned to the bathroom, dragging the barely breathing Avida into the living room and placing him on the sofa. Locke grasped Avida by the neck, bringing his face close to the surface of the coffee table, covering his mouth and nose with his hand. Only when Avida could no longer bear it did he release his nose, and the flower on the table vanished in an instant. This procedure was repeated 3 times until Avida gradually fell silent. Standing beside Avadia's lifeless body, Locke's demeanor remained utterly composed, methodically donning a fresh pair of gloves. After a brief pause, the panel indeed made its appearance. The Light of Justice, Fierce Police System 2. 0. Host, Rock Lee Level. 1 Strength. 9. Human Peak 20. Speed. 10. Human Peak 20. Stamina. 9. Human Peak 20. Spirit. 11. Human Peak 20. Mastered Skills. Pistol, L3 Master. Rifle, L2 Proficient. Mixed Martial Arts, L3 Master. Driving, L3 Master. Mandarin, L3 Master. Rugby, L2 Proficient. Copulation, L3 Master. Swimming, L3 Master. Housekeeping, L3 Master. Trace Evidence, L3 Master. Makeup, L3 Master. Forensics, L3 Master. Sketching, L3 Master. Microexpression Analysis, L2 Proficient. Chemistry, L2 Proficient. Biology, L2 Proficient. Toxicology, L2 Proficient. French, L2 Proficient. Japanese, L2 Proficient. Art Appreciation, L2 Proficient. Computer Skills, L2 Proficient. Culinary Arts, L2 Proficient. Lockpicking, L2 Proficient. Spanish, L1 Proficient. Justice Value, 1250, 700. Attribute Points. None Cardholder Experience Card. Functional Cards. Bullet Dodging Card. Detection Card. Learning Cards. Lip Reading, 5 years experience. Psychological Profiling, 5 years experience. Initially, Rock intended to address the rewards after his departure, yet upon reviewing the panel thrice, he found himself momentarily dumbfounded. Aside from the increase of 700 justice points, the system offered no additional rewards. However, the 700 justice points were sufficient to indicate that Avida was a wretched criminal. Once Rock regained his composure, he recognized that not everyone could yield experience cards. The individuals capable of dropping experience cards must possess some degree of talent or exceptional skill in a particular domain. Clearly, it was evident that Avida belonged to the category of the talentless and skill-deficient mediocrity. Damn it. He was even inferior to the 2 cargo handlers from the Minaudi organization. Rock let out a disappointed sigh, casting a disdainful glance at the corpse on the sofa, uttering waste. Justice points had already reached 1250. But what purpose did they truly serve? As the thought crossed Rock's mind, the panel unexpectedly transformed. The justice value shifted to 250 minus 1,000, while the attribute points increased to 1. What a revelation! It turned out that justice points could be exchanged for attributes. Chapter 25. Abundant Harvest. A bold idea suddenly emerged in Locke's mind. If he were to eliminate all the drug dealers in Los Angeles, he could quickly max out all 4 attributes. While this notion was indeed enticing, the execution posed significant challenges. The very reason he had chosen to confront Avida was due to his perceived weakness. Yet, which drug dealer was not forged in the crucible of gunfire? Flanked by formidable bodyguards, the task of extermination was far from simple. Although he appeared strong now, there was no need to take such risks, and moreover, he felt no urgency to grow stronger. Exhaling a weary breath, Locke suppressed this thought, cherishing instead his current life bathed in sunlight, accompanied by family, a life of normalcy. Once he had regained his composure, he allocated the recently acquired attribute points to strength. Instantly, a tingling sensation coursed through his bones, and he could distinctly feel his muscles tightening, his heartbeat becoming more robust, akin to the activation of a turbocharger. This sensation was entirely unlike the previous experience when he had enhanced his speed. While then he had felt light as a feather, now his body felt solid and substantial. This feeling, however, did not linger for long, fading swiftly. Locke pinched his pectoral muscles, noting that while they had diminished in size, they had become more taut. He threw a punch, feeling a surge of power. An idea struck him. Had he possessed his current physique during his college years, he could have continued as the quarterback on the football team, merely by augmenting his strength and speed by a single attribute point. His physical prowess now rivaled that of the finest African-American athletes, underscoring the extraordinary nature of this system. He had momentarily overlooked that 4 of his mental attribute points stemmed from fusion. If his mental capacity were still merely 7, he would hardly qualify as a quarterback. The African-American quarterbacks on the football field were undoubtedly among the brightest, their intelligence on par with any other race. Taking a deep breath to quell his swirling thoughts, Locke commenced his favorite task of cleansing the scene. In less than 15 minutes, he had eradicated all traces within the room. He even applied a reagent to the needle marks on the back of Evadia's neck, deliberately concealing the punctures beneath his hair during the injection. Locke felt confident in this aspect. Even if Evadia's body were to be autopsied, a typical forensic expert would struggle to detect the two hidden needle marks unless they were of exceptional caliber. The autopsy results would inevitably indicate a fatal cardiac event due to excessive consumption of powdered substances. His actions ensured that remnants of the powder would linger in Evadia's nasal passages, distinctly different from what would be found if introduced posthumously. As for the substance injected into Evadia's body, it was his proprietary concoction, designed to dissolve completely within 12 hours at the administered dosage. However, Locke was quite certain that the likelihood of Evadia undergoing an autopsy was minimal, as his subordinates would not alert the authorities. In matters concerning gangs, police intervention was avoided unless absolutely necessary. Furthermore, any discerning observer would readily conclude the cause of Evadia's demise upon viewing his body. Only a fool would think to call the police. 20 minutes later, Locke descended the stairs with his toolbox, scanning the street for pedestrians. Once assured the coast was clear, he swiftly exited the apartment building, leaped into his vehicle, and hurriedly drove away. After leaving Pasadena, I deliberately took a long detour, not having detected any anomalies. I finally made my way towards San Gabriel Valley. Upon arriving at the parking lot, Locke cleared the Toyota Corolla before returning to the back seat of the F-150. Changing back into his clothes, he planned to dispose of the work attire he had just worn. Once in the driver's seat, Locke reflected on the night's actions and realized he had underestimated the complexity of the situation. Even the weakest Evadia was enmeshed in intricate relationships, let alone other drug dealers. With the system's enhancement, he indeed surpassed the ordinary, yet he remained human, not a superhero, devoid of extraordinary powers. A moment's carelessness could expose him. Tonight was a stroke of luck, as he encountered Evadia alone. Had there been bodyguards stationed below, achieving such stealth would have been nearly impossible. Eliminating the bodyguards would have significantly increased the risk of exposure. Operating solo, in contrast to having organized support, was indeed a different endeavor. Nevertheless, tonight proved fruitful. He discovered that the Minaudi organization had been dismantled, thus eliminating the threat to his family. He also acquired an unexpected fortune and a video involving a senator. Uncertain if it would be of any use. Of course, the greatest reward was attaining a justice value of 1,000, allowing him to exchange for an attribute point. In retrospect, Evadia, despite his flaws, was not entirely without merit. Locke believed he had acted righteously. Had Evadia lived, he would likely have committed further heinous acts. His demise ensured the safety of Locke's family. If Evadia had any semblance of awareness in the afterlife, he might even express gratitude. After all, being a DEA informant was perilous, and exposure was inevitable. Once revealed, his family would suffer alongside him, but now only he had to pay the price. Half an hour later, the F-150 exited the parking lot. Having restored his original attire, Locke felt a sense of relief wash over him. Operating under the guise of a cleaner demanded his full attention, with nerves taut, fearing any slip-up. Passing by a lit oil barrel, he rolled down the window and tossed in the discarded work clothes, along with a half-used alcohol pad, igniting a conflagration in an instant. He watched the barrel burn for a while before feeling assured enough to depart. After leaving San Gabriel Valley, Locke had no intention of returning home. Instead, he headed towards the safe house mentioned by Evadia. By morning, news of Evadia's death would surface, and to prevent any protracted complications, he intended to retrieve the funds Evadia had embezzled that very night. In Compton, Locke parked outside the apartment housing Evadia's safe house and observed for over 10 minutes, circling the vicinity twice to confirm that entry to the building was only possible through the main entrance. Evadia's ability to embezzle over $2 million from the organization indicated his cautious nature. Who would have thought he would establish his safe house in the southern Compton, situated in an upscale apartment? Through his recent observations, Locke noted that access to the building required a keycard. With a security guard of African descent stationed on the first floor, accompanied by surveillance cameras. However, it appeared that as long as one possessed a keycard, security did not inquire further about those entering. Half an hour later, Locke returned to the vicinity, parking his vehicle at a distance. He had changed into a new attire. Elegantly dressed in a suit with polished shoes, adorned with black-framed glasses that concealed his nearsightedness. His pupils had transformed into a darker hue, and atop his head rested a golden wig. Holding a piece of alcohol-soaked cotton in his mouth, his facial contours appeared altered, with a heightened bridge of the nose. Even David would struggle to recognize him. There was no alternative. A mere change of clothing could not evade the watchful eyes of surveillance cameras. Locke stood to the side of the apartment building, waiting for about 10 minutes until a young couple strolled by. The woman was casually swinging a keychain that bore the access card to the apartment complex. Locke's eyes sparkled with opportunity. It was indeed a fortuitous moment as the couple was clad in the attire of the NFL Los Angeles Rams. He eagerly approached, greeting the young man with familiarity. "Hey, the Rams game against the Yankees last week was quite remarkable. Although they lost, the guys really gave it their all." The strangers looked at Locke with a mixture of surprise and curiosity as he continued unabated. "Thompson will surely lead the Dodgers further. I heard Coach Spinson is planning to bulk him up." When it came to football, Locke was undeniably an aficionado, having once aspired to join the Los Angeles Rams and being well acquainted with the team. The man was captivated by Locke's words. "Is that so? That's splendid. Thompson indeed needs to gain weight. His impact is insufficient, but with added weight, his speed." With a swipe of her card, the woman opened the door, and the three entered the apartment in succession. The black security guard was engrossed in a TikTok video featuring a woman dancing provocatively, barely sparing them a glance. Chapter 26. Mendez Auto Repair. On the following morning, Locke was roused from his slumber by the shrill ring of a telephone. Had it not been for the dulcet tones of the voice on the other end, he might have uttered an expletive in frustration, suppressing his morning irritability. He glanced at the clock and realized it was already 10 o'clock. The call was from the auto repair shop, where he had made an appointment for that morning. He had overslept and missed his scheduled time. Apologizing to the caller, he assured them he would arrive shortly. After hanging up, Locke stifled a yawn and swung himself out of bed. He had returned to the Glen apartment close to 4 in the morning. In that safe house, Avida had taken great care. The entrance door had been replaced with a fortified metal door, and the lock was of excellent quality, taking him a full 30 seconds to gain entry. The safe house was modest, merely a single room, yet it was well equipped with provisions. Avida appeared to be perpetually prepared for a hasty retreat, as in addition to basic necessities and medical supplies, he had stockpiled firearms, several passports from Latin American countries, car keys, and even a rappel rope by the window. All the cash was packed into a travel bag, ready for immediate departure, rather than being stored in a safe. Indeed, keeping a safe in a secure location was rather pointless. If the safe house were to be breached, the safe would offer little protection. Fortunately for Locke, after ensuring there were no lingering threats, he seized the travel bag and departed. The security guard at the entrance, a black man, remained engrossed in his own world, never once lifting his gaze to acknowledge Locke. Nevertheless, his silhouette was captured by the surveillance camera, rendering that particular guise unusable in the future. In truth, Locke had momentarily entertained the thought of appropriating the safe house for himself, especially considering Avadia's demise, but he swiftly dismissed such a foolish notion. For those who require a safe house, it must be foolproof, typically established through personal effort. In his previous life, he had meticulously arranged 3 such refuges across various countries in his quest to escape the organization, yet regrettably, he had never utilized them. After freshening up, Locke opened his wardrobe and casually selected a t-shirt and jeans. As he closed the door, his gaze lingered on a black duffel bag within the closet. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved the bag, containing $35 million, weighing approximately 30 kilograms. Locke found it surprisingly light in his grasp, a feat he could never have accomplished before. Unzipping the bag revealed bundles of cash, each containing $100,000, meticulously wrapped in cling film. He had already opened several packages the previous night for inspection. All the bills were non-sequential and bore no distinguishing marks. Although he belonged to the affluent class, he had never before encountered such a substantial amount of cash, yet the enormity of it did not elicit any excitement within him. For him, whether in the past or the future, money was never a source of concern. It was merely a figure. Nevertheless, leaving such a sum in the safe house was not a sustainable plan. While the Glen apartment had a relatively good safety record, it had experienced thefts in the past. Locke hesitated, contemplating whether to transport the money back to his residence in Beverly Hills, where security was undoubtedly far superior to that of this place. After much hesitation, he ultimately dismissed the notion. Troubles and risks should never be brought home. It appears he must hasten the construction of his own safe haven. At 11 o'clock, Locke arrived at the designated auto repair shop, guided by navigation. This establishment, discovered online, was lauded as one of the most exceptional modification shops in Los Angeles. However, upon arrival, Locke found himself momentarily stunned, a sense of being deceived washing over him. Was it any wonder that Americans also indulge in crafting favorable reviews? Rather than a repair shop, it resembled a graveyard for abandoned vehicles. The premises were indeed vast, approximately the size of a football field, cluttered with dismantled parts from various models of cars. Rust was pervasive, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a post-apocalyptic wasteland. Could this repair shop have gone bankrupt? Who was the woman that had called him that morning? Locke did not leave immediately. Instead, he stepped out of his vehicle to investigate further. And it appeared the shop was still operational. Inside the spacious workshop, 3 cars were perched on lifts, yet no one was in sight. Glancing upwards, he noticed the office on the 2nd floor was illuminated. There must be someone present. Faced with such a desolate scene, Locke had nearly resolved to depart when the window on the 2nd floor swung open. A girl with chestnut hair leaned out, revealing a delicate and charming face, clear eyes, alluring lips, and a glimpse of her ample bosom, accentuated by a deep cleavage. She waved enthusiastically at Locke, her chest quivering slightly, and inquired, "Are you Lockley?" "Yes." Locke was somewhat taken aback, astonished that such beauty could be found in this dilapidated place. He surmised that the girl who had called him earlier was indeed this very person. Reluctantly averting his gaze, he asked, "Is this the Mendez repair shop?" "Yes, of course. Please wait a moment." The girl seemed excited, her figure vanishing from the window only to reappear at the staircase moments later, rushing towards Locke. She appeared youthful. Clad in a white tank top and distressed denim jeans, her movements reminiscent of undulating waves, exuding a vibrant spirit. Her sun-kissed skin radiated health and vitality, making her a sight to behold. She was tall and slender, easily over 1.7 meters, yet not frail. Her figure was curvaceous in all the right places, embodying the quintessential hourglass shape. Jessica Alba. The girl halted before Locke, her eyes widening in surprise at his strikingly handsome and tall stature, her demeanor instantly turning shy. Nevertheless, she extended her hand, introducing herself, "Sarah Mendez, Mr. Lee. It's a pleasure to have you here." Locke gently grasped the girl's hand before releasing it, offering an apologetic smile. "Just call me Locke. I'm sorry for being late. It's a rare day off, and I may have celebrated a bit too enthusiastically last night." Sarah Mendez's cheeks flushed slightly, her demeanor becoming somewhat flustered as she glanced at the nearby F-150. "Is this the vehicle that requires an upgrade?" "Cool, we are here to discuss." She gestured towards the office on the 2nd floor, suggesting we move to the upstairs office, where there is air conditioning and water. Locke remained unfazed by the enchanting beauty beside him and glanced at the empty repair workshop, inquiring, "Miss Mendez, are you still operating normally?" "Of course. You may call me Sarah," she replied, her demeanor slightly tense as she hastily explained, "Victor and the others have gone out for roadside assistance and will return shortly. I apologize. Our shop does not have many employees." Locke reluctantly accepted her explanation and gestured for Sarah to lead the way. Relieved, she gracefully ascended the staircase with a light and elegant gait, each step reminiscent of a tango dance. Locke found himself in a bit of a quandary. Sarah was both beautiful and warm, yet he pondered how to broach the subject should the technical capabilities here fall short of his expectations. The office on the 2nd floor was converted from a shipping container, making the staircase somewhat steep. After just 2 steps, he realized the proximity of Sarah's alluring figure. Nearly brushing against him, he halted, allowing her to ascend first. Sarah, aware of the situation, felt the warmth of his breath and her cheeks flushed slightly as she quickened her pace. Upon reaching the top, she turned to find Locke still standing still, her admiration for his gentlemanly gesture increasing significantly. Chapter 27. Misunderstanding. The office on the 2nd floor was not particularly spacious, yet it stood in stark contrast to the dilapidated state of the exterior, embodying a realm of cleanliness and order. The walls were adorned with an array of trophies, photographs, and model cars. While Sarah fetched water from the refrigerator, Locke surveyed the photographs on the walls, noting the presence of numerous renowned race car drivers, including the legendary Michael Schumacher. Among the photographs, one depicted a silver-haired Latin American man alongside various awards from modified racing competitions. Locke deduced the identity of this individual. The comments circulating online were evidently not fabricated. "This is my father, Edmund Mendez. He founded this auto repair shop, but he passed away 2 years ago." Sarah approached and handed Locke the water. "Oh, I'm sorry." Locke accepted the drink, expressing his gratitude with a simple thank you. Sarah shrugged, a smile gracing her lips. "It's all in the past. My brother Victor and I inherited the shop. However, as you can see, we've made quite a mess of things." Locke sighed softly, clearly aware that the successors lacked the requisite skills. leading to the decline of what was once the finest auto repair shop in Los Angeles within a mere 2 years. As a level 3 driver, Locke held high standards for automobiles and was reluctant to take any risks. Despite Sarah's beauty, he contemplated making his exit. Beep, beep. Just as Locke was about to speak, the sound of a car horn echoed from downstairs. Victor and his companions must have returned. Sarah sprang to her feet, excitement propelling her toward the staircase. Realizing it was impolite to leave Locke alone, she suddenly halted, inadvertently losing her balance due to her generous proportions. Panic-stricken, she teetered towards the stairs when a strong, muscular arm appeared before her, catching her securely. "Are you all right?" Locke gasped, astonished by the swift reaction time and agility he had just experienced. He had been standing a full 5 meters from the staircase. His previous reflexes had never been this instantaneous. Regaining her footing with Locke's assistance, Sarah, still shaken, turned to gaze at Locke's handsome face, momentarily entranced. "Thank you. You saved me. Otherwise." "Sarah, who is this guy with you?" A tall, burly young man of Latin descent appeared at the staircase. And upon seeing his sister in the embrace of a stranger, he erupted, "What the hell? Get your filthy hands off her, you bastard. You're dead meat." 5 minutes later, Locke sat on a spacious sofa, surveying the chaotic office with a look of disbelief. Opposite him, Sarah tended to her brother Victor Mendez, applying ointment to the various abrasions on his arms and face. Behind them stood a robust young black man, gripping a large wrench, his expression one of simmering anger directed at Locke. Locke's gaze finally returned to Sarah Mendez. The woman had just unleashed her formidable presence, which had indeed startled him. It was terrifying, especially since Hannah had only resorted to verbal jabs. Victor Mendez, tall and robust, easily exceeding 6 feet, sported a buzz cut and an air of defiance. His neck adorned with tattoos, giving him a distinctly streetwise appearance. Despite being treated for injuries, he remained visibly furious, his eyes glaring at Locke with the intensity of a predator, as if this matter was far from resolved. Just moments before, as Sarah appeared to lose her balance on the stairs, Locke sprang into action, dashing forward to grasp her just in time. Suddenly, Victor Mendez appeared, mistaking Locke's intentions as nefarious towards his sister. He charged at Locke like an enraged grizzly bear. Although Victor was physically more imposing, Locke's physical prowess had significantly improved. Having ascended to the status of an L3 master in mixed martial arts, Victor's furious charge felt like confronting a mere toy bear. After being thrown down 3 times without a single hair on Locke's head being harmed, Victor only grew more relentless, while Locke began to feel fatigue setting in. Fortunately, Sarah Mendez intervened, positioning herself between the two men and unleashing a torrent of rebuke upon Victor, which finally managed to temper his fury and prevent further harm to Locke. With frost on her delicate features, Sarah stowed away her medical kit and turned to see the wrench in Ryder's hand, exclaiming, "What on earth are you still doing with that infernal wrench?" Despite Ryder's burly physique, her reprimand made him cower like a mouse before a cat, and he promptly dropped the wrench. After securing her medical supplies, Sarah noticed Locke staring at her in disbelief, his face flushed with embarrassment. Taking a deep breath, she addressed him apologetically, "Mr. Lee, I am deeply sorry on behalf of Victor. He has always been impulsive, acting without thinking." Victor Mendez glared at Locke, indignantly remarking, "Clearly, it was this pretty boy who assaulted me. Why should I apologize to him?" "Be quiet." Sarah shot a cold glare at her brother and could not help but chastise him. "Do you even comprehend what just transpired? You charged in without asking a single question." Victor scoffed. "Isn't it obvious he was trying to take advantage of you?" "Sarah, don't be fooled by his looks. He merely desires to sleep with you." All right, I'll refrain from further comment." Sarah trembled with anger at her brother's words, replying coldly, "When I descended the stairs earlier, I nearly lost my footing and would have fallen had Locke not intervened." Victor looked utterly bewildered. "So, his hand resting on your chest was in fact a rescue." His expression shifted through hues of embarrassment and realization, and he quickly stood up to bow to Locke, stating earnestly, "I apologize. Thank you for saving Sarah." A flicker of surprise crossed Locke's eyes as he shrugged and replied, "It's nothing. I wasn't injured. If you require medical attention, feel free to send the bill my way." He had come to realize that Victor was not only somewhat dim-witted but also a doting brother, which explained the dysfunction of this repair shop. Victor raked his hair and grinned. "What hospital for such a minor injury? Rest assured, I am fine. Fortunately, I did not hurt you. Otherwise, I would have become a treacherous ingrate." Upon hearing this, Locke's perception of Victor softened slightly. Yet he had no intention of lingering. He rose and inquired of Sarah Mendez, "Miss Mendez, may I take my leave?" Sarah's expression stiffened as she grasped Locke's implication. feeling a pang of shame as she replied, "Of course." Locke offered an apologetic smile to the siblings before making his way toward the exit. Regretting that he had not consulted David directly, that seasoned individual would surely know where to find a competent repair shop. Once Locke had departed downstairs, Victor smirked, rubbing his arm, and turned to his sister, asking, "I haven't yet inquired why that pretty boy came here. What else could it be?" "He came to fix the car." "Victor, you've messed up again," Sarah replied in anger, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. "Why do you always do this? Look at the chaos you've caused. I worked so hard to bring in a client, and you fool, scared him away. This place is Edmund's labor of love. Do you truly wish to ruin it?" "Why?" Sob, sob, sob. Seeing Sarah in tears left Victor utterly flustered. He quickly turned to his brother, Ryder, who usually followed Victor's lead. However, this time, Ryder appeared to awaken to the gravity of the situation and promptly pointed downstairs. Victor immediately grasped the cue and dashed toward the stairwell. Chapter 28. The Mendez siblings. The office, repurposed from a shipping container, bore witness to the exchange between Sarah and Victor, which Locke overheard but chose to disregard. While he felt a twinge of sympathy, he was not inclined to extend a favor by offering his vehicle for repair. His own rapport with his siblings was fraught with tension, leaving him little emotional bandwidth to concern himself with others. However, when he heard Sarah weeping, his pace faltered slightly, resonating with her distress. He pondered whether Jet and Hannah had felt similarly helpless, like Sarah, regarding their brother's reckless behavior during his school days. As the prospect of encountering Jet and Hannah loomed that evening, an air of anxiety enveloped Locke. He started his car, prepared to depart, when he noticed Victor hastily approaching in the rearview mirror. Hesitating for a moment, he eased off the accelerator, rolled down the window, and inquired, "Is there something else you wish to discuss?" Victor, visibly embarrassed, responded earnestly, "I wish to sincerely apologize for my earlier indiscretion." Locke discerned Victor's intentions and replied calmly, "You have already offered an apology." With his fists clenched, Victor insisted, "I hope you might grant me another chance." Locke raised an eyebrow, asking, "Could you elaborate on your reasoning?" With a sense of shame, Victor confessed, "Sarah is in tears. I promised Edmund I would take care of her, yet it is evident that I have failed. The last time she cried was at Edmund's funeral. She is my only family now, and I cannot let her down. You are her client." Family. The weight of that word resonated deeply with Locke, prompting him to reconsider and offer Victor another opportunity. He nodded, saying, "Very well, I shall grant you another chance. However, you are aware that I am here for repairs, and if your skills do not meet my standards." At that moment, Sarah, fearing another confrontation between Locke and Victor, rushed out, exclaiming, "Victor, please do not act recklessly." Victor signaled to his sister that all was well, then, with a serious demeanor, he circled the car twice and requested Locke to open the hood. 3 minutes later, Victor returned to Locke, exuding confidence as he stated, "The power delivery is uneven. There are odd noises from the exhaust, and the brake pads require replacement. I need to take it for a test drive to assess other issues." Locke stared in astonishment, surprised to discover that Victor possessed genuine expertise. He then recalled Victor's notorious temper, which illuminated the state of the repair shop. Switching off the engine, Locke exited the vehicle and tossed the keys to Victor, saying, "You've got it. It's now in your hands. I hope to retrieve my car promptly." "Yes," Victor exclaimed, pumping his fist in triumph and gleefully shaking the keys in front of Sarah. Grateful, Sarah looked at Locke and assured him, "Rest assured. Victor's skills were recognized by Edmund. It is merely his temperament. His technical abilities are indeed commendable." Locke then retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket, listing the necessary repairs and upgrades. He handed it to Victor, who, upon reading its contents, wore a look of astonishment, as the issues he had just mentioned were all noted on the page. Locke paid no heed to Victor's astonishment as he gestured towards the F-150. "In addition to the engine issues you just mentioned, I wish to replace the entire suspension system, tires, brakes, and rims to enhance the vehicle's comfort. Furthermore, please remove all the gaudy decals from the car. I prefer a clean look." The vehicle was adorned with an array of flashy stickers, which did not appeal to him. Victor hesitated. This is quite an expense, having recently acquired a windfall. Locke was hardly concerned about finances. He chuckled. "Money is not an issue. By the way, can you make the car bulletproof? Just civilian grade will suffice. Also, for the trunk, if possible, I would like a pull-out rifle cabinet on one side and a refrigerator on the other." He was determined to live life anew, valuing his existence greatly. Had it not been for the system's demands, he would not even consider becoming a police officer. Victor's face brightened with glee. as if he had glimpsed a fortune falling from the sky. Rest assured, as long as the funds are sufficient. I could even arrange for Patriot missiles if you so desire. After finalizing the necessary repairs, upgrades, and modifications, Locke signed a contract with Victor, agreeing to pick up the vehicle in a week. However, due to the need to verify the cost of bulletproof glass and steel plating, the final modification fee remained undetermined. Once the total expenses were calculated, Locke would be required to pay a $50 deposit. As he prepared to leave, Locke initially intended to call an Uber. Yet Sarah Mendez insisted on driving him. Victor quickly intervened. "I'll take him." Sarah shot her brother a cold glance. "I want to take a joyride and give Locke a lift. Is that a problem?" Victor, aware that his sister was still upset with him, could only relent. While Sarah went to fetch the car, he warned Locke that "You've brought me a substantial business opportunity if you dare to harbor any intentions towards my sister. Do not blame me for being unkind." Locke felt somewhat speechless. Had Victor forgotten the injury on his forehead was still healing? Moments later, Sarah arrived driving a vibrant orange Dodge Challenger. The roar of the engine indicated it had undergone extensive modifications, including an increased stroke, turbo addition, and nitrogen installation. She rolled down the window and smiled at Locke. "Get in." With a thunderous roar, the orange vehicle swiftly disappeared into the automotive abyss. Victor stared in the direction of the Challenger's departure, feeling a pang of loss. Suddenly, the imposing figure of Ryder remarked, "Could it be that Sarah has taken a liking to some pretty boy?" Victor's expression shifted dramatically as he snapped, "If you can't speak sensibly, keep your mouth shut." He glared at the F-150, gritting his teeth, put the car on the lift, and inspect it thoroughly. "We must ensure our service matches the price he is willing to pay." The Dodge Challenger raced down the road, and Locke clutched the handhold on the door frame tightly. It turned out that driving fast and being a passenger in someone else's fast car felt entirely different. No wonder David had reacted so strongly last time. No one was willing to entrust their safety to another's hands. Locke turned to Sarah Mendez and noticed that while driving, she revealed another facet of herself. At that moment, she exhibited a level of focus and composure beyond her years, her eyes sparkling with confidence and an untamed spirit. One cannot help but acknowledge the charm of this girl. At times she was as sweet as the girl next door, and at others, she transformed into a fierce force, intimidating two burly men into silence. The scene morphed into that of a wild and untamed female racer. Locke inquired, "Do you enjoy driving?" "Of course. I grew up on the racetrack," Sarah replied impulsively, glancing at Locke and noticing his unease. She swiftly adjusted the gear, decelerating the vehicle immediately. "I apologize if I startled you. When I'm feeling down, I tend to drive fast, losing myself in the exhilaration of speed." Locke released his grip and asked, "With a brother like Victor, do you ever feel exhausted?" Sarah's brow furrowed, her demeanor cooling slightly as she responded, "Victor is kind and passionate, with an extraordinary talent for mechanics. I love him dearly. He is my only family. Please do not misconstrue today's incident. He merely cares for me too much and has yet to learn how to manage his emotions." Locke realized that his question may have been somewhat intrusive and clarified, "Please do not misunderstand. I meant no offense. I was once a complete cad, which created a significant rift between me and my younger siblings. I've always wanted to mend our relationship, but have been at a loss as to how." Sarah paused for a moment, her expression softening slightly. She shook her head and replied, "Sorry, I can't help you with that. Every family is different. However, if you love your family, I believe they will accept you." "Thank you." Locke's face reflected a thoughtful expression, as if he had truly grasped something profound. Chapter 29. We Are Family. The issues between Locke and his younger brother Jet Li are particularly acute, characterized by mutual disdain. Jet Li, possessing a high intellect yet lacking emotional intelligence, holds his frequently brawling and foul-mouthed brother in utter contempt, viewing Locke's promiscuity as a family disgrace, and is reluctant to associate with him or engage in conversation. Conversely, Locke perceives his brother Jet Li as a quintessential bookworm, an oddity in his eyes. Their relationship has even erupted into physical confrontations, with Jet Li invariably subdued. Although, under the strong intervention of Marianne and Li Bo, the brothers have managed to shake hands and reconcile, they now treat each other as though the other were invisible, seldom communicating. Locke's relationship with his sister Hannah Lee is somewhat better, yet still quite average. Influenced by the internet, Hannah has matured rapidly. She is astute and beginning to embrace feminist ideologies. She disapproves of Locke's frequent changes in girlfriends, believing he lacks respect for women, and finds his penchant for fighting and coarse language rather vulgar. Naturally, Locke feels that his sister has no authority to critique his lifestyle, harboring a deep-seated disdain for what he perceives as misguided feminist notions. Recently, Locke has been troubled by how to mend his relationships with his siblings, as he lacks experience in such matters. Sarah Mendez's recent words have inspired him, suggesting that rather than forcing a day of appeasement, he should focus on being true to himself. Before long, they arrive in Beverly Hills. Locke chooses not to have Sarah drop him directly at his doorstep. Instead, he exits at the Beverly Shopping Center. He cannot risk revealing his home address to someone he has only just met. Even if Sarah Mendez bears a striking resemblance to the Hollywood actress Jessica Alba, he has no romantic inclinations towards her. And he has come to realize that the Mendez siblings are likely more complex than they appear. After bidding farewell to Sarah Mendez, Locke summons an Uber. And within 5 minutes, he arrives home. Upon returning, he discovers that Marianne, Jet, and Hannah are absent, suddenly recalling that it is Friday. Gazing at the empty house, he feels compelled to engage in some activity. At 5 p.m., Marianne enters the foyer, arms laden with shopping bags. As she changes her shoes, she calls out loudly, "Hannah, is Locke back yet? We must be starving. Just a moment. Dinner will be ready shortly." What is that aroma? So delightful. Upon entering the living room, she immediately spots Jet and Hannah seated at the dining table, munching on something, instinctively assuming that Beau has returned. However, her gaze shifts to the kitchen, and she is taken aback to see Locke busily preparing food. This revelation is utterly astonishing. Marianne inquires, "What are you all eating? It smells divine." Jet Li, with his own head of dark hair, possesses a much more refined appearance than Locke, distinctly reflecting his mixed heritage, with his Chinese ancestry notably evident. He placed the spare ribs in his hand down and, with a hint of embarrassment, remarked, "I merely wished to see if they were edible." Hannah Lee's hair was a rich brown, her complexion reminiscent of Locke's, albeit with a touch more of Caucasian heritage. She waved the spare rib in her hand and exclaimed, "Marianne, you must check on Locke. I suspect he has been abducted by aliens if he can cook so well." In the kitchen, Locke noticed Marianne had returned home and swiftly turned to face her, revealing the flour-stained black apron he wore. With a plea in his eyes, he said, "Marianne, please come quickly." Marina placed the groceries on the table and glanced at the battered spare ribs, noticing their uneven coloration, which prompted a smile to grace her lips before she leisurely made her way to the kitchen. Standing beside the refrigerator, she surveyed the chaotic scene and jested, "Wow, our kitchen has turned into a veritable Ukraine." Locke appeared somewhat flustered, offering an apologetic chuckle. "I intended to surprise you all, but I seem to have botched it. I never anticipated cooking would be so challenging. I prepared 3 dishes, garlic spare ribs, which I learned last night at the Chinese restaurant, pasta, which is nearly ready, just needs the meat sauce, and I am currently making pan-seared tuna." As he spoke, he handed the tongs to Marianne. "Marianne, I'll leave the rest to you. I must wash up." However, Marianne stepped back, shaking her head with a smile. "No, I merely wish to indulge as a diner tonight. I shall change my attire first." Locke, with an air of resignation, turned back to tend to the sizzling tuna in the pan, a faint smile escaping his lips. The kitchen's disarray and his apparent distress were a testament to his efforts to conceal his culinary shortcomings. Though his cooking skills were at least at an L2 level, if he were to produce an entire banquet, even Marianne might question whether he had truly been possessed by extraterrestrial beings. The uneven color of the battered spare ribs was a result of inconsistent cooking time, a common mistake for novices. The pasta was semi-prepared. It merely required the meat sauce to be stirred in, a task even Hannah could manage. The pan-seared tuna was a dish Marianne frequently prepared. 10 minutes later, the family of 4 gathered around the dining table, leaving the center seat vacant for Beau. Locke had changed into a fresh outfit, sitting alongside Marianne, while Jet and Hannah occupied the opposite side. Marianne opened a bottle of red wine, for herself and Locke only, while Jet and Hannah, being minors, were relegated to fruit juice. She expressed her delight, saying, "Goodness, I can hardly believe Locke can cook. It's a pity your father is not here." Locke, visibly anxious, turned to Jet and Hannah, inquiring, "How do you find the spare ribs? Are they palatable?" Initially reluctant to respond, Jet, swayed by the adage that one should not refuse a meal, replied coolly, "They're decent, but they can't compare to Dad's Chinese dishes." Hannah, on the other hand, smiled and replied, "I really enjoy this flavor." After a brief pause, tilting her head, she added, "Locke, this is quite astonishing. I prefer the version of you that I see now. Well, I wonder, if you were to eliminate 2 more drug dealers, would things improve?" Hannah Lee, with her unfiltered words, was reprimanded by Marianne. After receiving the scolding, she pouted, appearing indifferent. Noticing Jet lost in thought as he gazed at Locke, Marianne sternly warned. Do not bring this matter up again. Now, let us enjoy our dinner. Raising her glass, Marianne proposed a toast to Locke, expressing gratitude for his culinary efforts. Locke, Jet, and Hannah followed suit, and the four clinked their glasses joyfully before indulging in the meal. The garlic-fried ribs, though lacking in presentation, were delightful in flavor. The main dish was pasta, which posed no issues whatsoever. The pan-seared tuna was intentionally seasoned a tad too salty, yet it did not detract from its taste. The family of four dined merrily, and midway through the meal, Marianne called Libo. Upon hearing that Locke had prepared dinner, Libo expressed disbelief and lamented missing out on the feast. Locke promptly assured him that he would prepare another meal upon his return. After the call ended, Marianne raised her glass to Locke once more, her expression earnest as she said, Locke, thank you for everything you do for this family. Your father and I are immensely proud of your growth. We are committed to reflecting on our issues and will not let you, Jet, or Hannah down. Locke felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed that the prospect of having both parents united was within reach. He replied earnestly, Marianne, we are family. I hope we can remain together forever. Marianne appeared moved, responding with heartfelt conviction, yes, we are family, and we will always be together. Chapter 30. A date in the morning, Locke was roused from his slumber by the playful banter of Jet and Hannah downstairs. A fond smile crept onto his face as he reminisced about the previous night's dinner. It marked a delightful beginning. Perhaps, before long, he too would join in their frolicsome antics. After freshening up, Locke donned a crisp white t-shirt and a pair of jeans, casually tousling his hair before applying some gel to set the style. Standing before the mirror, he couldn't help but admire the handsome young man reflected back at him. It was simply undeniable that good looks could elevate any ensemble. Descending the stairs, he found Marianne, Jet, and Hannah already seated at the breakfast table. Good morning, Marianne. Locke greeted, choosing to address only her. While he wished to mend his relationship with his brother and sister, it did not entail a willingness to pander to them. Maintaining their previous rapport was sufficient for now, with gradual progress to follow. A sudden surge of warmth might well leave them feeling disconcerted. Morning, Marianne responded, accustomed to the coolness that characterized sibling interactions, feeling somewhat helpless. The family's approach to upbringing involved minimal parental interference in their children's disputes, allowing them to resolve their own issues, so she resigned herself to the natural course of things. She smiled at Locke, saying, I thought you might want to sleep in a bit longer, so I didn't send Hannah to wake you. Do you have any plans for today? Would you like to accompany Hannah and me on a shopping trip? Taking a seat beside Marianne, Locke hesitated briefly before apologetically replying, Sorry, I have a date today. It's already been arranged. He had made plans with Jennifer Grey to deepen their acquaintance. No wonder you took the time to style your hair. Marianne said with a hint of regret, Maybe next time. You haven't accompanied me shopping in ages. Jet and Hannah exchanged knowing glances upon hearing the exchange between Locke and Marianne, as if to say, It's official, the familiar Locke has returned. Locke, noticing their silent communication, chose to disregard it. He expertly spread butter on his bread, layered it with bacon and vegetables, and took a hearty bite before inquiring, Marianne, what car are you driving today? May I borrow yours? The G55, since my own vehicle is in the shop. You can take Dad's car, Marianne replied. It hasn't been driven in ages, and it would be perfect for you to take out for a spin. The Locke family owned a total of 5 vehicles. Aside from his F-150 Raptor, his father, Libo, had a BMW 760. While Marianne owned 2 cars, a Mercedes S600 and a Mercedes G55 AMG. Jet had a BMW 3 Series GT. With his father's absence in New York, the BMW 760 remained idle. Locke stuffed the remaining bread into his mouth and mumbled, Come on, I'm going on a date, not a business meeting. I prefer a vehicle with a higher seating position for a more expansive view. In truth, he would have preferred to borrow Jet's BMW 3 Series GT. The G55 was rather ostentatious, but he anticipated a likely refusal, so he opted for the G55 instead. If he were to date Jennifer Grey in a BMW 760 or a Mercedes S600, it would surely be an awkward affair. Marianne shrugged and chuckled. Well, I initially intended to drive the G55 today, but in light of last night's dinner, it belongs to you today. Let us take your father's car. Locke quickly replied. Thank you, Marianne. Marianne, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, Who are you dating today? Have you found a new girlfriend? Is she a police officer too? Hey, Marianne. You promised not to meddle in my personal life, Locke retorted with mild dissatisfaction. Yet he responded, No, she is not a cop. We are in the early stages of getting to know each other. She is a surgeon at the Cedars-Sinai Medical Center, a Harvard Medical School graduate. Marion gasped in surprise. Are you serious? With such credentials, it is evident she is not the type of girlfriend you have had before. Locke glanced at Jet and Hannah, who were watching with keen interest, and smiled. Of course, I believe I have reached the point where I need a stable relationship. Marion nodded in agreement. It seems that bringing you into the LAPD was an exceedingly wise decision, Locke. You have truly matured, and that brings me great comfort. Your father would be pleased to hear this. I wish you success on your date today. Locke's words were intentionally directed at his family, aiming to convey his resolute decision to end casual encounters and embark on a genuine romantic relationship. After breakfast, Locke set off in a black Mercedes G55 to pick up Jennifer Gray, who resided in Glendale, northeast of Beverly Hills. To be honest, after driving for a while, Locke did not find the G55 superior to his F-150 Raptor. The suspension was rather stiff. However, the visibility was comparable, both vehicles offering a high and expansive view. The tuning and road feel of the two cars were distinctly different. The Raptor resembled a spirited cowboy of the West, while the G55 embodied the essence of a European knight, fierce yet retaining an air of elegance. Passing by a Barnes Noble bookstore, Locke suddenly remembered he had 2 unused skill cards. He parked the car and decided to purchase 2 books related to those skills. After a brief search, he found a book on lip reading, while there were many on psychological profiling. Once back in the car, Locke did not drive away immediately. Instead, he opened both books and diligently flipped through a few pages. Soon, the dashboard reflected a change. He had successfully acquired 2 new skills, lip reading L1 proficient and psychological profiling L1 proficient. Even with previous experience, Locke still marveled at the system's enchantment. As long as there was a triggering medium, skill cards could be transformed into genuine abilities. In an instant, a wealth of knowledge regarding lip reading and psychological profiling flooded his mind, as if he had long been adept in both skills. It is important to note that the 5 years of experience awarded by the system was not merely for learning, but for practical application. Thus, the minimum level of L1 already indicated proficiency. Thanks to the generous gift from Mr. Henry Morgan, Locke contemplated that perhaps he should take some time to visit Grandma Nancy. Half an hour later, his car glided into an upscale community in Glendale. Observing the opulent residence before him, which rivaled his own mansion in Beverly Hills, he immediately realized that Jennifer Gray's background must be quite remarkable. Due to regional factors, this grand estate might not be worth more than his own, yet it certainly commanded a value in the millions. Locke dialed Jennifer Gray's number to inform her of his arrival. Within 2 minutes, she emerged from the house, and perhaps due to an unspoken understanding, she too wore a white t-shirt paired with distressed denim jeans. Her form was voluptuous, with a curvaceous silhouette. Locke was instantly captivated. Unlike the aloof, sophisticated demeanor she exhibited that night, Jennifer Gray radiated a bright and gracious charm today, revealing a completely different kind of beauty. As she approached, sunlight enveloped her, bestowing upon her a radiant glow, making her already fair skin appear luminescent. Locke couldn't help but think of Sarah Mendez, whom he had encountered the day before. If Sarah Mendez was akin to a wild sulfur flower blossoming in the wilderness, then Jennifer Gray was like a white rose thriving in a serene valley, one exuding untamed vibrance, the other embodying graceful elegance. Hi, wow, what a splendid car. As she reached the vehicle, Jennifer Gray waved at Locke, her face adorned with a joyful smile, seemingly filled with anticipation for their rendezvous. Hi, it's wonderful to see you again. After she settled into the car, Locke explained, my car is in the shop, so I'm using my mother's vehicle. I thought you might prefer this over a Mercedes S600 or a BMW 760. Jennifer Gray appreciated Locke's honesty, smiling warmly as she nodded. Yes, I prefer this car. With eager anticipation, she inquired, so what are your plans for our outing today? Where shall we go? Chapter 31. Is this to be studied as a subject? Locke started the car, shaking his head. No, I have no plans. Jennifer Gray looked at Locke in disbelief and asked, so where are we going now? Locke smiled, his lips curling. It's simple. Where do you want to go the most? Don't think, just answer immediately. As Jennifer Gray contemplated, Locke's urging made her frown, and she blurted out, the beach. I haven't been to the beach in ages. Locke beamed. Okay, now we have a plan. Let us head to Santa Monica Beach. Jennifer Gray pouted in discontent. Come on. This is our first date. You're not taking it seriously. Locke retorted. Come on. I'm taking you to the place you want to go most. Aren't you happy? Jennifer Gray stared at Locke in astonishment, then burst into laughter. All right, you've passed. I'm starting to look forward to today's date. Locke smiled quietly, saying nothing more. His mastery of the 2L2 skills extended well beyond the bedroom. With experience from previous relationships, he understood how to interact with different types of women. Given Jennifer Grey's identity and beauty, it was evident that she attracted suitors regularly, receiving flattery daily. Therefore, a direct approach was the way to go. Santa Monica Beach was in close proximity to Beverly Hills, but the journey from Glendale nearly doubled the distance. However, with a beautiful companion, the trip would surely not be tedious. Along the way, Jennifer Grey candidly shared her romantic history. Locke's previous impressions were not mistaken. Although her style was bold, she was not a heartbreaker. She had experienced 4 relationships in total. Her first love occurred during middle school, an awakening of emotions that was not particularly pleasant. The second was in high school, involving the child of her parents' friends, a relationship that ended due to infidelity. The third was during college, where her boyfriend was also an academic achiever. However, they ultimately parted ways as their intense studies consumed them, leaving them more engrossed in their projects than in each other. The fourth relationship was after entering the workforce, with a financial elite who often faced cancellations due to her busy schedule, culminating in the revelation that he had solicited prostitutes, leading to an unhappy conclusion. After recounting her experiences, Jennifer Grey appeared dejected, stating, "I feel like I might not be suited for love, unless I stop being a doctor, but that is clearly impossible. Yet, I am a healthy woman with physiological needs. My experiences have not been fulfilling, and when my friends learned about my struggles, they took me to a bar, where I met you. I feel fortunate." Locke nodded in agreement. "I understand. You are indeed fortunate." Jennifer Grey found Locke's audacity somewhat amusing. She tilted her head, gazing at him with anticipation, as if awaiting something. Locke feigned ignorance, responding, "What's wrong?" Jennifer Grey couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Come on. I've already said it. It's your turn." Locke chuckled wryly. "Can I choose not to say anything?" He could hardly recall the number of women he had encountered. Jennifer Grey asserted firmly, "No. If we are to maintain a long-term relationship, I must know enough about you." Locke, somewhat resigned, had long anticipated that securing such a quality companion would not be an easy feat. He shrugged. "Okay, but I can't recount every relationship as you do." Jennifer Grey inquired, "Why?" Locke candidly recounted his past indiscretions, stating, "After joining the LAPD, I resolved to end that lifestyle, rather than displaying distaste or displeasure." Jennifer Grey appeared genuinely astonished, exclaiming, "Wow, what an intriguing past. However, given your looks and physique, it's indeed challenging for any woman to reject you. I am one of them. It took me quite a while to choose that night, and thankfully, you appeared. You are truly the perfect lover. Your skills are remarkable, and I have never experienced anything quite like it. I consider myself fortunate to have encountered you without much trial and error." Locke had grown accustomed to Jennifer Grey's frank discussions about intimate matters. Perhaps it was due to her profession as a doctor, where topics of body and sexuality were not considered taboo. He complimented her in return. "You are quite remarkable yourself, possessing exquisite beauty and a seductive figure. Your skin is smooth and fair." Upon hearing Locke's praises, Jennifer Grey revealed a modest smile. Suddenly, her azure eyes sparkled as she earnestly asked, "So, can you tell me, when we are intimate, what distinguishes me from other women?" Locke was momentarily taken aback. Was this to be a subject of study? The candid exchange throughout their journey deepened their understanding of one another, advancing their relationship. Upon exiting the vehicle, the two could stroll hand in hand along the beach like an ordinary couple, their striking appearances garnering numerous glances. Santa Monica Beach is one of Los Angeles' most renowned tourist destinations, attracting visitors from around the globe. It marks the end of the famous Route 10 in the United States. Due to the throngs of tourists, the commercial atmosphere is vibrant, with numerous major retailers, cinemas, hotels, luxury boutiques, bookstores, and cafes established in the area. This locale offers a fusion of leisure and shopping, allowing visitors to wander the beach, enjoy the sea breeze from the pier, or sit in a caf watching the sunset, effortlessly passing a day in bliss. Various street performances scattered along the beach captivate tourists, prompting them to pause and indulge. At a sketch artist stand, noticing Jennifer Grey's intrigued expression, Locke handed the street artist $10 and borrowed his tools. In less than 5 minutes, Locke had sketched Jennifer on a blank sheet of paper with remarkable precision, bringing her vividly to life, leaving the nearby street artist utterly astonished. What a jest! His sketching is undoubtedly of L3 caliber, a true master level, far surpassing that of mere street artists. Locke handed the sketch in his possession to Jennifer. And for once, the woman acted with sentiment and planted a kiss on Locke, exclaiming, "Now I comprehend why you are deemed the Sea King." During their time in the vehicle, Locke recounted to Jennifer Grey the humorous Chinese term "sea king," explaining it as a euphemism for promiscuity in Chinese culture. Upon hearing this, Jennifer Grey was profoundly impressed by the depth of the Chinese language, sparking within her the desire to learn it. Having enjoyed their outing, Locke decided it was time to treat Jennifer to lunch. He often visited Santa Monica Beach and knew of an excellent seafood restaurant that did not require reservations. Noticing Jennifer gazing at the playful figures frolicking in the waters of Venice Beach, he inquired, "Would you like to swim?" With a hint of regret, Jennifer replied, "I did not bring a swimsuit." Locke chuckled and said, "Come on, do you think there is a shortage of swimsuits here?" At that moment, Jennifer's eyes lit up. Locke urged, "Let us have lunch first, and afterward, we shall choose a swimsuit." Upon arriving at the restaurant, Locke selected a table with an exquisite view. While waiting for their meal, he observed Jennifer, who was smiling as she recounted their morning date to a friend. Feeling a bit bored, he began to survey the other patrons in the restaurant, primarily to test his newly acquired lip-reading skills. After scanning the room, Locke discovered significant limitations in this skill. Of 10 people, he could only decipher the words of 4. Among the 6 he could not understand, 3 were speaking languages other than English. Indeed, his lip-reading proficiency was currently confined to English. 2 others spoke at a rapid pace, and the last one had a penchant for conversing while eating. Suddenly, Locke's attention was captured by a bearded man seated in the corner, who spoke earnestly to a man in a floral shirt across from him. "Though I am currently being pursued, you must expedite the payment for that shipment. I am running out of money." Chapter 32. I seem to have discovered a fugitive. To his astonishment, Locke realized that he had indeed encountered a wanted criminal. This unsettling revelation sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to quickly divert his gaze, fearful that his scrutiny might attract unwanted attention. Noticing that Jennifer Grey had already stowed away her phone, he smiled and inquired, "How proficient are you at swimming?" As he glanced towards Jennifer Grey, Locke's peripheral vision fell once more upon the bearded man in the corner of the dining area. This fleeting glance revealed further details. The bearded man was seated in a prime location, adjacent to the beach, affording him an unobstructed view of everyone on the sandy expanse in front of the restaurant, as well as an easy escape route should the need arise. Additionally, at the table to the right of the bearded man sat 2 young men adorned with tattoos, their casual beach attire failing to disguise their true nature. They were not mere tourists, but rather bodyguards. Their vigilant gazes scanned the restaurant's patrons, and beside their feet lay black backpacks, which, if Locke's intuition served him correctly, likely contained firearms. Jennifer Grey took a sip of her juice through a straw and shrugged, remarking, "I'm average at it. I haven't devoted much time to learning how to swim. When I took swimming lessons, the boys were all too focused on my figure, which I found quite off-putting. What about you?" Suppressing his rising dread, Locke countered, "And who might I be?" Jennifer Grey paused momentarily, then, biting her lip, replied, "Aquaman." With his L3 swimming skills, Locke felt no shame in embracing the moniker. At that moment, their order arrived, and Locke realized he could not simply slip away. Departing as soon as the food was served would undoubtedly draw attention. The restaurant specialized in a seafood medley featuring king crab, Arctic clams, large shrimp, and a medley of onions, chili, and corn, all served in a generous, succulent portion. Priced by weight, the dish was accompanied by Mexican tortillas, perfect for wrapping the seafood. This was Jennifer's first experience with such a dish, and she found it intriguing. Although it was a bit spicy for her taste, she still praised. "The flavors are quite rich." She licked the juice off her fingers and curiously asked, "Is something amiss? You seem a bit unsettled." Locke shot her a surprised glance, believing he had concealed his anxiety well. "How did you notice?" he queried. Realizing that the contents of those 2 black backpacks might very well be firearms, potentially even automatic rifles, his instinct was to leave immediately. In such an open environment as the beach, the presence of automatic weapons could lead to a massacre. Even with his advantages, the odds of survival were slim, given this rare opportunity to live again. He was particularly cautious. As for whether the bearded man was indeed a fugitive or the nature of his crimes, Locke found himself indifferent. He was on vacation and unarmed. It would be foolish to involve himself in such perilous affairs. Jennifer replied, "I am majoring in clinical surgery with a minor in psychology." In that instant, Locke understood her insight. He contemplated the situation and decided that honesty was the best course of action. His foremost concern was that the 2 armed individuals might instigate a terror attack, making it imperative to alert Jennifer. He whispered, "I believe I have spotted a wanted criminal. He is armed. Do not turn around." Jennifer was taken aback, suppressing the urge to look back, and anxiously inquired, What should we do? Continue eating. Locke gestured for Jennifer to follow his lead, and leisurely replied, I am uncertain whether he has merely come to dine or has other intentions. He had previously jotted down information regarding the LAPD and FBI's most wanted criminals while researching gang activities in Los Angeles, yet he had no recollection of this bearded man. Jennifer hastily mimicked Locke's actions, asking, Is there anything I can do? Locke forked a piece of crab meat and offered it to her, shaking his head. You need not do anything, simply enjoy your meal. Once we finish, we shall depart. Do not be anxious. He may just be here to eat, rest assured. I will handle everything. Jennifer's demeanor relaxed slightly, and she gave Locke an okay gesture, noticing a sauce smudge at the corner of her mouth. Locke reached over with his thumb to wipe it away, then placed his finger in his mouth, sucking gently, gazing at her with warmth. Although his eyes were fixed on Jennifer, his focus was intensely trained on the bearded man in the corner, his expression unwittingly turning serious. For the bearded man was conversing with a floral shirt-clad individual, and their dialogue revealed plans for a potential terrorist attack in Las Vegas. However, due to his angle, Locke could not discern the specifics, only capturing keywords like Las Vegas and terrorist attack. Regrettably, the man in the floral shirt had his back turned to Locke, obscuring his face from view. Noticing Locke's change in demeanor, Jennifer anxiously asked, What is it? Locke immediately averted his gaze, reassuring her, It is nothing. I will make a phone call. You continue eating, do not be anxious. We are merely a typical couple enjoying a holiday. Jennifer forced a smile, spearing a shrimp and offering it to Locke. Understanding that Jennifer Gray was frightened, Locke stood and gently kissed her on the lips, wiped his hands, and reached for his phone. Initially, he wished to disregard the situation, but with a terrorist attack looming, he felt compelled to act. However, as soon as Locke picked up his phone, a bodyguard immediately glanced over with heightened alertness. A sense of foreboding washed over Locke. He had intended to find an opportunity to discreetly photograph the bearded man and send it to the precinct to discover his identity. It seemed prudent to proceed with caution and avoid alarming the snake. Locke chose not to call the precinct directly. Instead, he dialed David, seeking his counsel on how to address the matter. To his dismay, David's line was unreachable, leading Locke to recall that David was likely out deep-sea fishing at that moment. Reluctantly, he set the phone down, and out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the bodyguard's gaze shift away as he did so. Locke quickly reached a decision and asked Jennifer, Have you finished eating? Jennifer looked up at him, puzzled, and upon seeing his smiling gaze, she understood and replied, I have finished. Locke nodded and said, All right, let's leave. He called the waiter, settled the bill, and then took Jennifer by the arm as they exited the seafood restaurant. Once outside, Jennifer let out a long sigh, tightly clutching Locke's arm, and asked, filled with lingering apprehension, I can't believe we encountered such a situation. Who exactly is the fugitive? Locke described the appearance of the man with the bushy beard, but Jennifer couldn't recall any details. What should they do next? Locke surveyed the surroundings and soon spotted the street artist from earlier. He decided to send the sketch of the bushy bearded man back to the police station to investigate his identity. The street artist was quite taken by Locke and, upon seeing him return to borrow paper and a pencil, refused to accept any payment this time, instead gifting him a sketchbook and a pen. Locke chose not to draw on the spot. Instead, he led Jennifer back to G55, relying solely on his memory. He spent a full 10 minutes meticulously recreating the bushy beard on paper. After completing the sketch, he took a photograph of it and sent it to Anna Davis, followed by a call to her. Chapter 33. Observed by the FBI, Anna Davis possesses higher access privileges, yet today she is on leave. Fortunately, her home computer can connect to the LAPD intranet. After hearing the details from Locke, she took the matter seriously and promptly uploaded the photograph into the system database for comparison, but no matches were found. This indicated that the bearded man was not listed as a wanted criminal in the federal police database. Locke was taken aback. Could it be that he misread the man's lips? After all, he had seen the bearded man clearly state that he was wanted. He quickly picked up the image of the bearded man and reflected on his features, soon realizing the issue. He exclaimed, Captain, I suspect he has undergone cosmetic surgery. Anna Davis did not respond to Locke's claim. Instead, she inquired, When did you start learning lip reading? Aware of Anna's skepticism regarding his ability to glean information through lip reading, Locke felt compelled to fabricate a story. I began learning it when I was on the football team. We sometimes needed to decipher lip signals. At that time, I only knew a few simple terms. It wasn't until I joined the LAPD that I studied it more systematically and even purchased relevant books. He had indeed bought the books. So this part was truthful. After a moment of contemplation, Anna said, "All right, I believe you. I will have the data analysis team reevaluate. I will inform you immediately if there are any updates, but you must not act rashly." Understood. After hanging up, Locke exhaled deeply, confident in his judgment. Although his lip-reading skill was at level L1, his forensic knowledge was at L3, complemented by micro-expression analysis at L2 and sketching at L2, allowing him to recognize facial contours at a professional level. "May I take a look?" Of course. Locke handed the image to Jennifer, who accepted it and began to study it intently, exuding an air of intellectual beauty. After 2 minutes, she looked up and said, "This face has indeed been altered. The mandible, palate, cheekbones, and nasal bones have all undergone subtle adjustments. The technique is superb. It is nearly undetectable, indicating a top-tier cosmetic surgeon in the field." Curiously, she asked, "How did you discern that?" Locke smiled slightly. Could he admit that he also studied medicine? Moreover, his proficiency was not inferior to hers. He replied, "Don't forget that I can sketch." Jennifer appeared enlightened, gently biting her lip, and the ripples of intrigue danced in her azure eyes as she nodded. "True. Sketching requires an understanding of human contours. I never would have guessed that you, a football player, would excel so greatly in sketching." Locke felt a stirring within him. Placing his hand on her firm thigh, caressing it gently, and lamented, "What a pity. I was rather looking forward to seeing you in a bikini." "Why a pity?" With that, Jennifer promptly removed her t-shirt, revealing an emerald green laced lingerie beneath. Locke was instantly captivated, momentarily forgetting the bearded fugitive and even the FBI. His thoughts were solely consumed by Jennifer. However, just as Locke was preparing to assist Jennifer in unbuttoning her jeans, his phone rang. It was Anna Davis calling, and he had no choice but to answer. "Locke, you were right. He has undergone plastic surgery. This man is the FBI's most wanted fugitive, named Harry Belline. He is the notorious leader of the Buffalo Gang in Nevada, long active in Las Vegas, responsible for numerous homicides and kidnappings. After being wanted, he mysteriously vanished. And who would have thought you would discover him today? I have already reported this to the FBI. They will contact you shortly." Anna Davis's voice on the phone was considerably more serious than before, confirming Harry Belline's identity, which validated the information Locke had gleaned through lip reading. Harry Belline was planning a terrorist attack in Las Vegas, a matter of grave significance. Locke replied calmly, "Understood. I will cooperate with the FBI." Anna Davis advised, "You only need to convey what you know to the FBI. You can refuse any unreasonable demands from them. The LAPD and the FBI are equal." "Got it." Locke instantly grasped Anna's implication. The situation in Las Vegas was not LAPD's concern. They merely needed to relay the information without putting themselves at risk. After ending the call, Locke apologized to Jennifer. "It seems we cannot go swimming after all." Jennifer leisurely removed her jeans, revealing matching lace lingerie beneath, her long, fair thighs exuding athletic grace. She arched her back, turned to crawl into the back seat, and playfully smiled at Locke. "Can't you be Aquaman on land?" Locke understood immediately and, with considerate care, waited for her to settle in the back seat before moving the front seats forward. He then exited the vehicle and adjusted the rear seat, for in that confined space, he found it impossible to maneuver otherwise. Soon, the car seemed to sway in rhythm with the distant ocean waves, drawing playful glances from passing tourists. Thud, thud. Just as Locke was embracing the lingering pleasure with Jennifer, he was abruptly startled, glancing out the window to find 2 FBI agents in uniforms standing to the left of the car. Instinctively, he wished to conceal himself, but then remembered the tinted windows. While they could see outside, it was difficult for outsiders to discern what was happening inside. Regaining his composure, Locke realized the FBI must have known what they were engaged in, likely having been spectators. Otherwise, they would not have knocked on the window after the act was completed, nor stood in front of the windshield. Feeling embarrassed, he hastily donned his underwear, thinking to himself, "I was so engrossed that I didn't even notice how long the FBI had been there. This is quite the humiliation." Noticing that Jennifer remained languidly sprawled beside him, showing no intention of dressing, he couldn't help but give her a playful slap on the backside. He realized that this woman held remarkably progressive views, displaying no embarrassment about her exposed body. After receiving a sharp slap, Jennifer leisurely donned her lingerie, fastening her bra while tilting her head in inquiry. "Why does this feel even more exhilarating than last time? Could it be because we are in the car?" Locke, initially irked by her nonchalant attitude towards her own body, couldn't help but chuckle at her words. The previous encounter had been during L2, and now, with the transition to L3, there was simply no comparison. He urged, "First, get dressed. You have plenty of time to ponder this tonight." Locke then proactively retrieved her t-shirt and jeans from the front seat, struggling to put on his own trousers. Once Jennifer was fully clothed, he pushed open the car door with her t-shirt in hand. Inside the vehicle, he found it quite difficult to wear it. Standing barefoot on the beach, Locke slipped into the t-shirt while assessing the two FBI agents before him, a middle-aged bald African-American man whose serious demeanor was unmistakable, and a young blonde female agent with a ponytail, exuding sharpness and intrigue, her gaze carrying a blend of curiosity and amusement. The bald agent presented his FBI credentials and inquired, "I am Senior Agent Hunter Morris, and this is Agent Liv. You are LAPD Officer Lockley, correct?" Chapter 34. The Invitation from the FBI Indeed. Locke nodded and extended his hand, inquiring, "Why didn't you call first?" Observing that the bald African-American had no intention of shaking his hand, he awkwardly withdrew it and continued, "So, have you apprehended Harry Belline?" Hunter replied coldly, "This matter pertains to FBI confidentiality and cannot be disclosed, Officer Locke. Regarding your discovery of Harry Belline, I hope you can accompany us to provide a detailed statement." Locke immediately felt displeased. "I'm sorry, but I am currently on leave. Can this wait until I return to work? You already have an understanding of Harry Belaine's current appearance. So it shouldn't be so urgent, right?" Hunter frowned. "Are you certain? What do you mean by that? Are you planning to resist? Damn it. What kind of attitude is this? If it weren't for my crucial tip, you wouldn't even have a whiff of Harry Belline." Just as Locke prepared to retort, the previously silent Agent Lift spoke up. "Officer Locke, given that there is a bounty of 500,000 on Harry Belline, we must adhere to certain procedures with utmost diligence." Locke's irritation extinguished instantly. While he was ineligible for the LAPD's bounty, he could certainly claim the FBI's. What a serendipitous windfall. He quickly amended his tone, saying, "Cooperating with the FBI is an obligation of every officer. No problem. I'll accompany you immediately." Then, remembering Jennifer in the car, he asked, "May I first take my girlfriend home?" Agent Lift queried, "Has she been with you the entire time?" Locke affirmed, and Lift responded, "Then it would be best for her to accompany you to provide a statement as well." Locke opened the car door, only to find that although Jennifer was dressed, she still reclined, seemingly lost in a contemplative state. He took a seat, brushing off the sand from his shoes and socks while explaining the necessity of providing a statement to the FBI. Jennifer furrowed her brow and asked, "Should I notify my lawyer?" Locke realized the implication, glanced at the two FBI agents outside, and nodded, of course. He promptly called Marion, recounting the situation and specifically mentioning the bounty on Harry Belline. Marion, who was shopping with Hannah, was initially displeased at the interruption, but upon hearing about the bounty, her tone shifted immediately, stating she would rush to the FBI headquarters in Los Angeles. After hanging up, Locke felt somewhat speechless. Marion truly excelled as a lawyer. He pondered briefly before calling Anna Davis to inform her as well. Once he finished the call, Jennifer also contacted her lawyer and climbed from the back seat to the front passenger seat. Locke chuckled at her childish behavior before restoring the back seat to its previous state. Noticing the imprint left on the seat, a chill ran down his spine. He absolutely could not let Marion discover this matter. Before returning the vehicle, it must undergo a thorough cleaning. In the FBI interrogation room, Locke waited for quite some time, growing increasingly impatient until bald-headed Hunter and Liv finally entered. Hunter's demeanor had drastically changed. He proactively apologized to Locke, explaining that he had been delayed due to matters concerning Harry Belline. Liv conducted the questioning, meticulously inquiring about Locke's discovery of Harry Belline. Locke recounted the events in detail, aligning closely with what he had previously told Anna Davis. Aware of the significance of his testimony, he only downplayed his abilities in lip-reading and sketching, while remaining truthful about everything else. Once Liv had completed her notes, she glanced at Hunter and asked, "Locke, could you assist us in sketching the two bodyguards and the man in the floral shirt?" "Certainly. But I can only depict the two bodyguards. The man in the floral shirt was always facing away from me, so I did not see his front in light of the reward," Locke readily agreed, though confusion flickered across his face as he inquired, "There are numerous cameras on the beach. Surely you can locate their footage?" Liv handed Locke a sketchbook and pencil, stating, "We merely wish to solidify the evidence." Locke shrugged, refraining from further questions. In 10 minutes, he had recreated the scene featuring the two bodyguards, Harry Belline, and the man in the floral shirt at the seafood restaurant. Liv gazed at the sketches in her hands, exclaiming, "Remarkable." Hunter took the sketches from Liv and compared them with the previous drawing of Harry Belline, asking, "Why does your LAPD employment record not mention your skills in sketching and lip reading?" Locke raised his hands in a gesture of indifference, replying, I do not consider my skills in sketching and lip reading to be particularly impressive. For instance, with lip reading, I can only discern a portion of the information well. I did not expect you to be so modest, Hunter remarked as he collected the sketches, unexpectedly asking, Locke, how about it? Are you interested in joining the FBI? Locke paused, instinctively responding. No. Hunter appeared unfazed, shrugging. That is truly unfortunate. Internally, he mused that the FBI had yet to discover anyone beyond reach. Despite his personal aversion to Locke, he had to concede that Locke's talents were squandered as merely a LAPD officer. Upon leaving the interrogation room, Locke was surprised to see Anna Davis had arrived, with Marion accompanying her. Nearby, Jennifer was conversing with Hannah, seemingly unaware of her lawyer's absence, as she may have already departed. As Locke emerged, the four turned their gazes toward him. He approached Anna Davis, saying, Captain, I apologize for taking up your weekend. Anna Davis smiled. I happened to arrange dinner with Marion. We merely decided to meet here. She complimented Marion. Marion, you have an exceptional son. He is well suited for the role of a police officer, possessing a remarkable talent for it. Marion chuckled. Now I finally understand why he enjoyed playing police games as a child. It was all destined to be. She inquired of Locke, is it over? Locke nodded, indicating they could depart. He turned to Jennifer and asked Marion, you must already be acquainted, right? Do you require an introduction? Marion shook her head and replied, no. We are already familiar. She smiled at Jennifer and earnestly remarked, Jennifer is exceptional. I hold her in high regard. I hope your words from this morning were sincere. Caught off guard by the sudden meeting of parents, what could Locke say? Surely, he could not admit that they were merely casual acquaintances. He could only respond gravely. Of course. Subsequently, the five of them exited the FBI building. As they left, Marion extended an invitation to Locke and Jennifer for her dinner, which was declined by Locke. He explained that he had spoiled their date and needed to make amends with Jennifer that evening. Locke, come here for a moment. As Locke prepared to enter his vehicle, Anna Davis called out to him. I have inquired, and the FBI has begun surveillance on Harry Boleyn based on your description. Action should be imminent. Please do not discuss today's events with anyone to avoid compromising the FBI's efforts. The reward will only be issued after the apprehension. Understood. I will maintain confidentiality. Thank you, Captain. Hunter had just reminded him to keep this matter private. Anna Davis glanced at Jennifer, who was already seated in the passenger seat, and remarked seriously, Locke, a long-term stable relationship would positively influence your reputation at the precinct. I also think highly of Jennifer. A surgeon at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center is far more respectable than an operator at Parker Center. Locke's expression shifted awkwardly, and he quickly replied, got it. Thank you, Anna. Chapter 35. Honest communication. After departing from the FBI, Locke sought Jennifer's opinion on whether to dine out or return home. The two quickly reached a consensus and made their way to Grant's apartment. Previously, in the car, they felt a lingering desire, constrained by the limited space. Following a passionate encounter, both felt invigorated and transparent, prompting Locke to suggest going out for dinner. However, Jennifer, reclining on the bed, expressed her reluctance to move, leading them to order Panda Express and pizza instead. Within half an hour, the food arrived. Jennifer, tossing aside the covers, descended without a hint of intent to dress. Although her form was undeniably alluring, Locke found himself at a loss, exclaiming, why are you not wearing any clothes? He could hardly fathom the idea of eating in such a state. Would he even have an appetite? Jennifer nonchalantly picked up a slice of pizza and remarked, don't you think clothes are a constraint? Being unclothed is a return to humanity's primal state, and besides, why bother dressing only to undress again? Locke found a semblance of logic in her reasoning, yet he retorted, I'm concerned you might soil my sofa. All right then. Jennifer conceded with a glance down at herself, hastily consuming her pizza before complying with Locke's insistence to freshen up. Initially, she intended to don only a dark green lingerie set, but under Locke's pressure, she reluctantly added one of his t-shirts. As he observed Jennifer curled up on the sofa, indulging in her pizza, Locke couldn't help but internally critique her. Indeed, many goddesses reveal a more relatable side in private. He recognized that Jennifer seemed somewhat naive, having developed her own cognitive framework, perhaps due to her academic pursuits. This realization gave Locke a slight headache, as both Marianne and Anna had met Jennifer and held her in high regard, considering her his girlfriend. There was no denying her beauty, poise, and the fact that she was a distinguished Harvard graduate working at the Cedars-Sinai Medical Center, qualities that made her exceptionally appealing. Noticing Locke's furrowed brow, Jennifer inquired, what's the matter? Locke candidly confessed, prompting her to furrow her brows in response. You're not reconsidering and thinking of pursuing me, are you? Locke swiftly replied, No, you are not the partner I envision. Though Jennifer Grey was remarkable both in appearance and character, Locke's interest in her was predominantly physical. Their encounter was merely a serendipitous occurrence shaped by circumstance. Had it not been for Nathan and the others teasing that night, he might never have approached her. The man who took her away could very well have been someone else. His acquiescence to Jennifer's proposal stemmed from a desire to conclude his casual relationships, and she seemed the perfect companion, an arrangement devoid of emotional entanglement. Precisely what he sought at that moment. Jennifer let out a sigh of relief and calmly remarked, That's good. I truly do not wish to engage in a romantic relationship at the moment. I would not make a good partner. My work consumes my time, and I find solace in the operating room and with my patients. I lack the energy to manage a boyfriend, and I believe this state is quite satisfactory. Locke nodded in agreement. This is precisely what I desire as well, yet I have one stipulation. Jennifer picked up a box of Panda Express's classic Yangzhou fried rice, holding the fork thoughtfully, and inquired with curiosity, What is your stipulation? Locke replied, I hope that during the course of our relationship, I shall be your sole partner. Jennifer stared at Locke, seemingly incredulous. Do you truly care about this? Locke solemnly nodded. You may consider this a form of psychological cleanliness. Though Locke, the notorious rogue, typically would not concern himself with such matters, this time was different. Jennifer couldn't help but chuckle. No wonder Hannah said you've transformed into a different person. I can hardly fathom how your mindset has shifted so drastically. The psychological trauma from taking a life does not alter one's character. It's quite remarkable that a promiscuous individual now demands my fidelity. Locke felt speechless, realizing that Hannah had thoroughly divulged his past during their time with the FBI. Truly, she was a brilliant Harvard alumnus. He stated earnestly, Jennifer, I am serious. If you disagree, we can conclude this tonight. Jennifer shrugged, her expression one of feigned distress as she pouted. Locke, you are being rather heartless. Am I truly not worth your affection? Deep down, Locke felt a twinge of regret. This woman possessed many redeeming qualities. For instance, she belonged to that category of individuals who may appear liberated yet possess limited experience, with abundant potential left to explore. She would undoubtedly make an ideal companion for both home and travel. He raised his hands in apology. I'm sorry, but this is a matter of principle. If I intend to alter my previous lifestyle, I would hope for my partner to maintain a certain purity. Is this the awakening of a conservative trait inherent in your Chinese genes? Jennifer scrutinized Locke with an inquisitive gaze, seemingly more intrigued by him. She casually replied, No problem. I agree to your terms. Locke was taken aback, having anticipated Jennifer's refusal. They had not established a romantic relationship. They were merely friends with benefits, each enjoying the freedom to engage as they pleased. Jennifer continued to savor her fried rice, chuckling lightly. I fail to understand why you would bring this up specifically. I believe you have a misperception of me. She set down her container, exclaiming in disbelief, Jesus, do you perceive me as a promiscuous woman? I do not possess a sex addiction. I merely have normal physiological needs. My seemingly strong desires stem from the fact that you intoxicate me, rendering me addicted. Are you truly unaware of your own allure? Having a partner like you, why would I seek out other men? I truly feel no fantasies towards anyone else. Your beauty, your physique, your skills. I believe I am utterly captivated by you. At present, you are the healer of my emptiness. Stop. Locke felt a peculiar sensation. It seemed as though Jennifer was indulging him. He calmly replied, All right, as long as you agree, we shall consider this settled. Should you wish to end this relationship one day, feel free to tell me directly. Jennifer then boldly positioned herself upon his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. Biting her lip as she said, I am fully aware of my place in this relationship, thus I have no demands of you. The only request I have is that we must go on a date once a week. Of course, if you ever find yourself in need and I happen to be free, you can come to me at any time. Locke gazed at Jennifer in astonishment, somewhat surprised by her humility. At that moment, he realized something significant. It was evident that Jennifer had been completely conquered by him. He had greatly underestimated the power of their connection. He suddenly recognized that when this particular skill reaches a certain level, it might leave an indelible mark on the other's soul through physical communion. This revelation alleviated many of Locke's doubts. He playfully squeezed her pert bottom and seductively remarked, You know, intimacy is not limited to a singular approach. There are myriad ways. Jennifer relished Locke's caresses, nodding in agreement. Certainly. I've watched films from the San Fernando Valley, though I have yet to try it. Locke inquired, Would you like to give it a try? Jennifer immediately perked up, exclaiming, I knew it. Clothing can be quite a hindrance. Chapter 36. Purchasing a firearm the following morning. Locke cheerfully escorted the vibrant Jennifer back to Glendale. After parking the car, Jennifer leaned in to give Locke a kiss. Their previous day's date and open conversation having strengthened their bond, rendering it more intimate than mere friendship. Upon exiting the vehicle, she lingered, rising on her toes to rest against the car window. Dr. Lee, I thoroughly enjoyed our date yesterday. I find myself eagerly anticipating our next rendezvous. The previous night, they had indulged in a playful roleplay, with Locke portraying the doctor administering injections, while Jennifer assumed the role of the patient. Observing Jennifer as she unsteadily approached the house, Locke felt a twinge of concern and inquired, "Honey, do you need me to escort you inside?" Jennifer turned, a radiant smile gracing her face. "If you're not afraid of my daddy's Mossberg 500, you are welcome to join me for a cup of coffee." The Mossberg 500 shotgun is a firearm commonly found in affluent American households, utilized for shooting competitions, hunting, home defense, and practical shooting sports. Sensing the underlying tension, Locke wisely retreated, waving goodbye to Jennifer before pressing the accelerator and departing swiftly. Later that morning, David called to confirm their plans to visit a gun shop. David resided in Southgate, and the drive from Glendale took approximately 30 minutes. Half an hour later, Locke effortlessly located David's home, having visited once before when he met his daughter, Catherine Murphy. Since then, David had regarded Locke with the same wariness one would reserve for a wolf. Long before Locke arrived, he spotted David waiting by the roadside. He eased the car to a stop in front of David, lowered the window, and glanced toward the house. Expressing his dissatisfaction, "I was hoping to enjoy a cup of coffee." "What coffee at this hour?" David exclaimed as he climbed into the car, a Mercedes AMG. "Damn wealthy folks." Noticing Locke peering toward the entrance, David turned to see his daughter emerging, hastily raising the window and urging, "Kid, stop staring and let us go. I'm wasting my weekend accompanying you to buy a gun." Catherine Murphy stood at the door, her long brown hair cascading down, her features sweet and epitomizing the quintessential American girl next door. It was difficult to fathom that she was a forensic pathologist, dressed in a pink t-shirt and denim shorts. Her fair legs were on full display as she waved at the car. Locke, through David's window, offered a brief wave to Catherine as a form of greeting before gently pressing the accelerator and driving away. He had never intended to engage Catherine Murphy and found it perplexing why David was so protective. Seeing that Locke had not lingered around Catherine, David sighed in relief and teasingly asked, "So, how did your date go yesterday?" Locke, with a thoughtful expression, nodded, "It was splendid. We visited Santa Monica Beach." "And what about you? How was your outing at sea?" David shrugged and remarked, "We were rather unfortunate. We encountered a tuna weighing at least 500 pounds, 230 kilograms. But alas, it slipped away." "What a pity." Locke, wearing a face of regret, replied, "Next time, you ought to bring me along. I possess considerable strength." David turned to Locke and nodded, saying, "That makes sense. The reason we lost at this time was indeed due to our old bones lacking stamina." Following David's guidance, Locke soon drove to the gun shop, which was merely a 10-minute journey from his home. After parking the car, Locke trailed behind David into the store. Like most gun shops in America, this one boasted an impressive array of firearms, even featuring some antique weapons. The proprietor, a robust man with a rosy complexion and a bushy beard, was in the midst of oiling a classic M1 Garand rifle from World War II. Upon seeing David, he exclaimed, "Wow, who is this? Is it not our Officer Murphy?" David approached and exchanged a fist bump with the bearded man. "Hi, Gary, this is Locke, my partner. Recently employed. I brought him over to purchase a firearm." He then introduced Locke. Gary used to be with the LAPD. After retirement, he opened this gun shop, where he possesses the most comprehensive collection of firearms in Los Angeles. Even antique guns, just name it, and he can procure it for you. Gary, flattered by David's praise, smiled warmly at Locke. "Welcome to the LAPD. Since David brought you, I shall ensure you receive the best price." David gave a sly grin and gestured to Locke, who promptly handed his purchase list to Gary. Upon glancing at the list, Gary was momentarily taken aback, quickly stating, "I don't have the 416 Hong Kong dollars. You might consider the MR223 or MR556 or even the M4. David interjected, "Gary, I know you haven't 416 Hong Kong dollars. Bring it out. Otherwise, I'll take him to Jimmy for assistance, and I'm certain Jimmy can get in 416 Hong Kong dollars as well." Slamming the list down on the counter, Gary retorted angrily, "Damn it, don't mention that bastard's name in front of me. In all of Los Angeles, the only place you'll find in 416 Hong Kong dollars is here with me." David, you know the 416 Hong Kong dollars comes without discounts. David inquired, how much? Gary replied firmly, $8,000, not a cent less. This gun comes equipped with a holographic sight and a silencer. David turned to Locke, kid, you've heard it. This guy is trying to swindle you. In truth, the M4 suffices. The 416 Hong Kong dollars has been excessively inflated in price. Only a fool would purchase it. What is the military procurement price? A mere $1,000. Gary's complexion shifted from pale to flushed as he impatiently declared, all right, $7,500. That is the lowest price. David, with an air of tranquility, continued to persuade Locke, trust me, the M4 is adequate. The reputation of the 416 Hong Kong dollars is merely inflated. Allow me to assist you in acquiring an M4. It will certainly not exceed $2,500. Gary, gritting his teeth, replied in a low voice, $7,200 will have to suffice. David, do not overreach. I paid $7,000 for this weapon upon acquisition. Surely, you cannot expect me not to profit. An hour later, Locke departed the gun shop in high spirits. Laden with several boxes and bags. The 416 Hong Kong dollars came with a gun case, while the Remington M870 shotgun was accompanied by a gun bag. He also procured 3 handguns, a Glock G18, a Glock G19, and an M9, also known as the Beretta 92F. Additionally, he acquired a military-grade bulletproof vest and a number of rounds. After David negotiated the price down, the 416 Hong Kong dollars was finally secured for $6,800, leaving Gary visibly pale, exclaiming expletives in frustration. The total expenditure for all firearms and equipment did not exceed $12,000. On the return journey, David took the driver's seat, mentioning he had never driven a G55. Locke relinquished the vehicle to him, allowing himself to tinker with the newly acquired firearms in the passenger seat. Noticing Locke fiddling with the M9, David quipped, so, what do you think? Is it not heavy and cumbersome? The M9 is quite manageable, Locke retorted. In comparison to the Glock G18, he favored the M9's texture and feel. The weight was inconsequential to him. Conversely, the Glock G19 felt a tad small and unfamiliar, but such backup weapons are typically concealed, making smaller sizes more comfortable. Locke observed that David was not heading home. Where could he be going? David looked at him incredulously. Kid, you just bought firearms. Should you not visit a shooting range to familiarize yourself with them? Especially the rifle. You must practice diligently. Do not assume that possessing a rifle permit equates to proficiency with the weapon. Chapter 37. The capture operation at the shooting range, half an hour later. David stared at Locke in astonishment. Kid, I have reviewed your assessment results. Your average score is a mere 7 rings. And it was never mentioned that you were proficient with a rifle. Locke gently set down the 416 Hong Kong dollars in his hands. A weapon that commanded a hefty price for good reason, resembling a work of art, and the sound it produced was simply delightful. He shrugged nonchalantly and replied, I've heard that those with good marksmanship are assigned to SWAT. I've been hunting coyotes with a Remington M700 on my grandfather's farm since I was 10. The reason he revealed his shooting skills to David was that they were partners. He needed David to recognize his capabilities to facilitate better cooperation. Indeed, Locke had used the Remington M700 to hunt coyotes in his teenage years, but his marksmanship had been rather poor. Subsequently, he experimented with the Remington M870. And it was no surprise that American police favored this model, truly a close combat marvel, exuding a certain flair. In terms of handguns, Locke found himself preferring the M9, as it suited his grip perfectly. However, during patrols, he would still carry a Glock G18 like David, for its magazine capacity of 17 rounds compared to the M9S15. The G18 could even accommodate magazines holding 31 and 33 rounds, allowing for a barrage that could turn a target to Swiss cheese. There was a reason the Glock had achieved global popularity, despite the engineering plastic diminishing its tactile quality. It was lightweight, affordable, and its accuracy and jam rate far surpassed that of other firearms. Truly a reliable workhorse. With his current proficiency in handguns at an L3 level, the specific model mattered little to him. After a round on the fixed targets, Locke grew bored and moved on to the moving targets, with David trailing him closely to keep time. Observing Locke's seamless transitions between rifle and handgun, David felt a shiver run down his spine. He realized that in just 2 days, he barely recognized this kid anymore. Locke disengaged the safety on his firearm, turned to David, and inquired, So, how did I do? What is the time? David, incredulous, retorted, Is this really your first time shooting? Locke replied, We practiced during the police academy training. David shot him an exasperated glare and reset the timer. You should definitely be in SWAT. Being a patrol officer is beneath your talents. As they departed, David was so disheartened that he didn't even want to drive the G55. He felt overshadowed by Locke's natural aptitude, leaving him with a sense of frustration, as if his 2 decades of police service had been for naught. The ride was silent until just before getting out. David mumbled, "Remember to register all the firearms in the armory tomorrow morning, and don't forget to bring all the necessary documentation." Locke felt a bit helpless. He had been holding back at the shooting range, for achieving L3 mastery was no trivial feat. If he had gone all out, it would have left everyone in awe. As David stepped out of the car, Locke called out to him, expressing his gratitude for assisting in selecting a firearm, inviting him to lunch for Chinese cuisine. David, leaning against the car door, glared fiercely at Locke, warning him to cease his attention towards Catherine and to leave promptly. With a slam, Locke stood there, bewildered by David's hasty retreat. He genuinely wished to express his thanks, as David had saved him at least $3,000 in the purchase of the gun. Just as he was about to depart, he noticed Catherine Murphy emerging, seemingly prepared to greet David. Upon seeing him still lingering, she waved to him, only to be abruptly pulled inside by David. Locke's frustration surged. He could not fathom how a man as portly and balding as David could have a daughter as exquisite as Catherine. Suddenly, it dawned on him why David reacted so vehemently. His invitation for Chinese lunch would undoubtedly include Catherine, and thus, the old man's intensity was explained. The following morning, Locke exhibited no symptoms of the typical work-related malaise, arriving early at the precinct. He spent half an hour documenting all the firearms. Not all LAPD officers were permitted to wield automatic rifles prior to 9/11. Only a little over 300 out of 10,000 officers possessed the qualification to use such weapons, a number which surged to 1,500 post-9/11. The authorization to use automatic rifles required a formal application, specialized training, and passing examinations. Locke had already passed his tests during training, so he could immediately utilize his newly acquired rifle. He also returned the department-issued Glock G17, feeling a profound sense of security now that he could take his own weapon home. Upon transferring his gear into the patrol car's trunk and returning to the duty room, he immediately sensed something amiss. The officers were lined up, and Captain Jones stood on the staircase platform, seemingly awaiting someone. Locke approached David, but noticing his foul demeanor, he refrained from engaging him further and turned to Randy beside him, inquiring, "Bro, what's going on?" Randy puffed out his chest, his expression serious as he replied, "Locke, congratulate me. If my hunch is correct, my promotion ceremony should be taking place shortly." The officers in the front row, overhearing Randy, turned to tease him. "Wow. Congratulations, Randy." Nathan playfully punched him, echoing the sentiment. "Congrats, Randy." Even Captain Mona turned to him. "Randy, congratulations. You're buying dinner tonight." Randy's expression soured instantly. Locke couldn't help but chuckle, but upon noticing Elsa beside Randy staring intently at him, he quickly composed himself, avoiding any distraction. It was a burden to possess such charm, he mused. Just then, Anna Davis descended the stairs, leading 2 individuals. Upon sighting them, Locke's expression shifted to one of concern. "Do you know them?" he asked, turning to David, who was now fixated on him. The old man had finally decided to speak. He nodded slightly and replied in a hushed tone, "FBI." Following Anna Davis were 2 FBI agents, Hunter and Liv, whom Locke had encountered just 2 days prior. Under the lights, the bald-headed Hunter gleamed like a polished black egg. Silence. Captain Jones restored order to the scene before yielding the floor to Anna Davis. She promptly announced a temporary mission. The Wilshire Police Department was to assist the FBI in apprehending a group of terrorists. She then introduced Hunter and Liv as the FBI liaisons. Locke immediately recalled Harry Belline, and if his suspicions were correct, this operation was likely aimed at capturing him. The meeting was brief. After Captain Jones outlined the task, he declared it adjourned. As the gathering dispersed, Locke noticed Hunter and Liv casting a glance in his direction before he departed alongside Anna Davis. Locke and his team made their way to the parking lot, where they were assigned to Inspector Mona. Locke opened the trunk and donned the newly purchased bulletproof vest over his uniform. In fact, he was already wearing the department-issued blank ST series vest underneath, which could only mitigate the impact of a 9mm handgun, but was ineffective against rifles. After fastening it, he handed David the external ballistic vest, which contained ceramic plates within the tactical vest. David inquired, "What's the situation?" Since they were preparing to apprehend Harry Belline, Locke deemed it unnecessary to withhold any information and recounted the events that transpired on Saturday at Santa Monica Beach, cautioning that the terrorists might be armed with automatic rifles. "Stay close behind me." Upon receiving the vest, David's expression turned serious as he called out to Inspector Mona, "Mona, come over here." After listening to David's account, Inspector Mona refrained from probing into the source of the intelligence and, casting an appreciative glance at Locke, remarked, "Great job, Locke. Everyone will be grateful for your efforts." Chapter 38. The elusive big fish. An hour later, Locke stood beside the patrol car, armed with 416 Hong Kong dollars and clad in a tactical vest. With sunglasses perched on his nose, he stood tall, exuding an air of formidable strength and undeniable coolness. Beside him stood David, Chief Mona, and Nathan, all similarly attired in sunglasses and ballistic vests. However, only Mona and Locke were equipped with automatic rifles, as David and Nathan were not authorized to wield such firearms. Mona's rifle, an AR-15, lacked the opulence of Locke's 416 Hong Kong dollars, which was indeed a symbol of affluence even in the United States. Their small team had been assigned the task of guarding this outer checkpoint to prevent terrorists from escaping. With the entire area cordoned off and the Wilshire Police Department overseeing the perimeter. As the distant sounds of commotion gradually subsided, Locke could not help but inquire, "Is it over?" David, with his protruding belly and hand resting on his holster, smirked. "The FBI has requested SWAT deployment. No matter how formidable the terrorists, they stand no chance. What terrorists are there in America, anyway?" Locke felt somewhat exasperated. He had anticipated his newly acquired equipment would see action today, but found himself relegated to a mere spectator. He increasingly realized the monotony of being a regular LAPD officer and concluded that he needed to expedite his application for detective examinations. Chief Mona was busy communicating with officers at other checkpoints via the radio, gathering real-time information to make necessary adjustments. After receiving new instructions, she addressed Locke and the others, stating, "It is over. The principal suspect, Harry Belline, has been shot dead. Set up roadblocks. We need to search all vehicles exiting to prevent any potential escapees." Soon, Randy, Elsa, Teddy's, and instructor Mark arrived, as the checkpoint they had been guarding was now sealed off. Due to David's mention of Locke's sharpshooting skills, Locke was spared from the tedious task of searching, instead assigned to remain vigilant. The search was led by Randy, accompanied by Nathan, Elsa, and Teddy's, all novices in the field. As the search commenced, traffic on the road quickly began to back up. However, Locke and his team continued their duties methodically. A few impatient drivers began honking, but when Mark, wielding his automatic rifle, made rounds through the area, an immediate hush fell over the crowd. Locke gave Mark a thumbs up. Although he had not interacted much with him due to David's warning, he sensed that Mark was quite competent in his role. After over 10 minutes of smooth searching without incident, Locke's gaze wandered over the approaching vehicles until it suddenly sharpened. He observed a Mercedes-Benz, approximately 10 meters from the checkpoint, with the driver being one of Harry Belline's bodyguards. This revelation sent a surge of alarm through Locke. Harry Belline had been killed. How could his bodyguard have escaped? Without hesitation, Locke approached Chief Mona and discreetly relayed his discovery. Prior to the operation, the FBI had disseminated images of Harry Byrne and his 2 bodyguards to all members of the LAPD. However, aside from the higher-ups at the Wilshire precinct, no one was aware that these images originated from Locke's hand. Mona, having ascended to the rank of captain at such a young age, was not a mere figurehead. Her professionalism was evident as she listened to Locke's report without casting a glance at the Mercedes. With a composed demeanor, she relayed the situation via her radio. After concluding her report, she quietly inquired, "How many individuals are in the vehicle?" Without looking at the Mercedes, Locke pondered for a moment before responding, "I can only see the bodyguard in the driver's seat. It's unclear if anyone is concealed in the back." Mona nodded and instructed, "All right, watch for my signals." Soon, it was time to approach the Mercedes. Locke subtly moved his finger to disengage the safety, his gaze firmly fixed on the driver, and he recognized him as one of the 2 bodyguards he had spotted at the seafood restaurant. A glance at the back seat revealed no visible occupants. As the situation had already been indicated, Nathan and his 2 novice companions were not tasked with the search of the vehicle. Instead, Randy was assigned the duty. Captain Mona stood on one side of the car, with David closely behind her, while Locke trailed Randy. Mark positioned himself at the front left side, keeping a watchful eye on the bodyguard. Randy tapped on the car window, signaling the bodyguard to lower it. Following protocol, he stated, "Sir, please present your identification." "Lower the rear window," and opened the trunk. The bodyguard remained calm, promptly lowering the rear window and opening the trunk, then leaned toward the glove compartment to retrieve his identification. As he bent down, Locke instantly caught sight of a firearm tucked at his waist. In a swift motion, he yanked Randy back and directed the 416 Hong Kong dollars into the vehicle, declaring, "He has a gun, don't move." Hands up. Startled by Locke's sudden action, the bodyguard stared at him in disbelief, instinctively wanting to react, yet frozen by the sight of the automatic rifle and the palpable menace emanating from Locke. Captain Mona quickly responded, attempting to open the car door, but finding it locked, she shouted, "Open the door." Locke, suppressing the urge to fire, commanded, "Step out of the car." The bodyguard slowly moved his hand to open the door, while Mona and David aimed their weapons at him. Once he exited the vehicle, they ordered him to raise his hands and lie on the ground, whereupon David and Mark secured his hands behind his back with handcuffs. Only then did Captain Mona approach, drawing the firearm from his waist, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the group. She placed the weapon into an evidence bag and commended Locke, saying, "Well done." Locke, just as they apprehended the individual, the FBI's support arrived, led by the bald African-American agent Hunter and Liv, who immediately took charge of the bodyguard. Hunter directly dragged the bodyguard into a nearby patrol car for interrogation, instructing other FBI agents to stand guard at the door. Soon, the patrol car began to sway irregularly. Locke and the others exchanged glances, astonished by the FBI's ferocity. After Liv and Chief Mona learned about the recent capture, they approached Locke directly and inquired, "Did you discover the doctor's bodyguard?" Locke, taken aback, asked, "Who is the doctor?" Liv paused for a moment before realizing that Locke, being a mere lower-tier LAPD officer, had limited information. Hesitating briefly, she explained, "The doctor is the one you encountered last time at Santa Monica Beach when you found Harry Belline. Those two bodyguards are not Harry Bellane's. They belong to the doctor." She paused again, continuing, "The doctor is the most notorious cosmetic surgeon in the North American underground world and one of the most dangerous criminals. Wanted by the FBI. We do not know his appearance or his real name. Harry Bellane's altered face is a result of his work. If it weren't for you, we would not have been able to pinpoint Harry Bellane's location. Although we found some visual materials related to the doctor at Santa Monica Beach, they are of little use, as he likely employed disguises, altering both his appearance and mannerisms. The reason we did not arrest Harry Belline immediately was to seize the opportunity to capture the doctor. We had clearly locked onto him this time, yet he still managed to escape." Locke stood in stunned silence, realizing that the elusive figure in the floral shirt was the mastermind behind it all. All he could recall was a glimpse of the shoulder of that shirt. The individual was exceedingly cunning, even more so than himself. Liv earnestly addressed Locke. "Considering Detective Hunter's previous invitation, I suggest you contemplate it once more. With your talents, remaining in the LAPD seems somewhat wasteful." Locke suddenly understood. No wonder she had shared so much with him. She was treating him as one of her own. He turned to glance at the now still patrol car and murmured, "So this bodyguard is essentially bait. The doctor may have already slipped away?" Liv's admiration for him deepened as she nodded. "However, since we have apprehended his bodyguard, we should be able to." Before she could finish her sentence, bald-headed Hunter emerged from the car with a grim expression, angrily exclaiming, "Damn it, these lunatics." Chapter 39. One day as LAPD, a lifetime as LAPD. The attention of the crowd was instantly captivated. Hunter's expression was as dark as the depths of the sea. He inhaled deeply and instructed the nearby FBI agent, summon a team of forensic experts and medical examiners. Liv's countenance changed dramatically as she hurried over. Peering into the vehicle, she furiously kicked it and exclaimed, "Damn it." Curiosity piqued, Locke and the others approached, only to have their expressions shift in horror. The bodyguard, who had just been apprehended, lay slumped in the back seat of the patrol car, a pool of excrement beneath him. He was as lifeless as could be. The FBI agents were momentarily bewildered by this sudden turn of events, allowing the group to draw closer to the vehicle. Hunter and Liv were busy on their phones reporting the situation. Soon, Liv made contact with Chief Mona, stating, "Chief Mona, we have an emergency situation. Please halt the search on this road. It must be temporarily closed. Thank you." She also retrieved the bodyguard's firearm from Chief Mona. 10 minutes later, the scene was taken over by the FBI, isolating Locke and his companions to the periphery. "Holy shit, this is utterly disgusting. I demand the FBI provide me with a vehicle." Watching Randy prattle on incessantly and Elsa's disgusted expression, Locke felt a surge of sympathy. Relieved it was not their car. Indeed, The patrol vehicle commandeered by the bald hunter was none other than Randy and Elsa's. During the intense interrogation of the Dr.'s bodyguard, the latter could not withstand the pressure and suddenly bit down on a concealed poison, resulting in his demise, leaving him in a state of soiled clothes. Within the cordoned-off area, FBI forensic specialists and medical examiners were diligently collecting evidence from the patrol car, preparing to transport the corpse. While Locke empathized with Randy and the others, a chill crept over him. The bodyguard's drastic and resolute action would terrify anyone. And it was no wonder that Hunter had erupted in fury, as yet another lead on the doctor had gone cold. Even more frightening was the implication that the bodyguard's willingness to commit suicide indicated the doctor's capability to turn him into a human bomb. This underscored the doctor's formidable nature, his methods rivaling those of professional terrorists, explaining the FBI's failure to apprehend him. Locke observed the FBI's operations with intrigue. They were indeed the largest law enforcement agency on American soil, executing procedures with remarkable professionalism. The internal structure of the FBI was far more complex than that of LAPD. What was initially assumed to be a mundane task had taken an unexpected turn. What was thought to be a minor suspect had perished so quickly. And an even more significant threat had slipped through their fingers. How exhilaratingly intense. Suddenly, Locke recalled a troubling thought, feeling a wave of frustration. Damn it. If the doctor were to discover that Harry Belline was his find, would he come after him? He glanced at the bald hunter, uncertain if the FBI could keep his information confidential. Hunter, having caused the demise of a critical suspect, stood grimly to one side, listening to a reprimand on the phone, clearly from someone of higher rank, relegated to receiving scolding without recourse. The scene is now under Liv's control, and it is evident that the individual present has been suspended. It must be said that this person is quite formidable. Locke just took a glance at the body. The security guard's incontinence was not due to poisoning, but rather the result of electrocution prior to death. The execution of this task was rather crude. Yet even the FBI, having inadvertently caused a suspect's demise, will likely face repercussions. Liv is currently engaged in a phone conversation, and the atmosphere is bustling with activity. Meanwhile, Locke and his companions find themselves in a state of leisure, as the FBI has prohibited them from approaching the patrol car. Only Randy is incessantly chattering, persistently urging Captain Mona to negotiate with the FBI for compensation for his vehicle, much to her annoyance. Nathan, having lived a life of integrity, is taken aback by the scene and quietly inquires, "Why is the FBI so unruly?" David retorts, "If they followed the rules, they wouldn't be the FBI." It is common knowledge that the LAPD and the FBI's Los Angeles division have never seen eye to eye. Mark, however, expresses envy, stating, "Well, they're the FBI." Locke has now witnessed the FBI's formidable presence. Had the LAPD been responsible for the death of a suspect, it could have sparked nationwide protests. Yet, when the FBI is involved, such incidents tend to dissipate into silence, with agents facing only internal disciplinary actions. At this moment, Captain Mona receives instructions and, after conferring with Agent Liv, returns to inform Locke and the others. "All right, we can wrap up here. The FBI will take full responsibility from now on. But we need to return to the precinct first to extract the morning's surveillance footage." Randy urgently interjects, "What about my car?" Captain Mona shoots him a glance and gestures towards the security guard's abandoned Mercedes, replying impatiently, "This car, along with yours, will be towed by the FBI for further evidence collection. As for when it will be returned, that remains uncertain. In the meantime, the precinct will reassign you another patrol vehicle." She warns everyone that this case has been placed under a gag order, urging them to exercise caution. Aware of the sensitivity surrounding the matter, the group remains discreet. On the way back, Randy joins Locke's vehicle while Elsa opts for Nathan's, as the rear seat of the Victoria Crown is hardly accommodating for two. In the car, Randy finally ceases his incessant car complaints. He leans over the back seat and, through the plastic partition, enigmatically asks, "Bro, I think I heard that FBI lady recruiting you." Locke, with a smug expression, replies, "What can I say? I'm just too exceptional." David coldly counters, "Kid, if you join the FBI, don't ever claim to know me." Locke looks at David in shock, contemplating the extent of David's disdain for the FBI. He quickly rectifies his statement, "I would never join the FBI. Once LAPD, always LAPD." With a look of relief, Randy remarked, "Bro, you made the right decision. If you had joined the damn FBI, I wouldn't know how to face you afterward. Every time I see the FBI, I would be reminded of how they made a mess in my car." Locke grimaced in disgust and turned to assert, "For your sake, I would never join the FBI." David shouted, "Hey, Kid, watch the road. Locke nonchalantly replied, I could drive with my eyes closed. Upon returning to the precinct, the information department colleagues promptly confiscated everyone's cameras, as FBI agents were already present to retrieve all video footage. Locke surmised their motive. The FBI likely suspected that a doctor might have escaped in one of the previously released vehicles. They aimed to analyze the footage for data comparison to locate the doctor. Once they had disarmed, Locke and his team prepared to resume regular patrols. However, he asked David to wait a moment as he wished to find Anna Davis. To his surprise, as Locke ascended to the second floor, Captain Jones emerged from his office, surveyed the area, and finally fixed his gaze on Locke, instructing, Locke, visit the captain's office. Locke was taken aback. What a coincidence. Chapter 40. Is there a reward for this? Since joining the Wilshire Police Department, this is the first time Locke has entered Anna Davis's office. As the chief of the Wilshire Police Department, Anna Davis's office is significantly larger than Richard Jones's, with better lighting and a dedicated seating area for visitors. She gazes at Locke with a warm smile, gesturing for him to join her in the seating area. Rising to her feet, she remarks, Locke, well done. Mona has already reported to me that you were the one who discovered the doctor's bodyguard. Locke humbly responds, I painted his portrait, so it left a deep impression on me. With a serious demeanor, Anna Davis continues, this time, you uncover the FBI's most wanted criminal, Harry Belline, preventing a disaster in Las Vegas and apprehending an escaped fugitive. I will recommend you for a commendation. In addition to the reward, there is also the promise of honor. Locke quickly rises, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Captain. Anna Davis adds, there's one more thing. I received an invitation from the FBI. They would like to invite you for a tryout. What do you think? Locke is taken aback, surprised that the FBI would extend a formal invitation. He shakes his head and replies, I have no intention of joining the FBI. It seems Anna Davis anticipated Locke's response, nodding affirmatively. Good. Then I will assist you in declining this invitation. Locke inquires, Captain, will letting the doctor escape pose any risks for me? Anna Davis regards Locke with increasing admiration. Locke, I am pleased you can think of this. It seems you have truly matured since joining the force. I believe Marion would be proud of you. Do not worry. The doctor is unlike other terrorists. Although he is the mastermind behind several terror operations, he never directly participates in any actions, making the likelihood of him retaliating against you or your family quite low. She then displays a look of resignation. Moreover, the FBI will not acknowledge your discovery of Harry Belline, at least not publicly. But rest assured, your reward will remain intact. Harry Belline is deceased, and I believe the bounty will be issued soon. I will keep an eye on it. However, for precautionary measures, it is best to keep this matter low-key. Understood. Locke releases a sigh of relief, beginning to comprehend why David harbors such disdain for the FBI. How shameless they are. Nevertheless, he is indifferent to the FBI's appropriation of his credit, as long as they do not diminish his reward. Anna Davis smiles again. I have another good piece of news to share. The DEA has informed me that the organization of the two drug dealers you previously killed, the newly emerging Mexican drug cartel, Minode, has been eliminated in a gang conflict. Although Locke was already aware of this, he feigns surprise and joyfully exclaims, that is truly wonderful news. Anna Davis then asks, Locke, what are your plans for your future career? Locke candidly expressed his desire to join the detective bureau. Anna Davis nodded in response, affirming, that is a wise decision. Although you have only recently joined the LAPD, the Detective Bureau will not reject exceptional talent. I will support you. Locke expressed his gratitude once more, saying, thank you, Captain. Typically, newly recruited officers must serve 2 years before they can apply to join the Detective Bureau. That evening, just as before, Locke turned on the television, muted the sound, and retrieved a Bud Light beer from the refrigerator. This way, even if someone were to spy on him, they would perceive him as merely watching television. As he gazed at the screen, a contemplative expression crossed his face. He had not anticipated that the system would offer rewards for the Harry Belline case. It was quite unexpected. It seemed that the rewards were indeed correlated with his involvement in the case. Had he not discovered Harry Belline at Santa Monica Beach, none of the subsequent events would have transpired. Thus, even though the FBI apprehended and killed Harry Belline without his direct involvement, the system still granted him a reward, acknowledging his pivotal role in the case. Indeed, he had participated in the subsequent actions as well. Host, Rock Lee level, 1 strength, 10, human peak, 20, speed, 10, human peak, 20, stamina, 9, human peak, 20, mind, 11, human peak, 20, acquired skills, pistol, L3 master, Rifle, L2 proficient. Mixed martial arts, L3 master. Automotive driving, L3 master. 25 years, Mandarin, L3 master. Rugby, L2 proficient. Mating, L3 master. Swimming, L3 master. Housekeeping, L3 master. Trace evidence, L3 master. Makeup, L3 master. Forensics, L3 master. Sketching, L3 master. Microexpression analysis, L2 proficient. Chemistry, L2 proficient. Biology, L2 proficient. Toxicology, L2 proficient. French, L2 proficient. Japanese, L2 proficient. Art appreciation, L2 proficient. Computer, L2 proficient. Culinary skills, L2 proficient. Lockpicking, L2 proficient. Spanish, L1 adept. Lip reading, L1 adept. Psychological profiling, L1 adept. Justice value, 500, 250. Attribute points, non-experience card. Automotive driving, 5 years of experience. Functional cards, bullet dodge card. Detection card, fusion card, learning card. After comparing the changes on the panel, Locke gained new insights regarding the system. Harry Belline, a nefarious drug lord responsible for numerous murders, bore the weight of at least dozens of lives lost. The crimes he committed, in all fairness, should have warranted a far greater amount of justice value. The reason for the reduction in justice value likely pertained to his level of involvement in the case. Therefore, the degree of participation in a case is of paramount importance. This revelation further solidified Locke's intention to visit the detective bureau. In truth, the FBI was also a commendable option, with an abundance of cases and greater authority, along with a broader scope of enforcement. However, Locke preferred to remain at the LAPD, where his connections lay, and where the detective bureau offered a less hectic environment. Alleviating the burdens of relentless pressure, he had no desire to continue as a mere cog in the machine. Regrettably, this time there were no reward attribute points. But he did receive an experience card and a new functional card. Without hesitation, Locke utilized the driving experience card. He had invested a decade of experience into automotive driving previously without any advancement, yet this time surely he would achieve an upgrade. As the thought crossed his mind, the panel transformed instantaneously, elevating his automotive driving skill from level 3 master to level 4 transcendent. Indeed, his earlier conjecture proved accurate. Advancing from level 3 to level 4 required 15 years of experience, effectively doubling the requirement. In that fleeting moment, Locke found himself momentarily disoriented. This upgrade was entirely distinct from the previous ones, as his mind was inundated with a plethora of new information. He envisioned intricate three-dimensional schematics of automobiles, including the engine structure, transmission layout, electronic control systems, and manufacturing principles, even delving into details such as aerodynamic resistance data. At that instant, Locke brimmed with confidence. Given the materials and tools, he could construct the most high-performance automobile in the world. No one understood vehicles better than he did. Chapter 41. The remarkable power of the fusion card. Locke took a full 2 minutes to fully acclimate to this latest upgrade. His mind brimming with an overwhelming urge to drive, a profound desire to become one with the vehicle. This marked the first time he experienced such significant side effects following an upgrade. He couldn't help but ponder whether L4 might indeed represent the pinnacle of system skills. It seemed that henceforth, he would not only be the Sea King, but could also claim the title of the God of Cars. With a sense of triumph, Locke drained the bottle of beer in one swift motion, a wave of confidence swelling from within. His gaze fell upon the newly acquired function card. Thus far, he had not utilized any of the function cards. The evade card, as its name suggests, should assist in avoiding bullets. Locke had attempted to activate it previously, but to no avail. He surmised that this card was likely activated passively, triggered only when a bullet was on course to strike him. This was indeed impressive, effectively granting him an additional life. Locke had also experimented with the detection card. This card reacted, prompting him to confirm its use, which he naturally declined. A card awarded by the system, so wondrous and precious, would not be worth employing merely to validate its function. Considering the name of the card, he speculated that the detection card's function resembled that of a radar, capable of scanning the surrounding environment or detecting potential dangers. As for the newly awarded fusion card, Locke found himself utterly perplexed. Fusion card, what could it possibly merge? A thought struck him, and the card immediately responded, illuminating several skills on the panel. Handgun, L3 Master. Rifle, L2 Proficient. Could be fused into Gun Master. L1 Awakened. Would you like to fuse? Forensic Science, L3 Master. Chemistry, L2 Proficient. Biology, L2 Proficient. Toxicology, L2 Proficient. Could be fused into Alchemy Master. L1 Awakened. Would you like to fuse? Chinese, L3 Master, French, L2 Proficient, Japanese, L2 Proficient, Spanish, L1 Skilled, could be fused into Language Master, L1 Awakened. Would you like to fuse? Wow. Locke sprang up from the sofa in astonishment. He never imagined the fusion card would be utilized in such a manner. The ability to merge skills of the same type into a talent skill was nothing short of extraordinary. It fundamentally altered his innate abilities. Now, it appeared that among the skills he had mastered, there were 3 paths available for fusion. Which one should he choose? Taking a deep breath, Locke gradually calmed himself. Slowly resuming his seat, his expression shifting between elation and apprehension. Though the skills would become talent skills post-fusion, they would also be downgraded to L1. He quickly dismissed the idea of merging the handgun and rifle skills, as both were currently his most formidable offensive skills and his primary means of self-defense. He dared not gamble on what might transpire should he fuse them into Gun Master. Thus, should he select Alchemy Master or Language Master? The notion of Alchemy Master struck Locke as rather dubious, bordering on the absurd. What was the purpose of such a talent? To concoct magical potions. Furthermore, merging L3 Forensic Science, L2 Chemistry, L2 Biology, and L2 Toxicology into a rather fantastical Alchemy Master seemed unworthy to him. Consequently, he opted for C. Host, Rock Lee Level, 1 Strength, 10, Human Peak, 20, Speed, 10, Human Peak, 20, Endurance, 9, Human Peak, 20, Mentality, 11, Human Peak, 20, Acquired Skills, Handgun, L3 Master, Rifle. L2 Proficient, Mixed Martial Arts, L3 Master, Automobile Driving, L4 Transcendent, Rugby, L2 Proficient, Mating, L3 Master, Swimming, L3 Master, Housekeeping, L3 Master, Trace Evidence Analysis, L3 Master. Makeup, L3 Master, Forensics, L3 Master, Sketching, L3 Master, Microexpression, Analysis, L2 Proficient, Chemistry, L2 Proficient, Biology, L2 Proficient, Toxicology, L2 Proficient, Art Appreciation, L2 Proficient, Computing, L2 Proficient, Culinary Arts, L2 Proficient, Lockpicking, L2 Proficient, Lip Reading, L2 Proficient, Psychological Profiling, L1 Skilled, Innate Skill, Language Master, L1 Awakened, Justice Value, 500, 250, Attribute Points, None Card Holder, Experience Card, Function Cards, Evasion Card, Detection Card. Learning Cards. After fusion, the panel underwent a transformation, resulting in the disappearance of language-related skills, while introducing an innate skill. One must acknowledge the remarkable efficacy of this fusion card, capable of altering the layout of the panel. However, Locke remained oblivious to any changes within himself. This fusion experience was entirely distinct from previous upgrades. Just as he began to perceive the fusion card as somewhat disappointing, he discovered that his lip-reading skill had indeed advanced from lip-reading, L1 Skilled, to L2 Proficient. Astounded, he realized that this was the remarkable power of the Language Master. With his innate talent for languages, his capacity to learn and comprehend lip-reading naturally improved, leading to the elevation of the skill. Truly, the prowess of innate skills is formidable. Locke found himself regretting the underestimation of such abilities. He pondered whether, if he had fused into a firearm master, it would have meant proficiency with all firearms. Or had he merged into an alchemy master, perhaps he could have become an alchemist akin to those portrayed in films, extracting gold and concocting potent elixirs, thereby amassing substantial wealth. He felt as though he had missed out on billions. If the experience and learning cards bore some connection to the deceased in the case, then the function cards were entirely reliant on system rewards. Locke was uncertain when he would next receive a fusion card. The next time he encountered such a card, he would undoubtedly merge into an alchemy master without hesitation. Suddenly, Locke noticed another detail. It appeared that micro-expression analysis, L2 Proficient, and psychological profiling, L1 Skilled, belonged to the same category of skills. However, the recent fusion card did not provide a merging direction for these two skills. Locke immediately discerned the underlying issue. Skills of the same category necessitated certain prerequisites for utilizing fusion cards. At least one skill needed to reach level 3. Upon reviewing the previous 3 fusion options, he noted that within Gun Mastery, his handgun skill was at level 3. In Alchemy Mastery, his chemistry skill was also level 3, and in Language Mastery, his Chinese skill stood at level 3 as well. This explained why the system provided these 3 fusion paths. Clearly, micro-expression analysis at level 2 proficiency and psychological profiling at level 1 proficiency did not meet the required conditions. With a sigh of relief, Locke reflected on the system's shortcomings, lacking even a manual, leaving him to navigate it through trial and error. However, this gradual exploration brought a sense of accomplishment, akin to unearthing a gold mine. Just as Locke felt he was gaining a deeper understanding of the system, his phone rang. Upon answering, he recognized a somewhat familiar number. The visage of Sarah Mendez, with her exquisite beauty and alluring figure, instantly flashed in his mind, prompting him to eagerly answer the call. "Hi, Sarah, any good news?" he inquired. "Hi, Locke. I apologize for disturbing you at night." Sarah Mendez called to update him on the modification progress of his F-150 Raptor, mentioning that they had received a quote for bulletproof glass and the final modification costs. Upon hearing this, Locke understood the intent behind Sarah's call. She wanted him to secure a deposit. He responded without hesitation, "Okay, no problem. Please send the bill to my email, and I will arrange the deposit shortly." To be candid, after upgrading his driving skill to level 4, he had conceived some new ideas for the F-150 Raptor. Yet, considering it was his daily vehicle, he dismissed the notion of altering it. Instead, he resolved to seek a more suitable car for modifications to bring those ideas to fruition. Locke relayed his email address to Sarah and retrieved a Bud Light from the refrigerator. As he stepped onto the balcony, memories of Sarah's wild and captivating beauty while racing surged through his mind, igniting an impulse to challenge her to a race. Just as Locke was about to extend the invitation, he noticed a figure on the rooftop across from him, wielding binoculars and seemingly observing him. A sudden chill ran through him. Was someone watching him? Chapter 42. Endless? On the rooftop opposite the grand apartment, Sophia stood with her arms crossed, her expression one of profound disillusionment. Beside her, Tom Williams was peering through binoculars at Locke. "Tom, could you possibly allow someone else to drive next time? I too have a personal life. I believe you should consider consulting a psychologist. Voyeurism is a disorder. Your personal life consists of seeking one-night stands at bars." "Sophia, it is you who ought to see a psychologist," Captain Tom retorted sharply, unfazed, as he continued to observe Locke, muttering to himself. What show could he be so engrossed in? Sophia, feeling offended, was aware that she could not best Tom Williams in this exchange. Out of sheer boredom, she picked up the binoculars, instinctively licking her lips. To be honest, with his looks and physique, joining the LAPD is a waste. He should be in the San Fernando Valley. Captain Tom set down the binoculars and turned to her with a serious demeanor. "Sophia, you know that in my team, office romances are strictly prohibited, and one-night stands are equally frowned upon. Please keep that in mind." Sophia also lowered the binoculars, her expression unreadable. "Yes, sir," she replied coldly. "Rest assured, even if I wished it, he wouldn't be inclined to FCK me. The last time we met, he didn't even glance my way." Tom shrugged. "By my latest standards and mate selection, you indeed do not fit his taste." Sophia, exasperated, inquired with a stern face, "Didn't you just come to spy last week? Why the urgency to return? If you value him so much, why not directly request a transfer?" Captain Tom replied earnestly, "I am preparing to request a transfer. The FBI has already sent him a trial invitation. I cannot allow that bunch of fools to beat me to it." Sophia, astonished, exclaimed, "The FBI has taken an interest in him too?" Noticing Locke suddenly rise, Tom picked up the binoculars again, frowning. "Is there a game happening right now? It doesn't seem celebratory." After a moment's contemplation, he added, "He assisted the FBI in locating Harry Belline. Those imbeciles thought they could use Harry Belline to entrap the doctor, and naturally, it ended in disaster. With his keen observational skills, professional-level sketching, and ability to read lips, he is undoubtedly qualified." Sophia, incredulous, asked, "How did he find Harry Belline?" After the disappearance of Harry Belline, many speculated that he had sought the assistance of a doctor for cosmetic surgery. "Tom, he has emerged, and it appears he has discovered our presence. Quick, let us flee." Captain Tom hastily set aside his binoculars, pulling Sophia back with a vigilant expression, stating, "The records indicate he has recently acquired in 416 Hong Kong dollars equipped with a holographic sight. Sorry, Sarah, I have an urgent matter to attend to. I shall contact you later." Locke ended the call, promptly retreating into his abode, extinguishing all the lights, and seizing his Beretta 92F along with his badge before dashing out of the room. As he descended the stairs, he regretted storing the 416 Hong Kong dollars in the precinct's armory. Had it been at his disposal, he could have discerned the identity of the individual spying on him through the sight of the 416 Hong Kong dollars. 10 minutes later, Locke arrived at the rooftop of the adjacent building, now devoid of any presence. Utilizing his phone as a flashlight, He surveyed the area and soon discovered some traces, identifying the very spot where the voyeur had stood. As a premier cleaner, an in-depth understanding of trace evidence is indispensable for ensuring the scene is thoroughly sanitized. With a mastery in trace analysis, level 3 master, Locke quickly discerned that the footprints left behind belonged to a male and a female. However, these individuals had been exceedingly cautious, leaving no other evidence aside from their footprints. After photographing the tracks, Locke positioned himself at the location of the observers and immediately spotted his own room. Without a doubt, these two were surveilling him. But who would have such an interest in his activities? Locke's initial thought was of the escaping doctor from earlier that day, yet he swiftly dismissed this suspicion. If the doctor possessed such remarkable abilities to locate him so swiftly, he would have been aware of the FBI's pursuit of Harry Belline, instead of remaining oblivious and nearly ensnared within it. Might it be that remnants of the Mexican Menendez organization still linger? No, if the Menendez truly had loose ends, their primary target for retribution would be the Santos organization that had obliterated them, rather than himself. Furthermore, if they genuinely sought vengeance, they would likely resort to direct confrontation rather than mere surveillance. The fact that they were only observing suggested that the situation was not as dire as it seemed. Locke's anxious heart momentarily eased. He had almost dialed Marion to inquire about the situation at home, standing in a brooding silence. Another possibility crossed his mind. Could it be that some clue left behind during the killing of Avidia had led the DEA or the Pasha organization to him? Perhaps upon discovering his affiliation with the LAPD, they had refrained from extreme measures, opting instead for surveillance. The methods employed by these two did not resemble those of gang members. Otherwise, the area would not have remained so pristine. The thought of potentially being targeted by the DEA weighed heavily on Locke's heart, yet logically, he should have left no trace. He shook his head. Realizing he could not indulge in such unfounded speculation, he needed to swiftly ascertain who was monitoring him, or he would find no peace in his mind or rest in his sleep. He suppressed the turmoil within his heart and followed the footprints downstairs, astonishingly tracking them to the building's surveillance room. This revelation caused Locke's expression to shift dramatically. The fact that these two individuals could brazenly enter the surveillance room indicated a high probability that they were law enforcement. Standing at the doorway, his face oscillating between uncertainty and resolve, he ultimately quelled the thought of fleeing. He still had faith in his professional acumen, convinced that the DEA would not trace him through Avidia. Inside the surveillance room, two security guards were on duty, one African-American and the other Latino. Locke entered, flashed his badge, and greeted them. "Hi guys, LAPD. My two colleagues were just here. I need to review the footage." The Latino guard immediately stood up to offer his seat, casually inquiring, was it not deleted properly? From the guard's facial expression, Locke discerned his unease and instantly surmised he was an undocumented immigrant. With a smile, he reassured him, "Relax, I'm not immigration, and I won't report you. Los Angeles needs people like you." Without undocumented immigrants, many arduous and dirty jobs would remain unfilled, such as night shifts. The Latino guard, astonished, exclaimed, "Is LAPD really that perceptive? How did you figure it out so quickly?" Locke immediately seized upon the key words from the guard's words, though inwardly, he was taken aback. It was not the DEA, it was the LAPD. Why were they surveilling him? Meanwhile, the African-American guard, eager to please, pulled up a segment of video, stating, "Your colleague's footage has been completely deleted, but the video of their vehicle leaving has not been erased. You came for this, didn't you?" Locke's gaze fixated on the familiar black Ford Explorer in the footage, his shock giving way to a surging fury. Hadn't the case of Daisy Greenberg already been closed? Why was Tom Williams, that lunatic, still fixated on him? Damn it, was this never ending? Chapter 43. I reluctantly collaborate with the deranged the following day. Locke arrived at the precinct early, opting not to seek out Anna Davis, but instead to approach his superior, Captain Richard Jones. Within the disciplined ranks of the force, it is frowned upon to bypass one's immediate superior unless the matter pertains directly to them. Furthermore, the police department harbors a strong aversion to overt displays of favoritism. For superiors wish to avoid the perception of nepotism, while subordinates do not wish their achievements to be attributed to connections. Even if the truth aligns with such perceptions, every effort is made to dispel them. Knock, knock. Captain Jones was delineating the patrol routes for the day when he glanced up at the doorway and beckoned, "Come in, Locke. What brings you here?" Locke stepped into the room and stated directly, "Captain, I have something to report." He recounted the two instances in which he had observed personnel from the Detective Bureau surveilling him. The gravity of Locke's report transformed Captain Jones's demeanor, prompting him to inquire, "Do you have video evidence?" Locke shook his head in response, "No, sir. In a bid to preserve the reputation of the LAPD, I refrained from taking any unnecessary actions. However, if the colleagues from the Information Data Department were to retrieve evidence, they should be able to recover those videos." Last night, he had contemplated hacking into the surveillance room server across the street to obtain the footage for his records. But upon realizing that illegally obtained videos could not serve as evidence, he abandoned the idea. Moreover, his computer skills were merely at level 2, and he lacked the confidence to execute such a task without leaving a trace. More importantly, those videos would not serve to implicate Tom Williams in any wrongdoing. "Very well," Captain Jones declared, rising to his feet. "Come with me. We shall report this to Captain Davis." In Anna Davis's office, Locke recounted the matter once more. Upon hearing his account, Anna appeared astonished. "Please wait outside for a moment. I need to make a phone call." Locke exited, politely closing the office door behind him. Shortly thereafter, Captain Jones opened the door to summon him back inside, yet he did not linger, departing with a congratulatory remark that left Locke bewildered. With a smile illuminating her face, Anna Davis informed Locke, "It has been clarified that Captain Tom Williams from the 1st Squad of the Robbery Homicide Division has requested your transfer to their team as a detective. Your rank will remain unchanged as a Level 2 officer, and you will proceed with additional examinations for the detective position. The department will soon send over the transfer request." She explained that the 2 instances of surveillance were merely Captain Williams's assessment of Locke. Locke was momentarily taken aback. Had it not been for Anna Davis's presence, he would have unleashed an expletive. Observing through binoculars might be termed surveillance, but it was undeniably a perverse act. He addressed her earnestly. "Captain, am I permitted to decline?" Anna Davis, taken aback, responded, "Are you certain? Did you not express a desire to join the detective bureau yesterday?" Locke replied, "Indeed, I still wish to join the detective agency, but I am reluctant to work under Tom Williams." Anna Davis furrowed her brows and urged, "Locke, you must think this through. Tom Williams is a distinguished detective, though his methods may often defy convention. However, this is an exceptional opportunity for you. His case-solving rate has surpassed that of the legendary Henry Morgan of the Los Angeles Police Department. Joining his team would significantly benefit your future career. I recommend you refrain from acting impulsively and perhaps discuss it with Marion." Locke responded with unwavering conviction, "It is precisely because Tom Williams is so formidable that I do not wish to join his team." Anna Davis inquired, "Why?" Locke, exuding confidence, declared, "Because I refuse to remain a shadow overshadowed by Tom Williams' brilliance. I aspire to surpass him. Why should I settle for being a subordinate to this eccentric individual?" Anna Davis gazed at Locke in disbelief and sighed. "Are you aware of the consequences of rejecting this assignment?" Locke nodded affirmatively. Anna Davis shrugged, "In terms of stubbornness, you are just like Marion." "Very well, I respect your decision, but you must understand that by refusing the assignment from the detective agency, even if you pass the detective examination, your application process will become significantly more challenging." Locke confidently asserted, "As long as I prove myself to be exceptional, the detective agency should not reject me." Anna Davis wore an expression of reluctance to continue the conversation. "All right, you may proceed with your duties." Locke recognized that Anna Davis had his best interests at heart and expressed his gratitude before leaving. "Thank you, Anna." Anna Davis replied coolly, "Please address me as Captain." Locke's expression faltered for a moment before he stated earnestly, "Thank you, Captain. 7 Adam 15, commence patrol, copy." Locke set down the radio, his brow furrowing, increasingly unable to tolerate the aging Ford Crown Victoria police interceptor. After upgrading his driving skills to level 4, every flaw of the vehicle became glaringly apparent in his mind. Although the car boasted a 4.6-liter V8 engine with a power output of 254 horsepower and had undergone enhancements to its braking and suspension systems, it was simply too old. It felt akin to riding an aging steed. LAPD, Victoria Crown CVPI, Code 2, on Cheviot Street. A report of a robbery. 7 Adam 15. Copy. Locke glanced at the specific address registered in the onboard computer, gently pressed the accelerator, and the car smoothly turned, heading towards Cheviot Street. After a prolonged silence in the vehicle, David finally spoke up, bewildered. "Have you lost your mind? I heard you declined the summons from Tom Williams. Do you realize what you have missed?" Locke gazed at him in astonishment. "How did you come to know?" David retorted, "The entire Wilshire community is already aware. It won't be long before the entire LAPD catches wind of it. Do you comprehend how much of an icon Tom Williams is within the LAPD? He is the new generation detective of the Los Angeles Police Department, and you actually turned him down. He turned to stare at Locke. You've certainly made a name for yourself. Yesterday you rejected the FBI, and today you rebuffed Tom Williams. Locke shrugged nonchalantly. I was already quite renowned. Thank you very much. Indeed, you are famous for your promiscuity. You are one of a kind in the entire LAPD. David scoffed, then inquired, what on earth is going on? Locke recounted to David how Tom Williams had surveilled him on 2 occasions, scoffing. It seems no one anticipated that the revered detective of Los Angeles harbors a voyeuristic obsession. Would you willingly collaborate with a lunatic? He genuinely did not wish to work alongside Tom Williams, as the man concealed secrets and possessed a penetrating gaze that could see through one's soul, which unsettled him. If he were not mistaken, this fellow likely shared a unique prowess in micro-expression analysis or psychological profiling, much like Henry Morgan. David paused for a moment, then remarked, perhaps that is merely the eccentricity of a genius. Locke scoffed. I was fortunate. I did not bring the 416 Hong Kong dollars home last night. Otherwise, today the LAPD would have had to issue an obituary for this esteemed detective. Chapter 44. Once again being followed at noon in a Mexican restaurant. The gathering was quite complete. Besides Rock and David, along with Nathan and Captain Mona, Randy and Elsa were also present, and even Teddy's and Mark made an appearance. However, Teddy's and Mark exchanged very few words, starkly contrasting with the harmonious rapport shared among the 3 pairs of instructors and trainee officers, which piqued Captain Mona's attention. Naturally, Rock became the focus of conversation once more, as his continuous rejections of the orders from the FBI and Detective Tom Williams were remarkably surprising. Mark gazed at Rock with a scrutinizing expression, seemingly attempting to discern his true thoughts, and earnestly remarked, Rock, you ought to heed Captain Davis's advice. Those who needed to know about the relationship between Rock and Anna Davis were already aware. He then lamented to David, David, you know how rare this opportunity is for him. You should inform him that being a patrol officer offers no future. David retorted sharply, hey, he's not my son. I have no obligation to make decisions for him, and besides, he never sought my counsel. Rock shot a surprised glance at Mark, candidly reflecting that, based on his interactions with Martin, he had not perceived anything amiss about the man. Moreover, from the analysis of micro-expressions, it was evident that Mark's words were sincere. Randy, with a tone of regret, added, Bro, while I would love for you to stay and continue to execute our charming law enforcement, I must say, you have indeed missed a rare opportunity this time. He produced his credentials and, with a serious demeanor, proclaimed, I am Detective Rock Lee from the Homicide Division of the Detective Bureau. Listen, how cool is that? Rock replied with an air of calm. I will still go to the Detective Bureau. I merely do not wish to join Tom Williams' team. Captain Mona gazed at Rock with a sense of regret. Although the transfer request was initiated by Tom Williams, it was sent in the name of the Detective Bureau. By refusing this time, you have indeed offended the Bureau, and it will not be so easy to apply again. Rock shrugged nonchalantly, stating, if the Detective Bureau does not want me, I shall remain with the precinct's detective team. The Los Angeles Police Department's 4 major divisions, as well as each sector, possess their own detective teams. Otherwise, given the homicide statistics in Los Angeles, the Detective Bureau would be overwhelmed. Typically, for less complex homicide cases, the precinct-S detective teams can manage without needing to transfer the cases to the Bureau. David coldly interjected, you need not concern yourself with this kid. He aims to become an even more formidable detective than Tom Williams. Rock looked at David with helplessness, unsure of where he had offended the old fellow again. Nathan, Elsa, and the 3 rookies quietly listened to Rock and the others, their gazes towards Rock tinged with envy and jealousy. They were all in the same cohort of trainees. Rock had already been promoted and garnered the favor of both the FBI and the Detective Bureau, while they remained mere rookie patrol officers, which was quite disheartening. Inspector Mona cast a knowing glance at Locke and David, fully aware that the tumultuous relationship between them was entirely distinct from that of Teddy and Mark. She remarked, have you heard? The Los Angeles Police Department is preparing to hold a formal funeral for Henry Morgan. Although a gag order has been placed on the matter of Henry Morgan, those who ought to know within the department are already aware of the scandal. The legendary Inspector Henry Morgan has been deceased for 3 years, and the LAPD remains oblivious, a veritable embarrassment. The betrayal by Henry Morgan resonates deeply with many in the LAPD, as they too will one day retire and fade into obscurity. If someone of his stature can be overlooked and forgotten, what hope is there for them? Locke quickly inquired, will Nancy Morgan be prosecuted? Mona shook her head. Of course not. Henry's pension remains untouched in his bank account, with signatures forged during his lifetime. Nancy merely assisted him. I hear that Parker Center is seeking an appropriate excuse for this situation. She cast a significant look at Locke. As rumors circulated within the LAPD that Tom Williams' achievements would rival those of Henry Morgan, Locke, with a resigned expression, responded, "Do you not think I possess the potential to become a great detective?" Nathan eagerly chimed in, "I believe so. You identified the fugitive yesterday with a single glance." Curious, Inspector Mona asked, "Locke, can you discuss the matter of Harry Belline? The case is led by the FBI. So I am not well versed in the details surrounding their pursuit of him, only that you were involved." As everyone turned their attention to him, Locke apologized. "Sorry. This case is not yet resolved, and the FBI has confidentiality requirements." Mona nodded, understood. In the afternoon, Locke and David concluded their patrol, removed their gear, and changed into civilian clothes in preparation to return home. After a moment of hesitation, Locke ultimately decided against bringing the 416 Hong Kong dollars home, opting instead to secure the 416 Hong Kong dollars, Glock G18, and Remington M870 in the police armory, carrying only the Glock G19 for personal safety. Upon entering the duty room, Randy approached. "Guys, Nathan is in trouble. He arrested a stunning young lady today, and she claims she will make his life difficult. You should have seen her. She looked like a Hollywood starlet, posing for photos as if at a promotional shoot, reminiscent of the time Paris Hilton was arrested." Locke, skeptical, questioned, "Where is she? Where is she being held?" Elsa scoffed nearby. "She was bailed out ages ago." At that moment, Nathan approached with a grim expression, recounting the events of the case to everyone. In the afternoon, they had received a report from Parker Center regarding a traffic incident. Upon their arrival, they discovered it was merely a minor fender bender, yet the woman's demeanor was incredibly hostile. She even brandished a weapon from her bag in an attempt to assault them, ultimately being subdued by Nathan and Inspector Mona. During the process of subduing a woman, Nathan inadvertently tore the strap of her dress, a moment captured by numerous onlookers. Feeling humiliated, the woman declared her intention to confront Nathan. David reassured him, stating that as long as his program was functioning correctly, even if she lodged a complaint, there would be no issue. Captain Jones echoed this sentiment. Nathan sighed, "I suppose I shall accompany her to purchase a new dress." Randy chuckled. "If it were Locke and me, such a situation would never arise. The female suspect would undoubtedly be captivated by our charm." Locke, unable to tolerate the banter any longer, waved at the group and prepared to depart. Nathan hurried after him, expressing a desire to seek his advice on dealing with female suspects. Locke, exasperated, retorted, "Our hardware is not even remotely comparable. You have no basis for comparison with me." He gestured towards the portly David behind them, adding, "What I possess, you cannot learn. You should consult David." Nathan glanced back at the rotund David, then at his own midsection, hesitating for a moment before deciding, "I shall seek him out tomorrow. I wish to visit the mall to see if I can find that dress." Soon, the three of them drove out of the police station in succession. Locke was still behind the wheel of Marion's G55, which caused him considerable embarrassment, prompting him to resolve to acquire a less conspicuous spare vehicle as soon as possible. Shortly after departing the station, Locke realized he was once again being followed. Chapter 45. A fortunate administrative leave. What on earth is happening? Just as they exited the police station, Locke noticed a Ford SUV trailing them, a classic case of being followed. His immediate suspicion fell upon the persistent and deranged Tom Williams. He intended to confront this lunatic after parting ways with David and Nathan. Locke retrieved his Glock G19 from his waistband and placed it on the passenger seat. "Damn it, if I don't assert myself, they'll think I'm just a harmless Hello Kitty." As they approached an intersection, the three vehicles diverged, David and Nathan in one direction, while Locke took another. After driving for a short while, Locke soon sensed something amiss. The Ford SUV had not followed him. Could he have misjudged the situation? No. It dawned on him instantly, the vehicle was not tracking him, but was instead following David or Nathan. He promptly made a U-turn and pursued David's direction, dialing David's number, only to find it busy. He then tried Nathan's number, only to discover that line was also occupied. A wave of urgency washed over Locke as he accelerated forward. Fortunately, he did not have to chase for long before spotting the Ford SUV ahead, with Nathan's car in front of it, but there was no sign of David's vehicle. They must have split up. Locke's expression hardened as he realized the SUV was indeed tracking Nathan. He recalled Randy's earlier words. The stunning woman Nathan had arrested that afternoon had threatened to cause trouble. Locke swiftly called Richard Jones to report the situation. Captain Jones instructed Locke to maintain the call, providing his location and assured him that reinforcements were on the way, emphasizing the importance of ensuring Nathan's safety. As they approached a traffic light, Locke accelerated, maneuvering into the left lane beside the Ford SUV, aligning all three vehicles at the crosswalk. Just as he was about to assess the situation within the Ford, he noticed the driver reaching for an AK-47 from the passenger seat, preparing to shoot Nathan. Adrenaline surged through Locke's veins. He seized the Glock G19 from the passenger seat and shouted, "LAPD, drop your gun." Almost simultaneously, Locke and the assailant opened fire. The sound of gunfire erupted as Locke emptied his magazine, bullets shattering both car windows and raining down upon the shooter, whose AK-47 discharged only 4 or 5 rounds before falling silent. Swiftly, Locke changed magazines, grabbed his phone, and exited the vehicle, shouting, "Fire, fire. An officer has been shot. Code 99. The suspect is down. I am going to check on the officer's condition. Please arrange for an ambulance." He circled to the right side of the Ford's front windshield to observe the interior, discovering only the driver, a young white male shooter, who was beyond saving. Locke then hurried to Nathan's car and called out, "Nathan, are you okay? Are you hurt?" Nathan's car window had been shattered, and he huddled behind the door, slowly rising upon hearing Locke's calls. His complexion was ashen, bearing the marks of extreme fright. After stretching his limbs, he replied, "I am uninjured." Locke promptly reported to Captain Jones, "Captain, Nathan is fine." Captain Jones let out a sigh of relief. "Good, I can see you all." As the wailing sirens approached, a dozen police cars surrounded the three vehicles. Soon, Captain Jones took command of the scene, and forensic experts and medical examiners arrived swiftly. Although Nathan bore no gunshot wounds, his face and hands were lacerated by shards of glass, and he sat in the ambulance tending to his injuries, with Inspector Mona seated beside him to offer comfort. Locke, Anna Davis, and Captain Jones stood by Nathan's vehicle while forensic personnel collected evidence of ballistic markings on the car. Through the trajectory of the bullets, investigators deduced that the shooter had been momentarily distracted, causing the gun's muzzle to veer left. Thus, the bullet path began from the right side of the engine and extended to the right window, rising from below. Had the shooter aimed directly at the car door, Nathan would surely have perished. Locke recalled that when he shouted at the assailant, the shooter made a turning motion, likely influenced by his words, which caused the weapon to stray leftward. Captain Jones, still shaken, remarked, "Locke, you saved Nathan." Anna Davis, however, wore a frigid expression, insisting that this matter was far from over and that the truth must be uncovered. Before long, all officers returned to the station, including David. Although Nathan had narrowly escaped death, the shooting incident was undeniably a provocation against the Wilshire Police Department and challenged the authority of the LAPD. Resources across the entire LAPD were mobilized, and soon the identity and background of the assailant, as well as the circumstances surrounding the shooting, were thoroughly investigated. Anna Davis stated gravely, "This afternoon, the female suspect, Ivana, apprehended by Nathan and Mona, is the girlfriend of Sam Brown, the second-in-command of Los Angeles' largest white gang, Copernicus. Sam Brown is an extreme white supremacist who harbors a deep-seated hatred for people of color, particularly African Americans. He was previously imprisoned for the murder of 3 black individuals caught stealing, and upon his release, he was elevated to a hero within the Copernicus organization by its leader, Johnny Dyson, who groomed him to become a key figure in the gang. Sam Brown has placed a bounty on Nathan's head, representing a grave affront to the LAPD. I will be applying for warrants for the arrest of both Sam Brown and Ivana on charges of murdering a police officer. Until their apprehension, Nathan will suspend all work and remain at home under protective custody. In the interim, we shall intensify our efforts against the Copernicus organization. Locke has been formally notified of a 3-day administrative leave commencing tomorrow. He has just returned all police equipment. After completing his official statement and undergoing a series of information-gathering procedures, including photographing and blood sampling, he was summoned to Anna Davis's office, assuming it was a routine inquiry. Anna Davis did not wish to hand him a card for the Mercedes-Benz Service Center. "I had just spoken with Mary Ann, and she would not hold you accountable for damaging her vehicle. You can take the car over shortly. I have already made arrangements for you, and you will be able to collect it tomorrow morning. The police department will reimburse you for this expense." Locke hurriedly replied, "Thank you, Captain." Anna Davis smiled and said, "You may now call me Anna, Locke. I am proud of you, and in recognition of your courageous actions today, I will apply for a life-saving medal on your behalf." Locke could not suppress an eye roll and responded, "Thank you, Anna." Anna Davis nodded, "You deserve it. Your performance this time was significantly better than before. I have arranged for your investigation to commence tomorrow, and I hope you can complete it swiftly and return to work. Upon exiting Anna Davis's office, Locke discovered that Nathan, David, and Randy were all awaiting him. Randy playfully punched Locke's arm, exclaiming, "Bro, you are a hero to us all." Nathan gazed at Locke with immense gratitude, enveloping him in a warm embrace. "Locke, thank you. You saved my life." Locke felt somewhat awkward embracing another man and patted his shoulder. "We are teammates. It is what I ought to do." After managing Nathan and the others, Locke proceeded with David toward the parking lot. David inquired with concern, "How are you feeling? Do you need company to see a psychologist?" Locke hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. "I don't think it's necessary. I acted to save Nathan, didn't I?" David expressed his relief. "I am reassured that you think this way." Locke added, "While I am away these next few days, take care." The Copernicus organization is unlike ordinary gangs. Most of their members are armed with automatic rifles. David replied solemnly, "Rest assured, matters should not escalate further. The higher-ups will likely issue a warning to the leader of the Copernicus organization, Johnny Dyson. He has crossed a line this time." Chapter 46. Is this really my biological mother? The Mercedes repair shop. The technician was assessing the damage to the vehicle. The passenger window had been shattered beyond recognition. Yet due to the presence of a privacy film, the glass remained intact, still clinging to the window. The technician confirmed that only the window needed replacement along with a reapplication of the privacy film, and informed Locke that the car would be ready for pickup by the following morning. After signing the handover document, Locke cast a glance at the tattered glass still hanging on the window, feeling a sense of relief. Fortunately, Marion had merely applied the privacy film. Had she opted for bulletproof glass like in his F-150 Raptor, Nathan would have truly been in dire straits today. Upon leaving the Mercedes repair shop, Locke summoned an Uber, as Marion had called earlier, insisting he return home that evening. Arriving at his residence in Beverly Hills, he was greeted by Marion, who approached him with a mixture of concern and relief, embracing him tightly upon confirming his safety. Locke, feeling somewhat awkward, stiffly apologized. "Sorry, Marion, for damaging your car." Marion held him firmly, exclaiming, "Silly, I'm just glad you're okay," as she released him. Locke noticed Jet and Hannah watching him with expressions of concern. He managed a strained smile, saying, "Sorry to worry you. I'm fine, thank you." Jet, seemingly reluctant to display his concern, stiffened momentarily, his expression turning aloof as he instinctively prepared to retort. However, upon noticing Marion's watchful gaze, he shrugged and remarked, "I heard you bravely saved your colleague today. Cool." Hannah directly inquired, "Locke, what was it like to take a life this time? Will your character continue to evolve?" "Shut up, Hannah Lee," Marion snapped, her tone firm. "Okay, this matter ends here. No more discussion about it. Let us eat. Knock knock. Locke, may I come in?" "Come in." Marion. Locke was searching for information about the Copernicus organization online when he turned his chair toward the door. Marion entered, phone in hand, announcing, "Locke, your father wishes to speak with you." "I've put it on speaker." Locke took the phone, placing it before him, and called out, "Hi." Todd Lee Bo's voice resonated through the speaker. "Hi, Marion has informed me. I'm sorry I couldn't be there with you right away. How are you feeling?" "I mean, your mental state." Locke replied candidly. "I'm fine. I was saving lives, so I don't feel any guilt this time. However, I will meet with the police department as psychologist tomorrow." Lee Bo continued, "That's good to hear. If you encounter any issues, please inform your mother or me promptly. We are family, and we will always support you." "Locke, I heard about your courageous actions today, and I am proud of you." "Thank you, Todd." Locke's demeanor was somewhat touched. In his memory, it was the first time Lee Bo had uttered such words to him. Marion, with her arms crossed over her chest and a smile adorning her face, listened intently to the heartfelt exchange between father and son, feeling deeply moved. She interjected gently, "My dear, do not fret. He genuinely seems to be fine. Perhaps we should transition to another topic." Lee Bo replied, "Okay, please." Marion's gaze scrutinized Locke as she continued, "Anna mentioned today that you declined the Detective Bureau's transfer request. She believes this was a rare opportunity, as Captain Tom Williams is the LAPD's highest-performing detective. Joining his team would significantly enhance your credentials. However, she noted your resolute stance, which is why I refrained from calling to influence your decision. Since you are determined to pursue a career with the LAPD, your father and I will naturally support you. Now, could you share your thoughts with us?" Locke was taken aback, realizing this was a familial meeting regarding his career aspirations. Clearly, his unconventional actions today prompted Marion and Lee Bo to feel the necessity to intervene in his professional trajectory. He instinctively straightened his posture and recounted how Tom Williams had monitored him on 2 occasions, confessing, "I know he is impressive, but I do not like him. His style is overly self-centered and neurotic. I can only imagine that working under him would not be a pleasant experience." He addressed his phone, stating, "There is a Chinese proverb that says, 'Better to be a head of a chicken than a tail of a phoenix.' Joining Tom Williams' team would only place me in his shadow. However, should I join another team, I believe I can shine in my own right. I have great confidence in myself. I am currently self-studying trace evidence analysis, microexpression analysis, criminal psychology, and lip reading. I have already purchased relevant books." Upon hearing this, both Marion and Li Bo fell into silence. Marion gazed at Locke in astonishment, realizing how much he truly enjoyed being a police officer. Li Bo, curious, asked, "Where did you learn that Chinese phrase?" Locke had just spoken it in Chinese, leaving his father utterly astonished, nearly moved to tears. The following morning, Locke rode in Marion's Mercedes S600 to retrieve his car from the dealership. Along the way, Marion inquired, "Locke, how do you find driving the G55? Naturally, Locke praised it, stating, "It's quite remarkable. I love its appearance, very cool, with ample power and a resilient chassis." "Sorry, I might need a few more days." Marion nodded, "As long as you enjoy it. Then this car shall be gifted to you as a present for your entry into the LAPD." Locke turned, incredulous. "Marion, are you serious? This G55 AMG," he recalled, "cost around $170,000. It was certainly not a modest vehicle. While Locke's family belonged to the affluent class, they were not among the ultra-wealthy, and thus did not bestow excessively lavish gifts upon their children." Marion nodded and said, "Of course, but I have a condition." Locke sighed in relief and smiled. "All right. Go ahead." Marion continued, "Regarding the FBI's bounty, I would like to manage it for you. Both my father and I believe that you, at your age, should not be handling such a substantial amount of money. Rest assured, we will merely assist you in financial management, and when you need it, both the principal and the returns will be returned to you." Locke, appearing indifferent, replied, "Okay, no problem. The bounty from Harry Blaine, after taxes, should amount to around $300,000. Marion was taken aback by Locke's easy agreement and said, "Okay, once you arrive, I will prepare a transfer contract for you to sign." As Locke was about to exit the car, he curiously asked, "Marion, why the sudden gift of a car?" Considering his training period, he had nearly been with the LAPD for a year and was skeptical that it was a gift for joining the department. Marion hesitated for a moment and replied, "Jennifer's mother is the director of Cedars-Sinai Medical Center. If you were to take her out in an F-150, it would seem rather shabby." Locke was momentarily stunned. He had suspected that Jennifer Gray came from an exceptional background, but he hadn't anticipated it to be so impressive. Cedars-Sinai Medical Center is among the top 3 hospitals in the United States, and the director's social status and connections are indeed remarkable. He shrugged nonchalantly and said, "Jennifer doesn't care about such things." Given Jennifer Gray's level of affection for him, he believed that riding a shared bicycle would not be an issue. Marion smiled and said, "I know, but this is also a matter of social etiquette. There is indeed a sense of class distinction in America." Locke shrugged, opened the door to get out, and as he closed it, he asked with concern, "Marion, you have always preferred SUVs. If you give me the G55, what will you do?" Marion replied calmly, "I will purchase a replacement vehicle. I have my eye on a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, and it is already reserved. Now, please close the door for me. I must be on my way." Locke watched the S600 drive away smoothly, feeling that something was amiss. Is this really my mother? Chapter 47. Investigation Procedures. The term administrative leave is merely a euphemistic embellishment. Referring to it as a suspension for investigation would be more straightforward. After retrieving his vehicle, Locke headed directly to the Wilshire Police Department, where Anna Davis had scheduled his investigative procedure for the morning. Although Locke had previously undergone such a procedure, the prospect of facing it again left him feeling somewhat disgruntled. This entire process essentially treated him as a suspect in a criminal case. The American judicial system has long championed the so-called procedural justice, which, while appearing fair and equitable, felt to Locke like an unnecessary exercise akin to a fruitless endeavor. The clarity of the recent incident was undeniable. Yet he was still compelled to navigate through this so-called procedure, a veritable waste of taxpayers' money. During his last encounter, he had adopted the demeanor of someone grappling with the psychological trauma of having committed murder, remaining taciturn and delivering his words with precision, managing to elicit sympathy and comfort from those around him. "Hi, Locke. Well done, Locke. Thank you for your bravery. Upon returning to the precinct, Locke noticed an increased number of colleagues greeting him. Accompanying him through this investigation was Captain Mona, as Nathan was also on administrative leave, leaving her in charge of internal affairs at the station. As with the previous instance, Locke first met with his attorney, technically, the department's attorney, with the lawyer's assistance. Locke prepared a statement regarding the incident, intended for the prosecutor. Following this, he met with a representative from the police union, who merely informed Locke about the potential insurance compensation he might receive under various circumstances. For instance, should he face prosecution, the union would cover his legal fees. Next came the dreaded Internal Affairs Division, a department universally loathed within the precinct. Locke shared this disdain, finding it even more irksome than the district attorney's office. The captain, named James, hailed from the Internal Affairs Division of the Western Precinct and immediately inquired, "Do you know Jack Harlan?" Locke was taken aback and asked, "Who is this?" James replied, "He is the gunman you killed." Locke shook his head, "No." It turned out this minor criminal, Karami, was Jack Harlan, even more incompetent than Avidya. He possessed a justice score of only 50, lacking any other notable attributes. Locke had nearly believed there had been no change in the board last night. James jotted down a few notes and continued, "I have reviewed your statements. How did you come to realize Jack Harlan was following you? Keep in mind that there was also an experienced officer with 22 years on the force accompanying you, and he did not notice Harlan's pursuit." Locke hesitated. He could not say that David's age had dulled his alertness. He replied, "Because I recently experienced 2 instances of being followed. I have become particularly sensitive to the signs of being tracked." James's expression brightened with excitement, akin to a bored hyena suddenly spotting a giraffe relieving itself. He eagerly pressed on, "Why were you being followed?" Locke furrowed his brow and replied, "Sir, this matter is unrelated to the current investigation." With a serious expression, James spoke. "Officer, the inquiries conducted by the Internal Affairs Department are never confined to specific cases. Whenever questions arise, we possess the authority to initiate an investigation." Reluctantly, Locke divulged his surveillance of Tom Williams. Upon hearing this, James felt a pang of disappointment, realizing that what he believed to be a significant discovery was merely entangled with Detective Tom Williams. He closed his notebook and remarked, "I will verify this matter with the detective agency. Do you believe there were alternative methods to prevent Jack Harlan from firing other than resorting to gunfire?" Locke clarified, "Sir, I did not prevent Jack Harlan from shooting. He did fire. However, my shouts distracted him, causing his aim to veer, which is why Nathan Fillion was spared." James shrugged and nodded, stating, "All right, my questions are concluded. I appreciate your cooperation and commend your bravery in saving an LAPD officer. Thank you." As he reached the door, he turned back, producing a business card and handing it to Locke. "This is my card. Should you recall any additional information, feel free to contact me." Locke stood to see James off, noticing a marked difference in the ease of this procedural encounter compared to the last. After a brief respite, the district attorney entered with an independent auditor from the Los Angeles Police Department and his lawyer. The district attorney informed Locke that he would be facing charges, and whether he would need to appear in court would depend on the investigation's outcome. This implied that if the investigation yielded no questions, it would merely be a formality. If questions arose, Locke would need to testify before the prosecution. The questions posed by the district attorney closely mirrored those of internal affairs, but were more detailed. For instance, they inquired whether Locke knew Jack Harlan and if they had any animosity. They also asked if Locke had any non-lethal weapons at hand and whether shooting Jack Harlan was his only option. These inquiries seemed rather foolish, yet they were procedural. Following the conclusion of the investigation, to ensure the integrity of the results, Locke chose not to linger at the police station and departed directly. His administrative leave officially commenced. Locke first returned to the Grand Apartments, where he had discovered an excellent hiding place for his money. In the same building, on his floor, lived a young Japanese woman named Nami Suzuki, one of his former flings. Nami possessed an Eastern beauty, charming and sweet, though her height of just 5 feet 5 inches rendered her somewhat diminutive, fitting the slender yet fruitful type, which held its own allure. Initially, Locke had hesitated, plagued by a sense of guilt. However, after a night of drinking sake, he succumbed and ended up with Nami, nearly causing a debacle. Their physical compatibility was utterly mismatched, leaving him too intimidated to pursue any further relationship with her. Nonetheless, Nami remained infatuated, frequently messaging him on WhatsApp in a tone reminiscent of a girlfriend, which was rather unhealthy. Initially, Locke presumed that this woman harbored peculiar inclinations. However, upon further investigation, he discovered the cultural phenomenon of phallic veneration among Japanese women, which elucidated the near mishap they had encountered. Strangely, this revelation only intensified her infatuation with him. Residing in the same apartment complex, Locke found it challenging to be unequivocal in his actions, thus refraining from adding her account to his blacklist. 2 days prior, Suzuki Nami had left a message for Locke, indicating her intention to return to Japan for a duration of 2 months. She urged him to take care and not to worry about her. She also reiterated her desire to share sake with him upon her return. Inspired by Suzuki Nami's text, Locke resolved to conceal the over $2 million he had procured from Avidya within her apartment, confident that he could secure a safe house within the 2-month interval. He had initially planned to finalize this task the previous night. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred when Marion insisted he return home, causing a delay. Upon returning to the apartment during working hours, he found the entire floor largely deserted. With practiced ease, he entered Suzuki Nami's apartment, only to sense the presence of surveillance cameras as he was about to step inside. Evidently, Japanese women possess a modicum of security awareness. Quickly, he retreated to the foyer, placed down his travel bag, and switched off the power for the floor. Returning to the room, he was then free from the perceived scrutiny of the cameras. Having rehearsed these actions in his own space, Locke deftly opened the cover of the central air conditioning unit on the ceiling and stowed the travel bag inside. After erasing any traces of his presence, he installed a hidden wireless camera before exiting the room and restoring the power, all within a span of 2 minutes. Upon returning to his own space, a sense of relief washed over Locke. For the past few days, the weight of that bag of money had hung heavily over him, instilling a fear of discovery. This also explained his intense reaction upon realizing that Tom Williams was persistently surveilling him. He harbored not only secrets but matters best left concealed. Chapter 48. The bed is a rigid requirement. Mendez Auto Repair Shop. Locke parked his car and stepped out, unable to resist the urge to glance at the towering forest of vehicles beside him. Suddenly, he realized that this place was perfect for filming a Hollywood apocalyptic blockbuster. In the midst of profound silence, rusted cars were piled high, exuding an aura of desolation and bleakness. The ground bore traces of a runway, suggesting that beneath this graveyard of automobiles once lay a test track. This indicates how splendid Mendez Auto Repair Shop must have been during the lifetime of Edmund Mendez. Shaking off his idle thoughts, Locke turned his attention to the adjacent repair workshop, only to find it eerily empty, just like last time. Frowning instinctively, he was about to search for his vehicle when his gaze was drawn to an orange-red Dodge Challenger parked within the workshop, the very car that Sarah Mendez had driven last time. He lingered on the vividly colored vehicle for a few seconds before spotting his F-150 Raptor on a nearby rack. The flamboyant decals had all been removed, and the doors, tires, and suspension had been disassembled. The hood was also taken off, rendering the entire vehicle unrecognizable. Locke hesitated for a moment, glancing up at the office on the second floor, but ultimately approached his F-150. The purpose of his visit today was to inspect Victor's expertise. As he passed by the Dodge Challenger, Locke suddenly heard movement beneath the car. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was also on a lift, albeit not very high. He walked around to the front and immediately spotted 2 long, perfectly shaped legs, ending in a pair of catwalk boots, which accentuated their slenderness. Near the front of the car, she wore a pair of cut-off denim shorts, and due to the angle, he could even glimpse the edges of her black underwear. Locke was momentarily taken aback before quickly averting his gaze. He knocked on the hood, and Sarah Mendez gracefully slid out from beneath the car. She wore transparent safety goggles, her hair tied back in a ponytail, and a loose work coverall with the zipper half undone, revealing a white tank top beneath, accentuating her curvaceous figure and slender waist. Exuding a raw vitality, Sarah Mendez gazed up at Locke in surprise. "Mr. Lee, what brings you here?" "Please, call me Locke." Locke admired the Latin beauty before him. "I have the day off and wanted to check on the repair progress." Quickly sitting up, Sarah Mendez set down her flashlight, removed her gloves, and attempted to stand up using the lift. Locke extended his hand. After a moment's hesitation, she accepted his assistance and stood up. "Thank you." She took off her goggles, revealing her exquisite features, and explained, "Victor and the others went to pick up some ordered parts. Allow me to brief you on the current status of your vehicle." Locke nodded and tapped the orange-red Challenger, inquiring, "Are there any issues?" Sarah tilted her head to look at Locke, hesitating momentarily. "I would like the feedback from the steering to be more responsive, so I was wondering how to enhance it." Locke pondered for a moment and replied, "Is there a significant difference between static and dynamic steering force? If you're aiming to improve steering feedback, the hydraulic pressure will increase, resulting in a heavier steering wheel. Are you certain you possess enough strength?" Sarah was taken aback, surprised by his question. Do you also enjoy cars? She inquired, just as Rock was about to respond. The roar of an engine caught their attention. Turning to look, they saw Victor Mendez approaching slowly in a Chevrolet Silverado, with the burly rider seated in the passenger seat. With a thud, Victor exited the vehicle and immediately spotted Rock standing beside his sister. He frowned. Then his gaze lingered on the Mercedes G55 for 2 seconds before turning to Ryder and commenting, "Indeed, it's a wealthy fellow." As they entered the workshop, Victor confronted Rock. "Kid, the delivery time hasn't arrived yet. What brings you here?" Before Rock could reply, Sarah interjected, "Victor, please show some courtesy to my client." Victor raised his hands in mock surrender, "Fine, for the sake of the deposit." Sarah offered Rock an apologetic smile and guided him to the F-150, explaining, "The engine issue is minor. It's just routine maintenance. We've changed the oil filter, and spark plugs, and checked the oil pan bolts." She then pointed to the 4 empty wheel wells. "The parts have arrived today, and we will be replacing all the shocks, tires, and rims. The gun cabinet and refrigerator for the trunk have been ordered and will be installed upon arrival. As for the interior, I believe there's nothing that requires alteration, unless you wish to upgrade the sound system." Sarah then asked, "By the way, what firearms do you intend to store?" Remington M700P. Rock had contemplated acquiring an M1 Garand for recreational use after being captivated by its vintage form at a gun shop during his last visit. However, upon reflection, he decided against it. Given his current arsenal, he was simply lacking a sniper rifle. While the 416 Hong Kong dollars possessed some sniper capabilities, it could not compare to a dedicated sniper rifle. The Remington M700P would perfectly fill that void. Sarah, unfamiliar with firearms, paused for a moment before exclaiming, "Cool." Rock continued, "I want to modify the back seat into one that can convert into a bed, as I seldom have passengers in the rear. Sometimes, during road trips, I need to lie down." After his experience with the G55, Rock felt it was essential to consider the possibility of in-car intimacy in this modification, thus making the backseat conversion a non-negotiable requirement. Sarah nodded. "All right, that's not an issue." Rock added, "Additionally, I would like to replace the shocks with their suspension to enhance the vehicle's comfort. I don't have any off-road requirements. I will cover the cost of the previous shocks." Upon hearing Rock's new requests, Sarah turned and called out, "Victor, come over here." As Victor busied himself with transferring items from the vehicle, his expression remained taut, his gaze occasionally darting towards Sarah and Locke. For reasons unknown, the moment he laid eyes on Locke, he felt an immediate aversion towards the young man's fair complexion. Meanwhile, Ryder remained blissfully unaware of Victor's discontent, cheerfully exclaiming, "I have finally found a man worthy of Sarah, a dashing and affluent one. Victor, just look how well this chap compliments her." In an instant, Victor's demeanor shifted dramatically. "Shut up your fucking mouth," he retorted, ready to unleash further ire. However, upon hearing Sarah call for him, he suppressed his anger and approached with a stern expression. "What is up?" he inquired. Sarah relayed Locke's new request, and Victor instinctively desired to retort. Yet, a flicker of realization crossed his eyes, and he quickly responded with a smile, "You are the boss. As long as you are willing to pay, I have no objections." He gestured towards the front row of seats, grinning as he added, "Buddy, I understand what you're aiming for. We can certainly position the front seats further forward, allowing ample space in the back. Hence, when customizing the seats, we need to create a protruding shape on either side to compensate for the space vacated by the front seats, thus providing you and your girlfriend with greater comfort when reclining." Locke nodded in agreement. "Cool, that's exactly what I want. Can I pick up the car this weekend?" Upon hearing Locke's affirmation, Victor felt an overwhelming sense of cunning triumph and exchanged a knowing wink with Sarah, subtly indicating that Locke was already taken, which inexplicably eased his heart. He shook his head and remarked, "Impossible. This seat requires a custom order and will take at least 10 days to complete." Chapter 49 LAPD. Hands up. Locke contemplated the efficiency of the United States and thoughtfully remarked, "All right, then please place the order immediately. Once the seats arrive, I will come back to modify the rear seats. Will this allow me to collect the vehicle as originally planned?" Victor shook his head in response, "No. Having changed to air suspension necessitates a fresh procurement." Locke furrowed his brow, feeling that Victor was deliberately complicating matters. Although he had indeed replaced the suspension with an air system, such components are among the most common in automobiles and should not significantly affect the modification timeline. He intended to drive the modified F-150 Raptor to a family gathering over the weekend. Sarah Mendez shot a cold glare at Victor, interrupting him. "No problem. It can definitely be completed on time. Sorry, excuse me for a moment. She apologized to Locke before seizing Victor by his collar and pulling him aside. Angrily, she demanded, "What exactly do you want? Do you truly wish for the repair shop to go out of business?" Victor, looking helpless, replied, all right. I admit my service attitude has been lacking, and I will improve. Rest assured, since you have promised that the vehicle can be collected on time, I will see to it." Sarah stared at Victor in disbelief, releasing her grip and smoothing out his crumpled shirt as she said in a low voice, "Victor, do you think I am unaware of your intentions? You believe that if the repair shop fails, I would be free, correct?" Victor's expression stiffened, surprised that Sarah had seen through his motives. He sighed, dropping the facade and stating earnestly, "Indeed, I wish for the shop to close, so you can pursue your dreams without being tethered here. You need not heed Edmund's last words. Sarah, listen to me. With your talent, you should be racing on the track, not trapped in this rusting garage." With a face full of frost, Sarah struck Victor with a punch, exclaiming, "You arrogant fool, you know nothing. You have no idea what I truly desire." Unfazed by the blow, Victor continued, "Sarah, Edmund entrusted you to me. I have a responsibility to secure a brighter future for you." Sarah, seemingly venting her frustrations, retorted, "What right do you have to decide my life? Have I ever said I wanted to be a race car driver? I just want our family to stay together." Locke observed the tumultuous exchange between the siblings. Feeling a twinge of discomfort, he had merely come to repair a car, yet found himself entangled in this melodrama. From their dialogue, he quickly discerned the underlying situation. The brother believed his sister possessed racing talent and should pursue her dreams, yet was bound to the repair shop by their father's dying wish. Thus, he resolved to let the shop fail, allowing her the freedom to chase her aspirations. However, the sister simply wished for their family to remain united and to manage their father's repair shop without any racing ambitions. Such is the profound bond of sibling love. However, do you siblings not communicate? Ah, never mind. He lacks the standing to criticize others. Unable to bear the scene any longer, Locke exhaled in exasperation and approached the imposing figure holding a box of shock absorbers, saying, "Sorry to intrude, but could you kindly inform Sarah that I'm leaving?" Ryder, taken aback, inquired, "Aren't you going to stay and watch?" Locke found the trio at the repair shop to be rather peculiar and waved dismissively without turning back. After getting into his vehicle and starting the engine, he was about to leave when two cars suddenly blocked his path. As Locke pressed the window button, intending to request passage, he caught sight of Victor, Sarah, and Ryder approaching with wrenches in hand through the rearview mirror, leaving him momentarily stunned. What was happening? When he observed the three of them standing defiantly between the G55 and the two Toyotas, he quickly grasped the situation. Retrieving his Glock G19 from the glove compartment and stepping out of the car, Locke glanced at the two Toyotas and noted that each contained three individuals, exuding an aura of intimidation that clearly marked them as gang members. Standing behind Sarah, he inquired, "What do these people want?" Victor turned, his voice icy, "Kid, this is none of your concern. Get back in your car. I have no intention of covering your medical expenses." At that moment, the occupants of the two cars began to exit in succession, revealing tattoos on their arms. The three in front brandished baseball bats, while the three behind had their hands tucked into their pockets, seemingly gripping something. The leader, a bald man covered in tattoos with earrings, shot Locke a disdainful glance before his gaze lingered momentarily on Sarah and finally settled on Victor. With a casual swing of his bat and a crude spit, he remarked, "Victor, impressive. You haven't gone under yet, and you still have business." Victor clenched his fists tightly, stepping forward menacingly. "Martin, if you're looking for trouble, come at me. Leave the others out of this." The towering rider advanced alongside Victor, wielding a wrench in each hand, radiating an intimidating presence. Sarah Mendez glared at the thugs with disdain, turning to Locke and saying, "Locke, step back. Don't get hurt. If the car gets damaged, I will compensate you." Locke glanced down at her, noting her seemingly delicate demeanor contrasted with her resolute and brave gaze, a clear indication of her determination to stand by Victor and the others. Raising an eyebrow, he drew his G19, stepping past Victor and Ryder to confront the six men directly, raising the weapon and declaring, "LAPD, hands up. Drop the fucking baseball bat. On your knees." Locke's sudden action left everyone bewildered. Martin, the gang leader, stared at Locke in disbelief, unable to fathom the presence of a police officer in this situation. However, upon hearing the familiar command and noticing the firearm in Locke's hand, coupled with his stern demeanor, the six thugs promptly raised their hands in compliance, showcasing their proficiency in submission. Soon, the six criminals were kneeling in a row, their backs turned, with discarded weapons lying beside them. Among the seized items were 3 baseball bats, 6 daggers, and 2 handguns, a Colt M191 and a Sig Sauer SGP-320. Locke, maintaining a serious expression, held his G19 at the ready and dialed 911. My officer number is 9988. I am currently on administrative leave. I have been attacked by 6 armed assailants. The suspects have been subdued, and there are 2 guns, 6 daggers, and 3 baseball bats. Requesting assistance. Nearby. Victor and his companions glanced at the wrench in their hands, their expressions filled with uncertainty as they fixed their gaze on Locke. Victor recalled his previous attitude towards Locke and felt a twinge of embarrassment. He turned to Sarah and asked, "Why have you never mentioned that he is a cop?" Chapter 50. American-style demolition due to the incident involving an assault on police officers. Reinforcements arrived promptly. Within 5 minutes, 4 patrol cars reached the Mendez repair shop. This establishment fell under the jurisdiction of the Canyon Division, with the West Canyon officers handling the situation. Code 4, no additional support needed. The suspects had already been subdued. The first to alight was a Caucasian first-grade sergeant, who, upon observing the gang members kneeling in a line, immediately reported the situation to the dispatch center. Locke quickly holstered his firearm and approached. "Sir, I am Locke, a second-grade officer from the Wilshire Police Department. It was I who reported the incident. I'm currently on administrative leave, repairing my vehicle here, when I was obstructed by these 6 armed suspects and had to subdue them. I found 2 firearms on them, though I did not search their vehicle." As Locke spoke, the patrolling officers simultaneously moved towards the kneeling gang members to handcuff them. The weapons lying on the ground were meticulously collected and placed into evidence bags. "Tom Burton, West Canyon Police Department," he stated. "I reviewed yesterday's report. You shot a gunman and saved an LAPD officer. Well done," Tom Burton remarked, casting a glance at the gang members being escorted into the patrol vehicle. He added, "Cool, you've saved us a lot of trouble." He then turned to his colleagues, instructing, "Guys, check the vehicles." Immediately, 2 officers proceeded to examine the 2 cars driven by the suspects. Tom Burton, surveying the trio of victors standing nearby, turned to Locke and said, "I need to take your statement." "No problem," Locke replied. At that moment, Locke's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he apologized to Tom Burton and answered. "Captain, due to the nature of the call from an officer, the Parker Center, utilizing Locke's badge number, retrieved his information and directed a call to him from Anna Davis to ascertain the situation. In fact, according to protocol, Locke's direct supervisor, Captain Jones, could have made the call." Locke briefed Anna Davis on the circumstances, assuring her that the matter was resolved and to not worry. He inquired about the police department's status and learned that the Wilshire Police had apprehended numerous members of the Copernicus organization today, serving as a warning, which would likely lead to the immediate cancellation of Nathan's bounty. After concluding the call with Anna Davis, Locke distinctly sensed that Tom Burton's gaze had grown more serious. The involvement of a police captain inquiring about the situation indicated to Tom Burton that Locke's identity was noteworthy. Half an hour later, after taking statements from everyone, Tom Burton departed the Mendez repair shop with the 6 gang members in their 2 vehicles. These gang members would not be released anytime soon, as the West Canyon patrol officers had discovered contraband in their vehicle. This was undoubtedly a significant contribution from Locke. Tom Burton warmly invited Locke to join him for a drink that evening, but Locke politely declined, citing his ongoing administrative leave. The repair shop fell into a tranquil silence as Locke watched his colleagues from the West Canyon Police Department depart before turning to Victor and his companions. Victor appeared somewhat uneasy, casting a shy glance at Locke, and stubbornly remarked, "Kid, I never would have guessed you were a cop. No wonder you managed to take me down so easily that day." Thanks, I'll give you a discount." Sarah's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Locke, her clear eyes filled with reverence. "Locke, so you are a police officer. I truly owe you one." When Locke drew his weapon and stood protectively in front of her to suppress the 6 thugs, Sarah Mendez felt a long-lost sense of security wash over her once more. The tall figure of Ryder gave Locke a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Buddy, you were just awesome. That scoundrel Martin turned into a coward in an instant. I didn't expect you to be a cop. Now Victor should have no objections to Sarah being with you." Locke, taken aback, instinctively glanced at Sarah Mendez, whose cheeks flushed crimson as she avoided his gaze. She kicked Ryder sharply and scolded, "What are you talking about?" Victor also kicked Ryder, angrily growling, "Fuck off. If you can't speak properly, then shut your mouth." Locke shrugged off Ryder's foolish comments and turned to Victor, inquiring, "Could you kindly inform me who those individuals were? Why did they trouble you?" Victor's expression darkened as he replied, "Let Sarah explain it to you." He then pulled Ryder by the collar and walked away, continuing to unload items from his Chevrolet Silverado. Sarah Mendez fidgeted with her fingers, suddenly feeling shy, seemingly unaccustomed to being alone with Locke. She pointed toward the office on the second floor, suggesting, "How about we chat in the office? I can brew you some coffee." Locke nodded, responding, "Okay. I could really use a cup of coffee." Sarah smiled brightly, adding, "It's not anything special, just regular Argentine coffee." As they ascended the stairs, Locke waited for Sarah to reach the top before following her. Upon his arrival, Sarah complained, "Victor and Ryder have never considered this. They're not at all as gentlemanly as you." Locke was taken aback by Sarah Mendez's words, noticing a shift in her demeanor, indicating her growing comfort around him. He raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying, "It's because they see you as a sister. I see you as a woman." Two blushes appeared on Sarah's face, but she did not seem angry. Instead, she turned toward the coffee machine, instructing, "You can take a seat. I'll have it ready shortly." Locke admired the stainless steel coffee machine, which was nearly the size of an engine, complimenting, "What a marvelous coffee machine." As Sarah tiptoed to retrieve coffee beans from the cupboard, the curve of her hips became more pronounced. Locke shifted his gaze from her well-defined form, taking his seat from their previous encounter, but found himself irresistibly drawn to the youthful and alluring silhouette before the coffee machine. One cannot help but think of Jennifer Grey. Both possess alluringly curvaceous figures, yet their personalities and temperaments are starkly contrasting. Jennifer exudes an air of cool sophistication and intellect, but beneath that exterior lies a passionate spirit. In contrast, Sarah is seemingly innocent and warm-hearted, yet harbors a sensitive and fragile interior. Before long, Sarah Mendez approached with 2 cups of coffee, and from her lips, Locke gleaned an American tale of upheaval. During his prime, Edmund Mendez amassed considerable wealth, subsequently depleting a significant portion to purchase a 3-hectare parcel of rugged land on the outskirts of Los Angeles for over $10 million, with the ambition of establishing an automotive repair shop complete with a private racetrack. In pursuit of this dream, he nearly squandered his entire fortune. Tragically, shortly after the completion of the shop, Edmund discovered he had cancer, and after a few years of struggle, he sadly passed away. Though the Mendez siblings inherited the repair shop, the annual property taxes weighed heavily upon them, suffocating their finances. 2 years ago, a real estate developer from Los Angeles expressed interest in acquiring the land for $20 million. However, the Mendez siblings, wishing to honor their father's legacy, declined the developer's offer. Since then, the repair shop has faced relentless misfortune, with business declining day by day, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. Chapter 51. The disheartened Victor. Though there was no evidence, the Mendez siblings were convinced that it was all the handiwork of the developers. Locke, upon hearing this, was momentarily speechless. Was this not merely a version of gentrification in America? The tactics employed were strikingly similar. Developers, in their relentless pursuit of demolition, would resort to any means necessary. Who would have thought that such occurrences would transpire in the United States, a nation that prides itself on freedom and democracy? Indeed, the avarice of capitalists knows no borders. Locke remarked, in fact, you could entirely entrust a lawyer to gather evidence and sue the developers. Sarah retorted with indignation. Lawyers are nothing but charlatans. They are the lapdogs of capitalists. Locke's expression froze. He could not possibly agree with such a sentiment, lest he become. He found himself more inclined to acknowledge the notion that lawyers serve only for monetary gain. Observing the beautiful yet furious girl before him, he cautiously inquired, "Have you been deceived by a lawyer?" With gritted teeth, Sarah replied, "Yes, he was a friend of Edmund's, and we trusted him implicitly." It turned out that the mountains of discarded vehicles piled up on the adjacent racetrack were also the developers' doing. Gangs would frequently disrupt operations, even deliberately damaging customers' vehicles under repair, resulting in the repair shop not only failing to earn any profit but also incurring losses to compensate the clients, further deteriorating their financial situation. Consequently, Victor resolved to generate income by leasing the land next to the repair shop. Soon, a businessman seeking to establish a parking lot approached him, initially wanting to sign a 10-year lease. Victor refused, and they ultimately settled on 5 years. The Mendez siblings even enlisted the help of their father's former lawyer to handle the matter, only to discover post-signing that they had been deceived. The businessman was indeed in the parking lot business, but it was for junked vehicles. After transferring the contract to the developers, he declared bankruptcy. Having lost both financially and materially, the Mendez siblings came to the realization that the lawyer they had hired had been bribed by the developers. Locke asked, "Did you not confront that lawyer or report him to the Bar Association?" Sarah frowned. "Of course, We approached him, but he denied everything. What could we do? Should we kill him? Report what, and to whom? Aren't lawyers all in cahoots? Locke was taken aback, suddenly grasping that his earlier impression was likely correct. Sarah Mendez could not be very old and perhaps had not received much education. He asked, Sarah, how old are you? Sarah suddenly became shy, puffing out her chest as she responded, 17, soon to be 18. Locke was momentarily stunned. She was indeed a minor. How had she developed such a figure? It seemed unlikely that she had completed high school. She might have dropped out in middle school, a true academic underachiever. Not wanting to inquire directly about Sarah's educational background, he instead asked about Victor's age, which left him dumbfounded. Victor Mendez and the towering figure of Reed were merely 19 years old. He had always assumed they were at least 25, given their mature appearance. Locke couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the brother and sister duo. At the time when the developers deceived them, Victor Mendez had only just come of age. One could only imagine the trials they had endured over the past 2 years. He glanced towards the staircase and inquired, Is that lease agreement still available? May I take a look at it? Sarah promptly replied, Of course. With that, she rose to open the safe tucked away in the corner. Noticing that Victor, concealed at the foot of the stairs, remained silent, Locke continued, I would like to take a photograph to consult with my lawyer friend to see if there is any way to assist you. Handing the contract to Locke, Sarah said, No need for a photograph. You may take it with you. Locke gazed at her, exasperated. With such intellect, it was no wonder they had been taken advantage of. It seemed that both siblings were not particularly astute. Observing a printer at the nearby workspace, he suggested that Sarah make a copy of the document. As Sarah photocopied the lease, Locke addressed the staircase, saying, Next time those gang members come to cause trouble, I recommend you call the police. Those individuals are armed. Victor, realizing Locke had discovered his presence, ceased his concealment and ascended the stairs, coldly stating, Initially, we did contact the police, but that scoundrel Martin was quickly released, and the officers were bought off by that unscrupulous capitalist. Locke furrowed his brow and asked, Was he bailed out? He suddenly felt he should accept Tom Bolton's invitation, as it might provide him with insights regarding the West Canyon Police Department. Fortunately, the other party had left him a business card. Victor, expressionless, shook his head and replied, I do not know. Which is why I stopped reporting to the authorities and opted to deal with these scoundrels in our own way. They do not dare to shoot at us. Martin is merely the head of a small gang, and Edmund has connections with Big Mario. Locke stared at Victor in astonishment, his demeanor shifting to one of gravity. He had not anticipated that the siblings had ties to Mario Pierce. Mario Pierce was the most formidable South American gang leader in Los Angeles, primarily operating in the eastern part of the city, involved in drug trafficking, smuggling, arms dealings, and deeply intertwined with Colombian drug lords. Noticing the change in Locke's expression, Victor hurriedly clarified, Although we are acquainted with Mario, we have never engaged in any unlawful activities, nor have we ever met him. It is merely that Big Mario has declared that we are under his protection. Locke exhaled in relief. If the Mendez siblings had any connection to Mario Pierce, he would sever any further entanglements with them. At that moment, Sarah approached with the copied contract, her expression anxious as she remarked, Edmund also warned us against any contact with Mario. Locke accepted the contract and asked Victor, Could I borrow a set of work clothes? Victor, puzzled, queried, What do you intend to do? In the repair workshop, Victor stood to the side, his mood oscillating, and irritably remarked to the bewildered writer, I will still charge for my services. Moments prior, Locke had re-examined the engine and uncovered several issues, which he resolved with ease. The original turbocharging system of the Raptor has been meticulously reprogrammed, resulting in a 25 increase in compression ratio. Additionally, a bespoke plan for the installation of air suspension has been devised. However, the F-150 Raptor cannot accommodate air suspension directly, necessitating the welding of a structural component to the frame for proper adaptation. Once Locke finalized the installation plan, he now awaits the arrival of the air suspension components to proceed with the assembly. At this moment, he is skillfully using a cutting machine to shape the rear trunk according to the installation diagrams for the refrigerator and gun case. Sarah Mendez is utterly astonished by Locke's series of operations and eagerly assists him, her face aglow with admiration, her eyes reflecting a hint of something more profound. After Locke completes the cutting, Victor cannot restrain himself from stepping forward to inspect the work, only to discover that Locke's craftsmanship far surpasses his own, rivaling that of a laser machine. He is instantly filled with embarrassment and exclaims, Fucking hell, kid, are you here to humiliate me? With skills like yours, Why do you even need my help with the modifications? Locke, feeling somewhat helpless, realizes that his previous skills were never quite at this level. The difference between L4 and L3 is indeed monumental. He removes his gloves and safety goggles, which Sarah promptly takes from him, and he shrugs, saying, I lack the tools. Don't take it to heart. Your skills are commendable too. I merely wish to expedite the process, as I need the vehicle for this weekend. As Locke prepares to leave, only Sarah comes to bid him farewell. They converse through the window, and she expresses her gratitude for his assistance today. Locke gestures that it was nothing, starts his car, and is ready to depart when Sarah unexpectedly steps onto the footboard and leans in to plant a kiss on his cheek. Locke is momentarily taken aback, and Sarah whispers in his ear, the way you were fixing the car reminded me of Edmund. What does that mean? Does she see me as her father? By the time Locke regains his composure, Sarah has already shyly dashed towards the stairwell. In the rearview mirror, he catches sight of Victor's grim expression directed at him, prompting Locke to instinctively press the accelerator and speed away. The hulking figure of Ryder, with a goofy smile, remarks to the brooding Victor, I told you Sarah had a crush on that kid. Good-looking, wealthy, can fix cars, and he's a cop. Jesus, no wonder we seem like trash. Let us hope he doesn't hurt Sarah. Victor, filled with a sense of defeat, grits his teeth and replies, if he dares to harm Sarah, I will smash that handsome face of his. Ryder hesitates for a moment before saying, you can't take him on. Shut up your fucking mouth. Chapter 52. Political lesson that evening at the Glen Apartments. What is she doing? She is risking her life. Why is Captain Jones not dissuading her? David proactively called Locke to inform him about a series of operations conducted by the Wilshire Police Department against the Copernicus organization today, along with subsequent updates. Upon learning that Anna Davis would be patrolling with Nathan the next day, Locke was taken aback and rose from the sofa in astonishment. In addition to the Wilshire Police Department's comprehensive crackdown on the illegal activities of the Copernicus organization, senior officials from the West Division had approached Johnny Dyson, the leader of the Copernicus organization, demanding the surrender of Sam Brown and his girlfriend, Fiona, while also requesting the cancellation of the bounty on Officer Nathan Fillion. However, Johnny Dyson rejected the demands, leading to a breakdown in negotiations and further escalating tensions. Consequently, Anna Davis, the second-level police chief of the Wilshire Police Department, made a courageous decision, announcing that she would accompany intern Officer Nathan Fillion on patrol, utilizing her position to safeguard Nathan, uphold the dignity of the LAPD, and intimidate those wishing to collect the bounty. The rank of second-level police chief within the LAPD represents a significant mid to upper management position, starkly contrasting with the status of an intern officer like Nathan. Should anything happen to Anna Davis, the LAPD would undoubtedly pursue accountability, ensuring the complete eradication of the Copernicus organization. This is beyond doubt. The notorious Delano family of the Los Angeles Mafia eventually crumbled under the persistent pressure from the LAPD. No gang in Los Angeles, not even those of lesser intellect, would dare to brazenly retaliate against the LAPD. Killing a police officer in the United States is unequivocally taboo and constitutes a grave crime. No gang would dare to take such a risk unless pushed to the brink. This is why, when the misguided leaders of the Minaudi organization declared their intent to retaliate against the LAPD and DEA in Los Angeles, they were swiftly obliterated by the powerful San Antonio gang from Tijuana. The murder of a public official would plunge the entire U.S.-Mexico border into chaos. To a certain extent, the LAPD can be considered the largest gang in Los Angeles, employing retribution methods that surpass those of many gangs, often resulting in the complete dismantling of adversaries without casualties due to technical reasons. The primary distinction between the LAPD and gangs lies in the legality of the LAPD's actions. Therefore, Anna Davis's role as a protective talisman carries undeniable weight. However, Locke, having investigated the Copernicus organization yesterday and uncovered their various crimes, recognized that its members are fervent white supremacists, mentally unstable, and cannot be analyzed through conventional logic. Anna Davis intends to leverage her identity to protect Nathan and apply pressure on the Copernicus organization, hoping to instill caution in them. Yet, this maneuver carries a high risk factor, with a significant chance of failure. After ending the call with David, Locke immediately contemplated reaching out to Anna Davis, urging her to reconsider this decision, emphasizing that it was unnecessary to put herself in harm's way. Emotionally, Anna Davis is a close friend of her mother. Having known her for nearly a decade and a half, she does not wish for any misfortune to befall her. From a pragmatic standpoint, Anna Davis, along with her influential police family, represents his most significant connection within the LAPD, making it imperative that this vital alliance remains unscathed. However, after some contemplation, Locke felt that his call might lack the necessary weight, as he was merely seen as a junior in Anna's eyes. Consequently, he dialed Marian's number. Upon hearing Locke's concerns, Marian recognized the peril in Anna's decision and resolved to persuade her. Once the call ended, Locke recalled that he had yet to discuss the Mendez siblings with Marian, but he would have to defer that conversation. While awaiting Marian's return call, Locke continued his research on the Copernicus organization via Google. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a news article stating that Johnny Dyson, the leader of the Copernicus organization, attended a KKK rally last month, proclaiming that he would demonstrate the organization's influence and operational capacity in Los Angeles. Following this lead, Locke conducted further searches and discovered that although the Copernicus organization had long espoused white supremacy, it had never been accepted by the KKK nor classified as an official faction of the group. This revelation sent a chill down Locke's spine. He realized that Nathan's bounty was not merely a consequence of damaging Evelyn, Sam Brown's girlfriend's clothing. This reward aimed at the LAPD was evidently part of a more insidious scheme orchestrated by the Copernicus organization. What could assert their influence and operational prowess more than the assassination of a police officer? This insight prompted Locke to deem it unnecessary to await a response from Anna's mother. He could contact Anna Davis directly. Just as he was about to dial her number, his phone rang. It was Anna Davis. "Locke, Marian just called me. Thank you for your concern." Over the phone, Anna informed Locke that she was acutely aware of the dangers involved, but felt compelled to uphold the dignity of the LAPD, insisting that the department could not yield to criminals. She also mentioned that at her level, there were certain actions she felt obligated to undertake. In that moment, Locke realized that Anna was undoubtedly more cognizant of the implications than he was. He had only considered the risks, neglecting to acknowledge the potential rewards for Anna Davis. Firstly, she would earn the admiration of the entire LAPD for her bravery. Secondly, she would gain recognition from the higher-ups. With negotiations having collapsed, the LAPD must maintain its dignity, and Nathan could not remain indefinitely sheltered from accountability. At Anna Davis's rank, aspirations for promotion to commander or deputy chief would no longer hinge on specific crime-solving rates, but rather on expanding her reputation and influence within the LAPD, garnering respect from the upper echelons and support from the grassroots. Locke understood that Anna Davis was resolute in her decision. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to share his recent discovery with her. Anna Davis remained silent for a considerable time before finally speaking. "Locke, there is no turning back on this matter. Thank you for your information. I shall exercise greater caution." Deep within, Locke had already devised a plan and reassured her, "Captain, I will ensure your safety." Just as he concluded his call with Anna Davis, another call came through from Marianne. "Locke, Anna has spoken to you, hasn't she?" Unlike the subtlety of Anna Davis's words, Marianne's tone was far more direct, providing Locke with a thorough lesson in politics. She explained that, given Anna's position, she had no choice but to step forward, enhancing her reputation and influence within the LAPD. This situation also pertained to Anna Davis's political future, and despite the inherent risks, the potential benefits outweighed them, making it a gamble worth taking. Locke hesitated momentarily, not wanting to cause Marianne any concern, and thus refrained from sharing his recent discovery with her. He recalled to mention the contract concerning the Mendez siblings that had been fraudulent. After hearing this, Marianne requested that he send her a copy of the contract when he had the time, as she needed to review the terms first. However, it was certain that the attorney had breached professional ethics and failed to uphold the interests of their client. Chapter 53. Locke, are you keeping up? After ending the call with Marianne, Locke immediately dialed Captain Jones. During the conversation, he expressed his concerns regarding Director Davis patrolling alongside Nathan, and disclosed his discovery of the Copernicus organization's collusion with the KKK. His voice grave, he stated, "Captain, I suspect that the bounty placed on Nathan by the Copernicus organization is intended to demonstrate their power and influence in Los Angeles." Upon hearing this, Captain Jones's tone shifted immediately. "I will report this to the captain right away and cancel tomorrow's patrol." "Captain," Locke interjected, "the entire LAPD in Los Angeles is currently focused on this matter. It is impossible for the captain to cancel the patrol. Sudden cancellation would not only tarnish her reputation but also that of the Wilshire precinct." This was a lesson in pragmatism for Locke, as he inherently understood the strategic mindset that comes from his Chinese heritage. Captain Jones, now flustered, inquired, "What should we do then?" Locke proposed, Since we have uncovered the Copernicus organization's conspiracy, could we involve the detective division in the investigation? Captain Jones replied, that is already underway. We are currently pursuing Sam Brown and his girlfriend, Funae. However, Johnny Dyson has hidden them. If we can prove that they acted with premeditation, it would aggravate their charges. Locke then asked, can we deploy SWAT to protect the captain and Nathan? At this moment, Captain Jones regained his composure. Pausing for a few seconds before responding, Locke, if we assign protection to the captain and Nathan, it undermines the captain's original intent, and the authority of the LAPD will be compromised. Locke understood this was a deliberate attempt to steer the conversation in this direction. Anna Davis's announcement of her patrol with Nathan was a statement asserting that the LAPD feared no threats. She aimed to intimidate the Copernicus organization with her position, betting that they would not dare to harm her, thereby ensuring Nathan's safety. Should the Copernicus organization refrain from acting, the so-called bounty would become a farce, resulting in a victory for the LAPD. Conversely, if the LAPD were to secretly provide protection, the essence of the matter would be lost, diminishing the impact of this political display. Sensing Captain Jones's predicament on the other end of the line, Locke offered his suggestion, Captain, I am currently on administrative leave, which exempts me from LAPD duties. I could provide covert protection in a private capacity, discreetly following them, and I will notify you immediately should any incident arise. All right, but you must not disclose this to Captain Davis. Captain Jones quickly acquiesced, adding, Locke, remember, you are on administrative leave and possess no law enforcement authority, unless absolutely necessary. Do not intervene proactively. Locke assured him, rest assured, I will not allow them to discover my presence. In his mind, he reflected on the fact that he had already alerted Anna Davis, uncertain if she would take measures of her own. The following morning, Locke drove his G55 to a car rental agency and secured the most commonplace vehicle, a Ford Explorer. After confirming with Captain Jones that Nathan would continue to operate the patrol car alongside Captain Mona that day, he parked the vehicle at the curb outside the Wilshire police station, lying in wait. Locke was quite experienced in the art of surveillance. Clad in a hoodie, sporting a baseball cap and sunglasses, he had meticulously equipped the rented vehicle with a camera to capture the scenes unfolding outside. Additionally, he had brought along wired headphones, a mask, food, water, binoculars, and containers for liquids. Before long, the patrol cars from Wilshire began to depart from the station. Locke even spotted his own patrol car, with David partnering with Captain Mona, the old fellow finally behind the wheel himself. Soon, Nathan and Anna Davis's patrol car emerged, and after ensuring they had distanced themselves, Locke quietly followed, keenly observing for any other vehicles that might be tailing them. Throughout the morning, Locke maintained a discreet distance behind Nathan's patrol car, concealing his own vehicle among others, skillfully maneuvering through traffic. He alternated between being in front of their car and behind it, constantly vigilant, watching them as they addressed various emergencies. Remarkably, despite having been off the front line for over a decade, Anna still handled situations with remarkable decisiveness. As noon approached, Locke received a call from Captain Jones. The moment the call connected, Jones inquired, Locke, have you managed to keep up? Locke hesitated for a moment before responding. I'm right behind them, Captain. They're currently traveling down Mountbatten Street, and I'm trailing about 20 meters behind. Captain Jones exhaled in relief, stating, yes, they're indeed on Mountbatten Street. I must commend your tracking skills. I just spoke with the captain for an update, and he reported that everything was normal this morning, with no signs of anything amiss. They didn't even notice your presence. Locke fell silent for a few seconds. It appeared that Anna Davis had been away from the front lines for too long, forgetting even the fundamental protocols of the LAPD. Everything was normal in the morning. But what about the afternoon? During lunchtime, Nathan drove to their favorite Mexican restaurant. 2 patrol cars were already parked outside, belonging to David and Captain Mona, as well as Randy and Elsa. Locke positioned his car diagonally across the street from the Mexican eatery, keeping a vigilant eye on the 3 police vehicles stationed outside, wary of anyone attempting to take advantage of Nathan and the others while they went inside to dine. Through his binoculars, Locke observed David engaging in light-hearted banter with Anna Davis, while Randy, having said something amusing, sent everyone into fits of laughter. This sensation was quite novel, for he was meant to sit alongside them, yet now he beheld the scene from an entirely different perspective. After a brief respite following their meal, Nathan and Anna resumed their patrol, while Locke, as in the morning, trailed them at a distance. Suddenly, the patrol vehicle activated its sirens and lights, accelerating abruptly. Locke's heart raced. He realized it must be a Code 3 emergency, prompting him to hasten his pace to keep up. Before long, Nathan drove into an upscale neighborhood, halting before an opulent mansion complete with a garden. The gate to the yard stood ajar, indicating this was likely the location of the alarm. After disembarking, Anna and Nathan swiftly drew their sidearms and entered the mansion with a sense of urgency. Shouldn't they wait for backup before entering together? Just as Locke hesitated, contemplating whether to follow and discern the situation, a young Caucasian man burst forth from the mansion, leaping into the patrol vehicle and speeding away. A wave of dread washed over Locke. It was over. Something had gone terribly wrong. Chapter 54. The function of the detection card as the patrol car sped away. Locke swiftly inserted his earpiece and dialed Captain Jones. He opened the car door, drew his Glock G19 from his waist, and charged into the mansion. Upon the call connecting, Locke immediately reported the situation, stating, "I'm entering now. Please dispatch reinforcements at once." Captain Jones replied urgently, "Understood. Reinforcements are on their way. Do not hang up. Keep the line open." Locke sidestepped and treaded lightly, concealing his presence as he approached the mansion's entrance. However, after listening intently for a moment, he was taken aback to find the interior utterly silent. After a brief hesitation, he pushed the door open and stepped inside, only to discover the mansion devoid of any occupants. Yet, the disarray of footprints on the floor indicated that at least 8 individuals had recently been present in the room. A wave of dread washed over Locke as he followed the trail, leading him to the mansion's back garden. There, he found a rear door with signs of vehicles having been parked nearby. 2 cars had left their marks, one sedan and one SUV. He could even detect the lingering scent of exhaust fumes, indicating their departure had been less than 30 seconds ago. Damn, Anna and Nathan have been captured and swiftly relocated. This was undoubtedly the work of skilled operatives. Anna and Nathan had barely resisted before being subdued and taken away. Furthermore, their efficiency was remarkable. This was not something a mere gang could accomplish. The time frame from Anna and Nathan's entry to their abduction had not exceeded 2 minutes. Turning on his heel, Locke sprinted back towards the entrance, relaying the situation to Captain Jones as he ran, urging him to immediately check nearby surveillance cameras for the 2 departing vehicles. Upon reaching the yard's entrance, Locke heard the wail of police sirens, indicating that reinforcements had arrived in response to the previous Code 3 alert. However, Locke had no intention of waiting for them. He returned to his vehicle and drove onto the road behind the mansion, attempting to trace the paths of the 2 cars. Unfortunately, he soon found it necessary to abandon the pursuit. The duration of the vehicle's stops had indeed left tire tracks, but once they hit the main road, those traces would inevitably blend with the countless others, rendering his tracking efforts futile. The extensive road network of this upscale residential area caused Locke to lose the vehicle's trail within moments. He parked in the middle of the road, engulfed by an unprecedented sense of confusion and panic. Just the night before, he had confidently assured Anna Davis that he would ensure her safety, filled with self-assurance. Yet now, he had lost both Anna Davis and Nathan. It felt as though he had been dealt a stinging blow, heat rising to his face. In that instant, he gained a clearer understanding of his own capabilities. The arrogance and vanity that had swelled within him since acquiring the system came crashing down. Taking a deep breath, Locke endeavored to regain his composure and inquired of Captain Jones, "Captain, have you discovered any information regarding the vehicles? Moreover, the incident at the Mansion B-22-36 is evidently a trap, and that emergency call, along with the swift removal of Captain and Nathan, is not something an ordinary gang could orchestrate." Captain Jones spoke solemnly. "Locke, I have just reviewed the surveillance footage from the nearby highway, and I have not observed the 2 vehicles you mentioned departing from this area." Locke inquired, "Is it possible that the 2 vehicles left separately?" Captain Jones dismissed the notion. "No, it is currently working hours, and aside from police vehicles entering this area, there are no other vehicles exiting at this time." Suddenly, Locke realized and exclaimed, "So they have not left this residential area. Those 2 vehicles must be concealed within some mansion." Captain Jones understood as well. "All right. I will report this immediately. We will secure the area and request K9 units and drones for a large-scale search. Locke, please refrain from taking any rash actions. Trust us. You have done your utmost." After saying this, he ended the call. Locke sighed in frustration. Although he knew that Anna and Nathan were still hiding within the community, his heart remained heavy with concern for their safety as they were in imminent danger. Exiting the vehicle, he contemplated searching for a vantage point, only to find that the surrounding houses were uniformly tall villas. There were also no surveillance cameras in sight. Americans place immense value on personal privacy, resulting in a paltry number of cameras in non-public areas. It appeared that waiting for the K-9 units and drones to conduct a thorough search was the only option. Suddenly, Locke remembered he possessed a detection card. Could detecting mean locating someone? His confidence surged once more, although he was uncertain whether the card would prove effective. Nevertheless, he decided to try it, akin to a last-ditch effort. As Locke activated the detection card, it flickered, prompting him to confirm its use. Upon doing so, a three-dimensional map materialized in his mind. Circular, no, spherical would be a more appropriate description. This sphere centered around him, with a radius of 50 meters. The map revealed everything in Locke's vicinity, above, below, to the left, right, front, and back. All surroundings were rendered in three-dimensional imagery: streets, trees, streetlights, vehicles, and villas. Even the furniture, appliances, and toilets within the villas were displayed in detail. He even observed individuals moving about in some of the villas, as if viewing infrared imagery. The conditions beneath the ground were equally transparent, showcasing various underground pipes alongside the streets, basements beneath the villas, and the earth's debris and rubble. It turned out this was the function of the detection card. It was truly extraordinary, equipped with X-ray and infrared capabilities. Soon, Locke noticed a countdown in the center of the map, currently displaying 29 minutes, indicating that the detection card's functionality would only last for 30 minutes. With time pressing, Locke hurried back to his vehicle, having devised a plan to locate the individuals. The map's radius encompassed 4 rows of villas, and he intended to drive through the area to conduct a thorough sweep. As Locke had just started the car, his phone rang. It was David calling. In a grave tone, he stated, "Locke, Captain Davis and Nathan have encountered trouble. They have been kidnapped by members of the Copernicus organization. Captain Jones has already sought assistance from the Parker Center." Locke responded bitterly, "I am aware. I was present at the scene. They were abducted right before my eyes." After exchanging information with David, Locke promptly set the car in motion, embarking on his investigative quest. He refrained from disclosing his search for Anna and Nathan to David, fearing it might disrupt the police department's standard operations. And he was uncertain whether the tracking device would indeed lead him to Anna and the others. Initially, Locke drove cautiously, concerned about potential oversights. But as the time on the tracker swiftly approached the halfway mark, he felt compelled to accelerate, his anxiety mounting. Damn it. There are indeed a plethora of wealthy individuals in America. This affluent neighborhood is enormous. Suddenly, Locke slowed the vehicle. Directing his gaze towards a mansion partially concealed by the trees and walls, his expression serious. However, upon noticing a hidden camera, he did not linger. Instead, he memorized the house number F10-09 and pressed the accelerator, speeding away. Chapter 55. As the countdown on the detection card dwindled to a mere 8 minutes, Locke's heartbeat quickened, and a sense of urgency enveloped him. Was he perhaps misguided in his search? He had commenced his quest from the street behind the residence at B22-36, heading north. The B22-36 villa was situated in the midsection of this residential area, while the northern sector boasted more expansive and upscale properties, with greater spacing between them, providing a higher degree of concealment, ideal for hiding individuals. In contrast, the southern villas, being closer to the main road, lacked privacy, with many lacking fences, rendering them less suitable for concealment. This area also served as the primary access point to the neighborhood, experiencing heavier traffic. Hence, Locke opted to search the northern district, where the likelihood of finding someone hidden was considerably greater. Through psychological profiling, he deduced that the members of the Copernicus organization were not only formidable fighters but also possessed a sense of arrogance. Typically, kidnappers would swiftly relocate their captives, hiding them as far away from the abduction site as possible. However, the Copernicus members seemed to be employing a strategy reminiscent of a classic tale, perhaps inspired by Gu Long's novels. Believing that the most perilous places could also be the safest, they assumed that the LAPD would focus solely on investigating the abduction site at B22-36, promptly launching a citywide search while neglecting other areas of the neighborhood. Yet, they had underestimated the LAPD's rapid response, which had already led them to discover that the suspects remained concealed within the vicinity. A glance at the vehicle's GPS revealed that only 4 villas remained, dispersed over a vast area, with the detection card now capable of covering only one villa at a time. Suddenly, as Locke passed by one of the villas, a three-dimensional map began to reveal the interior, causing his heart to race. The first figure to appear on the map was an armed individual, wielding an automatic rifle. Standing behind the villa's wall in a state of alert, with a walkie-talkie and binoculars in hand. As Locke drew closer, More information about the villa flooded into the detection card's range. There were 6 individuals inside, one on the ground floor also armed with an automatic rifle. 5 others were in the basement, 2 of whom were suspended from the ceiling, one being a woman with a ponytail. The other 3 included 2 armed with automatic rifles and 1 seated in a chair, exuding an air of arrogance. This was it. Overwhelmed with excitement, Locke nearly cried out. But as he noticed the gunman in the yard standing at attention and bringing the walkie-talkie to his mouth, he quickly composed himself and drove past the villa. Once he had passed, he swiftly turned his vehicle into the nearby woods, flinging open the door and racing toward the villa while dialing Captain Jones's number. As soon as the call connected, Locke spoke urgently, "Captain, I've found Anna and Nathan. Hurry over to H-10-06. H-10-06. Captain Jones, maintaining his professionalism, echoed the information back, his tone laced with disbelief. "Are you certain?" Locke replied, "Indeed. I have spotted armed sentinels in the courtyard, wielding automatic rifles." "Hello, Captain. Can you hear me?" Suddenly, the mobile signal cut off, and Locke immediately realized that the Copernicus organization had installed a signal jamming device in the villa. Damn, they really are quite professional. Regardless, the location had already been transmitted, and Locke had no intention of retreating to make another call. His mind was solely focused on rescuing Anna Davis and Nathan to redeem his honor. With the aid of a 3-dimensional map equipped with detection cards, Locke effortlessly maneuvered through the blind spots of the vigilant gunmen and quietly approached one of them. He had to neutralize this sentinel, otherwise, when Captain Jones arrived with his team, there could be casualties. Concealed behind a tree, Locke observed the gunman stationed by the wall, anxiously watching the street outside. The gunman was imposing, clad in a black balaclava and fully armed with standard military gear, wielding a SCAR rifle complete with a scope and suppressor, resembling an American Special Forces soldier on the battlefield in Afghanistan. No wonder this group was able to easily subdue and abduct Anna and Nathan. They were all former Special Forces soldiers. Locke hesitated to act, not out of fear, but because another gunman inside the villa was watching from the window. This was a classic military vigilance tactic, employing overlapping sentinels. So he needed to wait for the right opportunity. Suddenly, Locke noticed on the 3-dimensional map that Anna and Nathan were in dire straits in the basement. Nathan was being struck with the butt of a rifle, while Anna had a handgun pressed against her head. No, he could not afford to wait any longer. Just as Locke prepared to take decisive action against the gunman before him, the sentinel inside the villa left the window and headed towards the bathroom. It was a fortuitous opportunity that he could not let slip by. Locke had already gathered his strength and, in a swift motion, leaped from behind the tree. Darting behind the gunman, and with lightning speed, he twisted the sentinel's neck. A crack echoed, and the gunman collapsed without a struggle. For Locke, the art of combat was as effortless as slaughtering a hen. He quickly dragged the gunman behind the tree, hastily donned the bulletproof vest and tactical gear, and seized the SCAR rifle, sprinting toward the villa. As Locke entered the villa, the bathroom door swung open, revealing another figure dressed similarly to him. Upon seeing Locke, the gunman paused momentarily and instinctively asked, "Thomas, what are you bayou?" Locke fired 2 shots into the gunman's neck, who fell to the ground without a sound. Without pausing, he immediately dashed towards the entrance of the basement. In the basement, Anna Davis and Nathan were suspended from the ceiling, with Nathan barely drawing breath. Although Anna was held at gunpoint by Sam Brown, she remained courageous and unyielding, defiantly threatening. "Has Johnny Dyson not taught you to recognize the ranks of the LAPD? Open your eyes and behold my rank. Are you cognizant of the repercussions your actions may inflict upon the Copernicus organization?" Sam Brown, a Caucasian in his 30s with golden hair, exhibited a maniacal demeanor as he tapped Anna's head with his Colt M2000, sneering, "What of it if you were the chief of LAPD? Do you still harbor hopes of rescue from LAPD? Abandon that thought. In my eyes, LAPD is as foolish as a dog." Suddenly, Nathan lifted his head, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and released Captain Davis. "This predicament arose from my actions. I am willing to bear the consequences." A deranged laugh escaped Sam Brown's lips as he produced his phone and addressed Nathan. "Very well, then apologize to Avina. If you can earn her forgiveness, I shall release you." Nathan hastily replied, "I can." "Nathan, do not heed his words. He has long plotted to murder officers. Your plight is merely a pretext." Anna Davis interjected, her voice laced with regret. "I'm sorry. It is my fault." She stared incredulously towards the staircase. Sam Brown sensed something amiss, but before he could turn, he collapsed. Bayou. Chapter 56. You have no law enforcement authority. As all 3 assailants donned bulletproof vests, Locke opted for a direct approach. executing a precise headshot for each individual within the span of a second. Anna and Nathan, positioned perilously close to the kidnappers, were splattered with remnants of the violent encounter. Anna, are you all right? Locke inquired. Nathan, hold on. I've already notified Captain Jones. Assistance is on its way. Locke retrieved a knife from the corpse beside Anna Davis, severing the ropes that bound her while relaying the external situation. Once Anna was freed, they worked together to liberate Nathan. However, Nathan's injuries were severe. He could no longer stand and had to be laid gently on the ground. Anna Davis, exhibiting remarkable composure, wiped her face clean, while Nathan, during the process of cleansing himself, succumbed to nausea. Feeling a pang of guilt, Anna looked at Nathan and asked Locke, "Where's your phone?" "We need to contact an ambulance for Nathan," Locke replied. "The villa is jammed. There's no signal." Suddenly, Anna's expression shifted drastically, believing she was in discomfort. Locke rushed to support her, asking, "Anna, are you hurt as well?" With a serious gaze, Anna fixed her eyes on Locke and stated firmly, "Locke, you need to leave this place immediately." Seeing Locke's confusion, she urged, "You are currently on administrative leave. You possess no law enforcement authority. Depart now, and I will handle the rest." Locke was taken aback, a chill creeping up his spine. He had been so focused on saving lives that he had forgotten this crucial detail, which Captain Jones had previously emphasized. Had he known, he would have refrained from taking lives. However, he swiftly dismissed this notion. A quick kill had been the optimal solution. These individuals were seasoned veterans, armed with automatic rifles. To allow them to live would have posed an excessive risk. Yet, despite his intentions to save lives, the act of killing 5 individuals without legal authority would undoubtedly lead to prosecution, not merely procedural but genuine legal action, potentially landing him in prison if the police mismanaged the situation. Glancing at the map on the detection card, he noted the absence of any movement outside. Reinforcements had yet to arrive. He promptly decided to make his exit. "Take all the weapons you've used with you," Anna advised. "Don't worry. I'll find a way." Locke picked up the scar and the military knife from the ground, casting a final glance at Anna and the grateful Nathan before hastening towards the base of the stairs. Anna Davis watched Locke depart, then picked up an M16 from beside a corpse and returned to Nathan's side. "Nathan, you didn't TC Locke. Just say you fainted and know nothing. I'll handle the rest, understood?" Nathan glanced at the weapon in Anna's hands and nodded vigorously. "Understood. I fainted. Know nothing." Anna, noticing his subtle movements, felt a twinge of exasperation. Was he worried she might silence him? Perhaps he had watched too many movies. It seemed his injuries were not as grave as initially thought. She seated herself beside Nathan and once again expressed her apologies, saying, "I am truly sorry. This time it was my fault that you were involved, but thankfully, everyone is safe." Nathan shook his head and replied, "No, Captain, your bravery is commendable. Rest assured, considering this incident, Locke has saved me twice. Even if I were to cease my duties as a police officer, I would never betray him." Anna Davis sighed in relief, but her expression changed as she noticed the severed rope on the ground, her brow furrowing with concern. Locke must have left his fingerprints on the rope he had cut, making it difficult for her to conceal his actions solely based on her testimony. She glanced at Sam Burton's mobile phone lying on the ground. It appeared that Sam was about to call his girlfriend, Ava, indicating that his phone could connect to the outside world. Quickly, she picked up the phone and dialed a familiar number. "Richard, it's me." Captain Jones, who was en route in the command vehicle, was initially taken aback, but soon his expression turned grave. "I understand now. I know what to do." After leaving the basement, Locke's mind raced as he recalled everything that had transpired upon entering the villa. He wiped his hands on the villa's door to eliminate any trace. Locke then dashed to the body of the gunman by the courtyard wall, realizing the predicament he was in. He pulled off the gunman's hood, which bore a multitude of his fingerprints. Having touched the gunman's body while removing the bulletproof vest and tactical gear, his fingerprints were also on the clothing. Just as Locke prepared to remove the gunman's clothes, he hesitated and ultimately decided against it. Without gloves, removing the garments would inevitably leave fingerprints, rendering it nearly impossible to avoid detection. The optimal solution would be to dispose of the body entirely, erasing all evidence. However, the villa was rife with his traces, including the act of cutting the rope. It was simply impossible to completely obscure his involvement. Furthermore, Locke realized he had inadvertently exposed many of his skills during this period, showcasing his proficiency with an L2 rifle today. Should he reveal his method of erasing traces as well, it would inadvertently compromise his cover as a cleaner. Thus, he could only place his trust in Anna Davis to handle the situation effectively. Locke retraced his steps back to the vehicle, leaving the traces along the villa's wall unaddressed. He tossed the scar, combat knife, and hood onto the back seat, started the car, and he was acutely aware that once the LAPD took control of the scene, they would undoubtedly comb through the vicinity of the villa, this time with K-9 units involved, so he needed to leave immediately. As Locke drove onto the road, he caught sight of numerous police cars approaching in the rearview mirror. He pressed the accelerator, continuing forward, intent on finding an unoccupied intersection to make his escape. However, just after a short distance, the time for the detection card expired, and the three-dimensional map vanished instantly. Suddenly devoid of the three-dimensional map, Locke felt a sense of disorientation. Having experienced the godlike perspective afforded by the 360-degree map, akin to a live-action version of CS, it was exhilarating beyond measure. Locke couldn't help but chuckle wryly. Without the map, how could he find his way out? Without a map, he was utterly oblivious to which intersection might harbor vulnerabilities. He glanced back at the items in the rear seat, pondering his next move. 2 members of the LAPD had been kidnapped, one of whom was a captain. It was likely that the entire LAPD had mobilized, and assistance from other divisions should have arrived by now, effectively sealing off all routes. Perhaps he could find a place to hide in this area? At that moment, Locke's phone rang. It was David calling. 5 minutes later, Locke arrived at an intersection and from a distance observed 6 LAPD officers inspecting vehicles entering and exiting. Among them were David and Captain Mona, while the others were unfamiliar faces, presumably not from the Wilshire precinct. Scar had already been dismantled and concealed within the storage compartment of the trunk alongside a knife. Yet unease still lingered within him. As Locke approached, David was about to step forward when Captain Mona suddenly called out to him, announcing the lifting of the blockade. Instantly, Locke felt a wave of relief wash over him. Through the window, he exchanged a glance with the two, signaling an OK gesture before merging back into the flow of traffic. Chapter 57. LAPD's Revenge Does Not Wait Until Morning, Beverly Hills. Locke was busy in the kitchen with Marion, enjoying a family weekend. Marion had requested him to prepare garlic ribs, giving him another opportunity to practice today. Just like last time, his apron bore a few specks of flour. And he still wore that awkward expression, completely oblivious to the fact that he had just taken 5 lives that afternoon. Locke realized that if he were not with the LAPD, he might very well carve out a niche for himself in Hollywood. Under Marion's guidance, Locke demonstrated considerable improvement in controlling the oil temperature while frying the ribs this time. The ribs emerged uniformly golden, appearing both appetizing and fragrant. Marion couldn't resist sampling a piece, licking her fingers with delight, and exclaimed, "Locke, I suddenly think that you might fare just as well as a chef as you do as a police officer. You possess a certain talent in this regard." It must be noted that Marion, with her commendable fitness regime and high maintenance costs, at the age of 45, still exuded grace and charm. Locke, gazing at his elegant mother, teased, "Marion, is this how you captivated Daddy back in the day?" Marion laughed proudly. "Of course not. Your father was a very conservative and reserved man. You know, he is a true Chinese, not an ABC. If I had acted like this from the start, I would have frightened him away. So, I pretended to be a bookworm, wearing black-rimmed glasses, and we often bumped into each other in the library." And thus it began. Locke could not help but burst into laughter, recalling how his mother had always told them that Todd had pursued her. Marion's proud smile instantly froze, and she playfully gave Locke the finger, exclaiming, "Bad boy." Then, with a shrug, she candidly admitted, "Yep, it was I who pursued your father." Curiously, Locke asked, "Why?" "I mean, you are a Native American from Texas, while Daddy is Chinese." Marion tilted her head in contemplation before responding, "I don't really know. Perhaps that is what love is. I was utterly captivated by him and wanted to know more about him. Well, in your father's words, he would say this is called love at first sight in China." Suddenly, she recalled an amusing incident and chuckled. "At that time, Jester thought I was insane or that your father had cast some magical Chinese spell on me. You know, Jester once spent some time in Hong Kong, so he knew of an ancient Chinese magic. If you like someone, you place a certain insect in her mouth, and then the two will fall in love. Isn't that what they call love poison?" Locke was momentarily taken aback, surprised that his grandfather was aware of such lore. Marion placed her hand on Locke's shoulder, continuing to laugh. "So, when I first introduced your father to Jester, Jester held his M1 Garand to your father's head, demanding he hand over the antidote." Locke could vividly imagine the scene and couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, this is the sort of thing one would expect from a Texan redneck like Grandpa. Treating his son-in-law to a gun upon his first visit. He inquired, "Did Todd wet his pants in fear?" Marion shot him an exasperated glance and replied earnestly, Of course not. He passionately declared our love to Jester and vowed to remain in America. Jester later remarked that your daddy was quite brave. It was his courage that earned him acceptance. As Locke listened to Marion recount her romantic history with Lebeau, a smile involuntarily crept across his lips, and a warm sensation enveloped his heart. It felt wonderful to have family. He no longer worried about the dissolution of their household. He could tell that Marion still held love for Lebeau. During dinner, the Locke family was enjoying their meal while the television in the adjacent living room broadcast CNN's evening news. Suddenly, both Locke and Marion turned their attention to the screen, where a breaking news segment was unfolding. The LAPD had launched a large-scale operation, deploying SWAT and hundreds of officers to eradicate the white gang known as the Copernicus Organization in Los Angeles. All the key figures were apprehended, yet the gang leader, Johnny Dyson, had evaded capture and was now wanted citywide. CNN's helicopter hovered over the scene, while LAPD vehicles swarmed the ground, all officers fully armed, creating a strikingly intense atmosphere. Locke felt a tinge of regret for not being part of this operation. It was indeed a rare spectacle for the LAPD. Shortly thereafter, a press conference was aired, where a spokesperson officially classified the Copernicus Organization as a terrorist group. They reported on an afternoon kidnapping and murder incident targeting the LAPD, proudly announcing that the kidnapping was resolved in a mere half hour, with officers safely rescued and 5 armed terrorists neutralized on the spot. When the images of the 2 kidnapped officers were revealed, Marion dashed to the television, covering her mouth in shock, exclaiming, "OMG, Anna was kidnapped this afternoon." "Locke, hand me your phone." Locke was equally stunned. He hadn't anticipated the LAPD's swift response. Anna and Nathan had just been rescued, and the police immediately retaliated against the Copernicus Organization. Truly, vengeance does not wait for the night. No wonder they are the most formidable gang in Los Angeles. Locke passed Marion his phone as she inquired, "Did you know Anna was kidnapped?" He sheepishly replied, yes. Noticing her sudden change in demeanor, he quickly clarified, "I knew she would be rescued promptly, so I didn't tell you to spare you any worry." Marion shot him a cold glance, dialed a number, and added, "I'll deal with you later." Just then, Captain Jones appeared on the screen, showcasing footage from the Cortina neighborhood, indicating that the LAPD was cornered by the media following the rescue operation and had to respond to the incident. A black female journalist seized the opportunity to pose a question, her tone incisive as she queried, why was the LAPD able to rescue the 2 kidnapped officers so swiftly? Her inquiry was undoubtedly laced with ulterior motives, its implications unmistakably clear. Captain Jones furrowed his brow and responded, "Thanks to a vigilant citizen who provided us with a crucial lead, we were able to swiftly locate the kidnapper's hideout. For the safety of the citizen, we will not disclose any information about him." He concluded, "That will be all for now. Please refer to the LAPD press conference for formal updates." "Thank you, but I have numerous responsibilities to attend to." Locke's lips curled into a slight smirk. It seemed that Anna Davis had managed to resolve the situation. Suddenly, he felt a chill from his right side and turned to see Marion glaring at him coldly. "Is there something you haven't told me?" she inquired. Locke hesitated, poised to speak, but Marion raised her hand to stop him. "No need to say anything. Anna should inform me shortly. I trust her more now." Noticing the confusion on Locke's face, she continued, "Anna is on her way. She is coming to visit us at home." Chapter 58. The invitation from Harry Thomas. Marion welcomed Anna Davis and her family at the door, accompanied by Rock, Jet, and Hannah. Indeed, Anna arrived not alone, but with her husband, Jeff Davis, and their youngest daughter, Marcy Davis. However, this did not comprise the entirety of the Davis clan, as Anna's eldest son, Henry Davis, was currently attending law school at Yale. "Oh my goodness, you cannot imagine my shock when I saw the news on television. It was utterly terrifying. I advised you against taking risks last night, yet you insisted on proceeding. Thankfully, you are safe now." Upon seeing Anna, Marion embraced her tightly. As friends for over a decade, the ordeal Anna faced today had indeed taken a significant toll on her. After her rescue, Anna had maintained a facade of strength, managing the aftermath left by Rock and reporting the incident to the higher-ups at the LAPD. Even in the presence of her family, she had presented a composed demeanor. However, feeling Marion's emotional turmoil, she could no longer hold back, her eyes reddening. "Yes, I should have listened to you and Rock." Jeff Davis, of French-Jewish descent, with his striking blonde hair and blue eyes, was a graduate of Harvard Law School. He possessed an elegant demeanor and charm. Currently serving as a judge at the Los Angeles Superior Court, a prominent figure within California's judicial system. 17-year-old Marcy Davis, like Jet and Hannah, attended Troy High School, and was in the same class as Jet. She was a quietly shy blonde beauty. Observing Anna release her emotions, Jeff firmly embraced Rock's shoulder and sincerely expressed, "Rock, thank you for saving Anna. Thank you for preserving our family." Rock replied with a smile. I assured Anna that she would be all right. Marion, holding Anna's hand, urged, "Come, let us go inside and talk. You must tell me what transpired." Before entering, Anna turned to Rock and said, "Nathan is fine. His internal organs and bones are unharmed, just some bruising to his abdomen." "That is a relief." Rock exhaled in relief, recalling how Nathan had been unable to stand, fearing the worst. Once inside the living room, Anna addressed Jet. "Jet, Marcy is struggling with physics. Could you possibly tutor her when you have the time?" Jet quickly glanced at Marion, while Marcy stared, bewildered, at Anna, "But I've always received an A in physics." Yet she soon regained her composure. Marion, understanding immediately, nodded at Jet and instructed Hannah, "You should return to your room and complete your homework." Before long, only 4 remained in the living room. Once seated, Anna took Marion's hand and, looking at Rock with great seriousness, declared, "Marion, I am here to express my gratitude to Rock. I nearly lost my life today, and it was Rock who saved me." "What?" Marion gazed at Locke in disbelief, complaining to Anna, "That scoundrel hasn't shared a single piece of information with me, acting as if nothing is amiss." Anna Davis nodded approvingly at Locke, saying, "Very well, let's keep this matter to ourselves, and no one shall speak of it, not even Marion." Initially dissatisfied, Marion soon resigned herself, replying, all right, I understand. The police confidentiality regulations." Jeff Davis comforted her, "Marion, you must learn to adapt to being a police officer's family member." Anna Davis glanced at her husband and then inquired of Marion, "When will Todd return to Los Angeles?" "I would like to invite your family for dinner." Marion, without any pretense, readily agreed, "Okay, he will be back this week. We can set a time then." Anna Davis continued, "Next month, Harry will host a family gathering and wishes to invite your family to attend." Harry Thomas, Anna Davis's father, a former LAPD Operations Division Chief and Assistant Chief, though retired, still wields significant influence within LAPD. The second generation of the Thomas family holds prominent positions within the department, making them one of the most powerful police families in Los Angeles. Marion looked at Anna with delight, nodding enthusiastically. "It would be our honor. Thank you, Anna." Anna Davis cast a grateful glance at Locke, smiling, "Locke saved my daughter. It is only fitting to host a gathering in his honor." In America, parties are not merely for merriment but serve a purpose, such as introducing an individual to others within the circle. After this gathering, Locke would officially be associated with the Thomas family. Locke discerned the implications of the dialogue between Anna and Marion, but paid it little mind. With the system at his disposal, he felt confident in his police career, yet he did not dismiss the idea of joining a faction, as no organization is devoid of them. Subsequently, Locke inquired about the LAPD's efforts to dismantle the Copernicus organization. Anna Davis provided a brief overview. Similar to what was reported in the news, the core members of the organization had mostly been apprehended, and while some officers sustained injuries during the operation, there were no fatalities. The Copernicus organization had recruited many veterans, most of whom were armed with automatic rifles, thus showcasing formidable combat capabilities. The primary assault was led by SWAT, with precinct officers responsible for the aftermath. Finally, Anna shared some good news with Locke, stating that his investigative leave had concluded, and he could resume work tomorrow. An hour later, the Locke family stood at the door, preparing to bid farewell to the Davises. Anna Davis turned to Marion, saying, "Sorry, I would like to have a word with Locke privately." By the poolside, Anna Davis remarked, "Initially, I intended to erase your fingerprint information, but that operation carries significant risks. Ultimately, I resolved to be forthright with the upper echelons." Locke was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed that Anna would devise a means to eliminate all fingerprints, never anticipating her candor with the higher-ups. Anna Davis continued, stating that the LAPD had been monitoring the Copernicus organization due to their escalating radicalism, and this brazen act was unforeseen. "Locke, had it not been for you today, Nathan and I would be dead, and the reputation of the LAPD would have suffered a grievous blow. It has been nearly 3 decades since a police officer of the rank of captain has made the ultimate sacrifice." Although Locke understood that Anna Davis's open visit indicated the matter had been resolved, he remained curious and inquired, "What did they say?" Anna Davis replied with a smile, "The 5-member committee at Parker Center has agreed to keep your involvement in this case confidential, but you will need to provide a detailed account. Rest assured, this record will be classified at the highest level." She then asked, "Have you taken care of the items you removed? Would you like me to assist you?" Locke shook his head, saying, "No need, I've already dealt with it. I dismantled everything and disposed of it in the Pacific." He felt an immense sense of relief. Such an arrangement was tantamount to having the upper echelon's endorsement, indeed the safest course of action. "Good." Anna Davis nodded, refraining from inquiring about the disposal location. With an apologetic tone, she remarked, "Locke, I regret to inform you that your commendable actions will not earn you any accolades from the Los Angeles Police Department. But your bravery has certainly caught the attention of the higher-ups." Locke responded nonchalantly, "It is fine, Captain. I assure you, I will ensure your safety. I have succeeded." Anna Davis embraced Locke, expressing her gratitude once more before preparing to depart. Suddenly, Locke recalled an unsettling discovery he had made while using a detection card in the Cortina community that afternoon. Captain. Chapter 59. Frantic within the opulent residence numbered F-10-09. Locke employed a detection card to scan the premises, uncovering the existence of two subterranean chambers. In addition to the basement inherent to the villa itself, there lay another, independent basement concealed within the rear garden, with its entrance situated in the tool shed. Within this clandestine chamber were two bare-bodied women, shackled by chains, while beneath the verdant expanse of the garden's lawn, 5 corpses lay interred. Locke at first nearly mistook the imprisoned individuals for Anna and Nathan. However, upon discerning that they were indeed 2 women, he recognized that he had inadvertently stumbled upon a nefarious site of illegal confinement. Naturally, Locke could not disclose the entirety of his findings from the detection card, as he would be unable to elucidate the source of his knowledge. Thus, he concocted an explanation. In a grave tone, he recounted, "When I searched that villa, an unsettling feeling enveloped me, for I noticed a concealed camera at the entrance, an anomaly among the other residences. I initially surmised that you and Nathan were hidden within, prompting my intention to infiltrate and investigate. In the rear yard, I observed a man walking a young woman as one would a dog. She was entirely unclothed, bearing a vacant expression and an unhealthy pallor, indicative of prolonged captivity. At that moment, I was frantic to locate you and Nathan, planning to return later to report this matter. However, after the events of this afternoon, it slipped my mind. I apologize." In truth, he had been grappling with how to articulate this revelation, and his current explanation was riddled with inconsistencies. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to speak out. For a sudden thought had crossed his mind. He feared that the LAPD's extensive operations in the neighborhood might alert the depraved captor, potentially leading to the silencing of the 2 women in the basement. He also realized that delaying the discussion would render any future explanations even more difficult to justify. Upon hearing Locke's account, Anna Davis harbored no doubts. After the events of the day, her trust in Locke had surged significantly. She quickly grasped his concerns, her expression shifting through various shades of apprehension. "Are you worried that this afternoon's search might provoke the perpetrator?" she inquired. The LAPD had deployed an overwhelming force today, initially to rescue her and Nathan, followed by an operation against the Copernicus organization. The Wilshire precinct was similarly stretched thin, with many officers working late hours and limited personnel on duty. In light of such a sudden and unplanned operation, the challenge of calling officers back to duty was exceedingly daunting. Locke nodded. "Captain, the Wilshire precinct is in dire need of a case to restore its reputation, and this one does not require a SWAT application." Anna Davis swiftly made a decision, stating, "Locke, given the shortage of personnel at the precinct, I am notifying you to end your administrative leave early and return to duty immediately." Locke saluted. "Yes, Captain." Upon seeing Anna and Locke finally return, Jeff Davis quipped to the group, "Well, our LAPD has finally finished discussing their secrets about protecting Los Angeles." Marion, Jetta, and Hannah were amused. As the trio had indeed grown a bit impatient, Jeff's comment effectively eased the atmosphere. Jeff Davis extended his hand, preparing to take Anna away, only to have her evade him. With a serious expression, Anna Davis said, "Judge Davis, I need you to issue a temporary search warrant." Jeff Davis's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he inquired, "What has happened?" Anna, keenly aware of the need for discretion and reluctant to discuss such matters in front of the children, replied, "Let us discuss it in your car." Locke also informed Marion of his need to work overtime. Noticing a hint of worry on her face, he felt a warmth in his heart and embraced her, softly saying, "It's just a minor case. There is no risk. I'll just return a bit later." Since the search warrant needed to be processed in Jeff Davis's office, Anna had to accompany him there first. She asked Locke, "Locke, will you join us or head straight to Wilshire?" Locke replied, "Of course, I'll accompany you. Anna nodded and instructed her daughter, Marcy, please take Locke's car. I need to discuss some work with your father. Marcy Davis pouted, slightly displeased, but obediently entered Locke's vehicle. Soon, the two cars departed with Marion and the others watching them leave. Locke drove the G55, following Jeff Davis's Range Rover, noticing Marcy in the passenger seat looking somewhat glum. He reassured her, this case is indeed not suitable for children, so Anna is doing this for your benefit. Marcy Davis looked at Locke with a peculiar expression, unable to suppress a laugh as she remarked, no wonder Hannah says you've changed into a different person. I can hardly believe that the former bully from Troy High could utter such words. I'm starting to believe, Hannah. You must have been possessed by aliens. Locke felt awkward and rubbed his nose, unsure of how to respond. Indeed, children are often the ones who uncover the truth. Much like the little girl who pointed out that the emperor had no clothes. Marcy Davis, unfazed by Locke's discomfort, continued to vent. Everyone keeps saying it's for my own good. Come on, I'm already 17. Don't treat me like a child. I know everything. Locke found himself at a loss for words in response to Marcy Davis. Having watched her grow up, he understood the tumultuous phase she was navigating, indeed, much like Jet. Adolescents in their formative years are often the most challenging. After a moment of expressing her frustrations, Marcy turned to him with genuine sincerity and said, Locke, thank you for saving Anna. Locke stared at Marcy in astonishment. She shrugged her shoulders and added, Anna didn't tell me, but I figured it out. In the United States, when law enforcement maintains a good rapport with the judiciary, it can significantly expedite processes and facilitate numerous conveniences. The nation upholds the principle of separation of powers among the executive, legislative, and judicial branches, each serving as a check on the others. The LAPD, being an executive entity, requires court authorization for many of its operations to be deemed lawful, such as search warrants and arrest warrants. It would have been utterly impossible for Jeff Davis, had he not been Anna's husband, to return to the courthouse in the dead of night to secure a search warrant for her. Yet, had the situation not been dire, Anna would not have made such a request, as this maneuver was, to some extent, a breach of protocol. After obtaining the search warrant from Jeff Davis, Anna returned to the Wilshire precinct in Locke's vehicle. Upon arrival, Locke promptly retrieved his uniform and badge from the equipment room, followed by his firearm from the armory. For precautionary measures, he also took in 416 Hong Kong dollars. Once he had donned his attire, he was summoned to the conference room, where he found Anna, Captain Jones, David, Randy, Officer Mona, Elsa, and Teddy's already present, along with a dozen colleagues on the night shift. The community map of Cortina had already been affixed to the board, and a satellite image of the F-10-09 villa was printed and displayed. Captain Jones was elucidating the details of the case, and just as Locke sought a seat, Captain Jones called out to him, All right, next, let us see if Locke has anything to add. Chapter 60. The Mishap Within the Command Vehicle. Inspector Mona was elucidating the details of the owner of Villa F-10-09. Elvin Marcus, a 55-year-old millionaire and proprietor of Marcus Construction Company, had 2 children and had been divorced for 15 years, with custody granted to his ex-wife. He had been living alone ever since, owning 4 vehicles, a Ferrari, a Lexus LX 570, a Tesla Model X, and a Ram 1500 pickup truck. He possessed 3 properties in Los Angeles, apart from the villa in the Cortina community. The other 2 were luxurious apartments. The villa in Cortina was his primary residence. Anna Davis inquired whether the information department had relayed any updates regarding Elvin Marcus's current whereabouts. Upon mentioning the name Cortina, her demeanor shifted slightly, revealing her discomfort. The afternoon's ordeal had been a nightmare for her. She had narrowly escaped death in the Cortina community, and as time passed, regret and fear engulfed her. Captain Jones responded, We just received a report. Elvin Marcus was driving a silver Lexus LX 570. The intersection cameras recorded him leaving at 9 a.m. and returning at 5 p.m. He should be at home now. He then glanced curiously at Locke. Locke barely maintained his composure, exclaiming in disbelief, Oh no, this is a disaster. With a calm fade but furrowed brow, he questioned, If Elvin Marcus was out the entire day, then who was the man I saw this afternoon? Displaying astonishment, Locke asked, Is there a photograph of Elvin Marcus? Inspector Mona handed him her tablet, and upon scrutinizing the image, he exclaimed, This is not the man I encountered. Indeed, it could not be, for Elvin Marcus had an alibi. Locke was now filled with regret, realizing the hasty nature of his actions. He had allowed his sense of justice to cloud his judgment. Even when attempting to save a life, one must deliberate thoughtfully. What was the rush? If someone were to perish, what did it matter to him? He had inadvertently placed himself in a precarious situation. Captain Jones furrowed his brow and remarked, "So, it appears there are other individuals within the villa? We will ascertain that upon entering the villa." Anna Davis cast a significant glance at Locke, feeling the tension build. The arrow was drawn and could not be retracted. She asked, "How do we gain entry to the villa? Do you have any suggestions?" Both Captain Jones and Inspector Mona turned their gaze toward Locke, the only one among them who had previously visited Elvin Marcus's villa. Locke, feeling the weight of Anna's stare, became anxious, realizing he needed to devise a strategy to navigate the situation smoothly. He composed himself, gestured toward a photograph of the villa, and stated, "There is a camera at the front entrance. Approaching directly would alert them. If we have SWAT support, we could breach from the backyard. For now, we must lure Elvin Marcus to open the door. We may invite a member of the Cortina Community Management to accompany us in our pursuit of the elusive leader of the Copernicus organization, Johnny Dyson." Under the pretense of gaining access to Elvin Marcus's residence, he hesitated for a moment, suggesting that, just in case, we might as well make the ruse more convincing. The residents of the Cortina community had hoped that the afternoon's commotion would soon subside, but to their dismay, the LAPD returned that evening. "LAPD, sir. We have received reports of Johnny Dyson's presence in this area. Have you seen this individual?" "LAPD, ma'am. We are tracking a highly dangerous fugitive. He has been spotted nearby. So please secure your doors and windows." "Thank you." This operation saw the deployment of over 20 officers from the Wilshire Police Department. At that moment, more than a dozen LAPD officers were scattered around the vicinity of Villa F-10-09, conducting a thorough search, with police lights flashing everywhere, indicative of a large-scale investigation. Anna Davis and Captain Jones led the remaining officers, taking cover at the side of Villa F-10-09. At the entrance of Villa F-10-09, Captain Mona held a search sheet in her hand as she rang the doorbell. Rock stood lazily beside her, holding a flashlight, never once glancing at the concealed camera. The doorbell rang for a full 30 seconds without any response. Captain Mona's expression turned serious as she turned to Rock, stating, "According to community records, this resident is named Elvin Marcus. He should be at home, and the lack of response for this long raises the possibility that Johnny Dyson may be hiding here." Before Captain Mona could finish her sentence, a voice crackled through the intercom. "Hello, may I ask what the matter is?" Captain Mona breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "Mr. Marcus, this is the LAPD. We are in pursuit of a highly dangerous fugitive who has been spotted in the vicinity. Would you be able to step outside for identification?" Elvin Marcus responded, "I haven't left my house since returning home, and I haven't seen anyone. There's no need for identification, thank you." Captain Mona's expression shifted once more as she turned to Rock and gestured, adopting a posture of readiness. "Sir, if you do not come forward, we have reason to suspect that you may be held captive. Mr. Marcus, please confirm that you are alone at this moment." Elvin Marcus hurriedly replied, "Yes, I am alone. Give me a moment, and I will come out." 2 minutes later, Elvin Marcus appeared at the door. He had just spoken with a friend in the community, confirming that the entire area was under investigation, which put him at ease. "Sorry, the house is a bit large, so it took me some time." Elvin Marcus cracked the door open and peered out, noticing that only Mona and Rock remained outside, his expression relaxing further. "Allow me to see. Although I assure you I have never encountered this before." Mona did not approach immediately, but instead observed him with caution. "Mr. Marcus, kindly open the door wide so we can ascertain that there is no one behind you." Elvin Marcus displayed visible impatience, shrugging and muttering, "Fine, you are quite demanding." Mona replied, "Mr. Marcus, we are concerned for your safety as well." Soon, Elvin Marcus swung the door open entirely, revealing that there was indeed no one beside him. He was clad in pajamas, making it improbable that he bore any weapons. Mona gestured to Locke to step forward with a flashlight, then took out the inspection form, revealing Johnny Dyson's image for Elvin Marcus to see. "Mr. Marcus, have you seen this individual?" Elvin Marcus glanced down dismissively, shaking his head. "No. Is that all? Are we done here?" Mona turned to the next page, unveiling a document. "Mr. Marcus, this is a search warrant issued by a judge. We are here to search your residence. Your cooperation is appreciated. You have the right to remain silent, but anything you say." Elvin Marcus momentarily froze, staring at Mona in bewilderment, seemingly at a loss. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Locke pounced like a panther, swiftly pinning him to the ground. Mona advanced, producing handcuffs to secure Elvin Marcus, exclaiming, "Clear." At that instant, Anna Davis and others who had been concealed rushed forward to take charge of Elvin Marcus. Captain Jones led Locke, David, Randy, and Teddy's, along with other officers, into the villa. Go, 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 move, Elvin Marcus, now handcuffed, indignantly exclaimed, "What in the world are you doing? You've arrested the wrong person. I will sue you." Chapter 61. If it cannot be composed, then let it be unwritten. Half an hour later, the group had thoroughly searched the villa inside and out, yet they found nothing. Captain Jones cast a skeptical glance at Locke, shaking his head, having uncovered no significant findings. However, Anna Davis remained undeterred, for she had been closely observing Elvin Marcus and had discerned subtle cues. Though he was vociferous, he displayed a palpable inner trepidation. She turned to the ever-composed Locke, urging, "Lead us to the place where you discovered them." Recalling the three-dimensional map from the afternoon, Locke guided the group to the backyard, whispering, "It is here." The moment he spoke, Elvin Marcus's countenance shifted dramatically, and Captain Jones and the others quickly noticed his unusual demeanor. Captain Jones commanded, "Next, we shall search this area thoroughly. Leave no stone unturned." The villa's lights were activated, and everyone produced flashlights as Locke led David directly to the tool room. Once the lights were on, they began to explore the surroundings, tapping and knocking about. David inquired, "What exactly is happening here?" Locke reiterated the fabricated scenario. He had no choice but to maintain this narrative for the time being. Thud, thud, based on his recollection. Locke stood on the carpet in the center of the tool room and, after a couple of taps, discerned an unusual sound. Lifting the carpet revealed the entrance to a basement. He exclaimed, "Captain, I have discovered a basement." Soon, everyone rushed in. Anna Davis and Captain Jones entered to confirm the find and promptly ushered some individuals out. The two approached Elvin Marcus, with Captain Jones stating, "Mr. Marcus, kindly surrender the key to this basement." Elvin Marcus's face drained of color. Had it not been for two officers supporting him, he would have collapsed. Trembling, he stammered, "I demand to see my lawyer." Anna Davis exchanged a knowing glance with Captain Jones. Elvin Marcus's reaction confirmed Locke's observations were indeed accurate, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Captain Jones, his expression darkened, returned to the tool room, commanding, "Open the basement door." Before Locke could act, Randy intervened. Hastily crouching down, and, after a few minutes of effort, with a click, the entrance door swung open. Locke was at a loss for words. It seemed to reflect only a rudimentary skill level, yet it appeared that such adeptness was common among the African-American community. Once the door was lifted, a narrow staircase descended, leading to another iron door below. Consequently, Randy and Elsa ventured down, with Randy opening the door and Elsa maintaining a vigilant stance with her firearm. Shortly thereafter, Randy opened the door below, and light flooded the space, accompanied by the piercing scream of a woman. Randy exclaimed, "What a shocking revelation. LAPD, we are here to rescue you. You are saved." Amidst the cries of women, Elsa vociferously reported, "We have discovered two female victims, unclothed, in need of blankets and female officer support." Shortly thereafter, Captain Mona descended with another female officer, while Captain Jones patted Locke's shoulder vigorously, praising, "Locke, splendid work." Moments later, two visibly frightened women, draped in blankets, were escorted out by Mona and Elsa, each adorned with chokers around their necks. The very detail that had led Locke to fabricate the narrative of a woman crawling like a dog. Upon spotting Elvin Marcus, the two women recoiled in fear, seeking refuge behind Mona and Elsa. Locke promptly suggested escorting Elvin Marcus back to the precinct, harboring the intent to keep him away from this scene. Otherwise, he would be unable to weave his dubious tale. Anna Davis acquiesced and swiftly arranged for Randy and Teddy to escort Elvin Marcus back to the station. Anna led Locke to the victims, offering consolation. "The ambulance will arrive shortly. This is Officer Locke." Noticing Locke's peculiar demeanor, she inquired, "What is the matter?" Locke's countenance wavered, filled with uncertainty, as he pulled Anna aside, incredulously stating, "These are not the women I saw this afternoon." "What?" Anna's expression hardened, and she promptly summoned Captain Jones. She asked, "Richard, are there other victims in the basement?" Captain Jones, bewildered, glanced at Locke and shook his head. "There are only two victims. We have confirmed with them that there are no others. The forensic team and ambulance are en route." Anna spoke solemnly. "Locke claims the woman he saw this afternoon is not one of these victims." Captain Jones exclaimed, "Then that means there is another victim." At that moment, Captain Mona approached. Casting a skeptical glance at Locke as she reported, "I showed them a photograph of Elvin Marcus. They stated that he has always been their abuser, with no one else involved." Captain Jones stood in a daze, staring blankly at Locke, utterly perplexed by the situation. Anna Davis, equally startled, looked at Locke with a questioning gaze. Confronted by the scrutinizing eyes of the three, Locke remained silent, betraying no hint of guilt. Rather, he appeared genuinely perplexed. His mind raced, contemplating a strategy. This time, he had undoubtedly acted with good intentions that spiraled into calamity, ensnaring himself in the process. A lie can never become truth. How could he have impulsively concocted such a story? A single lie often necessitates countless others to cover its tracks. Locke stared vacantly at the patch of grass concealing the buried body. The lawn at Elvin Marshall's residence was meticulously maintained, trimmed with precision, rendering it impossible to suggest that the grass had grown long enough to hint at a burial site. The body must have been interred long ago, as no signs of excavation were evident on the turf. The task of guiding to the burial site posed a considerable challenge. A sudden thought struck Locke. Instead of fabricating a story that no longer flowed, he could simply abandon the pretense. He had grown weary of the charade, after all. The deceased could not voice their objections. In an instant, a plan crystallized in Locke's mind. He glanced at the three individuals present and, with a downcast expression, inquired, "Captain, may I step outside for a moment?" He gestured towards the wall on the right side of the backyard. Recalling how he had observed from that very spot earlier in the afternoon, "I wish to verify something further." Anna Davis exchanged a wary glance with Captain Jones, both filled with uncertainty. The case had taken a serious turn, and any inconsistency in Locke's testimony could lead to complications. After a moment of contemplation, Anna called for David. "David, accompany Locke outside." Captain Jones added, "I will have another word with the two victims." Soon, Locke led David to the outer wall of the villa. He surveyed the terrain, searching for a suitable vantage point to address the gaps in his observations. David inquired, "What exactly is going on?" Locke furrowed his brow, perplexed. "The two women we rescued are not the ones I saw this afternoon, and the man is not Elvin Marshall. I am beginning to question whether I misidentified them." David blurted out, "Are there other suspects and victims involved?" Chapter 62. The Art of Deception. We must investigate this matter further. I ascended from this very spot. Locke gestured towards the courtyard wall. Seizing an opportunity when David was momentarily distracted, he deftly leapt up, grasping the edge of the wall. With a firm grip, he hoisted himself over, his feet scuffing against the surface, leaving ample traces behind, fortunate that he still wore the shoes from earlier in the afternoon. The courtyard wall loomed over 3 meters high, a formidable barrier that would deter most, yet it posed no challenge to Locke. During his days playing football, he could leap to a height of 3 meters, and now, with enhanced strength and speed, his jumping ability had ascended to new heights. Perched atop the wall, Locke peered inside, his mind swiftly weaving a narrative, refining the tale he had concocted. Within the courtyard, Anna Davis and Captain Jones were engaged in a serious discussion. The tool shed had been cordoned off, awaiting the arrival of the forensic team to collect evidence, while the two victims had been transported away by ambulance. David illuminated the area with a flashlight, inquiring, "Are you ready?" Locke descended, his demeanor grave as he asked, "David, do you believe in ghosts?" David retorted, "Don't talk to me about such nonsense. What is really going on?" With an impassive expression, Locke replied, "I think I might have encountered a spirit. Otherwise, nothing makes sense." David shot him a dismissive gesture, exclaiming, "Yes, a ghost in the nude." Upon their return to the backyard, Captain Jones eagerly inquired, "What is the verdict? Have you recalled anything?" David, exasperated, remarked, "This guy thinks he saw a ghost." Under the scrutinizing gazes of Anna Davis and Captain Jones, Locke recounted his observations once more, this time with greater detail, vividly depicting the positions of the man and the woman, along with their movements. Fortunately, Locke had indulged in such films enough to possess a wealth of visual material in his mind. He raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, saying, "I am quite certain of what I witnessed. However, the man was not Elvin Marcus, and the woman was not either of the victims. It simply does not add up. The only explanation is that I saw a ghost." Anna Davis glared at Locke with a sullen expression, irritated by his seemingly unreliable assertions. "Do you think such words would hold any weight with a judge? The American judicial system demands a high standard for testimonies, and with the glaring inconsistencies in yours, Elvin Marcus's lawyer will undoubtedly exploit these weaknesses. Should the police testimony be flawed, Elvin Marcus might evade legal repercussions." The infamous Simpson murder case was overturned due to a single piece of evidence mishap by the police. Captain Jones erupted in frustration. "Locke, what nonsense are you spouting?" Noticing the disapproving expressions from both superiors, Locke feigned a nonchalant demeanor, declaring, "You don't believe me, do you? Then I shall prove it to you. I recall that the woman seemed to be terrified of this very area. I must uncover what lies within." As he spoke, he seemed entranced. Heading to the tool shed to retrieve a shovel and began to dig into the earth. Anna Davis initially intended to admonish Locke, but upon witnessing his demeanor, she grew concerned and inquired of David, "What were you discussing outside?" David, gazing blankly at Locke as he dug, found the situation peculiar and stammered. "He asked me if I believed in ghosts." Anna Davis fell silent, turning to Captain Jones, signaling him to intervene and stop Locke. Suddenly, Locke dropped the shovel. Appearing utterly terrified, retreating several steps, he turned to the group and trembled. "There really is a body down there. That woman wants to tell me there is a body. Oh my God, it's truly a ghost." The others, already startled by Locke's exclamation, felt a chill run down their spines upon hearing his words. Captain Jones hurried forward to investigate, discovering actual skeletal remains. He turned back, his voice grave. "Indeed, it is a corpse. It seems this is more than mere unlawful confinement. I will notify the coroner immediately." Anna Davis's expression grew increasingly solemn as she approached Locke, asking in a hushed tone, "Locke, what on earth is happening?" Locke appeared dazed, running his fingers through his hair in confusion, his brow furrowed. "I don't know what's going on. It only makes sense if it's the ghost guiding me. Could it be that what I saw this afternoon was merely an illusion?" He glanced at David, asking, "Have I truly encountered a ghost?" Anna Davis looked at Locke with concern and instructed David, "David, please take Locke home. He might be too exhausted." In the passenger seat of the G55, Locke sat feigning a state of shock, provoking David to cast worried glances his way, almost breaking his fade. After this charade, Anna Davis and Captain Jones would likely reconsider whether to utilize his testimony. It was highly improbable they would, especially given the absurdity of his ghostly claims, which could never hold up in court. As for how to explain the LAPD's sudden search of Elvin Marcus's residence, Anna Davis would surely find a suitable justification. Locke maintained his act for some time before turning to David and asking, "David, do you believe?" David interjected vehemently, "Shut up. Don't bring up this topic again." Locke turned to gaze out the window, and after regaining his composure, murmured, "Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. Once the bodies are unearthed, I must identify if they are the two I saw." David's expression grew tense, pondering if that meant there were 2 corpses buried there. "2. There are 5. My friend." Indeed, prolonged solitude often leads to aberrant behavior. Elvin Marcus had been divorced for 15 years. What a wretched man. Locke suddenly realized another flaw in his ghost narrative. According to his story, the couple he saw were both spirits. For his account to hold water, one of the 5 corpses would need to be male. However, the likelihood of all 5 being female was considerably higher. Unless Owen Marcus had once imprisoned a man for amusement. Never mind, let it be. Bugs exist, and from now on, no matter who inquires, he will simply claim to have encountered a ghost. David, observing Locke's fluctuating expression, could not refrain from speaking. The park center once experienced a rather bizarre incident. You should ask your Emma or Emily. They ought to be aware. According to David's account, the park center had received a distressing phone call from someone claiming to be trapped on a seaside cliff. In response, the emergency rescue team was dispatched urgently, only to discover, upon reaching the cliff's edge, a lifeless body accompanied by a long-dead mobile phone. David, with a grave demeanor, recounted, through forensic examination, it was determined that the corpse had been deceased for 7 years. Furthermore, upon revisiting the recording of that distress call, it was revealed that only the operator's voice could be heard, endlessly engaged in monologue. Locke stared at David in horror, exclaiming, "Brother, this is a fabrication. How could you possibly treat this as reality?" Chapter 63. He merely aimed to protect Los Angeles and his colleagues. Upon returning to Beverly Hills, it was nearly 11 o'clock. Locke instructed David to drive the G55 straight home, intending to head to the Wilshire police station the following day. David rolled down the window and called out to Locke, "Kid, if you're truly feeling uneasy, perhaps a visit to the church tomorrow would do you good." After exiting the vehicle, Locke believed the performance had concluded. But upon hearing David's words, a shadow of gloom returned to his face. He turned back and replied, "I will." David continued, "Don't overthink it. Their desire to seek you out signifies that you are a person of integrity." As Locke watched David depart, a pang of guilt stirred within him. "Sorry, David. I did not intend to deceive you. I am not a person of righteousness." Locke exhaled softly and turned towards the courtyard. Noticing that the living room lights were still aglow, a warmth enveloped his heart as he anticipated what he might find. Upon opening the door, he discovered Marian patiently waiting for him, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and dressed in a burgundy robe, elegantly reclining on the sofa while engrossed in a book. As she noticed Locke's return, Marian sat up, closed the book, adjusted her attire, and fixed him with a neutral gaze, remarking dryly, "Ah, our LAPD hero has finally returned." Locke's heart quickly shifted from warmth to chill as he bitterly smiled. Aware that Marian was holding him accountable for concealing the afternoon incident involving Anna Davis. He had witnessed her penchant for pettiness on more than one occasion. With a sheepish grin, he asked, "Marian, may I take a shower first?" Marian waved her hand disdainfully. "Get lost, you reek. Wash up and then come down to confess properly." Locke, undeterred, pressed on, "Marian, after my shower, might I be treated to a bowl of tomato and egg noodles?" He knew that this dish was Marian's culinary forte, one she took great pride in. Marian scoffed. "You think after hiding everything from me, I would still make you a midnight snack? Dream on." Defeated, Locke acquiesced. After he ascended the stairs, Marian leisurely made her way to the kitchen, mumbling to herself, "That brat looks rather dashing in his uniform. No wonder he charms so many women. I hope what he said last time was sincere." Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the tomatoes and eggs in her hands, and a puzzled expression crossed her face. Didn't Locke used to dislike tomato and egg noodles? 20 minutes later, seated at the dining table in his comfortable attire, Locke gazed appreciatively at the bowl of tomato and egg noodles before him, which was even garnished with scallions. Such refinement. Curiously, Marian inquired, "Didn't you used to avoid this dish entirely?" Locke hesitated for a moment before sheepishly admitting, "I merely wanted to differentiate my taste from Todd's. In truth, I quite enjoy the tangy flavor. Of course, your father remarked that my tomato and egg noodles are nearly on par with those made by Chinese chefs." Marian chuckled resignedly, realizing that this obstinate young man had resisted this delectable dish for over a decade just to compete with Lebo. She composed herself and said, "All right. You may speak. If you dare to conceal anything, do not expect me to prepare you tomato and egg noodles." Locke gazed at Marianne's proud demeanor, nearly bursting into laughter. In China, even a 10-year-old can cook tomato and egg noodles. Nonetheless, it must be said that Marianne's rendition of the dish was truly reminiscent of a flavor he could scarcely recall. Even its visage had become hazy in his memory. Locke smiled knowingly and inquired, "Marianne, when will you teach me to make tomato and egg noodles?" With an air of haughtiness, Marianne shrugged and replied, "I believe you should consult your father. He would likely be delighted to teach you." Locke feigned an expression of eager anticipation, feeling he had successfully elevated Marianne's spirits, and began to recount the events of the afternoon, omitting any mention of the surveillance card, sharing all else he could. As for how he discovered the hidden villa of Anna Davis and Nathan, he attributed it to the lookout sniper whom he claimed to have identified. Marianne listened with a serious expression, and as Locke spoke, her countenance darkened, and she coldly remarked, "Throughout your life, you have been careless, acting without regard for consequences, delighting in heroics. Why did you not wait for backup? You are merely a rookie who has joined the LAPD for less than a year, and your adversaries are terrorists." Hearing Marianne's reprimand, Locke instinctively recoiled, feeling the weight of her admonition. He silently rejoiced that he had refrained from revealing that the sniper from the Copernicus organization was a retired American Special Forces operative. Otherwise, Marianne might have taken matters into her own hands. He explained, "I have significantly improved my shooting skills recently, as if I have had an epiphany. I feel the marksmanship genes inherited from Jester awakening within me." Marianne scoffed but replied, "Jester should be pleased to hear this news. This weekend, I shall witness your shooting skills firsthand." The three Locke siblings had been trained in marksmanship from a young age by Jester Locke, with Marianne ranking first among them, perfectly inheriting Jester's marksmanship talent. Locke had previously been mediocre in his shooting, much to Jester's discontent, who even blamed Lebo for it. Deep within, Locke commended himself for deftly navigating the conversation. With newfound confidence, he declared, "I fear no challenge now." Marianne, sensing his ulterior motives, ceased her reprimand but expressed concern, asking, "Locke, are you truly all right?" Locke paused momentarily, quickly realizing that Marianne was inquiring about his psychological state after having killed 5 men. He had nearly forgotten the incident and felt no inner turmoil, yet he could not respond thus. He gathered his thoughts and replied earnestly, "No, I have prepared myself mentally. They were terrorists plotting a horrific attack in Los Angeles, and they had kidnapped Anna and Nathan. If I do not eliminate them, my colleagues may suffer casualties, and Los Angeles will face a terrorist attack." As Marianne recalled the afternoon spent cooking with Locke, she realized that he appeared unaffected by the act of killing, which brought her some relief. However, she soon became concerned that he might transform into a cold-blooded killing machine, especially given his recent spate of violence. Locke had always been cheerful, enthusiastic, and eager to help. Though he had a penchant for fighting, he was never a violent individual. How could he possibly become a bloodthirsty person? He simply wished to safeguard Los Angeles and protect his colleagues. Marianne quickly rationalized her thoughts, alleviating her worries, and began to criticize Rock for his actions during his administrative leave. Although she was aware that Anna Davis had already resolved the matter, she was still quite furious, after all. She was a lawyer, the son of a lawyer committing such a foolish act. She poked Rock's forehead with her finger, exclaiming in frustration, "Can't you use your brain? Do you realize the gravity of this situation? While on administrative leave, you do not possess law enforcement authority, and the right to self-defense does not apply. As you actively trespassed into the villa, even if you were trying to save someone, the prosecution will undoubtedly charge you. The police can hardly intervene, and you might even face imprisonment." Rock, realizing the series of blunders he had made that day, felt a pang of intellectual deficiency. He responded earnestly, "Marianne, I apologize. I promise I will not make such a mistake again." Seeing that Rock was genuinely reflecting on his actions, Marianne couldn't help but smile with relief and inquired, "What is the situation regarding tonight's case?" Chapter 64, System Malfunction? Locke hesitated for a moment and inquired, "Marianne, do you believe in ghosts?" Half an hour later, Marianne, her complexion pale, glared at Locke. Observing his calm demeanor, she retorted in irritation, "Wash your bowl before bedtime. Do not expect me to do it for you tomorrow." Locke suppressed a chuckle as he watched Marianne ascend the stairs. He had just recounted his fabricated ghost story, along with the tale of David's call from the haunted dispatch center. Before long, sounds from upstairs reached him. "Marianne, why are you in my room?" Marianne replied, "Sweetheart, it has been ages since I held you while sleeping. However, I no longer require your tales of Snow White. Then shall we discuss why you favor Supreme?" Locke burst into laughter, taken aback to discover that the typically formidable Marianne harbored such fears of the supernatural. He picked up a plate and proceeded to the kitchen faucet, rinsing it with a gradually sobering demeanor. After a while, Locke ascended to his own room. Lying on his bed, he began to reflect on the series of irrational behaviors that had unfolded throughout the day. Indeed, he possessed a decisiveness in his character. Yet the brazen display he had exhibited today, particularly in dispatching 4 retired Special Forces operatives, seemed uncharacteristic. How could an officer, whose marksmanship had been mediocre during trainings, transform into such a formidable presence merely 6 months after joining the LAPD? It was impossible to remain inconspicuous. This was entirely at odds with his usual inclination for caution and survival. Although the LAPD's higher-ups had concealed the incident for certain departments, it was hardly a secret if one sought the truth. The whereabouts of Anna and Nathan had already been uncovered. The most prudent course of action would have been to await reinforcements and allow the SWAT team to execute a rescue operation, rather than assuming the role of a lone hero without legal authority, thus entangling himself in trouble. At that moment, it seemed he had given little thought to the ramifications. His mind solely occupied with the notion of personally resolving the issue, believing it to be devoid of difficulty. Additionally, his casual mention of the illegal detention at the F-10-09 villa to Anna Davis was rather reckless. Did he truly care whether Elvin Marcus would feel provoked enough to eliminate the 2 victims? Even if he intended to expose the matter, there existed far more prudent methods than fabricating a story riddled with inconsistencies, which ultimately led to disaster. Where had it all gone awry? Locke furrowed his brow in contemplation and soon identified the root of the issue. The greatest variable of the day was his utilization of the detection card. Recalling the circumstances surrounding its use, he realized that with the detection card's enhancement, he had maintained a godlike perspective, capable of perceiving everything within a 50-meter radius, granting him an overwhelming sense of invincibility. Indeed, with the aid of the detection card, he had dispatched Sam Brown and his 5 companions with astonishing ease. Without it, he would never have managed to eliminate Sam Brown's crew so effortlessly. Locke suddenly sat up, his expression shifting between various emotions. His casual banter in the evening had a connection to the detection card. Through this card, he unearthed truths that eluded others, engendering within him a sense of superiority that led to an imbalanced mindset. Unable to effectively suppress this feeling of superiority, he carelessly divulged the unlawful detention at Villa F-10-09 to Anna Davis, a revelation fueled by his inflated ego. The capabilities of the detection card were nothing short of extraordinary. Fortunately, its effects lasted only 30 minutes. Had it been permanent, Locke pondered whether he could maintain his composure. A thought flickered in his mind. With great power comes great responsibility, and maintaining the right mindset is of utmost importance. Not everyone can harness such abilities when bestowed with a golden opportunity. Sighing deeply, Locke's eyes gleamed with determination, having identified the root of the issue. he resolved that it would no longer pose a problem. The system would forever remain a mere tool for him. He felt a surge of inspiration as the panel materialized before him, signaling the moment to assess his gains. Host, Rock Lee level, 1 strength, 10, human peak, 20, speed, 10, human peak, 20, endurance, 9, human peak, 20, mentality, 11, human peak, 20, acquired skills, handgun, L3 master, rifle, L2 proficient, mixed martial arts, L3 master, automobile driving, L4 transcendent, rugby, L2 proficient, mating, L3 master, swimming, L3 master, housekeeping, L3 master, trace evidence analysis, L3 master, makeup, L3 master, forensic science, L3 master, sketching, L3 master, microexpression analysis, L2 proficient, chemistry, L2 proficient, biology, L2 proficient, toxicology, L2 proficient, art appreciation, L2 proficient, computer skills, L2 proficient, culinary arts, L2 proficient, lock picking, L2 proficient, lip reading, L2 proficient, psychological profiling, L1 skilled, innate skill, language mastery, L1 awakened, justice value, 1350, 800, attribute points, 1 experience cards, makeup 5 years, handgun 5 years, rifle 5 years, mixed martial arts 5 years, mating 5 years, function cards, bullet dodging card, storage card, learning cards, diving 5 years, Arabic 5 years, training 5 years. Locke's gaze fixated on the panel, his heart racing. He had anticipated a significant reward, yet he was taken aback by the magnitude of this windfall. Second only to the previous encounter with Henry Morgan. Well-versed in the process of leveling up, Locke promptly utilized all his experience cards. Handgun, L3 master, handgun, L3 master, rifle, L2 proficient, rifle, L3 master, mixed martial arts, L3 master, mixed martial arts, L3 master, mating, L3 master, mating, L3 master, makeup, L3 master, makeup, L3 master. Gazing at the panel, Locke felt that this upgrade was rather solitary, as there were scarcely any changes. The sole improvement was his rifle, which advanced from L2 to L3, attaining the status of master, effectively compensating for his shortcomings in long-range firepower. Countless experiences with rifles coalesced in his mind. However, he found it perplexing why the special forces would reward mating experience. Suddenly, a rumor from the U.S. military crossed his mind, sending a shiver down his spine. Goodness. Fortunately, it was all legitimate experience, not some sordid affair. This reward likely originated from Sam Brown, as he possessed a girlfriend, Evna, whose beauty rivaled that of Hollywood starlets, suggesting he had a natural talent in that regard. As for the makeup experience, while American Special Forces do employ camouflage on their faces, it seemed improbable that such a skill would translate into an experience reward. Could it possibly be linked to one of the 5 corpses found in Elvin Marcus's villa? After completing the experience card upgrade, Locke redirected his attention to the attribute point rewards. Without hesitation, he allocated them entirely to stamina, raising all attributes to a solid 10. The experience of upgrading stamina was markedly different. It felt as though there was a change, yet it also seemed as if nothing had altered. The most immediate sensation was a newfound confidence, an inexhaustible strength, akin to having a turbocharger installed. Once acclimated to his body's transformation, Locke's focus shifted to his justice points, which had surpassed 1,000. It was against his nature to leave them unclaimed. Converting them into attribute points was what truly belonged to him. Upon attempting to redeem them, he was met with an unexpected setback. What was happening? Why couldn't he redeem them? Had the system frozen? Sitting up abruptly, Locke tried again. But there was still no response, and panic began to set in. Please, just respond. I cherish you. Chapter 65. The coveted storage space. Wasn't it possible to exchange for it once reaching 1,000? Why couldn't I redeem it? Suddenly, Locke noticed a change on the panel, and he was momentarily stunned. Goodness. All attributes had increased by 1. What was happening? This revelation left Locke in a state of astonishment, as though he had been electrified. A tingling sensation coursing through him, rejuvenating him from within. It felt as if time had elongated, amplifying the bliss he experienced. This was the sensation of simultaneous enhancements across all 4 attributes. Such an unexpected delight. Soon, he discerned the cause of this attribute increase. The level beneath his name had ascended to 2, thereby augmenting all attributes. This was likely the reason he could not redeem his justice value. Locke's heart swelled with joy. Upgrading came with such advantages. However, His elation was short-lived as he realized he had made a regrettable error. He should have redeemed the justice value before leveling up. He had been unaware that achieving a score of 10 in all 4 attributes would elevate the system level, altering the redemption rate. This convoluted system, devoid of any user-friendly interface or even a manual, forced him to navigate it through trial and error. The sudden upgrade had caught him off guard, when he could have gained an additional attribute point. Taking a deep breath, he dismissed the thought. What was the current redemption rate for justice value? 2,000? Surely it wouldn't jump to 5,000 all at once? A surge of impulsiveness washed over him, and he contemplated hunting down a few drug dealers to elevate his justice value to 2,000. However, that was merely a fleeting thought. He had already endured enough turmoil today, and it was wise to lay low for a while. Locke reclined once more, casting a glance at the newly acquired learning card, his brows furrowing slightly. Wasn't diving akin to swimming? And what of Arabic? His previous language skills had amalgamated into a linguistic talent. Would this new learning enhance his skills or contribute to his language aptitude? What on earth was training? This reward likely stemmed from Elvin Marcus. Yet Elvin Marcus was not deceased. How could he bestow experience? Never mind, he thought. It was futile to ponder, as learning was not an option at present. His gaze finally fell upon the newly acquired functional card. Having witnessed the extraordinary capabilities of the detection card, his anticipation for this card was at its zenith. Was the storage card truly what he had envisioned? A spark of excitement ignited within him, and the storage card shimmered, prompting him to confirm its use. The panel transformed once again, revealing an additional entry beneath his talent skills. Equipment. Storage box, 1 cubic meter. Goodness, it was indeed what he had hoped for. Eagerly, Locke glanced at the Glock G19 resting on his bedside table. As he grasped the weapon, a thought crossed his mind, and in an instant, the gun vanished from his hand, materializing within the storage box. He couldn't contain his exhilaration as he swung his fist in triumph, exclaiming, "Yes!" The previously insurmountable gloom surrounding the inability to redeem justice points dissipated entirely, marking his greatest triumph of the evening. Locke, brimming with excitement, was poised to leap from his bed when a furious voice from outside pierced the air. "Locke, what on earth is wrong with you?" The smile on Locke's face faltered momentarily as he turned to reply, "Sorry, Mom." He then flung off his blanket, sinking back into it, and erupted into laughter, relishing his personal joy. Since acquiring the system, this was the most coveted treasure he had longed for. He had initially believed it to be unattainable, only to discover that the storage space manifested as a functional card. Though it measured a mere cubic meter, it sufficed, and perhaps it could even be upgraded. With this storage box, he positioned himself for invincibility. It granted him the freedom to masquerade at will, seamlessly shifting into the role of a scavenger whenever he pleased. No longer would he fret over the absence of a hiding place for his belongings. This storage box represented an invisible sanctuary for him. Subsequently, Locke entertained himself by making a G19 appear and disappear in his hands, thoroughly enjoying the novelty. He eagerly attempted to store items from his room and couldn't resist rushing downstairs to experiment with the refrigerator's contents. After testing, he discovered that perishables such as fruit, milk, eggs, and fresh vegetables could not be stored, though purified water was permissible. In other words, this storage space was strictly for inanimate objects. Locke felt no excessive disappointment. Nothing is ever perfect. One must not be too greedy. After regaining his composure, Locke returned to his room, reclined back onto his bed, and contemplated his plan for the following day to place the items hidden in Nami Suzuki's room into the storage box. In addition to the bag of money from earlier, he had also stashed a Scar automatic rifle and a military dagger in her quarters. The afternoon had been too rushed for him to find a place to dispose of these items, so he had merely burned the hood. Upon returning the vehicle, he had made a brief visit to the grand apartment. He had deceived Anna into believing he had already disposed of the items. Not wanting to leave any incriminating evidence in her possession, relationships aside, he was resolute in adhering to his principles. The Scar, leaving ballistic information, was an absolute liability to retain, whereas the combat knife, clearly of superior quality, was too valuable to discard. The following morning, Locke arose early. Having no intention of breakfasting at home, he had suffered a restless night and was eagerly anticipating his return to the grand apartment to stow away his belongings in the storage space. After shouldering the uniform he had swapped out the previous day and leaving a note for Marion, he stepped outside, ready to summon an Uber. To his surprise, he spotted his G55 parked by the roadside. Locke paused momentarily, approaching to find David seated in the driver's seat, engrossed in news on his phone. He rapped on the window. David glanced over, promptly exited the vehicle, and circled to the passenger's side. Didn't T sleep well last night? Locke tossed his backpack into the back seat and nodded. Yeah, a bit of insomnia. Why are you up so early? Didn't I tell you to head straight to the precinct? David replied. I figured you'd have trouble sleeping after everything that happened. It would be strange if you didn't. David scrutinized Locke's haggard visage, noticing the bloodshot eyes, and urged him, get in the car. I shall take you somewhere. Locke, feeling somewhat resigned, took the driver's seat and started the vehicle, realizing that a visit to the Glen apartments was no longer feasible. Under David's guidance, Locke drove to a church, a quintessential example of Gothic architecture. Though modest in size, the church emanated grandeur and solemnity, clearly a relic of years gone by. Upon exiting the car, David led the way into the church, where a service was in progress, and many congregants had gathered, creating an atmosphere of reverence and sanctity. Locke surmised David's intentions and felt a mix of gratitude and guilt. This old man inspired within him a desire to repay his kindness as a son-in-law might. It appeared that David had conferred with the priest beforehand. As they entered, a cleric guided Locke to kneel before an altar, where the priest sprinkled holy water upon him, followed by a gathering of worshippers reciting scripture in unison. Surprisingly, whether due to the ritual's influence or the ambience itself, Locke felt a sense of clarity washing over him. As if he were being cleansed, becoming ethereal and tranquil, free of distractions. The entire ceremony lasted around 10 minutes, and once a chapter was completed, the priest signaled for Locke to rise. David approached, expressing his gratitude to the priest before escorting Locke back outside. Once in the car, David inquired, how do you feel? Locke nodded appreciatively, noting the refreshing sensation of having his soul cleansed. Is this considered an exorcism? David shrugged, suggesting it depended on Locke's perspective. If you are troubled by last night's events, you may regard it as such. Locke expressed his gratitude. Thank you, David. To which David cheekily responded with a raised middle finger. All right, enough of the sentimentality. Let us get moving. I have a busy day ahead and need to check on Nathan as well. He turned to Locke and asked, do you know how many bodies were uncovered last night? Locke felt a wave of exasperation wash over him, hoping for a swift resolution to the case. He truly wished to avoid any further theatrics. Was it not just 2? David retorted with indignation. 5. Even Catherine was called in to work overtime last night. The Detective Bureau has taken over this case. In Tom Williams' suspects, there are more than 5 victims. Damn it, I heard that Elvin Marcus's lawyer is seeking his bail. This legal nonsense is infuriating. A sense of dread settled within Locke. He had no desire to confront Tom Williams at this moment. Chapter 66 Farewell to Tom Williams. As Locke arrived at the police station and changed his attire, he was promptly informed to meet Anna Davis. Come in. Locke pushed the door open and entered to find Anna Davis seated at her desk, fixated on her computer while sipping coffee. Her complexion appeared somewhat haggard, and her eyes were bloodshot, clearly indicative of a sleepless night. Anna Davis glanced up at Locke and gestured toward the chair opposite her. Sit. Locke. How are you feeling now? Locke understood her unspoken concerns and replied, I had a bit of insomnia last night. David took me to church this morning. Anna Davis inquired with genuine concern. Did it help? Locke shrugged. It seems to have had some effect. Truth be told, I am not overly frightened by the situation. A hint of exasperation crossed Anna Davis's face as she remained skeptical of Locke's ghost stories. She composed herself and said, All right. There are 2 matters I need to discuss with you. She picked up a document from her desk and handed it to Locke, explaining, due to unforeseen developments regarding yesterday's incident, a new remedial plan has been established. Given your exceptional capabilities, the Wilshire Police Department has contracted your services during your administrative leave to protect both myself and Nathan. Here is the employment contract. Locke glanced over the contract, recognizing it as a typical security employment agreement. The LAPD indeed holds the authority to hire private detectives or security personnel for special cases, and the date inscribed was from the day before. The terms expressly granted Locke the right to self-defense, allowing him to take decisive action should his employer's life be endangered, thus formally bestowing upon him the power to use force. It further stipulated confidentiality, indicating that the contract should not be publicly disclosed. He looked at Anna Davis, puzzled. If this could be arranged, why resort to an alternative plan last night? Anna Davis took a sip of her coffee and explained. The case involving the Copernicus organization may be transferred to the FBI or the DHS, Department of Homeland Security, rendering yesterday's plan unfeasible. Regardless of which agency takes it on, they will inevitably seek clarity on the events of last night, thus the higher-ups at the station agreed to have this contract signed. Legitimizing your actions from yesterday, the previous plan was a matter of goodwill, But today's arrangement formalized everything into a legitimate procedure, which was undoubtedly more advantageous for Locke. She leaned back, stretching her body with an air of casualness. I also considered adjusting the end date of your administrative leave, as it was merely a matter of hours. However, the coordination required among various departments made it a more complex endeavor. Upon hearing Anna Davis's explanation, Locke promptly signed the contract. The previous plan merely served to safeguard his actions in this matter, while now everything was rendered lawful, alleviating any potential repercussions, which he undoubtedly preferred. With gratitude, he remarked, "Anna, thank you. This is my duty. I shall ensure your safety." Anna Davis returned the statement to Locke, collecting the signed documents and remarking, "You must prepare yourself. When this case concludes, you will need to testify in court." Locke replied, "I have no issues with that. The killing of 5 individuals during administrative leave necessitates a standard judicial process rather than an internal investigation. It will certainly go to trial." Anna Davis continued, "The firearms and knives you took yesterday are evidence. They must be returned promptly. Do you recall where you misplaced them? Should I arrange for divers?" Locke replied nonchalantly, "No need. I am an excellent swimmer and will resolve it swiftly." Anna Davis could surmise some details but refrained from commenting further. "All right. You should start by preparing a complete statement. Richard will not assign you patrol duties today." "Understood," Locke nodded, fully aware of what could and could not be documented. Anna's reminder regarding leaving with a weapon was certainly not to be recorded. She exhaled, clearly relieved that the situation could be managed this way. After all, sealing the matter could pose future risks for Locke, which she wished to avoid. She added, "There is one more thing regarding the Elvin Marcus case. We will not submit your testimony to the prosecution, as it cannot be used in court." "I have no objections." Locke replied eagerly, as that was precisely his aim. He inquired curiously, "How shall we explain our search warrant at the F-10-09 villa?" Anna Davis calmly responded, "The police received a tip-off." "Cool." Locke couldn't help but chuckle. He had played the role of a concerned citizen yesterday and was now transformed into an informant for the LAPD. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Upon receiving permission, Detective Teresa entered, casting a sympathetic glance at Locke. "Captain, Detective Tom Williams wishes to speak with Locke regarding the Elvin Marcus case." Anna Davis felt a twinge of frustration, urging Locke, "You may speak candidly." Locke, feeling somewhat vexed, retorted, "I know how to respond." In the interrogation room, Locke glared discontentedly at Tom Williams and Sophia Gaia across from him, coldly stating, "So, you consider me a suspect now? This is Wilshire." Tom Williams regarded Locke with indifference. Having shifted from admiration to disdain, the arrogant rookie had audaciously declined his invitation, rendering him a laughingstock within the precinct. In contrast, Sophia's demeanor was considerably warmer. She smiled at Locke, contemplating inviting him for a drink to express her gratitude for witnessing Tom's humiliation. She gestured towards the nearby camera and explained, "Do not misunderstand. The camera is not active. We simply seek a private space to converse, considering your experiences are truly extraordinary." Locke shrugged and replied, "All right, just ask what you wish. I am rather busy." Sophia glanced at Tom Williams, but upon noticing this proud man seemed reluctant to speak, she could not help but inquire, "Locke, could you kindly recount how you discovered the illegal confinement at the F-10-09 villa?" Locke responded, "Captain Davis has just informed me that my testimony will not be utilized, as it is disadvantageous to the prosecution. Thus, you may listen to my account for your own sake." He wore a wry smile, adding, "I am beginning to question whether I witnessed a hallucination." With a deep breath, Locke commenced his narrative once more. Strangely enough, the more he fabricated, the more convincing his tale became, and he almost believed his own words. While Locke spoke, Tom Williams fixated on him, attempting to decipher his expressions, voice, gaze, and body language. Naturally, Locke denied this perverse individual any opportunity, employing all his knowledge of micro-expression analysis and psychological profiling to build layers of defense around himself. Sophia remained oblivious to the psychological duel between the two. Upon concluding, she remarked with a look of astonishment, "This matter is indeed remarkable. Could there truly be spirits involved?" Tom Williams fixed his gaze on Locke, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Amateur, you should certainly consider Hollywood. Have you forgotten that last night's actions were all recorded by the camera? I must admit, your performance now surpasses that of last night, rendering your ghost story far more believable." Chapter 67. You might truly have seen a ghost. In the face of Tom Williams's aggressive demeanor, Locke remained unfazed. Choosing to disregard him entirely, he turned to Sophia beside him, exasperated, and inquired, "How have you endured him for so long?" Sophia shrugged, gesturing helplessly, her expression one of resignation. Locke spoke in a low voice, "Captain Tom, let us get one thing straight. Had it not been for my ghost story, those 2 victims would still be locked in the basement. Who knows how much longer the 5 corpses beneath the turf would remain buried. I've heard that Elvin Marcus is seeking bail. Instead of fixating on me, why not focus on convicting him and sending that deranged lunatic to prison to pick up soap?" Tom Williams's face turned icy, and he furrowed his brow. "Officer Locke, what has caused you to show me such disrespect?" Locke, maintaining his impassive expression, replied, "Captain Tom, respect is mutual." After a 2-second silence, Tom shrugged and said, "Okay, I apologize for my earlier surveillance of you. I am now extending another invitation for you to join my team. Isn't that sincere enough? You are the first person I've invited face to face. You truly have talent, thus you deserve my." Sophia looked at Tom Williams in disbelief. As he had never apologized to a team member before, Locke found amusement in Tom's arrogance and interrupted him. "Sorry, I will not be joining your team." Tom, perplexed, asked, "Why?" Smart individuals should not be swayed by emotions. Locke stated earnestly, "Because I aspire to be a better detective than you." Tom was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Locke in astonishment as if he had heard the most ludicrous remark. He shrugged with a chuckle. "Ah, I see. Okay. Future Master Detective, what suggestions do you have regarding this case?" Locke inwardly cursed and felt somewhat at a loss, despite his bluntness. The eccentric Tom Williams had not been deterred. He asked, "I heard you suspect there may be other victims?" Tom furrowed his brow again, seemingly displeased with how swiftly internal LAPD information circulated. He glanced at Sophia, hoping she would respond to Locke. Sophia was engrossed in the unfolding drama, reveling in the spectacle of someone confronting Tom Williams directly. She was eager to share this moment, oblivious to her boss's subtle cues. Clearing his throat, Tom Williams, irritated by Sophia's starstruck gaze at Locke, coughed twice to regain her attention. He then asked Locke, "Sophia wishes to go on a date with you. Would you accept?" Locke was taken aback, struggling to keep pace with the eccentricity of Tom's thoughts. He glanced at the visibly embarrassed Sophia and replied, "Sorry, I already have a girlfriend." Tom nodded, a very gentlemanly response. "Tom Williams, do not ever think that I will be your free chauffeur again." Sophia spat out her words through clenched teeth, exhaling deeply before addressing Officer Locke. "Officer Locke, I sincerely appreciate your cooperation. You may leave now." "No." Tom Williams interrupted her, insisting, "I wish to hear the future detective's thoughts on this case." Locke, feeling helpless, repeated the question he had just posed. Sophia, maintaining a stern expression, replied, "Although the forensic autopsy report is yet to be completed, we have established a rough timeline regarding the time of death. Among the 5 corpses, the most recent one dates back 7 years, while the 2 victims found in the basement were only detained by Elvin Marcus within the past 2 years. Locke instantly grasped the implication. There was a 5-year gap that likely indicated other victims, suggesting that Elvin Marcus had other means of disposing of bodies rather than burying them in the yard. Without much contemplation, he responded, "Elvin Marcus is the owner of a construction company. I recommend investigating the properties constructed by the company during those 5 years." Tom Williams smirked and nodded. "Good." With that, he turned and exited the interrogation room. Sophia looked at Locke with surprise, giving him a thumbs up, stating, "We have already dispatched personnel to conduct a search." She stood, organized her documents, and just before leaving, turned back to say, "Good luck, future detective. Take down that scoundrel Tom Williams." It seems the precinct has long suffered from Tom Williams' antics. In the afternoon, Locke submitted the report of the rescue operation at Villa H, 10-06 to Anna Davis, or more accurately, it was a report regarding his part-time work as a bodyguard from the previous day. After reviewing it carefully, Anna nodded in approval. Locke recalled that he had installed a camera in the Ford Explorer during the incident and mentioned, "I also have video footage. I intended to review it later to identify any suspicious vehicles trailing us." Anna Davis inquired, "Is it usable?" Locke pondered for a moment. The camera had only captured the exterior, recording his pursuit of Anna and Nathan's vehicle, as well as the search of the villa area, but nothing from inside Villa H, 10-06 itself. He briefly summarized the video content, noting that his conversation with Captain Jones should also have been recorded, further substantiating his employment with the police department. Anna Davis expressed her excitement. "Perfect. With this video, the chain of evidence becomes even stronger, even if it goes to trial. It should pose no significant issues." She added, "If you have no other matters to attend to, you should head home early to rest." Locke replied, I have plans to visit Nathan with David. Anna Davis quickly said, "Please send my regards to Nathan. I will visit him tomorrow." As soon as they exited the Wilshire police station, David instructed Locke to take a detour to Open Air, the most renowned dessert shop in Wilshire, to pick up the pastries he had ordered. This establishment is a popular hotspot in Los Angeles, and even with a reservation, one must endure a lengthy queue. As David, his face adorned with a smile, entered the vehicle holding a dessert, an inexplicable pang of jealousy stirred within Locke. He gazed at David in bewilderment, questioning, "When did you become so close with Nathan?" David glanced down at the dessert box resting on his lap and clarified, "This is not for Nathan. It is for Catherine. She is still at Elvin Marcus's villa piecing together a body. She texted me at noon expressing her desire for open-air-esque desserts." Locke, realizing the situation, raised his thumb in approval and exclaimed, "Top-notch, Dad." David beamed slightly and remarked, "What was it you said in Chinese last time? Daughter slave?" Locke nodded affirmatively. "Yeep. Daughter slave." He then inquired, "So we are heading to the Cortina community first?" Indeed, David quickly tempered his smile, adopting a serious demeanor as he warned, "Kid, I advise you not to exit the vehicle later. I can manage this on my own and will be out shortly." Locke retorted with dissatisfaction, "Come on. I already have a girlfriend." David scoffed. "When you were with Emily, weren't you also involved with Emma?" Locke, sensing the futility of further explanation, chose silence. Why did this old man always assume he had an interest in his daughter? 20 minutes later, Locke parked outside Elvin Marcus's villa, a slight smile gracing his lips. Though the undertaking had been somewhat haphazard, the outcome was favorable. The survivor had been rescued, the perpetrator would face justice, and the victim's name would be vindicated. Before long, Locke heard footsteps approaching. He glanced in the rearview mirror at the passenger seat, spotting David returning with a stern expression. Had the father and daughter quarreled? Then he heard additional footsteps from the left side. Turning to the left mirror, he saw Catherine Murphy gracefully approaching in a white lab coat, radiant and warm, reminiscent of a lily adorned with morning dew. Locke turned to look at David, who had taken his seat in the passenger side, his face still stern and silent, prompting Locke to lower the car window. Catherine Murphy looked up at Locke, her delicate and fair complexion illuminated with excitement. "Hi, Locke." Locke, somewhat puzzled, replied, "Hi. Catherine, is there something you need?" Catherine nodded. "I came to inform you that you may have truly encountered a ghost." Chapter 68. Caught red-handed on the way to the hospital, Locke found himself engulfed in self-doubt, his expression serious. Could it be that he truly encountered a ghost? Yet he was certain that what he spoke of was purely fabricated. How then did it transform into reality? Moments ago, Catherine Murphy had informed Locke that among the 5 corpses, one was male. The kneecap of this male did not exhibit the distortions typical of the female skeletons, which had been shaped by years of kneeling. This suggested that the male victim had not been subjected to abuse. If he was not the abused, it was highly probable he was the abuser. This indicated that Elvin Marcus had not imprisoned the women alone for his deviant games. He had an accomplice. Subsequently, something transpired, leading Elvin Marcus to murder this accomplice and bury him beneath the lawn in the backyard. Catherine theorized that the male and female ghosts Locke had seen were likely this male and one of the 4 females. Locke exhaled deeply, chuckling to himself. Finding the coincidence rather absurd, it was as though his fabrications had come to life. He now understood the origins of that peculiar training card, affirming that Catherine's deductions were likely accurate. David, noticing Locke's contemplative demeanor, set aside his anger from the previous day. He had been skeptical of Locke's ghost stories, but now he felt compelled to believe. With concern, he inquired, "Should we arrange another exorcism for you?" Locke shook his head, replying, "No, it's unnecessary. As you said, I am performing righteous deeds, I am assisting them, and they should not trouble me." Despite his reassurances, a lingering unease remained within him. As a scavenger, he held little faith in coincidences and accidents. Some matters remain inexplicable simply because the underlying reasons and interconnected logic have yet to be uncovered. Approximately 10 minutes later, Locke and David arrived at San Gabriel Hospital. Due to the proximity of the Cortina community to the San Gabriel Valley, Nathan had been taken there for treatment. Upon entering Nathan's hospital room, they discovered him in animated conversation with a young Caucasian nurse. Whatever Nathan had said had elicited an exuberant reaction from the nurse, who playfully pushed him away. It was undeniable that men of Nathan's age, possessing maturity, wealth, and a sense of humor, could be quite alluring to certain women. The nurse appeared to be in her late 20s, with blonde hair, a curvaceous figure, and freckles adorning her lively face, embodying a cheerful and vivacious spirit. David knocked on the door. "Hi, I hope we're not interrupting. Nathan's face lit up as he spotted David and Locke, promptly leaping from his bed to greet them. Wow. Hi, David, Locke. Thank you for coming to see me. Locke handed the flowers to the nurse, inquiring with genuine concern. Are you able to get out of bed now? Nathan lifted his shirt, revealing an array of bruises across his chest and abdomen. Chuckling, it may look alarming. But the injuries are not severe. I'm eager to be discharged soon. David regarded him with a narrow-eyed glance. Aren't you quite content here? Nathan's face flushed with embarrassment as he confidently introduced the nurse arranging flowers to the two men. This is Martha. Martha, these are my colleagues, David and Locke. Martha greeted Locke and David warmly but soon excused herself, leaving the room to the three of them. With a curious tone, David inquired, have you two established a relationship? As Nathan watched Martha depart, a hint of springtime joy glimmered in his gaze as he replied, yes, we are together now. It may seem utterly insane, considering we've only known each other for less than a day, but when love strikes, no one can stand in its way. Locke couldn't help but roll his eyes. He was all too familiar with such frivolous declarations. Once Nathan's moment of infatuation subsided, he turned serious and looked at Locke appreciatively. Thank you for saving me again. However, realizing David was present, he quickly added, sorry, I must have fainted and lost track of who saved me. David, please disregard what I just said. Pretend you didn't hear it. David interrupted him with a hint of annoyance, stating that the entire Wilshire community was already aware that he was the one responsible for Nathan's rescue, so there was no need for pretense. But your previous statement about fainting still stands. You might as well continue in that state. Nathan turned to Locke, his expression one of confusion. Locke explained that he was employed by the Wilshire Police Department to provide protection for both him and Anna, emphasizing that safeguarding them was part of his job and should not be taken too seriously. Nathan, not foolish, sensed that there was more to the story, as Captain Davis had not handled the situation in such a manner otherwise. He shrugged. Regardless, I remember you saved my life twice. If you ever need anything, please do let me know. He attempted to mimic Randy's manly gesture by thumping his chest, only to wince in pain at the reminder of his injury. David chuckled. Buddy, it seems you'll be spending more time in the hospital. Locke chimed in. It would be even cooler if we left the hospital as a trio. After about 20 minutes, Locke and David decided to leave the hospital. Since David had not driven that day, Locke needed to drop him off at home. On the way, Locke expected David to inquire about the details surrounding the rescue of Anna and Nathan at the H-10-06 villa, but David seemed entirely uninterested, not asking a single question. Steady as a rock, it was no wonder this man had been a frontline officer for over 20 years without a hitch. He was truly composed. David remarked with a hint of envy, I never imagined that Nathan would find love amidst his hospitalization, having lost his wife to cervical cancer 5 years prior. David reflected on Nathan's recent divorce and his desire for a change in life, which led him to join the LAPD. Nathan was only a few years younger than David. Locke chuckled. As long as you are willing, you can do it too. David fell silent for a few seconds, shrugged, and replied with a grimace, forget it. I have nearly grown accustomed to being alone, and Catherine would not want anyone to replace her mother. A sly smile crept across Locke's face. The old man's heart had not yet completely withered, unaware of the troubles that awaited him. When getting out of the car, David did not immediately close the door, holding it open, his expression shifting as he was about to speak. Locke preemptively interjected, I know, I want to provoke Catherine. David paused, caught between laughter and frustration, replied, you've become quite the quick responder. Haven to you? Just as long as you understand. I do not wish for Catherine to be harmed. You are not a suitable match. Fine, I assure you, Locke replied, exasperated, recalling how he had intended to repay the old man by becoming his son-in-law. What an unappreciative fellow. With a swift acceleration, he left David far behind, driving directly toward the Glen apartments, eager to stow away those dubious items. Upon returning home, he placed the contraband drugs and cosmetics he had procured from the Chinese district in San Gabriel Valley into the storage space, feeling an immediate sense of relief as the room was now entirely untainted. From now on, he could disguise himself whenever and wherever he wished, becoming all the more agile. Locke suddenly recalled the doctor known as the Man of 1,000 Faces by the FBI, pondering just how adept this individual was at disguise. Next, he stealthily entered Suzuki Nami's room, tampering with the camera he had installed there. It was a simple maneuver, placing a photograph of the room in front of the camera. This way, he wouldn't have to cut the power every time he entered, which could attract undue attention over time. With practiced ease, Locke opened the air conditioning vent, depositing the cash, scar, and a military dagger directly into the storage space. meticulously erasing any traces left behind. As for the evidence of his presence in the room, the hidden camera he had set up, and the small device obstructing Suzuki Nami's camera, he planned to return later that night when it was quiet to dispose of them. Reflecting on how Suzuki Nami had inadvertently assisted him in a pinch, he thought that upon her return, he might consider accepting her invitation for sake, as long as he did not delve too deeply into matters. Standing behind the door, he listened for a moment, hearing no footsteps, before calmly turning the knob and stepping outside. To his surprise, as he turned around, he encountered two familiar figures standing at the entrance of his room. Their eyes met, and even Locke's composure faltered slightly. What on earth? Why had the FBI tracked him down here and caught him red-handed? Chapter 69. FBI seeks assistance. The atmosphere grew palpably strange, yet it was Agent Liv who shattered the awkward silence. She scrutinized Locke with a quizzical gaze and inquired, "So, you actually reside in that room? The information in the files is incorrect?" "No." Locke regained his composure in an instant, his expression untroubled as he approached. He opened the door and gestured for them to enter. "I live here. That room belongs to my friend who has returned to her home country. I left some belongings there." His words were the truth, a spontaneous response he conjured in the moment. Locke had long since recognized that. Although this officer was not as deranged as Tom Williams, he was nonetheless a formidable character, compelling Locke to respond with utmost sincerity. Following the debacle from the previous day, he understood that he was surrounded by astute, seasoned officers. If he thought a casual excuse would suffice, he would be a fool. Thus, he decided to adopt a strategy of sincerity, 8 parts truth, 2 parts embellishment. Even if he were to falter one day, Hollywood awaited as his refuge, an unfulfilled longing that lingered within him. However, the officer had previously coerced a suspect to the point of suicide, yet here he was, swiftly back on duty, an undeniable testament to his connections. Liv turned her attention to the officer, whose name was Hunter. He nodded affirmatively. Aside from an initial moment of surprise and uncertainty, he detected no deceit in Locke's demeanor. Hunter was a renowned interrogation expert with the FBI, skilled in the analysis of microexpressions. This was precisely why, upon capturing the doctor's bodyguard, he had been so eager to interrogate him, hoping to uncover the whereabouts of the doctor who had not yet fled. The two followed Locke into the room. Liv complimented, "A commendable abode. So tidy and devoid of any unpleasant odors. It's hard to believe you live alone, especially as a man." TSK. "If I didn't know better, it's merely clean," Locke retorted with a smirk, understanding the subtext of her words. He retrieved 2 bottles of Evian from the refrigerator and responded with a double entendre. With the room now immaculate, he felt emboldened. Once seated, Locke cut to the chase, asking, "What brings you both here?" Hunter, with a keen gaze fixed on Locke, smiled warmly. "I never anticipated that, in addition to your skills in lip reading and sketching, your marksmanship would be so exceptional." Excluding Sam Brown, the other 4 assailants you dispatched were elite veterans of the Army, having served in multiple Middle Eastern conflicts. The one you incapacitated was even a member of the Rangers. It has come to my attention that the Army's Criminal Investigation Command, CID, intends to investigate this matter, given the involvement of 4 veterans. However, it is not solely about these 4. During the LAPD's recent operation against the Copernicus organization, dozens of those apprehended were also Army veterans. Leaning slightly forward, exuding an air of authority, he said earnestly, "Locke, we are here today to extend a formal invitation once more. With your capabilities, remaining with the LAPD would be a disservice. Consider joining the FBI. The authority of the FBI surpasses that of the LAPD. The entire nation falls under our jurisdiction, and even the CID must heed our counsel." Upon suddenly learning that the Army Criminal Investigation Command, CID, would intervene in this case, Locke felt a heaviness in his heart, though he displayed no outward signs of distress. He wore a slightly troubled expression and earnestly remarked, "Detective Hunter, I appreciate your recognition, but you must have investigated my family background. My joining the LAPD was merely a fleeting thought, as my family does not fully support my entry into the disciplined forces." Hunter was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed that this combination of coercion and allure, bolstered by the FBI's reputation, would easily secure Locke's compliance. After all, Locke's involvement in a homicide during his administrative leave represented a significant leverage. Liv, determined to intensify the pressure, interjected, "Locke, once the CID becomes involved in this case, the judicial proceedings will be indisputably fair and just. You may find yourself unable to continue with the LAPD and could even face imprisonment." Locke hesitated for a moment before stating, "What I am about to say, I hope both of you can keep confidential, although you could likely uncover it through your own inquiries. Captain Davis, in a bid to uphold the dignity of the LAPD, resolved to patrol alongside Nathan. Despite the considerable risks involved, while the LAPD could not overtly assign personnel for surveillance and protection, one would not presume that we possess no defensive measures at all. Detective Hunter and Liv exchanged glances, raising their eyebrows in curiosity. So, you are that defensive measure? Liv inquired, perplexed. Why the secrecy and subterfuge? Locke remained silent, shrugging in a manner that suggested they understood. Detective Hunter smirked, sardonic in his tone. This is indeed a tactic only the LAPD would employ. Preserving face takes precedence over the truth. Locke rolled his eyes inwardly, as if to imply that the FBI was any more concerned with the truth. The two shared another glance, and Liv continued, Locke, aside from wanting to invite you to join the FBI once more, there is another matter we wish to enlist your assistance with. Eager to avoid antagonizing the FBI, Locke readily inquired, What is it? Liv replied, It pertains to the leader of the Copernicus organization. Locke deliberately interrupted, asking, Wait, wasn't it stated that this case would be handed over to the DHS? Locke considered that the FBI's chances of contesting this case with the DHS were rather slim. Presently in the United States, the only entity capable of rivaling the DHS seemed to be the IRS. Historically, the FBI had been the preeminent law enforcement agency in America. But following the events of September 11th, the DHS emerged, consolidating over 20 federal agencies. Since its inception, it has eclipsed the FBI, becoming the largest domestic law enforcement agency in the nation, leaving the FBI to bow in deference. In terms of administrative hierarchy, the FBI falls under the Department of Justice, while the DHS reports directly to the White House, illustrating their disparate standings. Detective Hunter's expression suddenly became somewhat unnatural. The ultimate decision regarding the case had yet to be made, and thus, we aim to secure a strategic advantage. He gestured for Liv to continue. Liv remarked, The leader of the Copernicus organization, Johnny Dyson, has escaped. We suspect he will seek assistance from the doctor for cosmetic surgery. You previously uncovered the doctor's work, Harry Balian, and are familiar with his aesthetic style. Therefore, we wish for you to examine photographs of Johnny Dyson and attempt to render his appearance post-surgery. Locke appeared bewildered. Damn it. Even if he could, he would not wade into such murky waters. He was not only concerned about offending the doctor but also feared antagonizing the DHS. Locke exhaled deeply, offering a wry smile. You seem to be misunderstanding something. The last time I identified Harry Balian was because I first read his lips and realized he was a fugitive. It was through the database comparison that I recognized him, not by his features. More importantly, I am not a cosmetic surgeon. I merely possess the ability to sketch. He hesitated before nodding. However, your line of thought seems plausible. Cosmetic surgeons each have their distinct styles. I recommend you consult professional plastic surgeons, presenting them with Harry Balian's before and after photos, and let them devise a surgical plan for Johnny Dyson based on that style. Black Egg's eyes brightened as he praised. That is an excellent suggestion. It appears our visit was not in vain. After watching Detective Hunter and Liv depart, Locke returned to his room and called Anna Davis to recount the recent developments. Upon hearing his account, Anna chuckled. Locke, it seems I should expedite your promotion. Both the police department and the FBI have repeatedly invited you. If we do not raise your salary soon, the LAPD may struggle to retain you. Do not be concerned. CID's involvement is merely standard procedure for the Army, as this case pertains to military veterans. The case involving the Copernicus organization will likely be handed over to the FBI. While the DHS primarily focuses on external terrorist threats, domestic gang crimes will still fall under the FBI's jurisdiction. Chapter 70, The Wisdom of China. On the following morning, Locke arrived at the police station early, presenting the scar and military dagger to the evidence department. As for the charred hood, no one could ascertain whether the gunman by the wall had worn it, thus it would not appear on the inventory list. Next, they awaited the court proceedings. To be prudent, Marion had resolved to forego the legal assistance offered by the police department and would instead hire a specialized criminal defense attorney. Before long, David approached, and Locke drove out of the Wilshire police station in a patrol car, having not driven this vintage vehicle for several days. He felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him and made a mental note to rejuvenate the classic car soon. 7 Adam 15, commencing patrol, a sweet voice responded, followed by a cheerful welcome back. Locke. Thank you. Locke replied, being cautious not to call the person by name, as he genuinely could not distinguish who it was. David, anticipating some amusement, was disappointed that Locke did not embarrass himself this time. He smirked, Did you apply for the afternoon off? Locke nodded. Yes, tonight is family night. Todd is back from New York, and tomorrow we'll be visiting my grandfather's family in Locke. I also need to pick up my F-150 Raptor in the afternoon. It's been repaired. David quickly added, please give my regards to Todd and Marion. After Anna Davis assigned Wilshire's most seasoned patrol officer to Locke as a trainee instructor, Lebo and Marion treated David to a meal, showcasing the camaraderie that exists in America. Thanks, I will. Locke remembered something and asked, by the way, could you give a shout out to the bearded Gary for me? Once I pick up the car, I intend to stop by his shop to purchase a Remington M700P. Time is a bit tight. So could you ask him to prepare it in advance? David inquired, puzzled. Why do you want to buy a sniper rifle? Locke shrugged. It's a family tradition, the wild wolf shooting competition. I always placed last, but this time I aim to astonish everyone. David chuckled knowingly. You've already astonished everyone. Locke, maintaining a calm demeanor, asked, Haven't you ever had a similar experience? Suddenly, it feels as if I've awakened to my marksmanship abilities. My grandfather, Jester Locke, was a renowned sharpshooter in Texas, and Marion is quite skilled as well. David contemplated for a moment before nodding. I have too. Before I met Catherine's mother. I was not adept in that area, but after spending time with her, I discovered numerous techniques. Locke shot him a playful middle finger, jesting, David, you should find yourself a partner soon. Just look at Nathan. A person nourished by love is entirely transformed. You are still young. David shook his head. I can't possibly move out and leave Catherine alone. She would to just well to having an unfamiliar woman in the house. It's just how it is. Locke, intrigued, inquired, how do you address your physiological needs? Surely you do not resort to hiring escorts? David, raising his middle finger in a dismissive manner, retorted, kid, are you questioning my allure? In an instant, Locke comprehended that this old fellow likely had a long-standing companion and connections, cleverly concealed. Just as he was about to indulge in some gossip, the radio crackled to life. At the east gate of Monterey Park, a robbery has been reported. The assailant has been subdued. 7 Adam 15, copy. Locke glanced at the map, pressed the accelerator, and the car glided smoothly around the bend. Heading towards Monterey Park, David muttered, why does it feel like your driving is getting increasingly adept? Locke grinned widely, replying, from now on, please refer to me as the god of Los Angeles driving. Thank you. David responded with another middle finger, completely ignoring him. Before long, Locke and David arrived at the east gate of Monterey Park, where they observed 2 individuals entangled in a dispute. One was a middle-aged Caucasian male, dressed rather plainly, unmistakably from the lower strata of society. The other was a young African-American female, also unremarkable in appearance, yet her attire suggested a slightly higher status, likely indicating a college education. Surrounding them was a crowd of onlookers, some even pulling out their phones to record for TikTok. Locke deciphered their lip movements and discerned that the Caucasian was the complainant, while the young African-American was being held tightly by him, claiming she had stolen his money. Upon reaching the scene, the complainant was identified as IC-1, the suspect as IC-2, and the code was 4A, indicating no further assistance was required as the perpetrator was present. Locke reported the situation to Parker Center and then exited the vehicle alongside David. David moved ahead while Locke trailed 3 steps behind, scrutinizing the crowd for any potential threats. His hand resting on the Glock G19 at his waist the entire time. David displayed his badge and inquired, what is the situation? The Caucasian promptly brandished his black leather wallet, exclaiming, Officer, this is my wallet. It contained $500, yet now only $200 remain. She stole $300 from me. Fuck, I didn't take your money. The young African-American woman retorted angrily, defending herself. I found a wallet on the ground and picked it up. This jerk rushed over, asking if I had found it, claiming it was his. Seeing his agitation, I handed it over, never anticipating he would falsely accuse me of theft. I didn't even open the wallet. At this moment, Locke had completed his observation of the surroundings and approached. Through micro-expression analysis, he had already discerned that the Caucasian was indeed fabricating his story. However, he was unable to read the expressions of the young woman due to the deepness of her skin tone. She was exceptionally dark, a rarity in Los Angeles. Locke then addressed the Caucasian. Sir, may I kindly request to examine the wallet? The white man exhibited an air of nonchalance. Of course, officer. You must thoroughly investigate and retrieve my money. Locke examined the wallet, finding only $200 and a few supermarket coupons, devoid of any bank cards. He inquired, there are no identification documents in this wallet. How can you prove it belongs to you? The white man paused, hastily retorting, "Officer, this is my wallet. Look closely, I am white, and she is black." Locke replied coldly, "Sir, I must caution you that Los Angeles opposes any form of racial discrimination. Please be mindful of your words." The white man shrugged. "Okay, I will be careful." Locke pressed on. "Are you certain your wallet contained $500? The white man asserted firmly. "Of course, I am certain." Locke nodded. "All right, if your wallet contained $500, and this one contains only 200, it stands to reason that this wallet is not yours." The white man's expression turned to one of shock as he exclaimed, "What the hell are you talking about?" Locke's gaze turned icy as he fixed his stare upon the white man, who shivered under the intensity, immediately silenced by fear. After all, in the past 2 weeks, he had been responsible for 8 fatalities, a palpable aura of menace emanating from him. He handed the wallet to the black girl. "Ma'am, you may keep this wallet until we locate its owner, or you can turn it in to the LAPD." The black girl, momentarily bewildered, accepted the wallet and flashed a sly smile at the white man. "I will hold on to it for now." "Sir, may I leave?" Locke nodded, "Of course." The black girl looked gratefully at Locke, revealing a radiant smile. "Sir, thank you for your fair enforcement of the law. May I have your number?" Locke, with a serious expression, replied, "Sorry, I cannot provide my number." The black girl shrugged, visibly displeased, and departed. The white man instinctively attempted to stop her as she left, but Locke intervened. "Sir, would you like to accompany me back to the station to accurately describe what your wallet looks like?" The white man glared at Locke in fury. "No need." Locke promptly reported the outcome to Parker Center, addressing the still indignant white man. "Sir, if you wish to file a complaint against me, I can provide you with my badge number." The white man coldly responded, "I will." Locke scribbled down his badge information and then joined David back in the car. Once inside, David, half laughing and half crying, remarked, "Kid, your handling of this case was quite peculiar. Although the logic seems sound, that guy will definitely file a complaint." Locke started the car, appearing indifferent. "Let him complain. I've been too high profile lately." David looked on in confusion. Locke shrugged. "You wouldn't understand. This is ancient wisdom from China." Chapter 71. The call from Catherine Murphy at noon. Locke did not depart immediately, but instead joined everyone for lunch at the Mexican fast food establishment. David brought up the case Locke had handled that morning, which elicited a variety of reactions from the group. Randy, after a moment of bewilderment, finally grasped the situation and excitedly punched Locke on the arm, exclaiming, "Cool. That makes perfect sense." He claimed he lost $500, so that $200 wallet couldn't possibly be his. "I'll do the same in the future." His expression turned serious as he thumped his chest and earnestly addressed Locke. "Bro, thank you for your fair enforcement. You are my hero." "Hey, Randy, what are you talking about?" "Nonsense. Do you even know what you're saying?" As soon as Randy finished speaking, he provoked discontent among Captain Mona, David, Elsa, and Mona's new partner, the Caucasian officer Waylon. Realizing his blunder and the offense he had caused, Randy quickly raised his hands in apology, his face full of contrition. "Sorry. Guys, my mistake. Please forget what I just said. Tonight, I'll treat you all at Old John S." Seeing the sincerity in Randy's apology, the others decided to let it slide. Although the entire nation stood against racial discrimination, everyone understood that the more one lacked something, the more one emphasized it. The bias against black individuals during LAPD enforcement was pervasive. Had this case been handled by another white officer, the black girl would either have to pay the white individual $300 or be taken to the precinct. In the absence of physical evidence or witnesses, most white officers would lean towards their own race. Captain Mona turned to Locke and cautioned, "The complainant will undoubtedly file a complaint against you." David interjected, "This guy doesn't care at all. He said he has been too high profile lately and needs to tone it down. I can't fathom what he has thinking." Waylon chuckled. "An LAPD officer who has been complained about is certainly not a qualified LAPD officer." Randy extended his fist for a bump, echoing, "Yes. That's a rite of passage for every LAPD officer." After bumping fists with Randy, Waylon turned to Locke and remarked, "I didn't expect your shooting skills to be so remarkable. When you have the time, teach me a few things." "Sure. Let us schedule a day to hit the range." Locke readily agreed, having noticed the shift in his colleagues' attitudes towards him. It wouldn't be accurate to say they were trying to curry favor, but it was evident they wished to foster good relations with him. Locke was well aware of the reason. As the security employment contract circulated within the Wilshire precinct, his contributions to the kidnapping case became public knowledge. When a colleague was kidnapped and went missing, instead of succumbing to despair, Locke's indomitable spirit led him to swiftly locate the hideout of the kidnappers and rescue his colleague. Single-handedly, he eliminated 5 assailants, 4 of whom were elite members of the U.S. military. Such astonishing feats were nearly legendary. It would not be an exaggeration to label him a hero. Regrettably, he was on administrative leave at that time. Otherwise, receiving a Medal of Valor would have been unequivocally unproblematic. Within the disciplined forces, those endowed with exceptional abilities are often the most esteemed, as being in their company not only ensures safety, but also offers opportunities for distinction. Randy immediately raised his hand, exclaiming, "Count me in." Chief Mona chuckled and remarked, "I am eager to witness the prowess of your marksmanship." Elsa cast a flirtatious glance at Locke, clearly intent on rekindling their connection, adding, "I wish to practice shooting as well. Locke, will you teach me?" David observed the expressions of his companions, fully aware of their sentiments, and laughed. "I shall refrain from joining your revelry. I was quite severely humbled by this lad last time." After dinner, Locke requested David to drive him back to the precinct to retrieve his vehicle. He returned the G55 home and then summoned an Uber to Mendez Repair Shop. The Uber was a Tesla Model Y, and the driver was of Asian descent. Upon entering the vehicle, Locke noticed the driver stealing glances at him in the rearview mirror. However, seeing Locke engrossed in texting, he refrained from initiating conversation. Locke was engaged in a WhatsApp chat with Jennifer Gray, who informed him that she was in the midst of an exceedingly complex surgery requiring collaboration among multiple departments, with 5 lead surgeons involved, and an estimated duration of 16 hours. She was taking a brief respite to recharge before returning to Scrubbin for the operation, which was anticipated to conclude around 9 p.m. that evening. Jennifer inquired if Locke could pick her up from the hospital that night, thus eliminating the need for him to make a special trip the following morning, and also asked if he had any plans for the next day. Locke felt a pang of realization. He had seemingly neglected to inform Jennifer that he would be heading to Lebec this weekend, rendering a date impossible. He candidly confessed and tentatively extended an invitation, asking if she would like to accompany him to Lebec for the weekend. After a moment's contemplation, Jennifer replied, "Sorry, I am not yet ready. I wish you a delightful family gathering. However, I must compensate for this week's missed engagement next week." Locke, naturally, did not press the matter, as the boundaries of social interaction in America are quite distinct. One is oneself, and family remains family. Nevertheless, in an effort to make amends with Jennifer, Locke responded, "Although we cannot meet tomorrow, there are still 10 hours tonight. Will you need me to pick you up after your surgery?" Jennifer promptly replied, "Of course." She added, "I must now enter the operating room." Locke exited WhatsApp, a slight smile forming on his lips as anticipation for the evening began to build. Indeed, he had longed for this moment, having restrained himself for several days. At that moment, Locke noticed the driver's actions ahead, raising an eyebrow, and was about to inquire about the situation when his phone rang. Discovering the call was from Catherine Murphy, Locke instinctively glanced around to ensure David was not in sight before answering. "Hi, Catherine, what can I do for you?" Catherine Murphy's soft and gentle voice emanated from the telephone. "Rock, I wish to inform you about the developments in the Elvin Marcus case. The forensic department has uncovered 6 more female corpses from the properties constructed by Elvin Marcus's construction company. The Detective Bureau has denied his bail application. We will expedite the identification of the victims. The death toll has now reached 11, in addition to 2 survivors who have been held captive for 2 years, bringing the total to 13. The severity of this case has escalated dramatically." Rock gasped in disbelief. This is undoubtedly the most heinous criminal case Los Angeles has witnessed in recent years. Curiosity stirred within him. He wondered what kind of equipment the forensic department employed that could detect bodies within a building, though he surmised it could not surpass the prowess of a detection card. Catherine Murphy calmly continued, "Elvin Marcus, this monster, will not only face a lifetime of incarceration but will also be stripped of all his assets. The victims' families and the owners of the property where the bodies were concealed will pursue legal action against him." Rock responded coldly, "This is the punishment he rightfully deserves. Damn it, this pervert is getting off too easily." Although California has not abolished the death penalty, it has ceased its enforcement. After a moment of silence, Catherine Murphy suddenly inquired, "Rock, can you tell me how one might encounter a ghost? I have performed autopsies on hundreds of corpses, yet I have never seen a single spirit. If I could encounter a ghost, I could find ways to assist them more swiftly." Rock was momentarily taken aback. This request was rather audacious. He immediately recalled ancient Chinese legends and wondered if remedies like cow tears or willow leaves would hold any efficacy for Westerners. Chapter 72. test drive, Locke exerted considerable effort to persuade Catherine Murphy of his lack of supernatural abilities, asserting that the recent incident was merely a coincidence. After concluding the call, he felt a sense of bewilderment, reflecting on the repercussions of his own deceit. He contemplated whether to inform David of Catherine's unusual thoughts, but hesitated at the prospect of David's likely reaction upon learning that Catherine had initiated contact. Ultimately, he dismissed the notion, attributing it to the fanciful delusions common among forensic professionals who yearn for a spiritual connection with the deceased. Putting away his phone, Locke turned his gaze towards the driver in front, eager to strike up a conversation, as he perceived the driver had been on the verge of engaging him. Most Uber drivers in Los Angeles are of Asian descent, predominantly Chinese. However, the driver sat rigidly, eyes focused ahead, exhibiting a degree of tension. Locke paused for a moment, recalling that his recent conversation with Catherine might have unnerved the driver, and shrugged it off, deciding to let it be. Half an hour later, Locke arrived at Mendez Auto Repair. Upon disembarking, his Tesla Model Y sped away with remarkable swiftness. Since the appointment had been arranged beforehand, Sarah Mendez promptly descended from her office upon hearing the commotion. She was attired in her familiar style, sporting a pink cropped fitted t-shirt and faded denim shorts that accentuated her alluring figure and long, slender legs, radiating an air of youthful exuberance. "Hi, Locke." "Hi, Sarah." In the presence of this vibrant young woman, Locke felt a flutter in his heart, recalling an ancient Chinese adage, "Everyone has an appreciation for beauty." Beautiful women are akin to exquisite works of art, captivating the eye and delighting the senses, devoid of any base desires. Her smile, reminiscent of the first rays of dawn, was pure and radiant, evoking a protective instinct within him, a desire to safeguard that enchanting expression. Sarah Mendez waved her delicate arm, snapped her fingers, and cheerfully exclaimed, "Let's go. I'll show you your car. Victor and Ryder have stepped out but will return shortly." Locke followed Sarah into the repair shop, where his F-150 Raptor had undergone a remarkable transformation. The garish decals had been removed, lending the vehicle a more composed and understated appearance. The entire automobile had been meticulously cleaned and polished, coated with a crystalline finish, rendering the paint almost as lustrous as new. This was precisely what he had desired. Locke's mind conjured an image of Sarah bending over the car to wash it, and he complimented, "It looks immaculate. I will be sure to give you an extra tip." Sarah Mendez beamed with pride, responding, "This is my forte." She then proceeded to showcase the modifications made to the vehicle. Although Locke had been involved in the customization process, the final product bore a distinct difference from the work in progress. The windows had been replaced with bulletproof glass, necessitating custom doors that appeared particularly robust. This was the most expensive aspect of the modification. The air suspension had been installed in perfect accordance with Locke's specifications. Both the rims and tires have been completely replaced with brand new ones, a plan devised entirely by Victor Mendez. The rims are custom-made, featuring an increased diameter, crafted from high-carbon steel, and have undergone a blackened treatment to harmonize with the vehicle's exterior color. The tires, still the all-terrain variety from bikini-clad, have been selected in a wider format to enhance comfort. The refrigerator and gun cabinet in the rear trunk have been installed flawlessly, fitting together seamlessly with the previously cut sections. Sarah Mendez has already placed some ice cubes in the refrigerator, claiming it's to test its efficacy. With a playful tilt of her delicate collarbone, she remarked, "I initially intended to stash a dozen Coronas inside, but Victor reminded me that putting beer in now would cause quite a shake while driving." To which Locke expressed his surprise. "I didn't expect Victor to be so meticulous." Sarah Mendez, her brows slightly furrowed, replied, "You harbor some bias against him." "Sorry, my mistake." Locke apologized, acknowledging the deep bond between the siblings. He opened the gun cabinet, noting the strong damping sensation of the sliding rails, which remained steady. The shelves are equipped with securing mechanisms, ready to accommodate the Remington M700P as soon as it is purchased, alongside designated spaces for handguns and ammunition, essentially a mobile armory. He nodded approvingly. "Cool. I'm glad you like it." The rear folding seats are already reserved, but they might not arrive until next week at the earliest. After discussing the essentials, Sarah Mendez appeared slightly bashful, stating, "In truth, the challenging parts were all completed by you. We merely assisted with the installation. Last time, you helped us, so this time we'll only charge you for the cost of the parts." Locke frowned slightly, feeling it would be inappropriate to accept such terms. His previous hands-on involvement was merely to expedite the process, not out of a desire to save money. To him, the Mendez siblings had endured enough hardships. and it seemed contrary to his intentions to let this go for free. Sarah Mendez responded with calm assurance, "It's all right. Edmund taught us from a young age that we should only take what we rightfully earn." She seemed eager to shift the topic, cheerfully asking, "Locke, would you like to take it for a spin?" Locke had already contemplated how to approach this, his gaze sweeping over her graceful form, momentarily leading his thoughts astray. And he nodded, of course. 10 minutes later, Locke returned to the repair shop after taking the F-150 Raptor for a spin around the vicinity. Overall, it had largely met his expectations, significantly enhancing comfort, though he still felt somewhat dissatisfied with the engine's performance. The 3.5-liter V6 engine, boasting 450 horsepower and 691 Newton-meters of torque, still seemed insufficient. Two ideas immediately surfaced in Locke's mind to replace the engine, as Ford does offer V8 options, such as the 5.2-liter V8 engine that delivers 522 kilowatts and 868 Newton-meters of torque, which could be tuned for even more power, or to personally design a turbocharging system. Locke leaned more towards the latter, as after advancing to level 4 in automotive driving, he had amassed considerable knowledge regarding automotive mechanics and power systems, and he was eager to try his hand at it. He turned his head to gaze at Sarah Mendez, who was staring at him in a daze from the passenger seat. "Sarah, does the repair shop have CNC machines?" Almost simultaneously, Sarah Mendez inquired, "Locke, do you know how to race?" After exchanging glances, they both answered in unison, "Yes, but no one uses them anymore." "I do." A flicker of delight sparkled in Sarah Mendez's eyes. She had noticed a unique charm radiating from Locke while he drove, an extraordinary synergy that only true racers possess. Just as she was about to delve deeper into this revelation, the roar of an engine erupted from outside, and the rearview mirror revealed Victor Mendez's Chevrolet Silverado. Victor had returned. Sarah Mendez hurriedly opened the door and rushed towards him. The sibling bond was palpable. Locke narrowed his lips, feeling an inexplicable pang of jealousy, and exited the vehicle as well. He observed Victor Mendez and Ryder each retrieving 2 gun cases from the back seat of the Silverado. A quick glance revealed an array of formidable firearms: a Mossberg Maverick 500 shotgun, a Mossberg 930 semi-automatic shotgun, a Remington M870 shotgun, and an AR-15 series semi-automatic rifle. All excellent for home defense. Sarah Mendez was animatedly clutching a Glock G17 box, exclaiming, "Victor, when are we going to practice shooting?" Locke suddenly realized that her exuberance was solely for the gun. Victor Mendez, noticeably more cordial upon seeing Locke, greeted him and asked, "So, how's the car?" "No issues. It's fantastic. I'm very pleased," Locke replied, his brow slightly furrowed as he surveyed the weapons in their hands, sensing an ominous air. "Is something going on?" he inquired. Chapter 73. A well-intentioned misstep. Victor Mendez's eyes flickered as he glanced at his eager sister, Sarah, who was impatiently retrieving the G17. He chuckled. "Sarah is about to come of age, so I thought I'd gift her a firearm. The gun shop is having a sale, so I ended up purchasing a few others as well." Locke rolled his eyes inwardly, bemused that such a simpleton dared to deceive him. Nonetheless, he understood Victor's intent to shield his sister from certain truths and opted not to press further. Locke then turned to Sarah Mendez, who was enthralled by her new G17, and remarked, "You should consider the G19. The G17 might be a tad too large for you. The G19 is slightly smaller than the G17, making it more suitable for a woman." He himself found the G19 to be a less awkward fit. Victor interjected, "The G19 costs an additional $100. Locke paused, pondering whether $100 was indeed a significant sum. However, he quickly recalled the purchasing power of $100 in America and felt reassured. Yet, it was perplexing that the larger G17 was priced just over $500 while the more petite G19 commanded over $600. It was indeed difficult to rationalize. Locke was genuinely surprised to learn that Sarah Mendez had an affinity for firearms, but in order to ascertain the full situation, he interrupted her excitement, asking, "Sarah, what is the remaining balance?" Sarah Mendez contemplated for a moment, preparing to respond when Locke interjected again, "Have the cost for the rear seat been included?" Sarah paused, shaking her head. "No, it hasn't been installed yet, has it?" Locke replied, "Let us include it all. It will need to be installed regardless." Sarah furrowed her brow, calculating in her mind, then sighed in frustration, "Sorry, I still need to head to the office to figure it out." She handed the firearm back to Victor and, with a graceful gait, ascended the stairs to the second floor. Locke smirked, knowing full well that this academically challenged individual could not possibly compute such figures on her own. He turned to Victor and inquired, "What on earth is going on?" Victor attempted to feign ignorance, insisting that nothing was amiss. However, Ryder, who was busy loading bullets into a Chevrolet, chimed in, "Hey, he is a cop, with your intellect. You won't fool him. Shut your mouth, you dolt with an even lower IQ than mine," Victor retorted, giving Ryder an exasperated gesture before darkly continuing, "That scoundrel Martin has been released and has vowed to exact revenge on us. If that fool dares to show up, I'll ensure he pays dearly." Locke's mind immediately conjured the image of a tattooed bald man, and he frowned. How could they have released him so quickly? Especially with flour found in their vehicle? How would I know? Victor spat disdainfully. "I've been saying all along that they're in cahoots with the police. Cops are all cut from the same cloth. Calling the cops is utterly futile. Not that I'm implying you." Locke's expression darkened. Having joined the LAPD, he felt a sense of pride in the team and despised the notion of a rotten apple within their ranks. "Is there anything else? Speak now." Victor suddenly froze. "How did you know?" At that moment, Ryder approached, wielding an AR-15 semi-automatic rifle, striking a pose reminiscent of a gorilla discovering a new toy. He turned his head and mockingly declared, "I told you, you can't deceive him. Close your mouth." Victor, seething with anger, kicked out at him, but Ryder deftly dodged, playfully swaying his hips with unabashed audacity. It was then that Locke truly believed these two were merely 19 years of age. However, upon observing Ryder's grip on the rifle, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This fellow clearly lacked proficiency with such a weapon. Victor interjected, "It's nothing much, really. It's just that after Martin's scoundrel of a brother emerged, he started spreading rumors that I had allied with the cops, and now there's word that Mario, our boss, has rescinded protection for both me and Sarah." He cast a dubious glance at Locke, inquiring curiously, "How did you know there was something I was concealing?" Locke was momentarily taken aback. After all, he had navigated the gray world and understood its intricate rules and taboos. While the underworld may be chaotic and devoid of order, it still adhered to certain codes of conduct. For instance, maintaining a close relationship with law enforcement was strictly forbidden, as was serving as an informant. The former would lead to ostracism, while the latter could result in a grim fate. Additionally, one must not readily report fights to the authorities. Therefore, his previous interference in the dispute between Victor and Martin had, to some extent, brought adverse consequences upon Victor Mendez. Locke exhaled softly, attempting to suppress his swirling thoughts, and explained, "There exists a discipline in criminal psychology known as micro-expression analysis, which allows one to discern your inner thoughts through facial expressions." Victor Mendez exclaimed, "That's incredible. Does that mean I can't lie in your presence?" Locke felt somewhat exasperated. He patted Victor on the shoulder and replied earnestly, "Rest assured, I will provide you with an explanation regarding this matter. You will not face it alone." Victor Mendez quickly shook his head. "No, that's unnecessary. Our affairs have nothing to do with you. Please allow us to resolve this in our own way." Locke furrowed his brow and retorted, "Your way involves Sarah brandishing a gun alongside you in a shootout with gangsters?" "Of course not," Victor Mendez responded solemnly. "I purchased the gun for her to ensure she has the means for self-defense, given the environment we inhabit. However, anyone who wishes to harm her must first step over my dead body. I have made that promise to Edmund." Locke found Victor Mendez's reasoning rather peculiar. How could two novices like them possibly contend with someone like Martin, a hardened gangster? At that moment, he had to concede that the protection afforded by Mario Pierce was indeed a shield for the Mendez siblings. Without the safeguarding presence of this notorious Latin American drug lord, Martin would no longer hold back. As Locke was about to inquire about Martin's gang, Sarah approached with a radiant smile, declaring, "I've calculated it. The remaining balance is 12,450. Okay." Locke nodded, turning to head back to the F-150, feigning to open the glove compartment in search of something. Soon, Locke alighted from the vehicle, clutching a substantial stack of cash, no less than $20,000. He handed the money to Sarah, indicating that the excess was a gratuity, expressing his gratitude for their service. Victor and Ryder exchanged glances, seemingly questioning each other about the presence of such wealth within the car. Sarah Mendez gazed at the money before her, hesitating to accept it, her eyes fixed on Locke with uncertainty. Locke furrowed his brow, displaying a sense of impatience befitting his affluent background, and remarked, "What's the matter? Is the tip insufficient? I'll make up for it next time. There is only this much cash in the car." Victor, initially hesitant, recalled the extravagant displays of wealth he had witnessed from the affluent in bars, and promptly took the money, placing it in Sarah's hand, exclaiming, "So this is how the wealthy bestow tips." Having dispensed the cash, Locke paid no further attention to the Mendez siblings and moved beside Ryder, offering, "You've never used a rifle, have you? Allow me to instruct you." Chapter 74. Safety First. The Mendez repair shop is situated in a remote area, surrounded by a mountain of abandoned cars, making it an excellent place for target practice. In the absence of a better strategy, the immediate priority is to enhance their combat skills. After demonstrating a few shots with both a handgun and a rifle, Locke swiftly captivated Victor and Ryder, transforming them into obedient pupils. Sarah Mendez looked on with starry eyes, her admiration for Locke deepening. Both the handgun and rifle were of L3 master level, solidifying his status as a sharpshooter. Hitting stationary targets was child's play for him. Locke stayed for an hour, teaching Victor and Ryder how to wield rifles and shotguns, and he also took the opportunity to instruct Sarah in handgun usage. After explaining the basic shooting posture and essential precautions for the rifle, he demonstrated a few more times, saying, "You both have commendable talent, but practice is vital. Developing a feel for the weapon will prevent chaos in combat situations." He then cast a glance at Sarah Mendez, whose cheeks were flushed, and shook his head. The girl was quite dim-witted. Despite his hands-on instruction just moments ago, her shots had only become more erratic. Seeing that the trio was in high spirits while practicing, Locke waved a quick farewell and hurriedly departed in his vehicle. After emptying his magazine, Ryder turned to Victor, who was loading ammunition into a Remington M870, and remarked, "It seemed like that guy was taking advantage of Sarah earlier, and she didn't resist." Victor's expression tightened as he fired a shot, ejecting a shell with a swift pull of the foregrip. "If he dares to toy with Sarah, I'll take him down with one shot." Ryder, changing his magazine, replied with frustration, "But we're no match for him." Meanwhile, Sarah Mendez, her embarrassment gradually subsiding, found her shots increasingly accurate, as she immersed herself in a different kind of adrenaline rush outside of racing. Shortly after leaving the Mendez repair shop, Locke placed a call to David, his demeanor somewhat stern. He had not anticipated that his previous actions would entangle the Mendez siblings, placing them in peril. As soon as David answered, he launched into a tirade. "Where the hell have you been? Gary just called me asking if you're coming. He's south about to close the shop." Locke made a gesture of evasion and replied, "I'm on my way. Something unexpected came up that delayed me." Sensing the shift in tone, David inquired, "What happened?" Locke explained, "You recall the incident when I was attacked while getting my car repaired? That case was ultimately handled by the West Canyon Police Department. While teaching them to shoot, he had effortlessly extracted information about Martin's background. He was affiliated with a gang known as the Smith family from Fullerton, a minor organization operating on the outskirts of Los Angeles. The construction company seeking to encroach upon the Mendez repair shop was also from Fullerton, establishing a clear connection." He asked, "Do you know anyone who could help?" David pondered for a moment before responding, "I'll have to check. I don't know anyone in Fullerton." "All right, thank you." Contemplating the need to enlist David's assistance, Locke hesitantly recounted the previous phone call from Catherine Murphy. He anticipated that David would respond with his customary caution, advising him to steer clear of Catherine. However, to his surprise, David remained silent. "David, are you all right?" Locke inquired. In a somber tone, David replied, "Catherine has always believed that her mother's spirit has not departed, but continues to reside with us in our home." Locke paused, a sudden clarity washing over him. No wonder Catherine yearned to encounter a ghost. No wonder David insisted that Catherine could not accept the presence of other women in the house. After concluding his conversation with David, Locke hesitated momentarily before ultimately dialing a number. "Good day, Officer Tom, this is Lockley. We met previously at Mendez Repair Shop." Tom Burton clearly remembered Locke and promptly asked, "Are you inquiring about that case from last time?" 5 minutes later, Locke expressed his gratitude to Tom Burton and ended the call. According to Tom's explanation, in the previous case, one of Martin's associates had stepped forward to accept all charges, including those related to contraband, thus allowing the others to secure bail. As for Victor Mendez's suspicion that someone at the West Canyon Police Department had colluded with the construction company owner, Locke was astute enough not to broach that subject. His purpose in making the call was twofold: to ascertain the reasons behind Martin and his associates' release, and to discern whether any irregularities had marred the process. It appeared that everything was indeed above board. However, having just experienced a legitimate yet dubious operation himself, Locke was acutely aware of the potential for such maneuverings in other police departments. His expression darkened. The most straightforward solution seemed to be to eliminate the construction company owner intent on seizing the repair shop's land. Nevertheless, this notion flickered briefly through his mind, as he recognized the considerable difficulty of undertaking such a task alone without leaving any loose ends. The previous incident with Avidya had involved too much chance, and that had been for the sake of family, an endeavor worth the risk. Sarah Mendez did not merit such a gamble. After retrieving the Remington M700P from the bearded Gary and completing the necessary paperwork, Locke promptly secured the firearm within the trunk of his Raptor, ensuring a snug fit. This rifle came equipped with an M3 telescopic sight and a Harris S-type detachable bipod, which he returned to Gary in exchange for 2 boxes of 7.62 51mm ammunition. Observing from the sidelines, Gary couldn't help but interject, "Kid, I think an M1 Garand would lend a more distinguished air in that position." Locke waggled his fingers, retorting, "Do you have any idea how precious my fingers are?" Gary immediately understood, chuckling as he teased, "No wonder David calls you a thorough scoundrel. It seems you can't rely on that thing, so you have to use your fingers instead." Locke shot him a middle finger. Unwilling to prolong the discussion with the older man, he waved goodbye, got into his vehicle, and departed. As he neared home, an inexplicable tension gripped Locke. For Lebo had returned from New York during the last administrative leave, although they had met once. He was then in a state of PTSD and did not engage much with Lebo. However, during this period, the relationship between father and son has significantly improved, leaving Locke at a loss on how to interact with Lebo. Yet, it is evident that his concerns are unfounded. "Hi, Todd. Welcome home." "Hi, Locke. Your mother has informed me about everything that has transpired during your time away. I am proud of you." After a warm embrace, many words became unnecessary. However, it was apparent that Lebo was equally unsure of how to relate to his eldest son, even more so than Locke, considering the emotional distance that had developed over the past decade. Fortunately, Jet and Hannah were nearby. Otherwise, the two might have fallen into an awkward silence. After exchanging a few words with Lebo, Locke excused himself to the kitchen. "Marianne, do you need my assistance?" Marianne firmly declined. "You indeed possess a talent for cooking, but I prefer not to turn my kitchen into a Ukrainian disaster. Cleaning up takes far more time than preparing a meal." She cast a meaningful glance at Locke. "So, what do you think?" Locke understood immediately what Marianne was implying. He shrugged. "The atmosphere is quite pleasant, although Todd appears more anxious than I am." Marianne smiled. "He was also quite nervous when you were born, and at every stage of your growth. He has always been anxious for you. After all, you're the first. We had no experience." Such simple words stirred Locke's emotions, and he nodded. "I understand." Marianne continued, "The improvement in your relationship is a significant step forward. Locke, I recognize the efforts you have made for your father and me during this time." "Thank you." "Marianne, we are a family," Locke replied, wishing to steer clear of such sentiments. "After dinner, I need to return to the grand apartment." Marianne's expression darkened instantly. "Why?" Locke sensed her misunderstanding. She thought he was reluctant to see his father. He quickly clarified, "I can't meet Jennifer this weekend, so." Marianne's demeanor shifted from dismay to relief, and she chuckled. "I see, young man. Stay safe." Locke exhaled in relief and jested, "You and Todd should stay safe too. I really don't want another brother or sister." Marianne's smile froze, and, pointing outside, she exclaimed in exasperation, "Now, immediately, get out of my kitchen." Chapter 75. Once again taught a lesson by this woman after dinner, Locke exchanged pleasantries with Lebo and Marianne before hastily departing. It was a rare family reunion, and the time spent dining and conversing had greatly exceeded expectations, causing him to potentially arrive late. The weekend's plans had been abruptly canceled, and now he was running late for an evening rendezvous, truly disheartening. Locke felt a twinge of embarrassment. He stepped on the accelerator, ready to transform into the king of the Los Angeles roads. However, just as he did, his phone rang. It was David calling. "Hi, David." "Hey. I inquired with a friend at the Gang and Narcotics Division, but it appears that Fullerton falls under the jurisdiction of the Orange County Police Department. Therefore, our ability to intervene there is quite limited." He suggested that the Orange County PD assist in submitting a list concerning the Smith family. "Beyond that, our hands are tied unless they commit a crime in Los Angeles." "I understand. Thank you, David. Please extend my gratitude to your friend." After hanging up, Locke raised an eyebrow. He should have anticipated this outcome. Fullerton indeed lies within Orange County's jurisdiction, and thus, it was beyond the LAPD's reach. The greater Los Angeles area encompasses 5 counties, including Los Angeles County and Orange County, along with San Bernardino County, Riverside County, and Ventura County. Los Angeles County comprises 88 cities, with Los Angeles being the largest, covering an area of 10,500 square kilometers. Orange County consists of 34 cities, and Fullerton ranks as the third largest, spanning 2,067 square kilometers. From an administrative perspective, the LAPD holds a lower status than the Orange County Sheriff's Department, LASD, as the latter oversees the former. However, it is worth noting that police departments in the United States operate on an equal footing. There is no hierarchical relationship, merely different jurisdictions. It appeared that the LAPD's connections could not resolve this matter, and Locke would have to devise his own strategy. With a plan forming in his mind, Locke resolved to take the initiative and intended to have a serious discussion with Victor upon returning from Lubeck. Setting aside these thoughts, Locke focused intently on driving and soon found himself immersed in the joy of the ride. The roads were relatively clear that evening, allowing him to accelerate. It was only when he noticed the police lights flashing in his rearview mirror, signaling him to pull over, that he realized he had been speeding. He quickly maneuvered to the side of the road. Fortunately, it wasn't by a significant margin. Once parked, Locke immediately turned off the engine, rolled down the window, and retrieved his badge, holding it in his hand while placing both on the steering wheel, awaiting the officer's approach. This was a novel experience for him. It was his first time being pulled over by the LAPD. However, after the initial intrigue faded, a wry smile appeared on his face. He likely would be even later than anticipated. In the rearview mirror, two LAPD officers exited their vehicle, one following the other. The leading officer, an African-American, reached out to touch the tailgate of the F-150, confirming that the vehicle was indeed halted before he slowly approached the driver's seat. Noticing that Locke had obediently revealed his hands, the African-American officer stated, "Sir, you were just exceeding the speed limit. I now need to check your vehicle information and insurance." Locke gradually raised his hands, gesturing with his badge before turning to retrieve the insurance information from the glove compartment. Upon seeing the badge in Locke's hand, the officer relaxed instantly. He took the documents for verification and chuckled. "Hey, buddy, you were speeding by 30. Wow, Rockley, I've heard of you, cool." He called over to the white officer on guard. "Cuss, come over and see who we've caught." Officer Cuss approached and peered into the car. Realizing that Locke was not a celebrity, he then took the documents passed to him by the African-American officer, asking, "Rockley, is that the Rockley from the Wilshire Police Department?" Locke nodded. "Yes, I apologize." The African-American officer inquired, "Could you share why you were speeding?" Locke replied, "I was late picking up my girlfriend." The officer grinned. "Speeding for love, a noble reason. I might do the same." He returned the documents to Locke, stating, "Everything appears to be in order. Given that this is your first offense, I will issue just a warning this time. I hope you refrain from repeating this behavior." "I promise, thank you." Locke extended his hand out of the window, fist-bumping both LAPD officers, casually asking, "What should I call you?" The African-American officer responded, "Frank." The white officer formally introduced himself, Kiss. Locke expressed his gratitude once more. "Thank you, Frank, Kiss." Frank smiled. "I've heard about your deeds, cool." Kiss added, "Enjoy your date, buddy." "Thanks, guys." Locke waved goodbye as he started his car and slowly drove away, reflecting on the advantages of being organized. Otherwise, a ticket would have been inevitable, and he might have had to attend 6 hours of traffic school. He then recalled that he had not registered the modifications to his vehicle. Fortunately, Frank recognized him, sparing him from a thorough inspection, which could have resulted in hefty fines and impounding. 20 minutes later, Locke finally arrived at the Cedars-Sinai Medical Center. Having communicated via phone, he accurately located the striking Jennifer Gray at the entrance. He rolled down the window and slowly drove past her, inquiring, "Hi, ma'am, are you a doctor?" Jennifer Gray tilted her head to glance at Locke, responding cooperatively, "Yes, how may I assist you?" Locke spoke with genuine sincerity, "In my haste to fetch a lady, I seem to have left my heart behind in the room. I require a physician to assist me in retrieving it. Can you help me?" Jennifer Gray shrugged and nodded. "All right, then, let us hasten to your room." Once Jennifer Gray entered the vehicle, the two exchanged smiles. As she surveyed the interior of the Raptor, she remarked, "I prefer this vehicle. It offers more space. I also have a fondness for pickups and have already ordered a Cybertruck." Locke realized that Tesla's popularity was not without justification. Perhaps Elon Musk was not merely selling cars. He apologized, "I sincerely regret my tardiness." "No matter. I appreciate you dedicating this evening to me," Jennifer Gray replied, stretching her arms forward, causing her voice to waver slightly. Locke shrugged, suddenly contemplating the futility of their polite exchanges given their relationship. Upon returning to the grand apartment, Jennifer Gray immediately clung to Locke like a vine, her demeanor transforming into one of insatiable desire. Locke found himself carrying her to the windows, drawing the curtains closed. After an impassioned kiss, Jennifer Grey eagerly began to remove Locke's shirt. As she fumbled with his trousers, Locke, recalling her long day of surgeries, inquired, "Are you hungry? Would you like me to prepare a late-night snack?" Jennifer Grey, her breath quickening, replied, "I've already indulged in chocolate and energy bars." "But what do you have?" Locke responded, "Dumplings, Chinese dumplings." He had frozen dumplings imported from China in his refrigerator. Jennifer Grey pondered for a moment before regaining her composure and nodded, "Very well, I can wait a little longer." Thus, Locke strode into the kitchen with his torso bare. 10 minutes later, as he emerged with a plate of dumplings, he discovered Jennifer Grey sprawled naked on the sofa, fast asleep. Just as Locke hesitated on whether to rouse her, Jennifer Grey opened her eyes, rose, and took the dumplings from his hands, placing them on the nearby dining table. Instead of sitting, she leaned over the table, arching her back in a graceful curve, her form reminiscent of a yoga pose. After taking a few bites, Jennifer Grey suddenly turned her head to Locke, urging him with dissatisfaction, "Hi, honey, what are you waiting for?" Locke, speechless, thought to himself, "Damn. I assumed this woman merely wished to stretch after a day of surgeries." He, a man of many conquests, felt utterly humbled by her commanding presence. Thus, he began to shed his clothing as he approached her. "Oh, yes, come on. I like it." Chapter 76, Rock Farm. The following morning, Locke awoke early, not by the chime of an alarm, but by the gentle nudges of his internal clock. He was acutely aware that tardiness would surely irk Marian, prompting his body to rise instinctively. Glancing at the peacefully slumbering Jennifer Grey beside him, he chose not to disturb her rest. Locke had garnered a deeper understanding of his physical capabilities with his current condition. He could undoubtedly overpower teammates who were as robust as gorillas and reclaim his position as quarterback upon returning to the football team. While it was true that his individual attributes might not surpass theirs, he excelled in the balance of his 4 core attributes. Within the system, the pinnacle of human attributes is set at 20, yet Locke recognized that, due to various inherent and environmental constraints, it is virtually impossible for anyone to attain such a figure. Typically, a healthy individual's 4 core attributes remain below 8. Achieving a score exceeding 10 in strength, speed, or endurance could elevate one to the ranks of elite athletes, while surpassing 10 in mental acuity would mark an individual as a scholar or genius. Even the most exceptional athletes or prodigies among humanity might only reach a maximum of 12 to 15 in any singular attribute to stand tall amongst their peers. Locke estimated that, in peak condition, he could likely contend with 3 individuals like Jennifer Grey. After freshening up, he casually donned a few articles of clothing, left a note for Jennifer, and departed. Upon returning to Beverly Hills, he found Marian, Lebeau, Jet, and Hannah already awake and partaking in breakfast. Marian bestowed upon him an appreciative glance, commending his punctuality and urging him to wash his hands and join the table. "Good morning, Marian." "Good morning, Todd." As for Jet and Hannah, their heads remained bowed, prompting Locke to continue his habitual disregard. He had no intentions of indulging those two. Lebeau cast a disapproving glance at Jet and Hannah, frowning as he admonished, "How have I raised you? I have always emphasized the importance of respect for elders and harmony among siblings. These are cherished virtues in our Chinese tradition." Jet quickly looked up, attempting to maintain his cool demeanor. "Morning." Hannah set aside her knife and fork, flashing a sweet smile. "Good morning, Locke." "Good morning." Locke replied with a grin, casting a surprised glance at Lebeau, who had never before reprimanded Jet and Hannah in such a manner. However, reflecting on Locke's antics, he found it somewhat understandable. After all, if an elder brother lacked propriety, how could he expect his younger siblings to regard him with respect? Once breakfast concluded, Locke's family prepared to set off. They decided to take 2 vehicles, his F-150 Raptor and a Mercedes G55. Marian had informed him beforehand. So Locke had filled the G55 with fuel and returned it the previous afternoon. As they entered their vehicles, Jet and Hannah climbed into Marian's car, while Lebeau joined Locke, an arrangement that left him feeling somewhat unsettled. Upon settling in, Lebeau couldn't stifle a yawn, leading to an awkward exchange of glances between the father and son. After all, both were aware of each other's activities the previous night, one brimming with vitality while the other appeared utterly exhausted. In this somewhat awkward atmosphere, Locke was the first to ignite the engine, leading the way, soon followed by Marianne in her G55. Lebec lies to the north of Los Angeles, accessible via the Golden State Freeway, passing through San Fernando, Santa Clarita, and Castaic, making for a journey of approximately 2 hours. Locke's grandfather, Jester Locke, migrated from Texas to California in the 1960s. Having grown accustomed to farm life, he chose not to settle in Los Angeles, but rather in Locke, a renowned agricultural town in California, rich with expansive ranches and farms. Over the years, Locke developed a sprawling 500-hectare livestock farm, a 180-hectare vineyard, and a 70-hectare recreational farm, amassing a total of 750 hectares, 1,855 acres, thus establishing himself as one of the largest landowners in Locke. Although California's farmland cannot compete with the vast expanses found in agricultural states like Montana, Nevada, or Illinois, it is nonetheless a notable agricultural state in the U.S., with a production value that far exceeds that of these regions. Therefore, despite Marianne and Li Bo's successful ascent into the affluent class in Los Angeles, they pale in comparison to Locke in terms of both wealth and status. Locke not only serves as a member of the California Cattlemen's Association but is also affiliated with the National Rifle Association of America and boasts a fortune exceeding $1 billion. As the car sped along the California freeway, they quickly passed San Fernando, yet the interior remained quiet for the better part of half an hour, with neither father nor son knowing what to discuss. The gap of over a decade could not be bridged by mere phone calls, and communication over the phone was entirely different from face-to-face interaction. Ultimately, it was Li Bo who shattered the silence, stating, "Locke, I have reflected deeply during this time. Concerning your mother, you, as well as Jet and Hannah. I wish to apologize. I should not have waited for you to bend the knee. I ought to have taken the initiative to engage with you and understand your thoughts. Should we begin with apologies?" Upon hearing Li Bo's words, Locke, with a sense of understanding, replied, "Todd, I apologize. I was immature and inconsiderate in the past, causing you and Mum great worry." Li Bo, feeling reassured, responded, "No. It is we who overlooked your psychological challenges during adolescence and neglected to communicate with you." Locke felt a twinge of melancholy. Even communication seemed unlikely to mend the rift. Locke's sudden rebellion was not merely a phase of teenage defiance but stemmed from the discrimination faced due to his mixed heritage, leading to a rejection of his Chinese roots and a profound sense of identity crisis, which in turn created a chasm between him and his father. If true communication had occurred, revealing the underlying truths, it would have been a heavy burden for Li Bo, deeply rooted in his Chinese sentiments, to bear. The conversation had commenced, leading to an abundance of topics to explore. Li Bo was particularly intrigued by Locke's recent experiences, although Marianne had conveyed them once before. Engaging with the individual involved offered a distinct perspective. Thus, a question was posed, followed by an answer, and the atmosphere grew increasingly harmonious. As the dialogue progressed, Li Bo hesitated momentarily and inquired, "Locke, what are your thoughts on Jet returning to China for university?" Locke paused, then replied, "Todd, why not organize a family trip to China? It would provide an opportunity to visit the university you wish for Jet to attend, allowing Marianne and Jet to gain a deeper understanding of China beyond what they see on television and in newspapers." Li Bo's eyes brightened, and he clapped his hands exclaiming, "Indeed, how did I not think of that?" Locke couldn't suppress a roll of his eyes, finally realizing from whom Li Bo inherited his intelligence. However, it must be noted that Li Bo was indeed a scholar who had gained admission to Yale. 2 hours later, Locke's vehicle exited the highway, turning onto a picturesque road. After driving for another 10 minutes, a large wooden archway came into view. As Rock Farm approached, the family name of Locke could be discerned from an aged wooden sign. Before them unfolded a breathtaking vista, where majestic white stables rose from the undulating green pastures, exuding a magnificent western grandeur. Chapter 77. The Locke family as they entered the farm, traversing through a series of stables, the sight of busy cowboys greeted them. Locke had to lower the car window to acknowledge the continuous greetings, and Marian mirrored his actions. Even a familiar cowboy rode alongside them for a while. The air was infused with the sense of fresh grass and horse manure, as if they had transcended time, journeying from the civilized world to the desolate West. At that moment, a robust cowboy wearing a cowboy hat galloped up on a magnificent brown horse, leading a handsome black horse by its reins. Locke, catching sight of this through the rearview mirror, quickly halted the vehicle and turned to Li Bo, saying, "Todd, it's your turn to drive. You must have rested enough." With a look of embarrassment and annoyance, Li Bo took the wheel while Locke exited the car to greet the approaching cowboy, clapping his hands and calling out, "Zhang Fei." Zhang Fei. The black horse was named Zhang Fei, a name bestowed by Li Bo, who claimed that Zhang Fei was the fiercest general in Chinese history. The cowboy skillfully reined in his horse before Locke, its hooves rising high. He released the black horse, which immediately galloped toward Locke, grasping the reins. Locke gently stroked the horse's mane, and the black horse nuzzled closer, recognizing him with delight. Locke mounted the horse, which responded with excitement, spinning in circles beneath him. The nearby cowboy placed his hat atop Locke's head, chuckling, "Not bad. After becoming a policeman, you look even more like a tough guy." Locke continued to caress the horse's neck and inquired, "Henry, has Rand not returned?" This rugged cowboy was Locke's uncle, Henry Locke. The farm was currently managed by him and his wife, Lucy Locke. Rand Locke, their eldest son and Locke's cousin, shared a close bond with him, having followed Locke around since childhood. Unlike Locke, Rand was an academic prodigy, currently attending Stanford University to study computer science, aspiring to become the world's most formidable hacker. They also had a daughter, Alice Locke, equally brilliant, who entered college at the age of 17 and was now studying at Pepperdine University in California. Henry Locke nonchalantly replied, "He seems to have gone to France for some competition." It dawned on Locke then that Rand had mentioned representing Stanford in a computer programming contest in France. Inside the Mercedes G55, Jet and Hannah gazed enviously at Locke atop the horse. Although they had learned to ride and had access to horses on the farm, they did not possess their own. Among the third generation, only Locke owned a horse. It was not due to inability to afford one. The cost of keeping horses on the farm was minimal. However, maintaining a horse that did not work and was not frequently ridden was deemed wasteful. Contrary to the practical mindset of Texans, prompted by Marion, the two greeted Uncle Henry Locke. At that moment, Lebeau switched to the driver's seat, and the vehicles continued on their way, with Locke and Henry riding alongside. Soon, the car ascended a grassy slope that overlooked the entire farm, dominated by a grand stone villa resembling a castle. Grandfather Jester Locke, Aunt Lucy Locke, and Uncle Glenn Locke awaited their arrival outside. Though Jester's hair had grayed, he remained vigorous and upright, adorned with a cowboy hat and dressed in a rugged style of checkered shirt and denim jeans, his boots firmly planted, a pipe held in hand, smiling warmly at the gathering. Aunt Lucy Locke, accustomed to farm life, donned a practical outfit. She opened the door of the G55, welcoming Hannah with, "Wow, our Hannah has grown even more beautiful." As Marion stepped out, she casually inquired, "Has Alice not returned?" Lucy Locke lamented, "I asked her if she wanted to come back with you for the weekend, but she said she had made plans to go camping with friends. I thought being so close while studying in Los Angeles would mean we'd see her often, yet I never expected her to still resist coming home." Marion chuckled. "It's always like that. When Locke was at CSU, he preferred not to come home on weekends either." Locke, overhearing, felt a pang of unease, clearly sensing that Alice Locke wished to avoid him. Ever since Locke Lee had read aloud, before the entire family, a love letter from a male classmate addressed to Alice, the cousins had become estranged. After securing the horse, Locke greeted Uncle Glenn Locke's family, who, like the Lockes, consisted of 5 members. Glenn and Sophia Locke had 3 children, 10-year-old cousin Olivia Locke, 8-year-old cousin Evelyn Locke, and 6-year-old little brother Virgil Locke, who had returned to the farm the previous evening. Glenn Locke held a senior executive position at the IRS, while Sophia Locke was a director at a consulting firm, both epitomes of success. Locke suddenly uncovered a secret. Both Marion and Glenn, having graduated from prestigious institutions and received elite education, chose not to inherit Jester's farm, opting instead for independent lives in Los Angeles. Ironically, it was Uncle Henry Locke, who attended a community college, who remained to inherit the farm. In contrast to Locke and Jester, the cool and charming Hannah was undoubtedly the most popular, lavished with attention and play from Uncle Glenn's 3 children. After Glenn Locke exchanged pleasantries with Marion and Lebeau, he specifically sought out Locke, embraced him, and said, "Locke, let's have a chat later." Locke's heart raced with anxiety. Could there be an issue with his taxes? He nodded in agreement, then approached the beaming family patriarch, Jester. "Hi, Jester. How have you been lately?" Jester Locke descended and embraced Locke tightly. "Well done, Locke. I knew you would pull through, which is why I didn't check on you. Later, do share your experiences during this time." Locke understood that Jester referred to the incident when he had shot 2 drug dealers, resulting in psychological trauma and a half-month administrative leave. With a smile, Locke remarked, "My shooting skills have significantly improved. Your L-88 may not be safe anymore." Jester Locke looked skeptical but replied, "I would gladly welcome someone to drive it away." As the 3rd generation of the Locke family, Locke was born into a world of immense affection, being cherished by both Henry and Glenn Locke. Particularly, Jester Locke took great pride in the family name, even incorporating it into his own. During his childhood, Locke spent a considerable amount of time in Jester's company as Marion and Lebeau were preoccupied with their careers. His audacity to engage in fights during high school, unafraid of the admonitions from Lebo and Marion, was undoubtedly influenced by Jester's support. Jester believed that a boy possessing a bit of fierceness was not a detriment. He felt that Locke was the most cowboy-like among the third generation, embodying the fearless and valiant spirit of the Locke lineage. At that moment, others approached after exchanging pleasantries. Marion, Lebo, Jet, and Hannah all greeted Jester. Marion chuckled, "Dad, it seems your L88 may not be safe this time." Jester owned a vintage muscle car, a 1969 Chevrolet Corvette L88, of which only 216 units were produced with the L88 engine. Currently, fewer than 20 of these cars remain in the entire United States, with a market value around $450,000, and its worth is truly beyond measure. Although Marion and her siblings all desired it, he had declined their requests. Jester had long used this car as a wager. Anyone in the family who could outshoot him would be granted the privilege of driving it away. Unfortunately, Jester's marksmanship remained unparalleled within the Locke family, easily outclassing Marion and her siblings, not to mention Lebo, Locke, Rand, and Jet. Jester gazed at Locke in surprise and chuckled. "Even your mother acknowledges this. It seems your shooting skills have indeed advanced." Glenn Locke cast a sidelong glance at Locke and nodded, saying, "Locke has become a prominent figure in the LAPD lately. Even the IRS has caught wind of his reputation." Henry Locke clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Wonderful. Finally, someone who can challenge Jester." Chapter 78. The IRS has recently scrutinized the lavish luncheon of the LAPD, which featured an array of sumptuous dishes: barbecued meats, smoked fish, steak, braised pig's trotters, sausages, cheese-baked lobster, vegetable salad, and fruit salad. Most of the fare was sourced from the Locke family's own ecological farm, which is open to the public and offers various recreational activities such as strawberry picking, cattle and sheep fostering, and pumpkin picking contests, generating an annual revenue exceeding $3 million. Even the accompanying red wine was produced from grapes harvested from their vineyard. However, its taste left much to be desired, proving that not all homemade products are of superior quality. In fact, the grapes cultivated in the Locke vineyard are not suitable for winemaking, primarily growing red globe grapes for global distribution, with vineyard revenues surpassing those of the ranch. At the lengthy dining table, Jester Locke sat at the center, flanked by his father, Lebo, and Mariana on his right, while two uncles and an aunt occupied the opposite side. The Locke family eschews formal dining etiquette, favoring a casual atmosphere of eating and conversing. The meal commenced with his father, Lebo, providing insights into Wall Street, analyzing the current economic climate and the intensifying inflation, along with the potential for an interest rate hike by the Federal Reserve. Henry then discussed the farm's circumstances this year, mentioning the rapid breeding of coyotes and the encroachment of illegal immigrants. Lucy contributed with some revenue data for the first half of the year. The farm is a family asset, with all members entitled to dividends. Sophia mentioned her recent interactions with Chinese clients, including those involved in fruit imports. She expressed her intention to bring them to the family vineyard during their next visit to Los Angeles, hoping to explore opportunities for expanding exports to the Chinese market. Jester and Glenn remained mostly silent, both being members of the disciplined forces, finding little to discuss that was appropriate for the dinner table. Although his mother said little, she subtly controlled the rhythm of the table conversation, a habit formed over the years. After addressing serious matters, the dialogue shifted to light-hearted topics, sharing amusing anecdotes, commenting on the culinary delights, and critiquing democratic policies. As Jester is a member of the NRA, National Rifle Association, the Locke family staunchly supports the Republican Party, making jabs at the Democrats a daily occurrence. As Jester Locke, now in his later years, had a limited appetite and concluded his meal early, he sipped red wine, occasionally engaging in conversation with a smile on his face. Henry Locke, observing the quiet demeanor of Jester, turned to Mariana and Lebo, inquiring, "What's the matter? Why is Locke so quiet today? Have you scolded him again?" Mariana retorted with exasperation, "Do you think he will remain a child forever, like you?" Mariana holds an undeniable dominance over her two brothers. Even though Henry Locke presents a rugged appearance, he finds himself at a loss against Mariana's authority. He then responded, albeit sheepishly, "How can you say I haven't grown up? I have 2 children now. Rand is even ready for marriage." Among the Lockes, aside from Jester, Henry shares the closest bond with Locke, as their past personalities were remarkably similar, both characterized by impulsiveness and fiery tempers. Even after he welcomed his own son, Rand, he continued to hold a deep affection for Locke, believing Rand to be too delicate, lacking the ruggedness of a cowboy. Marianne swirled her wine glass, a proud smile gracing her face as she proclaimed, "Tonight, we should have Locke prepare a dish. He has recently mastered a delightful Chinese recipe." Jester gazed at Locke in disbelief, exclaiming, "Jesus, is this truly my grandson?" Lucy, with an expression of anticipation, inquired, "Locke, what ingredients do you need?" "You can let me know shortly." Although it had been previously agreed upon, Locke still felt a tinge of embarrassment as he replied, "Just some pork ribs will suffice. They need to be marinated first." Marianne, undeterred in her proud display of Locke's accomplishments, continued, "Not only can he cook, but he has also decided to leave behind his chaotic past. He has a steady girlfriend, a brilliant student from Harvard Medical School, employed at the Cedars-Sinai Medical Center." The group gasped in admiration. Sophia Locke set down her knife and fork, asking, "What department does Locke's girlfriend specialize in?" Marianne glanced at Locke before responding, "I believe it's surgery?" Locke nodded in affirmation, "Yes, surgery." Sophia Locke's demeanor shifted, and she said, "Locke, could you ask your girlfriend if she knows Professor Harold Caldwell from the cardiothoracic department? I've been trying to reach him to arrange a dinner." She explained, "I have a Chinese client who's scheduled heart surgery with Professor Caldwell, but the appointment is 3 years out. Given this client's condition, waiting that long may not be feasible." Locke was unfamiliar with Professor Harold Caldwell. He seldom discussed work with Jennifer Glenn, their relationship being purely physical. Nevertheless, he replied, "I'll ask her later." Marianne, appearing at ease, dropped another revelation. "It shouldn't be a problem. Jennifer's mother is Lauren Anderson, the director of Cedars-Sinai Medical Center." The atmosphere at the table grew tense, as everyone recognized the significance of the medical center's director, a person of considerable stature. American families place great emphasis on social standing. Although the Locke family belonged to the affluent class, they occupied a relatively lower tier. Sophia Locke spoke earnestly, "Marianne, I believe you should regard Locke's relationship with greater seriousness." Marianne nodded in agreement. "I do take it seriously. I've even given him my G55 for their dates." Locke couldn't help but roll his eyes. Her intent was merely to justify her desire for a new vehicle. He longed to disclose that his relationship with Jennifer was purely casual, but refrained from doing so to maintain the atmosphere. As a minor, Jet was seated at the table's end with Hannah and Olivia, tasked with the important responsibility of looking after his younger siblings. Observing Locke, the center of attention at the table, left him feeling somewhat dejected, as he felt he was the more accomplished one. Hannah, nibbling on her vegetable salad, whispered, "You're so immature." Jet turned his head and cast a disapproving glance. While Hannah wore an expression of someone who had long seen through him, he was a scoundrel, and everyone adored him. How much more so now? After dinner, Lebo and Marian were summoned to the study by Jet. Noticing their anxious demeanor, Locke speculated that it was likely related to the recent separation between the two. Henry Locke approached and draped an arm around Locke's shoulders. "Come, let me see whether your marksmanship has improved. Henry, please hand Locke over to me. I have matters to discuss with him." Henry glanced at his brother, observing his serious expression, and shrugged. "All right, business comes first." Locke, puzzled, followed Glenn Locke out of the villa. Glenn walked over to a nearby sink, where they were shielded from prying eyes, a gentle breeze wafting through, mingled with the scent of fresh manure. Leaning against the railing, he turned to Locke and inquired, "Do you know why I've heard about your situation, even in the IRS?" Locke shook his head, and Glenn continued, "The IRS is currently auditing the accounts of the LAPD. Ah, Locke gasped in astonishment. This was the notoriously infamous IRS, an entity from which Americans could never truly escape, from cradle to grave. Glenn appeared somewhat displeased by Locke's dramatic reaction. "It's a pity Marian thinks this kid has matured. I know Marian is quite familiar with Captain Davis, but if you divulge this information to her..." Seeing Locke's astonished expression fixed upon him, Glenn's irritation grew. "Surely you don't believe that the IRS operates like a fortress. The upper echelons of the LAPD likely know everything they ought to. They probably wish to ascertain how many corrupt officers are among them, though the extent of corruption at the inspector level remains unknown." Locke feigned ignorance, hastily nodding. "Understood, Glenn." He then inquired, "How many corrupt officers are there in our Wilshire precinct?" Glenn frowned, responding with discontent, "Hey, kid, I didn't bring you in to act as a messenger. I expected you to gain favor with your superiors. Don't push your luck. Besides, the Wilshire precinct isn't under my jurisdiction." Locke offered an awkward smile, a thought crossing his mind. "Glenn, you must thoroughly investigate the West Canyon precinct. I suspect some officers may be colluding with interest groups." Glenn furrowed his brow. "What is going on? Do tell." Chapter 79. Extermination of the coyotes. As dawn broke, the entire ranch came alive. Early in the morning, Locke was roused by Henry to go horseback riding. After an hour of riding, he was drenched in sweat, his thighs sore from the exertion, while Black Zhang Fei, too heavy for his own good, panted with his tongue hanging out. While showering, Locke suddenly realized a perplexing issue. He could ride a horse, yet this skill did not appear in his skill panel. Despite his moderate riding abilities, having ridden for over a decade, it seemed implausible that he had yet to reach even a novice level. Standing under the cascade of water, he closed his eyes to savor the invigorating flow, pondering this conundrum. Though he could not unravel this mystery, another thought crystallized in his mind. He understood why. During his last storytelling session, he subconsciously conjured a narrative featuring one male and one female character. With the aid of the detection card, he unearthed 5 corpses buried in the backyard of Villa F-10-09. In his haste to locate Anna and Nathan, he had not taken the time to discern the genders of those remains. However, as a level 3 forensic expert, the mere image of those 5 corpses in his mind triggered an automatic analytical response from his forensic knowledge. Thus, when he fabricated the story, his mention of one male and one female was not mere coincidence. It was information derived from his brain's analytical processing. Once again, he reiterated that nothing occurs by mere chance or accident. Some matters remain inexplicable simply because one has yet to uncover the underlying reasons and the intricate logic behind them. Why then was there no equestrian skill listed? Equestrian skill. Locke suddenly froze, the image of Jennifer perched on the dining table, her posterior undulating, flashing through his mind. Could it be that the system categorized this skill under mating? Never mind, it was not a matter of great importance. Furthermore, he had already contacted Anna Davis the previous night. However, she seemed unfazed, likely having received this information through other channels. Given Harry Thomas's influence within the LAPD, it was entirely plausible that Anna had been forewarned. Though Anna was already aware, she still expressed her gratitude to Locke. He wondered if this thorough investigation would reveal any corrupt elements within the Wilshire Police Department. For Locke, this news was a pleasant surprise. If the IRS's scrutiny of the LAPD could unearth the corrupt official from the West Canyon Police Department, the crisis facing Mendez repair shop would be alleviated by at least half, allowing him to eliminate this factor from his previous contingency plans. After breakfast, the ranch bustled with activity. Today, Henry intended to eradicate the overpopulation of coyotes that had begun to disrupt normal grazing practices. The increasing coyote population necessitated a culling, a task that the ranch undertook periodically. For individuals from the Locke family would participate: Jester, Henry, Glenn, and Locke himself, alongside a majority of the ranch's cowboys. Meanwhile, Marion, Lebo, and Sophia remained at home, as they had their own responsibilities, addressing the financial, legal, and governmental documentation issues that had accumulated on the farm. In the usual course of affairs, tasks that are not urgent tend to accumulate and are handled collectively, for all partake in the profits. Thus there is little need to employ someone specifically for these duties. Lucy will continue to oversee the logistical operations of the entire farm, such as delivering lunch to the cowboys at midday. Jet has also been assigned a significant responsibility, initially pleased. His expression soured upon discovering that his task was to assist Hannah in taking care of Olivia, Evelyn, and Virgil, the 3 children. However, with adults preoccupied, even he, a quasi-adult, must shoulder his responsibilities. Locke, observing his expression, nearly chuckled at his prideful younger brother. Having experienced discomfort in his thighs from morning horseback riding and feeling somewhat burdened, Locke decided against riding and opted to drive instead. Needing to ascertain whether the route was passable by vehicle, Henry, holding a DJI remote control and surveying the distribution of coyotes, handed it to Locke upon his approach. This gadget is quite fascinating. It eliminates the need for a helicopter, saving a substantial amount of money, though the flight duration remains somewhat limited. Locke, who also possesses a DJI and knows how to operate it, focused on the display and noted a pack of coyotes in motion. He inquired, "Henry, can raptors access that area?" Henry, taken aback, asked, "Do you intend to drive there?" Unable to admit that his thighs were chafed, fearing ridicule, Locke replied, "I have a cooler in my truck. I wish to bring some beer along." Henry grinned broadly. "Really? Show me, then I'll drive." As you are unfamiliar with the route. Before long, the F-150's trunk was filled with ice and Corona beer, Henry's favorite. He looked quite pleased and immediately resolved to modify his Dodge Ram 1500 likewise. Jest, too, lauded the decision, exclaiming how enjoyable life must be for their generation. Had they possessed such luxuries in his time, herding would have been far more pleasant. He patted Locke on the shoulder. Come on, which gun do you wish to use? I'll take you to the armory to choose. As a member of the NRA, Jest's armory was nothing short of a true arsenal, boasting a collection of various firearms numbering in the thousands. Locke shook his head and moved to the other side of the trunk, opening the gun cabinet to reveal a Remington M700. I've brought a gun. Henry, upon seeing the cabinet, exclaimed in delight, wow, cool. I want to install one too. Locke, at a loss for words, exchanged a glance with his uncle Glenn, both bemused. Henry, these items have been widespread for many years. Don't you ever go online? Henry scratched his head. I seldom surf the internet. Locke could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for him, for the plight of an uninformed individual, adrift in a world of information, particularly when residing far from the city on a ranch. Bayou. Locke raised his Remington M700 and squeezed the trigger. A coyote, 500 meters away, suddenly collapsed. The nearby coyotes sensed danger and scattered in panic. He was resolute in not granting them any opportunity, smoothly cycling the bolt to eject the spent cartridge, pulling the trigger again in a seamless motion, entirely betraying the fact that today marked his inaugural experience with a sniper rifle. The L3 rifle masterfully dispatched targets within 1,000 meters with ease, each shot landing a precise headshot. Bayou, bayou, bayou. Another 5 shots, and 5 fleeing coyotes fell lifeless to the ground. At this distance, the large silhouettes of the coyotes, whether stationary or in motion, posed little challenge to him. The sensation was unparalleled. In this moment, Locke felt akin to the grim reaper of coyotes. He calmly reloaded his weapon, inwardly lamenting the fact that the Remington M700P could only accommodate 6 rounds at a time, while his grandfather Jester's antiquated M1 Garand could hold 8. Beside him, Henry Locke had long since grown indifferent. He had tucked away his Winchester M70 sniper rifle, sipping beer while wielding binoculars, frequently boasting over the radio about Locke's impressive feats. Winchester M70 sniper rifle. Glenn Locke's voice crackled through the radio, another 6 for Locke, bringing the total to 49. There are no more packs of wolves on our end. What about Jester? Initially, it had indeed been a standard culling operation, with all cowboys participating in the hunt. However, upon witnessing Locke's extraordinary marksmanship, Henry promptly called off the large-scale hunt, transforming the endeavor into a duel of sharpshooting prowess between Locke and Jester. The radio buzzed with Glenn Locke's voice. Still 23 here. Just missed a shot. Hold on, Jester wants to speak. Immediately, Jester's excited voice rang through the radio. All right, the game is over. Locke has won. The L88 is yours. Hurry over so I can witness our family's marksman. Chapter 80. Spoils of war in the distance, cowboys were busily engaged in their tasks. Some were digging holes, while others rode their horses to gather the carcasses of coyotes. The bodies of dozens of coyotes lay haphazardly together, resembling a small hill, an impressive sight indeed. The air was thick with a foul stench. A noxious blend of the coyote's own odor mingled with the scent of brain matter and blood. Nearby, gasoline and lime were prepared. The carcasses would not be buried directly but rather incinerated first, followed by the application of lime to prevent the proliferation of disease. Locke observed this scene and found himself pondering whether there existed a designated area for disposing of bodies on his farm as well. The working cowboys occasionally cast curious and respectful glances in Locke's direction. Some of the less familiar cowboys even inquired with the seasoned ones about him. Upon his arrival, Locke had demonstrated his impeccable marksmanship in front of everyone, hitting 3 coyotes in the head from a distance of 400 meters. This not only awed the assembled cowboys, but also left Jester and Glenn in a state of astonishment. The figures relayed over the radio paled in comparison to witnessing such prowess firsthand. From that moment onward, the title of the family's foremost sharpshooter was officially transferred. Previously, a culling operation might yield the elimination of 50 to 60 coyotes, with Jester always taking the spotlight, accounting for a quarter of the total kills due to his exceptional shooting skills. Today, however, Locke and Jester combined managed to slay 75 coyotes. And when including the initial tally from the cowboys, the count far exceeded previous efforts, with Locke alone claiming 2/3 of the total. Had it not been for Jester's intervention, a few distant coyote pups would not have escaped Locke's bullets. The farm's efforts to eradicate coyotes were not without limitations. Complete annihilation was to be avoided to preserve the ecological balance of the farm. If all the coyotes were exterminated, a surge of wild rabbits would ensue. A day's worth of labor was accomplished in mere half a day, much to Henry's delight, who exuberantly proclaimed that another sharpshooter had emerged from their household, leaving Locke feeling somewhat embarrassed. While the cowboys toiled, the Locke family, 3 generations, leaned against a raptor, savoring beers and engaging in light-hearted conversation, relishing the privileges of being landowners. The sky was a brilliant blue, dotted with a few wispy clouds, and a gentle breeze wafted through. Were it not for the heap of coyote carcasses and the accompanying stench carried by the wind, the scene would have been utterly idyllic. Jester Locke, donning a cowboy hat and with a pipe clenched between his teeth, bore no ill will towards Locke for besting him. Rather, he felt a sense of joy. Next time we hunt coyotes, let Locke handle it alone. I can finally retire, he mused. During their leisurely drink and chatter, Jester inquired about Locke's recent experiences, prompting Locke to recount all he could share. Upon learning that Locke had encountered such a series of events, including the taking of 8 lives within a span of less than a month, both Jester and Henry were left astounded, while Glenn maintained his composure. For he had already been privy to this information. Henry embraced Locke's shoulders, exclaiming with a sense of pride, "Cool. Our little Locke has finally grown up to become a true cowboy." Jester stared at Locke in a daze, recalling whispers he'd heard about gunmen whose marksmanship improved after committing murder. It seemed there was some truth to it. Once the fear of taking a life was dispelled, a stronger bond formed between man and gun. He reached out to pat Locke's head, a look of contentment on his face. "Good. The Locke family finally has a worthy successor." Jester dismissed the notion of Locke's killings. For what Texas cowboy hadn't he taken a life or 2? Initially, he had felt displeased upon hearing that Locke had slain 2 drug dealers, believing it had rendered him withdrawn, questioning the boy's newfound fragility. His words rendered Henry and Glenn somewhat uneasy, yet they remained silent, intimidated by Jester's formidable presence. In Jester's eyes, Henry might make a competent cowboy. Yet he lacked the guile necessary to be a ranch owner. He was too straightforward, too naive. Glenn, though intelligent, possessed a cunning that overshadowed his bravery. Akin to a clever fox unable to lead a band of unruly cowboys, Jester saw potential in his eldest daughter, Mary Ann, as a suitable heir, yet her gender, disinterest in the ranch, and strong-willed nature posed obstacles. The reason the ranch had thrived under Henry's management over the years was due to his presence, bolstered by Lucy and others. Thus, Locke had always been Jester's chosen 3rd-generation successor. Though Locke had once lacked intelligence, he possessed an innate fierceness that could command respect among cowboys. Now, hearing of Locke's bloodshed and the lives he had taken, Jester felt an even greater satisfaction. Believing his long-cultivated heir was finally maturing into a formidable figure, he had noticed the way the cowboys regarded Locke. Understanding that Locke's shooting skills had instilled a sense of awe among them. To instill fear in cowboys was an essential quality for any ranch owner. Jester held no objections to Locke joining the LAPD, believing that gaining experience and insight would benefit him when the time was right. He could return to take over the ranch. Listening to Locke recount his recent experiences, Glenn realized he needed to recalibrate his perception of Locke, no longer viewing him as a mere child. If Locke maintained his current momentum, obtaining the rank of police captain within the LAPD seemed entirely feasible. He raised his Corona in a toast to Locke, saying, "If there is any progress from the West Canyon precinct, I shall inform you." "Thank you." Locke swiftly recognized his uncle's shift in attitude and, emboldened, suggested, "Glenn, as a party with vested interests, I believe you could also look into the Cavill Construction Company." Glenn was taken aback, suddenly realizing he had underestimated Locke. Such audacity could indeed lead him to the position of chief. He nodded immediately, affirming, "Any citizen's report will be taken seriously by the IRS." Leisurely moments always seemed to fly by, and before they knew it, 3 days had passed. After returning from the successful culling of coyotes yesterday, the farm held a grand bonfire celebration due to the ample time available from completing the task ahead of schedule. The cowboys sang and danced joyfully, showcasing their talents. Members of the Locke family also participated, with Locke himself taking to the stage to sing the obscure song "My Stupid Heart Off Key," which elicited cheers from the crowd. Many cowboys approached Locke to share drinks, and Jester introduced them one by one, resulting in Locke being helped back to his room by Lebo and Henry. This morning, the group set off for a recreational farm 10 kilometers away. The ladies took the children to the orchard while the men rode horses and fished. Locke, lacking any talent for fishing, was the only one without a catch, while even Jet managed to reel in 2, which filled him with pride. By noon, the group enjoyed a picnic, relishing grilled fish, vegetable salad, and fruits, and before they knew it, it was time to return to Los Angeles. Frankly, Locke relished this carefree, leisurely lifestyle. If he could, he would truly wish to remain on the farm. It was the life he had yearned for in his previous existence. In the afternoon, at Rock Farm, Jester presented Locke with the keys to a Chevrolet Corvette L88, causing envy among Marion and her siblings. Even Lebeau felt a twinge of desire. Not to mention Jet, who looked on with a mix of admiration and jealousy. This muscle car, produced in 1969, boasted the mesmerizing L88 engine, hidden headlights, and a classic shark body with sleek lines that rival contemporary sports cars while exuding a more audacious and aggressive flair. This was not merely a vehicle. It was a masterpiece of industrial art. Marion gazed at the keys in Locke's hand and remarked, "Hi, Locke," to which Locke promptly declined. Tossing the keys to the F-150 Raptor to Lebeau, "Todd, please drive the car back for me," he exclaimed, before embracing Jester and eagerly heading towards the L88. Soon, the deep roar of the L88 filled the air as Locke extended his hand out the window, waving before accelerating slowly away from the crowd. He returned to Los Angeles first. Marion withdrew her envious gaze and turned to Lebeau, saying, "You should take the car keys tonight." Lebeau looked conflicted, yet he supported Marion's decision. Even the wealthiest of individuals would not use such a vehicle for everyday transport. The collectible value of this type of car far surpassed any ostentatious display, making it a family heirloom. After the initial excitement waned, and after some time behind the wheel, Locke couldn't help but smile ruefully. The vehicle's various shortcomings began to surface in his mind: power, suspension, aerodynamics, chassis, steering assistance, seat comfort regardless of its former glory. It was ultimately just an old car from over 40 years ago. He immediately concluded that this was not a vehicle suitable for contemporary transportation. It seemed imperative for him to expedite the modification of his own car. With this thought in mind, Locke glanced around to ensure there were no highway patrol officers nearby before dialing Sarah Mendez's number. This car lacked even Bluetooth functionality. "Hi, Sarah. How have the last 3 days been?" Quite well. We've been practicing shooting. Please inform Victor that I wish to have a word with him." Chapter 81: The Fallacy of an Unyielding Vigilance. What is this? Jesus, what am I witnessing? My God, I have laid eyes upon an L88. As Locke drove the Corvette L88 into the Mendez repair shop, it instantly captured the attention of everyone present. Victor and Ryder hastily discarded their AR-15s on a nearby table, circling the car while shouting in excitement, clutching their heads in disbelief, their fervor resembling that of fans witnessing a performance by Scarlett Johansson in a provocative dance. The Corvette, as America's national supercar, holds an unparalleled status in the hearts of the American people. The L88, in particular, elevates the Corvette to unprecedented heights. Revered as a near-mythical entity in the automotive world, its allure stems not only from its rarity and its price, which rivals that of top-tier supercars, but also from its illustrious achievements on the racetrack. Such accolades truly warrant the adulation it receives. Sarah Mendez, clad in a white tank top and denim shorts, exuded both charm and beauty, wielding a Glock G17. Though her expression lacked the exaggerated astonishment displayed by Victor and Ryder, her face was nonetheless a canvas of shock and exhilaration. Locke turned off the engine, exited the vehicle, and immediately noticed the shooting range nearby, littered with spent cartridges, at least 1,000 of them. Clearly, the trio had been diligently honing their marksmanship over the past 3 days. The weight of the tense atmosphere settled heavily on Locke's heart, amplifying his feelings of guilt. Very well, it is time to resolve this matter swiftly. Victor Mendez approached, a nervous look upon his face, and inquired, could I take it for a spin? No, Locke firmly replied, his desire to expedite the resolution of this situation overpowering any inclination to entertain distractions. Throughout these 3 days, he had frequently thought of the Mendez siblings. If anything were to befall them, he would be consumed by guilt. Thankfully, no misfortune had occurred thus far. Logically, given his character, he would not normally concern himself with the lives of the Mendez siblings. However, the unfortunate chain of events had been set in motion due to his involvement. His previous interference had cost them the protection of Mario Pierce, plunging them into peril. Since he had entangled himself in this web of causality, he felt compelled to rectify it. His involvement was certainly not motivated by Sarah Mendez's striking beauty. Victor Mendez shrugged, not truly offended. Well, I wouldn't want to either. Sarah mentioned you wished to speak with me. Locke nodded. Let us find a place to converse. Noticing Sarah Mendez gazing at him with a bashful expression, he tossed her the keys. Sarah, could you kindly park the car for me? Victor Mendez grimaced, clearly displeased. Yet he refrained from voicing his discontent. In the office on the 2nd floor, Victor prepared a cup of coffee for Locke. I heard from Sarah that you enjoy this, he said as he handed the coffee to Locke, then retrieved a Corona from the refrigerator, squeezing a lime into it. Victor Mendez sat firmly across from Locke and inquired, "So, what do you wish to discuss?" At that moment, Locke realized he had consistently underestimated Victor Mendez. He had thought this man lacked intelligence, nearly falling victim to a ruse that could have cost him the repair shop, impulsive and overly attached to his sister. However, the fact that Victor Mendez had managed to maintain his current position after his father's death, avoiding being devoured by real estate moguls and standing his ground against gangsters, was certainly not something that could be easily dismissed by a mere comment from Mario Pierce. He asked, "Has the Smith family made any moves recently?" Victor paused in his drinking of beer, looking at Locke with surprise. "You actually know that Martin, that bastard, belongs to the Smith family?" Yes, you're a cop. Acquiring such information is rather effortless for you." His expression darkened, a fierce demeanor crossing his face as he added, "That bastard has been threatening us. But if he dares to come, he will certainly regret it." Locke raised an eyebrow and asked, "Do you trust me?" Victor hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Of course. Given your position, you wouldn't deceive us. Besides, you do have that connection with Sarah. I trust you." Locke was momentarily bewildered. What connection did he have with Sarah Mendez? How was he unaware? Goodness, they were innocent. Locke instinctively wanted to clarify that Sarah Mendez was still a minor, and he did not wish to be perceived as a deviant. Yet, he swallowed his words. This was not the crux of the matter. The priority was to swiftly address the threat posed by the Smith family. With a serious tone, Locke remarked, "There is an old Chinese saying, a thief can operate for 1,000 days, yet a homeowner can only defend against him for 1,000 days. Victor frowned, clearly not grasping the meaning. Locke had to clarify in simpler terms, "We cannot remain passively waiting for the Smith family to approach us. Perhaps they intend to keep applying pressure on you." Victor's expression shifted to one of realization as he nodded. "That makes sense, so you mean we should take the initiative to eliminate this guy?" Locke shook his head. "No, we should compel them to come to us swiftly." He then outlined his plan. "I have already caused some trouble for the Cavill Construction Company through my connections. If the West Canyon Police Department truly has officers colluding with them, they likely will not uncover it, but that is still insufficient." Locke took a sip of his coffee, finding it bitter. "Damn, my brother-in-law forgot to add sugar." Victor, visibly impatient, urged him, "Just tell me directly what you want me to do. Why do you people always speak in circles?" Locke, taken aback by the bluntness, set down his coffee and stated, "I will assist you in contacting a lawyer. You should authorize the lawyer to file a lawsuit in court, claiming that the lawyer you hired violated professional ethics by failing to protect your interests, thus requesting the court to invalidate that contract." Victor's face was one of shock. Is that really possible?" Locke nodded and remarked, "This is not the crux of the matter. My intention is to stir the grass to startle the snake. Once the Cavill Construction Company receives the news, the Smith family will undoubtedly take action. Soon, I will assist you in installing surveillance equipment at the intersection so that when Martin arrives with his men, you will be poised to catch them off guard and resolve this issue once and for all." Noticing Victor's apparent concern regarding the contract, he further elucidated, "Although your contract is sound, the attorney has evidently breached professional ethics. Moreover, the opposing party's bankruptcy and the improper transfer of the contract to Cavill Construction Company present significant loopholes. These matters can be resolved through legal proceedings, and the law firm will assist you in rectifying them." Marianne has already provided him with professional advice. Her firm specializes in patent disputes and commercial breaches, making them exceedingly adept at handling such contractual disagreements. Victor inquired once more, "Is it truly possible to reclaim the land by the racetrack?" The neighboring land lost to deception had long been Victor's greatest concern. Locke nodded affirmatively, stating, "It is not a significant issue." Victor, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "I will heed your counsel. Whatever you instruct me to do, I shall comply." As he departed, Locke took a moment to evaluate Sarah Mendez's shooting proficiency. To his surprise, he had previously underestimated her. She exhibited considerable talent with a handgun, her shots growing progressively closer to the target, although her accuracy with a rifle remained mediocre. Chapter 82. The homicide morning at the Wilshire Police Department, in the locker room. After Randy Casco changed his clothes, he did not leave but instead regaled everyone with tales of his weekend visit to Nathan in the hospital. With a face full of envy and exaggerated expression, he exclaimed, "Damn, you should have seen how happy that guy was. It's simply unbelievable. To find true love while hospitalized. You have no idea how well Martha has been taking care of him. He has put on weight. Guys, let us make a wager. I bet this fellow might bid farewell to the LAPD upon his discharge. Anyone want to join? I wager he will remain with the LAPD, $10. Count me in, $5. I bet he will leave. $10. Randy stretched his hand, smoothly collecting money from everyone. A task he was quite accustomed to. As he passed by Locke, who was tying his shoelaces, he prompted, "Come on, bro, where's your money?" Locke looked up and replied to David on his right. "David, I have no change. I'll treat you to coffee later." David then pulled out $10. Asking, "What are you betting on?" Locke replied, "Just like you." Randy took the money from David's hand, clapped his hands, and declared, "Gentlemen, the answers will be revealed next week." Soon, everyone donned their uniforms and gathered in the duty room. Before starting their patrols each day, Captain Jones would hold a meeting to summarize the past week's work, highlighting neighborhoods that required particular attention and types of cases to be vigilant about. After the morning briefing, Captain Jones dismissed everyone but retained Locke, with David voluntarily staying behind as well. Captain Jones looked at Locke with a serious expression and said, "Locke, you've been complained about. 7 Adam 15, commence patrol." Copy. David curiously stared at Locke, and once he set down the radio, could not help but ask, "How come you don't seem affected at all?" Locke shrugged and calmly responded, "Didn't I already know he would file a complaint?" Indeed. Locke had been reported by a white complainant from last Thursday's case, and Captain Jones had just sought to understand the specifics of this complaint. David found Locke's nonchalant demeanor somewhat perplexing. "All right, you mentioned the wisdom of the Chinese last time, right? But you must understand, too many complaints can affect your record." Locke acknowledged David's good intentions with a nod and said, "I know. I'll be more cautious in the future. There's a Starbucks over there. I'm going to grab some coffee." Just as Locke was about to pull over, the radio crackled to life. "Buzz, Korean town, a report of a robbery. 7 Adam 15, copy." Perhaps it was the Monday blues, but an array of incidents and surprises had also resumed work, keeping Locke and David busy throughout the morning as various police matters unfolded. It wasn't until 11 o'clock that they finally found a moment to pause for a cup of coffee. At the entrance of the Wilton Theater, Locke and David leaned against the police car, each holding an iced Americano, with the windows rolled down for an immediate response to any incoming reports. David inquired, "How was your weekend?" Locke recounted the family's trip to Lebec for the weekend and casually asked, "And you? Did you go fishing again?" David shook his head, replying, "No, I took advantage of Catherine being away to renovate the roof. It was quite a substantial undertaking." Locke expressed his astonishment, reflecting on the American tendency to become multifaceted due to the high cost of labor, which compelled many men to become adept at various skills. Suddenly, a report came in regarding a tenant found dead from gunshot wounds at 55 Ball Street. Locke and David exchanged a glance and hurried back to the car. Locke quickly grabbed the radio. 7 Adam 15, copy. Ball Street was merely 2 blocks from the Wilton Theater, and they reached the reported apartment building in under 2 minutes, where a police car was already stationed. David glanced at the vehicle and remarked, "It's Mark and Teddy's patrol car." Upon ascending the stairs, they found Mark and Teddy had already cordoned off the scene, standing guard at the entrance. Upon seeing Locke and David approach, Mark immediately informed them, "The case has been handed over to the Detective Bureau. They're on their way." David scoffed. When did the Detective Bureau become so idle? Typically, regular criminal cases are managed by the precinct's detective team, only escalating to the Bureau when they prove too complex. Locke peered into the room, catching a glimpse of the tidy living space, devoid of any sign of the victim. Mark cheerfully asked, "Would you like to take a look? It's not too gruesome." Locke shook his head. "No, I prefer not to leave footprints." Remarkably, this was his first visit to a homicide scene since joining the LAPD, although he had been involved in 3 cases of his own creation. Before long, the detectives from the Bureau arrived, accompanied by several forensic specialists, creating quite a formidable presence. Upon noticing Tom Williams leading the group, Locke felt exasperation. Was there truly no one else from the Bureau? Tom Williams didn't acknowledge Locke as he strode directly into the apartment, while his companion, Sophia, smiled and nodded at Locke, enthusiastically introducing him to those behind her. "This is Lockley from the Wilshire Police Department." A white detective behind Sophia halted, curiously scrutinizing Locke before extending his hand. "Dean Dyson, a pleasure to meet you." Locke, slightly bemused, reciprocated, "Pleasure to meet you too, Detective Dyson." Behind Dean stood a robust, cold-faced African-American man, unmistakably the muscle of the group, who shot Locke a disdainful glance. "So you're the one who rejected Captain Tom, huh? Aside from being a pretty boy, you don't seem particularly remarkable." Sophia, irritated, called out, "Jimmy." The black man snorted in response before entering the apartment. Behind the witnesses, there stood a young blonde Caucasian man, impeccably dressed in a suit and donning black-rimmed glasses. His inquisitive gaze briefly met Locke's, yet he refrained from uttering a word. The detectives and forensic personnel accompanying him cast curious glances towards Locke, clearly indicating that he had become a well-known figure within the precinct. Before long, the detective bureau was bustling with activity, leaving Locke and his companions to dutifully stand outside, preserving the integrity of the crime scene. Moments later, the steady voice of Tom Williams could be heard issuing commands within the room, his tone calm and succinct, reminiscent of computer directives. Dean, locate the reporting cleaner. I require a detailed statement. Jimmy, find the apartment manager. I need to know everything about the deceased. Once you obtain the information, send it to Emily immediately to check the database for any records. Also, I want all surveillance footage from the apartment building. Sophia, call Owen and have him review all nearby surveillance for any suspicious individuals. William, when can you provide me with the time of death? Chapter 83 Encountering appears soon. Detective Dean and the African-American Jimmy emerged from the room, each accompanied by a police detective, resolutely pursuing their respective tasks. As Jimmy passed by Locke, he let out a derisive snort, displaying a look of disdain. This left Locke at a loss for words. Damn it. This fool was forcing him into the role of a racist. David smiled and inquired of Locke, how are you? Any regrets? Mark and Ted's also turned their attention to Locke. His refusal of Tom Williams had become common knowledge throughout the precinct. Locke shrugged nonchalantly and replied, I've already begun preparing for the detective exam. Ted's gazed at Locke with envy. Although they were both rookies from the same cohort, Locke had not only completed his internship earlier, but had also received offers from both the FBI and the Detective Bureau, which was a significant blow to his usual pride. Stealing a glance at Mark, he recalled the previous conversation with the Internal Affairs. If he could accomplish that task, he would likely become the second rookie to finish his internship ahead of schedule. David then asked Locke, Are you taking leave tomorrow morning? Locke nodded, Yes. I have some matters to attend to, but don't worry, it won't take long. You won't have to endure solitude for too long. He had an appointment with Marion to take the Mendez siblings to her law firm to sign a contract. David retorted irritably, I'd rather not see you all day. Your presence is bothersome. Locke, uninterested in the grumpy older man's remarks, simply gave him the finger. This scene only intensified Ted's envy. Why did all the other rookie interns have good relationships with their instructors while he had messed things up? He began to reflect. Indeed, Mark's behavior often left him in disagreement, but did he not have his own issues as well? With this realization, Ted's resolved to seek an opportunity to consult Locke. Hey, future detective, come in for a moment. Suddenly, Tom Williams' voice echoed from the room. Upon hearing that insufferable voice, Locke knew Tom was intent on mocking him and pretended not to hear. Noticing that David and the others were staring at him, he retorted, What are you looking at me for? At that moment, Sophia appeared at the doorway, a gleeful expression on her face as she looked at Locke. Locke, Detective Tom wants you to come in. Locke turned to David and asked, Can I refuse? David looked at Locke with sympathy and shook his head. Sorry. Although the Wilshire precinct is not subordinate to the Detective Bureau, even an ordinary detective holds a higher rank than us patrol officers, let alone someone who is a captain. The Detective Bureau reports directly to the chief of the Los Angeles Police Department at Parker Center, holding an administrative level equivalent to the Operations Department. The Robbery Homicide Division of the Detective Bureau is on par with the West Division, meaning that Tom Williams, as a captain of the Robbery Homicide Division, holds an equivalent rank to Anna Davis, the head of the Wilshire precinct. Realizing the situation, Locke resignedly turned and walked toward the door, cursing under his breath. Such is the reality of hierarchy. David patted his shoulder, offering words of comfort. Good luck, kid. Mark and Teddy shared sympathetic glances with Locke. For the entire Los Angeles Police Department was well aware that Detective Tom Williams, despite his uncanny ability to solve cases, possessed a peculiar and difficult personality. Locke had incurred his displeasure, and he would undoubtedly face challenges as a result. Following Sophia into the room, Locke realized that Sophia, as a detective sergeant, held a rank equivalent to Captain Jones, further solidifying his resolve to join the Detective Bureau. Although the power was limited, the ascent in rank was swift. Sophia quietly reassured him, Don't worry, he won't dare to go too far. Upon entering the room, Locke was captivated by the environment, his demeanor instantly shifting to one of gravity. Previously, he had merely glanced in from the doorway and had not observed much, but now, stepping inside, he found the room remarkably pristine, with every piece of furniture impeccably clean. Everything was meticulously arranged, leaving no sign of habitation. A sense of unease washed over Locke. for the room bore an uncanny resemblance to his former quarters. Sophia led Locke to the bedroom, which mirrored the living room in its immaculate condition, including the bed. The sheets were flawlessly smooth, and the blankets and pillows were arranged as if in a hotel. Beside the window, on a chair, reclined an elderly man with graying hair. Clad in dark pajamas, his head resting against the armrest, seemingly asleep. Mark's observations rang true. The corpse appeared remarkably tidy, devoid of any gruesomeness, at least from the front view. The cause of death was evident, a bullet wound to the forehead, with the projectile having exited through the back of his head, leaving a clean entry point with no trace of blood. However, the rear was less pristine. Behind the chair, a pool of crimson and white had accumulated, but it was not easily visible without turning around. At that moment, two forensic experts crouched behind the chair, measuring the diameter of the bullet hole in the back of the skull, one of whom was the bespectacled blond man Locke had previously encountered at the door. Tom Williams stood at a distance from the bed, his expression inscrutable as he regarded Locke, inquiring, "Future detective, does this room contain any cameras?" Locke had nearly confirmed that the corpse on the chair was a fellow cleaner, or rather, had once been one. Given his advanced age, he should have been long retired. Gazing at the deceased man, Locke felt a pang of empathy. Indeed, the life of a cleaner was a one-way street, and even in retirement, one could hardly expect a peaceful conclusion. Not hearing Locke's response, Tom Williams impatiently pressed, "Hey, don't tell me you're frightened by this corpse. The last time you utilized the SCAR rifle for a headshot, the scene was far more gruesome than this." Locke momentarily regained his composure, understanding that this was not the time for mourning his kind. He cast a glance at Tom Williams and replied, "No cameras detected." Tom Williams inquired further, "What insights do you have regarding this case?" Just as Locke was about to respond with a dismissive none, the bespectacled figure recording fingerprints on the corpse abruptly turned and said, "Captain, this deceased individual has no fingerprints." Tom Williams frowned and asked, "William, could you please get to the point?" The bespectacled William appeared somewhat sheepish as he responded, "All 10 fingerprints of the deceased have been obliterated, and these appear to be old injuries, suggesting they have been damaged for quite some time." Tom Williams chuckled, "Interesting." He stroked his chin, contemplating aloud. The deceased shows no signs of struggle or resistance. It's possible he was acquainted with his assailant. At that moment, Sophia's phone rang. She answered and informed Tom Williams, "Jimmy has identified the deceased. His name is Ryan Hollis, 62 years old, a retired bus driver. However, Emily has already investigated, and this information is fabricated. She also conducted an image comparison, and there are no records of this individual in the database." Tom Williams turned to Locke with a teasing expression and queried, "So, what do you think? Any suggestions, future detective?" Chapter 84, The Wager Indeed. It is not an exaggeration to label him as mentally unstable. Locke's disdain for Tom Williams grew ever more palpable. He spoke coldly, "If I offer you advice, will that grant me my freedom?" Tom Williams shrugged, "Perhaps." A faint smile graced Locke's lips as he retorted, "My recommendation is that you promptly relinquish this case. Otherwise, it may tarnish your reputation as a detective." The moment his words fell, the expressions of the four in the bedroom soured. Even Sophia cast him an irked glance. One may harbor disdain for Tom Williams' character and integrity, yet his adeptness in solving cases remains unquestioned, a consensus among most at the LAPD. Locke's insinuation was undeniably that Tom Williams was incapable of cracking this case. Tom Williams' countenance darkened ominously. He scrutinized Locke for a spell, but his demeanor gradually regained composure. "Shall we wager?" Locke, undeterred, nodded. "What stakes do you propose?" A wicked grin crept across Tom Williams' lips. "I am aware of your aversion towards me, and I reciprocate that sentiment. How about this? Should you lose, you shall join my team." Locke arched an eyebrow and retorted coolly, "If you lose, you will henceforth extend me a modicum of respect." He intended to demand that Tom Williams refrain from appearing before him, yet he realized that given his future visits to the precinct, such a request was overly ambitious. Tom Williams clapped his hands, a spark of excitement evident in his voice. "This is becoming increasingly intriguing. Care to explain why you believe I cannot solve this case?" Locke frowned. "Captain Tom, you just agreed." Tom Williams, momentarily taken aback, countered, "Aren't you the one striving to surpass me?" Just as Locke prepared a retort, footsteps echoed from outside. The previously departed Dean Dyson and the African-American Jimmy returned, both bearing grim expressions. Dean Dyson reported, "I took a statement from the janitor who discovered the body. There was nothing of value. He noticed the door ajar and entered to investigate. finding the corpse and promptly alerting the authorities. He did not see anyone suspicious. I also inquired with the tenants above and below. All claimed to have heard nothing unusual. Jimmy added, Emily should have already briefed you. All the victim's information is fabricated, including banking and social security details. I spoke with the management office, and they had no recollection of the deceased, who led a reclusive life. Additionally, the apartment's surveillance cameras have been non-functional for half a month. Tom Williams inquired from outside, has the door lock been examined? Any findings? A voice from the living room responded, currently. There are no signs of forced entry via the lock, but we will await the final results for more thorough analysis back at the precinct. Unfazed, Tom Williams turned to Locke with a smile. I am aware that this case may be the work of a professional assassin. Indeed, evidence and witnesses are scarce, making it quite challenging. Do you truly believe I will fail to apprehend him? Locke pressed once more. May I take my leave now? He inwardly scoffed. Considering the absurdity of a mere sanitation worker retiring before he had even reached the age of 35, it was evident that he was not serving an illicit organization, but rather held an official position. After being repeatedly disrespected by Locke, Tom Williams grew increasingly impatient and gestured for him to leave. As Locke turned to depart, the imposing figure of Jimmy stepped forward, blocking his path, and said sternly, Kid, show some respect to Captain Tom. Locke, already simmering with frustration, found himself further provoked by Jimmy's incessant taunts. With a cold smirk, he charged directly at the man. Though Jimmy was robust among his peers, he could not withstand Locke's sheer physicality and skill, stumbling back several paces until he collided with the wall, momentarily dazed before rage consumed him. Damn it, how dare you? A mere patrolman, collide with me. After forcing Jimmy back, Locke turned his gaze toward Tom Williams, seemingly oblivious to the furious gorilla charging toward him. Locke, be careful. Hey, buddy, take it easy. Damn. Upon sensing the escalating conflict, David, Mark, and Teddy's rushed in to position themselves between Locke and Jimmy, the atmosphere growing taut with tension. Jimmy, Tom Williams intervened, his voice halting Jimmy in his tracks as if he had received a command. The latter glared at Locke, who regarded him with disdain, then glanced at the three officers. You may leave now. Locke patted Mark and Teddy's on the shoulders in gratitude, while no words were necessary between him and David. With a derisive glance at the furious Jimmy, he remarked coldly, You ought to thank my colleagues. Had they not intervened, you would be lying on the ground right now. He had deliberately turned his back to Jimmy, hoping to bait the brash detective and send a warning to Tom Williams. However, he regretted that David, Mark, and Teddy's rushed to his aid, a gesture that touched him even as it disappointed him. Jimmy, incredulous and humiliated, retorted, What are you bragging about? I simply lost my balance. Then you can try again next time. Locke shot back as he made his way toward the exit to resume his duty at the gate. Damn it, patrolmen have no rights. Jimmy glared at Locke, feeling the weight of the other's stares, his face flushing with embarrassment. Turning to Tom Williams, he said, Captain, this guy has an awful attitude and is clearly a troublemaker. I can't fathom what you see in him. Yet, Tom Williams ignored the comment and instead inquired of Sophia. If I recall correctly, he was once a football player. Wasn't he? Indeed. Sophia replied, then turned to Jimmy with a serious demeanor. Jimmy, I must remind you that he is no ordinary officer. Before joining the LAPD, he played nearly a decade of professional football, and his physical prowess is not inferior to yours. Just last week, he executed 5 fully armed Army veterans with a single blow each. Therefore, refrain from provoking him further, for he speaks the truth. Had you attempted to ambush him, you might be lying on the ground right now. Jimmy's expression fluctuated, growing increasingly vexed by Sophia's words. Dean Dyson added quietly, Consider this. When you attacked him, he was facing away from you. If you were to sustain an injury, the precinct would have no grounds to seek retribution. His actions were deliberate, with a grim countenance. Jimmy muttered, That bastard is too cunning. Tom Williams, however, chuckled. Now you understand why I wish to recruit him. I genuinely admire him. He is more devious than any of you. So, everyone, stay alert and find the perpetrator, making this young man. Suddenly, Locke's voice echoed from the doorway. Captain Tom, there are 2 CIA officials here to see you. Locke gazed at the 2 suited agents adorned with sunglasses, realization dawning upon him that the deceased retired janitor inside was, in fact, a CIA operative. Chapter 85, The Arrogant CIA. Tom Williams' smile faltered as he turned to the doorway, casting a glance at the corpse. In an instant, a realization struck him, and his expression darkened as he approached the entrance, followed closely by the others. At the threshold, Two CIA agents scrutinized Locke and his companions with icy demeanor. Upon spotting Tom Williams, an older agent presented his credentials, introducing himself as Senior Special Agent Jamie Howard. Tom Williams furrowed his brow, staring fixedly at the CIA agent, already surmising their purpose for being there. Detective Bureau, Robbery Homicide Division, Tom Williams. Jamie Howard's lips curled into a smirk as he complimented, "Ah, it is the illustrious Detective Tom of the LAPD. The deceased was a retired CIA agent, in this case." Tom Williams interjected coldly, "I recall that the CIA holds no law enforcement authority within the United States." Jamie Howard's expression flickered momentarily, yet he replied calmly, "Thank you for the reminder. Consequently, the FBI will take over this case, and they are en route." Tom Williams, his expression sour, stated, "I need to make a phone call." With an air of composure, Jamie Howard replied, "By all means. But please instruct your team to cease all activities immediately to avoid disturbing the scene. Additionally, kindly transfer any evidence you have gathered to the FBI." Tom Williams made a call in front of everyone, quickly ending it and turning to his team. "Everyone, wrap it up. William, stay behind to hand over to the FBI." After speaking, he shot a glance at Locke, who remained indifferent, his face a tumult of emotions, and left without uttering another word. Behind him, Sophia, Dean Dyson, and Jimmy, along with several detectives, were grim expressions. The abrupt seizure of the case was a stinging affront. In Los Angeles, even the FBI would not be so brazen as to directly commandeer a case. Protocol typically necessitated prior notification through the upper echelons of the Detective Bureau. Thus, Dean Dyson and Jimmy led the detectives of the Bureau away. Sophia paused a few steps later, turning to Locke. "Locke, I apologize on behalf of Captain Tom. He truly values your contribution." Locke remained composed, feeling a tinge of schadenfreude at Tom Williams' humiliation by the CIA. "Sophia, please remind Captain Tom that I emerged victorious." Sophia was taken aback, realizing that Locke had indeed won the wager he had made with Tom Williams. She furrowed her brow and asked, "Did you foresee that this case would be handed over?" Locke shrugged, glancing at the nearby CIA agents. "It was a guess, but fortunately, I was correct. Otherwise, I would have had to contend with Tom Williams' sour disposition." Sophia managed a wry smile, recognizing that Locke's disdain for Tom Williams had reached an extreme. Yet Tom still harbored a misguided desire to incorporate him into the team. After Sophia's departure, Locke noticed two CIA agents observing him, despite their sunglasses. He could still sense their gaze, likely drawn by his conversation with Sophia. It must be said that these two CIA agents were rather pretentious, rivaling even the FBI in their airs. Locke immediately recalled a crucial point. Since this case involved the CIA, it was beyond their jurisdiction. Given that the LAPD's relationship with the FBI and CIA differed significantly from that of a detective agency, they had no obligation to assist either entity. He promptly inquired, "Sir, since the FBI will be taking over this case, may we leave?" Jamie Howard turned to glance at his colleague, and the previously silent CIA agent spoke up. "Please hold on. Once the FBI arrives, you can sign a confidentiality agreement and then depart." Locke furrowed his brow. Displeased, "I need to consult my superior." In the United States, even law enforcement officers generally hesitate to sign such agreements unless absolutely necessary, as it imposes unnecessary constraints. Moreover, procedurally, he needed to report to Captain Jones. The CIA agent hesitated before responding. "That is acceptable. But you must not disclose any details of the case." Locke could no longer contain his frustration. Just moments ago, the detective agency had not signed any confidentiality agreements, so why were there so many stipulations here? He challenged, "Sir, if I do not report the case details, how can my superior assess the risks involved?" After a brief discussion between the two CIA agents, Jamie Howard stated, "You may report to your superior, but we need to know the confidentiality level of your supervisor." Locke, feeling helpless, thought for a moment and mentioned Anna Davis's identity, as Richard Jones's rank was somewhat lower. Upon learning that Anna Davis was a police captain, Jamie Howard immediately nodded in agreement. Locke then called Anna Davis, and as soon as the line connected, he said, "Captain, regarding the shooting at 55 Bella Street, there have been some developments. This case involves the CIA." He recounted the recent events and conveyed the CIA's demands. After listening, Anna Davis instructed him to hand the phone to the CIA. Locke passed the phone to Jamie Howard, saying, "Sir, Captain Davis wishes to speak with you." In the speeding Ford Explorer, the atmosphere was tense, primarily due to the grim expression on Tom Williams's face in the passenger seat, which rendered the backseat occupants, Dean Dyson and Jimmy, silent. After a while, Tom Williams asked, What are your thoughts on this case? Noticing that Sophia, who was driving, had no intention of speaking, Dean Dyson replied, since the deceased was a retired CIA operative. Many things become clear. The assassin's methods were executed with remarkable precision, leaving little trace behind, clearly indicative of a professional. I suspect there may be internal issues within the CIA. Tom Williams raised an eyebrow, questioning, "Are you suggesting the assassin is also affiliated with the CIA?" Dean Dyson nodded, stating, "The deceased showed no signs of torture. It is highly probable this was merely a case of silencing." Tom Williams, with his arms crossed, responded noncommittally, "That logic is not without merit. Compile a comprehensive report on how many criminal cases, from last year to the present, have been taken over by the CIA or FBI before they even commenced." Dean exclaimed, "Are you implying that?" "I understand now." Tom Williams then turned to Sophia, inquiring, "How did that young man ascertain the deceased's connection to the CIA?" Sophia replied, "He did not explicitly state the deceased was linked to the CIA. He merely suggested that this case be handed over." Tom Williams raised an eyebrow. "Is there a difference?" "Certainly." Sophia pondered for a moment before continuing. "He must have uncovered something, realizing this case is beyond our capacity to handle. We mistakenly thought he believed we were incapable of apprehending the murderer. However, it amounts to the same conclusion. This case has been usurped, and we remain unable to catch the perpetrator." Tom Williams asked, "What else did he say?" Sophia, with a hint of schadenfreude, replied, "He asked me to remind you that you have lost." "Damn it." Tom Williams cursed in frustration. But he quickly regained his composure, a twitchy smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I find myself increasingly eager for his arrival at the precinct. Chapter 86. Do you truly understand your heritage? In the evening at the Sky Bar, after the workday concluded, Locke invited David, Marcus, and Thaddeus for drinks, accompanied by Randy, Chief Mona, and Whalen. Earlier that day, following Anna Davis's intervention in the CIA case, the agency had released the 4 individuals without requiring any confidentiality agreements. A clear manifestation of their tendency to intimidate the weak while yielding to the strong. After this incident, Locke's desire to join the detective bureau intensified, as the position of a patrol officer felt far too menial. He remained intrigued by the day's case involving a retired CIA cleaner. Why had he been silenced? The deceased exhibited no signs of struggle or torture, leading Locke to suspect a familiarity with the assailant or a direct execution, given the serene expression on his face, devoid of fear or resentment at the time of death. Moreover, the assassin must have been exceptionally skilled. Locke had found no trace of the killer at the scene. It was evident that the murderer had meticulously erased all evidence of their presence. In Locke's eyes, the identity of this assassin was becoming increasingly clear. They were not merely a killer, but also a cleaner, a profession Locke had once aspired to. Such multifaceted individuals were considered top-tier talent within any organization. Regrettably, Locke's own lethal skills had always been lacking, relegating him to the role of a cleaner, categorized as B-level support personnel. After finishing his drink, David was the first to take his leave, announcing that Catherine had finally concluded the identification process of the remains from the Elvin Marcus case and was heading home. He could not leave her alone. Once David departed, Locke smiled at the group and asked, "Do you know what kind of father David is referred to as in China?" Soon enough, with Randy's exuberant proclamation, the bar was abuzz with the revelation that David was a daughter slave. "Ah, the imagery is quite striking. Gentlemen, let us toast to David, to the daughter slave." Many of Locke's colleagues from Wilshire raised their glasses, shouting in unison to honor David's affectionate title. After the raucous celebration subsided, Marcus finished his drink and said, "Sorry, guys, I must also take my leave." Noticing the attention directed toward him, he raised his hands in jest, admitting, "All right, I confess. I too am a daughter slave. I need to go home and read bedtime stories to Lena, or else she won't be able to sleep." Amidst the playful banter, Marcus stood, patting Locke on the shoulder in gratitude for the evening's beers. He hesitated, then gave Thaddeus a light pat, adding, "Well done today, buddy." Even after Marcus's departure, Thaddeus remained in disbelief, stammering, "This is the first time Marcus has shown such familiarity toward me. The first compliment I've ever received." Chief Mona wore a look of satisfaction. The entire Wilshire precinct was aware of the strained mentor-mentee relationship between Marcus and Thaddeus. Curiously, she inquired, "What did you do today?" Thaddeus glanced at Locke, uncertain if he should respond. Locke contemplated for a moment, deciding that refraining from discussing the case would likely be prudent. He shrugged and declared, "I suppose I shall take the lead." He proceeded to recount the conflict he encountered with the Detective Bureau while handling the homicide case at 55 Bell Street to Chief Mona and her companions. Randy exclaimed, "Cool," as he pounded his chest, adding, "Bro, trust me, had I been on site, I would have stood right behind you." Waylon, maintaining a serious demeanor, concurred. "I would do the same." Chief Mona nodded approvingly, stating, "Good. Teddies, you have indeed performed admirably. This indicates that Mark is beginning to recognize your efforts." She then turned to Locke and advised, "I suggest you relay this matter to Captain Jones. Otherwise, next time." Locke chuckled. "I doubt there will be a next time. I wagered with Tom Williams today, and he lost. If he adheres to his promise, such occurrences should be a thing of the past." Waylon, holding his beer glass, inquired with curiosity, "I am quite intrigued about the nature of your wager with Tom Williams. Care to elaborate?" Locke hesitated momentarily before shaking his head. "Sorry. I can only disclose that this case is related to the CIA and has been taken over by the FBI. Beyond that, I cannot say." Waylon comprehended instantly. Exchanging glances with Chief Mona and Randy, he promptly stated, "No problem, let us leave it at that." At that moment, Teddy solemnly approached Locke and asked, "Locke, may I consult you privately regarding a few questions?" Surprised by his earnestness, Locke nodded. "Okay, let us step aside." He then addressed Mona, Randy, and Waylon, "Gentlemen, inform old John that tonight is on me." Randy exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Rest assured, I shall not bankrupt you." Chief Mona chimed in, "Fantastic. I have longed to try that 30-year Macallan from old John." Locke responded with a playful gesture before departing with Teddy's. As Mona watched them leave, she turned to Randy and inquired, "Is there tension between Elsa and Locke?" Just now, Elsa clearly intended to join, yet Locke did not extend an invitation. Randy hesitated briefly before responding. Elsa mentioned they had a brief romantic encounter during training, but they never truly became a couple. It was simply. Chief Mona shrugged, understanding the implication. The Sky Bar was not far from the Wilshire Police Station, situated near MacArthur Park. Since they could not drive, Locke and Teddy's opted to walk through MacArthur Park. Along the way, Teddy's expressed his frustrations, revealing that he noticed Mark exhibiting a rather unpleasant demeanor towards African Americans while on patrol. He believed Mark harbored racial prejudices, maintaining a consistently cold attitude towards him. "I truly do not know how to interact with him. Just moments ago, he patted my shoulder and complimented me. It was genuinely the first time." From his interactions with Mark, Locke did not perceive him as a racist officer. However, he acknowledged that Mark was indeed stringent in his enforcement towards African Americans. After a moment of contemplation, Locke remarked, "Well, I too have experienced racial discrimination in the past." Teddy was momentarily taken aback, then recalled Locke's mixed heritage and inquired, "Is it also due to white individuals?" Locke shook his head. "No, it's the black community. In American high school football teams, African Americans constitute the majority. And it must be acknowledged that this race possesses an exceptional aptitude for running." Teddy displayed an expression of disbelief, seemingly unable to fathom that black individuals could also harbor prejudice against other ethnicities. Locke shrugged, hesitated for a moment, then continued, "Teddy, although this may be somewhat offensive, due to the accomplishments of your father, General Philip Martin, you have, to a certain extent, distanced yourself from the black community. Do you truly comprehend your own ethnicity?" Teddy's father, Philip Martin, served as the chief of internal affairs for the Western Division, holding a rank equivalent to that of a police captain within the LAPD, and epitomized the black elite. At this echelon, African Americans, aside from their skin color, have little in common with the broader black community and may even sever ties with it. Of course, this does not apply to black politicians, as they still rely on deceiving the black electorate for votes. Chapter 87. I can't breathe. Teddy wore a serious expression. "No, I have always been aware of my ethnicity. I know my heritage well. I have not distanced myself from it." Locke sensed he was beginning to uncover the underlying issue and decided to engage in a thorough re-education of Teddy's perspective. He continued, "I have often pondered this. We all recognize that racial discrimination is unjust, and opposing it is deemed politically correct. However, it appears that no one has considered that opposing someone else's racial discrimination might also constitute a form of injustice. You stifle others' freedom to express their thoughts and deny them the right to dislike certain things. Is that truly right? For instance, if someone dislikes vegetarianism, and a vegetarian claims that such a stance is discriminatory, doesn't that become more straightforward?" Teddy was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at Locke, clearly having never contemplated these assertions. In America, the fight against discrimination has become deeply ingrained in society. It is politically correct. Yet Locke's remarks, while logically sound, were exceedingly shocking, utterly overturning Teddy's worldview. Locke countered. Do you think I am a racist? Teddy shook his head, prompting Locke to recount the incident involving a female black firefighter who had accused him of racism. Teddy, incredulous, exclaimed, "This is absurd. How could that happen?" Locke shrugged helplessly. As night enveloped MacArthur Park, an eerie stillness settled over it, with the darkness casting an unsettling shadow, though the perimeter was well lit. Locke asserted, "I believe that individuals of different skin colors are equal, yet you consistently position yourselves as victims, leveraging past traumas to seek special treatment or privileges." He leaned forward, fixing his gaze on Teddy. "Do you not realize that such behavior is, in itself, a form of discrimination against your own community? These actions are inherently unjust to other ethnic groups. While you advocate for your rights, you simultaneously trample upon fairness. Teddy, it is evident that your understanding of your ethnicity is insufficient. I recommend you have a thorough discussion with Mark. Everything has its reasons." Teddy appeared contemplative, his mind in disarray. After a considerable period of serious reflection, he solemnly nodded. "I will do so. Thank you, Locke, for sharing this with me. Your words have truly inspired me." Locke shrugged. "I am a person of color too." Teddy responded with an exasperated expression. "While I appreciate your acknowledgement of being a person of color, I must remind you, Locke, that you are quite fair-skinned." Locke's expression faltered as he was about to defend himself when suddenly, a woman's voice pierced the night from within the park. "Help! Save me! Stop! Please, let me go." Locke and Teddy's expression shifted dramatically. They ceased their conversation and rushed into the park without hesitation. Locke swiftly drew his G19 from the storage compartment, although his waistband bore only an empty holster. With a deft motion, he reached behind his back, and the G19 materialized in his grasp. He knew that Teddy's was unarmed and handed over his phone, instructing him to call the police using his device while recording video on his own. Teddy's instantly comprehended the urgency, dialing 911 with Locke's phone while activating the video function on his own. Following the sound of the call, Locke quickly located the crime scene, where a black man was perpetrating the act. "Damn, I'm late." Locke shouted emphatically, "LAPD, get down. Raise your hands." Upon hearing the arrival of the police, the woman began to struggle even more fiercely, crying out for help. Yet, the criminal seemed oblivious to Locke's commands, continuing his assault like a frenzied gorilla. Bang! Locke fired a shot mere inches from the criminal, intending to strike directly, but refraining due to the victim's proximity, fearing collateral damage. He shouted once more, "Sir, cease your criminal actions immediately, or my next shot will be directed at you." Startled, the perpetrator hesitated, reluctantly rising from the woman while muttering profanities under his breath. The woman on the ground instinctively recoiled, curling into a ball and clutching her skirt as she wept pitifully. She was a petite young white woman, with golden hair and skin as pale as snow. The black offender towered at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, clad in tattered garments that reeked of neglect and appearing robust despite his youthful features. With a defiant expression, the criminal raised his hands as if to taunt Locke. Locke's gaze turned icy as he aimed the Glock G19 at the offender, commanding, "Now, lie on the ground. I am going to search you." The man's expression shifted, and he retorted, "How can I lie down like this? I will file a complaint against you." Locke, undeterred, reiterated, "Please lie on the ground without any sudden movements. I must conduct a search." Sensing the threat in Locke's tone, the man begrudgingly knelt and then slowly lay down, his rear end inevitably sticking up. Locke quickly called out to the visibly pale Teddy's, "Go search him." He then approached the injured woman, ensuring his weapon remained trained on the downed assailant. "Madam, where are you injured? Do you require an ambulance?" The white woman sobbed, "Yes, please, call for an ambulance." Teddy's promptly relayed the request to the still-connected emergency line before returning the phone to Locke. While recording, he searched the prone black man and shook his head at Locke, indicating, "No weapons." Locke let out a sigh of relief and said, "Secure him well and await reinforcements." Teddy's restrained the criminal's hands behind his back, pressing down on his knees, and cursed, "You wretched beast, you are nothing but scum. Have you not evolved?" The black man retorted, "Fuck, I'll accuse you of racial discrimination." Teddy's, genuinely incensed, pressed down harder with his foot and angrily exclaimed, "You fool. Can you not see that I share the same skin color as you?" The black man cried out, "Fuck, you're hurting me. I will sue you. Help, I can't breathe." Teddy's, overwhelmed with anger, even forgot that he was recording a video and shouted, "Son of a bitch. I am not kneeling on your neck. Are you breathing with your lower body?" Locke, listening nearby, felt a chill run down his spine. Thankful that these words were uttered by Teddy's, who was also black. Had they come from him, an investigation would surely ensue. At that moment, The sound of police sirens finally reached their ears, and soon officers with flashlights arrived on the scene. Locke immediately shouted, "Do not fire. The suspect is already subdued. My officer number is 9988. Locke? Yes, Teddy's is here too." The officers from Wilshire, being the closest precinct, quickly took over. Before long, the injured white female victim was taken away by an ambulance, while the black man was handcuffed, his pants still around his ankles. And no one was willing to assist him due to the foul odor emanating from him. Locke and Teddy's briefly recounted the incident to their colleagues before they could leave. Teddy's left his phone as evidence, and both were required to provide additional statements the following morning. Teddy's, with a look of dejection, gazed at the criminal being escorted to the patrol car and lamented, "Locke, you were right. It seems I truly do not understand my own ethnicity." Chapter 88. Sarah is also affluent in the morning. Locke sat in Marian's car as they made their way to the law firm. After parting ways with Thaddeus the previous night, he had summoned an Uber to return to Beverly Hills. The incident involving the alleged assault did not weigh heavily on his mind, and he felt no urgency to return to the police station for a statement. The case was well supported by both eyewitnesses and physical evidence, and it would soon be handed over to the prosecution for legal proceedings. However, Thaddeus might face disciplinary action, as his remarks from the previous night were deemed excessive. Even as an African American, he would be scrutinized. Yet, considering the influence of his father, such disciplinary measures would likely be inconsequential. Being a second-generation official certainly had its perks. At a traffic light, Marian hesitated momentarily before saying, "Locke, Anna mentioned that I shouldn't inform you in advance, but I believe it's no longer a concern. You will be receiving an honor next week. She has invited me and your father to attend the ceremony, and he will fly back for it." Lebeau had already flown back to New York early Monday morning, and upon the conclusion of the IPO in New York, he would return to work in Los Angeles, as the family crisis had been thoroughly resolved. Locke found himself wavering. Typically, it was customary for family to witness such accolades conferred by the LAPD, yet he was reluctant for Marian and Lebeau to be exposed within the precinct. He understood that the perils of the world extended far beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. Their attendance at the ceremony could potentially expose them to numerous dangers. Not receiving a response from Locke, Marian turned to him, puzzled. "What's wrong? Are you hesitant about me and your father attending the ceremony?" Soon, Locke reached a conclusion and recounted the incident where he had fatally confronted two drug dealers, which had incited retaliation from the Medino organization, endangering his family. He apologized, saying, "I'm sorry, Marian. Although the Medino organization has been dismantled, such risks may still persist. So I would prefer you and my father not to be overly exposed within the police department." After a moment of silence, Marian responded, "Anna has already informed me about this matter and arranged for officers to protect us near our home." She smiled, adding, "Locke, as you said, we are family. And I am grateful for your concern for our safety. However, as family, we also wish to witness your moment of glory. Therefore, my father and I will still attend your ceremony." Locke could not help but smile wryly. He recognized that he had perhaps overreacted. Nevertheless, family truly represented his foundation. With a sigh of relief, he smiled and said, "I respect your decision and welcome you to my ceremony." Half an hour later, Marian arrived at the law firm. Ham Law Firm was of moderate size in Los Angeles, primarily dealing with commercial contract disputes and patent issues. The entire firm, including the 30 of interns, comprised fewer than 100 attorneys, which paled in comparison to the large firms like Jeff Marquez, boasting hundreds of lawyers. Ham Law Firm had 5 partners akin to Marian, each with a specially designed office spanning over 50 square meters, complete with a private washroom and lounge. Marianne's office had been visited by Locke several times. Upon entering the office, he stood in the middle and surveyed his surroundings. Earlier in the car, Marianne had mentioned asking him to check for cameras in the office. With a hint of anxiety, she inquired, "How is it?" Locke nodded and smiled, reassuring her. "It's very clean." Satisfied, Marianne invited Locke to take a seat and called her assistant to bring in some coffee. She picked up a stack of documents from her desk and approached Locke, asking, "Do you know how much the land for the Mendez repair shop is worth?" Locke shook his head, curious. "Has it increased significantly?" Marianne nodded and replied, "The investigator had professionals appraise it. The land is now valued at around $60 million. Well, although Locke had suspected the land was valuable, he had not anticipated such a high worth. The Kayville Construction Company only intended to offer $20 million for it, which explained their underhanded tactics. Capitalists are indeed willing to commit any nefarious act for the sake of a 300 profit. The Mendez siblings were truly living in hardship while guarding a treasure, and to his surprise, Sarah was wealthy as well. However, even if they were aware of the land's value, they likely would not sell it. Marianne scrutinized Locke, having gathered information about the Mendez siblings and their circumstances. The investigator had done thorough work. She had seen a photograph of Sarah Mendez and knew the young girl was quite beautiful. With a frown, she asked, "What is your relationship with the Mendez siblings? Why are you helping them so much, even involving your uncle to investigate cave construction?" Locke could not help but express his frustration, revealing that due to his involvement, the Mendez siblings had lost the protection of the drug lord. Upon hearing this, Marianne's frown deepened. She glared at Locke and cautioned, "After this matter is resolved, limit your contact with them. Their social web is too complex, and they are entangled with a drug lord." Locke wanted to explain himself, but was interrupted as Marianne's assistant knocked and entered with the coffee. The assistant, a fair-skinned Asian woman clad in a Gucci office uniform, had an elegant figure, an oval face, and dyed blonde hair, with single eyelids and captivating almond-shaped eyes. Marianne introduced her. "This is Vivian, my assistant, from Korea." Locke promptly stood, extended his hand, and introduced himself. "Lockley, it's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for your assistance with Marianne." After shaking hands with Locke, Vivian exited the office, her ears flushed. Marianne immediately warned, "Do not entertain any thoughts about her." Locke replied with dissatisfaction, "Marianne, what are you insinuating? Vivian has an unusual beauty, but it aligns well with American tastes." Marianne scoffed. "Don't think I am unaware of your past with Jessica." She mentioned it when she left. Jessica had been Marianne's previous assistant, a stunningly attractive and vivacious Mexican beauty who returned to Mexico after her internship. Locke could only bear this burden, his expression somewhat awkward as he declared, "Such a thing shall not transpire again, I assure you. Vivian is entirely outside my aesthetic." Marianne did not linger on the matter, but continued, "Remember to arrange a dinner with Jennifer. I would like to treat her." Sophia mentioned she has already scheduled an appointment with Professor Harold Caldwell to express her gratitude for the assistance she provided. Locke was momentarily taken aback. It seemed the time had come for candor. Jennifer Gray was a straightforward and independent woman, and their relationship was merely one of casual intimacy. If he were to introduce her to his family, the nature of their connection would inevitably change. He exhaled deeply and stated earnestly, "Marianne, knock, knock." "Marianne, Mr. and Ms. Mendez have arrived." Vivian opened the door, and a somewhat reserved Victor Mendez, alongside Sarah Mendez, appeared at the threshold. Upon seeing Locke, their demeanor lightened considerably. They were attired quite formally. Victor donned a gray casual suit that imparted an air of composure, while Sarah wore a striped blouse and a knee-length skirt, which added an element of maturity and elegance. Locke hastily rose to greet them, guiding Victor and Sarah to the sofa, and introduced them to Marianne, who had also stood. "Mom, this is Victor Mendez and Sarah Mendez." He then turned to the guests, saying, "This is Marianne Locke, one of the partners at Ham Law Firm, and also my mother." Victor and Sarah, upon learning that Marianne was Locke's mother, appeared astonished, their expressions shifting to one of formality. Marianne beamed as she shook hands with them and gestured for them to take a seat. She then instructed Vivian, "Please inform Ralph to come over and bring 2 cups of coffee." Marianne handed a document to Victor. "Mr. Mendez, we have completed our investigation. Your lawyer, Louis Lehman, prior to assisting you in signing the parking lot contract, purchased a property at a 3-fold discount. This residence is valued at $1.2 million and is owned by Henry Cavill's wife, the proprietor of Cavill Construction." Chapter 89. Victor surprisingly knows about the spy infiltration. Victor perused the documents and immediately exclaimed, "This scoundrel. Edmund trusted him so much in life, and yet he deceived us in such a manner." Sarah leaned in to glance at the materials in Victor's hands, her expression darkening. She could hardly believe that it was indeed Uncle Louis. Although the siblings had long harbored suspicions about Louis Carmen, they had clung to a flicker of hope, as Louis Carmen had been a dear friend of Edmund in his lifetime. Now, with irrefutable evidence at hand, Victor rebuked, "You still dare to call him uncle." He exhaled angrily and turned to Marianne, asking, "Madam Marianne, we are friends of Locke, and you are his mother. We place our utmost trust in you. So please present the contract for us to sign." Marianne was momentarily taken aback, having practiced law for 20 years. It was her first encounter with clients who inquired not at all before signing a contract. She cast a glance at Locke, beginning to understand why he was inclined to assist them. She smiled and replied, "I sincerely appreciate your trust in me. However, this deviates from our standard protocol." Just then, a knock resounded at the door, and Vivian entered, followed by a sharp and capable middle-aged man. Marian introduced, "This is attorney Anthony Ferdinand, who will be responsible for your case. Rest assured, I will oversee the proceedings closely." The Mendez siblings exchanged glances, finally realizing that their case was not under Marianne's purview. Attorney Anthony Ferdinand, a highly skilled commercial contract lawyer, professionally outlined his strategy to the Mendez siblings. He planned to file a complaint with the Bar Association to seek the revocation of Louis Carmen's attorney license. With substantial evidence, Louis Carmen would undoubtedly lose his license. Furthermore, he intended to sue Louis Carmen for breaching professional ethics, causing detriment to his clients, and seek damages. Simultaneously, he would litigate against the fraudulent parking lot lease agreement in court, demanding compensation for losses incurred. Sarah Mendez inquired with concern, "What are the odds of winning?" Anthony Ferdinand replied with a confident smile, "While the contract itself poses no issues, the Smith Company, with whom you signed the contract, declared bankruptcy less than 3 months post-signing and subsequently sold the contract to Cavill Construction Company, who then bribed your attorney. As long as the judge is not foolish, there is a substantial likelihood of this being deemed fraudulent behavior. We have at least an 80% chance of success." Victor Mendez was more preoccupied with another matter. "And what will the attorney fees amount to?" Marian gestured for Anthony Ferdinand to answer that query, stating, "In commercial contract disputes, our typical fee is 30 of the compensation amount. However, since you are friends of Locke, we shall only charge 25 this time." Victor Mendez was momentarily stunned, incredulously asking, "So, does that mean we do not need to pay attorney fees?" Marian nodded, and Victor followed up with, "How much do you intend to claim?" Anthony Ferdinand took the floor and remarked, "Based on the current land price of the Mendez repair shop, we intend to claim $3 million. However, we probably will not reach that amount." Victor was taken aback, glancing at his sister and then at Locke, questioning the feasibility of such a claim. Locke was similarly astonished, pondering the unscrupulousness of lawyers and the substantial profits they seemed to accrue. However, it was evident that if Marian lacked such financial acumen, her family would not have been able to purchase a property in Beverly Hills. He shrugged and replied, "Leave the professional matters to the experts." Victor let out a sigh of relief, nodding, "I have no more objections. We can proceed to sign the contract." Half an hour later, Locke departed the Ham law firm alongside the Mendez siblings. Upon entering the elevator, Victor promptly removed his suit jacket, exhaling deeply, relieved that it was finally over. Sarah Victor immediately felt a wave of ease wash over her. Her beautiful eyes gazed gratefully at Locke as she earnestly expressed, "Thank you, Locke." Locke responded with a smile, "We are friends, are we not? Moreover, as the Chinese say, one should not let the fertile water flow to outsiders' fields." Victor patted Locke on the shoulder, stating seriously, "It's different. We can no longer trust other lawyers." Once outside the building, Locke spotted Victor's Chevrolet Silverado and inquired, "Could you give me a ride? I didn't T-drive." Victor shot Locke a playful middle finger, chiding him for being overly polite. "Of course, just give me an address." Once in the car, Locke provided the address for the Wilshire Police Department at 4861 Venice Boulevard and turned to Sarah in the back seat, smiling, "Sarah, you look lovely today." Sarah Mendez blushed and replied shyly, "Thank you." Victor shot Locke an annoyed glare. "Hey, that's too much. Flirting with my sister in front of me." He then chuckled. "She spent half an hour choosing this outfit this morning." With a sharp clap, Sarah Mendez smacked Victor's seat, exclaiming in embarrassment, "Victor, shut your mouth and drive properly." Locke instinctively shrank back, turning to observe the siblings. Indeed, they exhibited quite the dynamic. Sarah Mendez realized her lapse in composure. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, unable to meet his gaze. Locke, wishing to spare her any further discomfort, promptly diverted the conversation, stating, "Once there is any movement from the law firm, Cavill Construction Company will soon be aware, and they will most likely resort to desperate measures. So you must be vigilant in the coming days." Victor confidently replied, "We have been practicing shooting every day. We are ready for them to come." Locke hesitated momentarily. Feeling a twinge of uncertainty regarding the trio, real gunfights were an entirely different matter from practice. Considering the situation, he asked, "Can you keep an eye on the Smith family? If they intend to make a move, you could call me." Truth be told, the most reliable approach would be for him to conduct the surveillance, but he lacked both the time and inclination, as their relationship had yet to reach that level. Victor firmly rejected, "Locke, you have already assisted us sufficiently." Locke replied earnestly, "In the event of a gunfight, the enemy will not remain idle, waiting for you to strike. Bullets are indiscriminate. What if something were to happen to Sarah or Ryder? Furthermore, I have another perspective. Do you not wish to seize this opportunity to eradicate the Smith family entirely, thereby eliminating future threats? I am a cop. Even if we win the lawsuit, reclaim the land for the racetrack, and receive compensation, Cavill Construction will not easily acquiesce. Thus, it is imperative to dismantle the criminal organizations colluding with him to ensure lasting peace. I wonder what progress Uncle Glenn has made. If necessary, it is not out of the question to orchestrate an accident involving Cavill of Cavill Construction. Victor, having witnessed Locke's marksmanship, understood that with Locke by his side, success was assured. He yearned to be free from the gang's harassment and nodded, saying, "Thank you. I will call you when the time comes." Locke inquired, "Are the people tailing reliable?" Victor hesitated for a moment but ultimately replied, "Ryder has a brother who has recently allied with Martin. If there are any significant movements on Martin's part, he will inform us immediately." Locke was momentarily stunned, realizing that he had indeed underestimated the situation. Victor was astute enough to place a spy. Chapter 90. This case seems familiar. The following morning, upon his return to the precinct, Locke was immediately summoned into Captain Richard Jones's office. Captain Jones commenced by praising Locke for his heroic actions the previous night, before inquiring, "Did you have any physical contact with the suspect, Miller?" Locke shook his head, responding, "No." Captain Jones pressed further, "What about Teddy's?" A wave of unease washed over Locke as he replied, "He did, but it was just a pat down." "Why?" Captain Jones's expression darkened ominously as he stated, "This individual is an HIV carrier. Damn, that scoundrel." Locke recalled with horror that this wretch had assaulted the female victim without protection. The woman was tragically unfortunate. Not only had she endured a violation, but she also faced the potential threat of HIV transmission. Suddenly, the thought of Teddy's having physical contact with this beast struck him, prompting Locke to ask, "What about Teddy's?" Captain Jones replied solemnly, "We only discovered this scoundrel's medical records this morning. Teddy's has already gone to the hospital for post-exposure prophylaxis. He mentioned you did not have contact with the suspect, which is why I didn't call you." Locke reflected briefly. Teddy's had merely brushed against that man last night, so it should not have been a significant issue. In his agitation, he exclaimed, "Had I known, I would have shot that bastard." Captain Jones's countenance darkened further, and he admonished, "Silence. Do not utter such words in my presence. In the future, when encountering such vagrants, exercise utmost caution. Always wear gloves if there is any physical contact." After leaving Captain Jones's office, Locke was again pulled aside by the detective team to provide a statement, which concluded in less than half an hour. Upon exiting, he fortuitously crossed paths with Teddy's, who was returning from the hospital, accompanied by two other officers who had also had physical contact with Miller the previous night. According to LAPD regulations, officers who come into contact with HIV carriers must receive post-exposure prophylaxis. If there is any further risk of exposure, they are immediately placed on leave pending the hospital's test results. Noticing Teddy's dejected demeanor, Locke offered reassurance, "Don't worry, everything will be fine." Teddy shrugged, replying, "I'm all right. It's just that I've come to realize my previous perceptions of the African-American community were misguided." A look of confusion crossed his face as he continued, "I've discovered that I harbor some disdain for them. They have endured suffering and enslavement. Why do they not strive to uplift themselves and transform their community instead of descending into degradation?" Locke gazed at Teddy's in disbelief, wondering if the previous night's conversation had such a profound impact, transforming a man into a purveyor of racial prejudice against his own kind. Teddy's added, "This morning, I was informed that I'm on leave." Locke instantly understood why. Was it due to those remarks made last night? Teddy nodded nonchalantly and remarked, "Yes. My father called me and scolded me, questioning why I filmed that video while saying those things." Locke, taken aback, apologized. "Sorry, it was my fault." Teddy turned to comfort him, saying, "It's not your concern. You merely aim to secure evidence of the crime. It's my issue for failing to control my emotions." He sighed dejectedly. "We just witnessed the victim from last night weeping in the hospital." Locke felt profound sympathy for the victim's plight. Perhaps if they had arrived earlier, they could have intervened. He patted Teddy's shoulder reassuringly. "It was just a singular incident. I've heard the likelihood of it happening is quite low." A low probability does not equate to a lack of risk. Teddy replied with a stoic expression. "During the wait for the report, she will have to endure the torment of fate's judgment. It is utterly unfair to her. Had she not encountered that beast, she would not have to bear this burden." Locke paused, sensing something amiss. Last night, he had merely glanced at the female victim, who was sobbing profusely, reminiscent of a drenched Persian cat. He vaguely remembered her as a petite blonde with striking blue eyes. Could it be that Teddy was infatuated with that victim? Or perhaps he felt compelled to atone for his fellow black compatriots. This. Locke did not linger at the Wilshire police station for long, as David soon arrived to pick him up. Upon seeing Locke in the driver's seat, David squirmed in the passenger's seat, complaining, "I don't know if it's because I haven't driven in ages, but after just this morning, my back and waist are aching." What's wrong with you? You don't look too well." As Locke drove the patrol car out of the station, he explained. "After Teddy and I left Old John's bar last night, I apprehended a rapist." David, sipping on his freshly purchased iced Americano, appeared quite pleased and replied, "I already knew about that when I came to the station this morning." "Well done. I also heard that the suspect was brought back to the station without any pants." Locke shot him a sidelong glance. "Did you know the suspect is an HIV carrier?" "Fuck." David instinctively recoiled, then asked, "Are you okay?" Locke responded with an exasperated middle finger, retorting, "I never touched the suspect at any point." David then relaxed, straightening up, and inquired with confusion, "Then why do you look as if you've been infected with HIV?" Locke shared Teddy's shifting thoughts and his own speculations with David, worriedly asking, "If Chief Phillip finds out, will he cause me trouble?" After a brief silence, David, with an expression of disbelief, remarked, "It seems you should reconsider your aspirations of becoming a police officer. Given your eloquence, perhaps a career in politics would suit you, as you possess a remarkable aptitude for it." ZZ, 18, Sunset Avenue. A report has been made regarding a neighbor's murder. 7 Adam 15, copy. Locke glanced at the map and promptly altered his course towards Sunset Avenue, casually inquiring, "How was the morning?" David replied succinctly, "Busy." Locke smirked. After more than 2 decades as a seasoned patrol officer, David's discretion was commendable. Steadfast as an old dog, managing to avoid any blunders. Before long, Locke and his team arrived at 18 Sunset Avenue. By the roadside stood a visibly distressed white woman, who rushed towards their police vehicle upon spotting it, exclaiming, "Mr. Thomas has been murdered. Code 6A. After recording the code, Locke exited the vehicle alongside David. They did not immediately enter the residence. David inquired of the woman, "Madam, what is your name?" The woman responded, Caroline Brown." As they walked, David continued, "Miss Caroline, could you please recount how you discovered Mr. Thomas had been killed?" According to Miss Caroline's account, she had been baking a delightful treat at home that morning and decided to invite the reclusive Mr. Thomas to join her. However, despite her repeated calls, he did not respond. Concerned for his well-being, she entered his residence to investigate and ultimately found Mr. Thomas bound to a wicker chair in his bedroom, covered in blood and already deceased. In a state of panic, she rushed home to report the incident. As Locke and David prepared to enter, they noted the arrival of additional police vehicles, including that of Chief Mona and Officer Whalen. Chief Mona approached and asked, "What is the situation?" David replied, "We are just beginning to ascertain the details and are about to enter." Under Ms. Caroline's guidance, the 4 proceeded directly to the second-floor bedroom. Even before they approached, a strong, unpleasant odor wafted through the air. They refrained from entering, opting instead to observe from the doorway, recognizing that since a death had occurred, it was prudent to avoid disturbing the crime scene for forensic examination. In the bedroom, near the window, a middle-aged man was bound to the wicker chair, his head drooping, his body marred by numerous wounds, blood staining the chair beneath him. A large pool of blood collected on the floor, accompanied by the foul stench of excrement, indicating the deceased had lost control of his bodily functions. Chief Mona's expression turned grave as she stated, "Notify the Detective Bureau immediately." Locke hesitated momentarily before replying, "Perhaps it is unnecessary to notify them. This scene feels somewhat familiar." Chapter 91. What exactly did the CIA do? As Locke's words fell, David and the others turned their gaze towards him. He inquired of David, "Do you not find this case strikingly similar to the incident at 55 Ball Street yesterday?" David, taken aback, leaned forward for another glance at the bedroom scene, exclaiming in disbelief, "Similar? I didn't enter the room to inspect the scene yesterday." Locke then recalled that David had indeed not entered the room and replied, "These 2 cases should be the work of the same perpetrator. Both are remarkably clean." Whalen interjected incredulously, "Locke, you call this clean? The body is riddled with bullet holes, and the scene is a mess of blood and excrement." Locke raised an eyebrow and clarified, "I refer to the absence of the perpetrator's traces. This scene bears almost no signs of the assailant, akin to yesterday's scene. Furthermore, the time of the crime is also very close." His expertise in trace evidence and forensic science allowed him to perceive details that an ordinary person might overlook. Beyond the physical traces at the scene, he could estimate the time of death based on the color of the blood, the flow's extent, and the scent of the victim's excrement. Whether it was the individual known as Ryan Hollis or Mr. Thomas, the estimated time of death was between 3 and 4 a.m. He was fairly certain that the same individual was responsible. The peaceful passing of Ryan Hollis suggested either an acquaintance with the killer or a compliance on his part. In contrast, Mr. Thomas had evidently endured severe torture before his demise, leading Locke to suspect the possible use of truth serums or similar agents. Inspector Mona asked Locke, "Are you certain?" Locke affirmed, "Absolutely." The case from yesterday was subsequently handed over to the FBI by the CIA. Inspector Mona swiftly made a decision, instructing Wayland, "Set up a perimeter around the entire building. David, take a detailed statement from Ms. Caroline. Locke, accompany me to report to Captain Davis." Once Wayland and David led Caroline Brown downstairs, Inspector Mona asked, "Now, tell me about yesterday's case." With the necessity for concealment now lifted, Locke recounted the details of the incident at 55 Ball Street to Inspector Mona. Upon hearing it, she furrowed her brow, musing, "So, this Mr. Thomas could also possibly be a retired CIA employee?" Locke nodded. "There is a strong likelihood, though he could also be a special witness. Whether CIA, FBI, or LAPD. There are instances where, to protect a witness, they may grant a new identity. An elderly individual like Ryan Hollis, residing in an old apartment, fits the profile of a retired CIA operative far more than Mr. Thomas, who, despite living alone, resides in a standalone villa in a much more affluent area, far superior to that of Ryan Hollis." Inspector Mona shrugged and coldly remarked, "Regardless of his identity, I am now very eager to ascertain what the CIA has been involved in. How many more lives will this perpetrator take? If it were merely an incidental case, the CIA could take charge without issue. However, once it escalates to a series of homicides, it could jeopardize the social safety of Los Angeles, prompting the LAPD to prioritize the security interests of its citizens." Chief Mona promptly dialed Anna Davis to report the situation. Upon hearing the details, Anna requested to speak with Locke for confirmation of his assessment. Receiving an affirmative response, she stated that she would arrive shortly. After hanging up, Chief Mona inquired, "Locke, is this killer particularly formidable?" Locke nodded, recalling that Tom Williams had no leads the day before. Mona offered a brief smile, remarking, "And what about you? You are expected to surpass Captain Tom as a detective." Locke was taken aback, uncertain how that statement had circulated. Nevertheless, he felt no embarrassment, as it reflected his true aspirations. He shrugged, replying, "I haven't thoroughly examined the scene, so my information is quite limited." Chief Mona's expression shifted, yet she ultimately refrained from instructing Locke to investigate the scene. After all, procedure dictated that he was merely a patrol officer at this juncture. Less than 5 minutes later, 5 or 6 vehicles from the Wilshire precinct arrived. In addition to the supporting patrol officers and Anna Davis, members of the detective team also joined. Upon meeting, Anna's first words were, "The Robbery Homicide Division will be here shortly. Do you have any additional information to share?" Chief Mona, holding the statement David had just taken from Ms. Caroline, reported, "The deceased was the lover of the reporting party, Ms. Caroline, and she possessed a key to this residence. She called the deceased, but when he did not answer, she came to check." Hearing Chief Mona's report, Locke gave David a thumbs up, clearly indicating that the woman's previous deception had been exposed, compelling her to reveal the truth of their relationship. One might as well invite a single neighbor for freshly baked goods than to offer them steamed buns. Anna quickly descended after inspecting the upstairs. Locke felt a twinge of curiosity. What would happen if the CIA arrived again? Soon, members of the Robbery Homicide Division appeared, led by Tom Williams, who brought a substantial entourage. This time, Tom made no pretense of overlooking Locke. After greeting Anna and Captain Jones, he refrained from rushing ahead, instead allowing Investigator William to lead the team upstairs first. He approached Locke and asked, "Officer, why do you believe this case is linked to yesterday's incident?" Indeed, it appeared that this individual, though neurotic, was a man of his word, demonstrating a commendable attitude. Locke, unperturbed, responded, "The scene is as pristine as yesterday's." "Is that reason sufficient?" Tom's eyes flickered, and he nodded, affirming, "Absolutely sufficient." In such a brief span, within the same vicinity, to encounter 2 such immaculate scenes strongly suggests that the perpetrator is likely the same. Tom Williams turned to Anna Davis and solemnly said, "Captain, it's up to you now." Locke watched as Tom Williams entered the room, pondering internally whether, if this case were not handed over to the CIA or FBI, Tom Williams could truly apprehend the perpetrator. Naturally, he also contemplated whether he himself could capture the culprit. "Here they come," Captain Jones suddenly remarked. prompting Locke to follow his gaze towards a black Chevrolet Suburban that was slowly approaching. Curiosity piqued, Locke inquired, how could they have known about this case so quickly? Chief Mona replied, the LAPD is within their surveillance range. Once a specified keyword appears in the system, they are alerted to any developments. Locke realized it must be due to the exposure of the address. Both the apartment at 55 Beale Street and 18 Sunset Boulevard were CIA properties, and they likely had set up alerts. The Suburban halted outside the cordon, revealing the same two CIA agents from yesterday, impeccably dressed in suits and sunglasses, exuding an air of superiority. Jamie Howard, walking at the forefront, presented his credentials to the patrolling officers and was promptly granted entry. His gaze quickly shifted to Locke and David, but was soon captivated by Anna Davis's rank, causing him to pause momentarily. With the badge of a second lieutenant of the LAPD, he turned to his colleague, exchanged a knowing glance, and approached with a greeting, Captain, I am Jamie Howard, senior agent of the CIA. Chapter 92. The citizens of Los Angeles have the right to know what transpires. Anna Davis, the chief of the Wilshire Police Department, directly interrupted Jamie Howard. We spoke on the phone yesterday. Jamie Howard cast a brief glance at Locke, taken aback by the striking features of the man, which immediately reminded him of the unflattering impression he had formed during his conversation with Anna Davis. Turning to his colleague, who seemed disinclined to speak, he continued, Captain Davis, the deceased was a covert witness for the CIA. Given the CIA's lack of law enforcement authority domestically, we would prefer that the FBI take over this case. And they are already en route. Anna Davis's expression grew grave as she responded, Agent Howard. 2 individuals have died within my jurisdiction over the course of 2 consecutive days, both linked to the CIA. We do not even know the identities of the deceased. The LAPD intends to formally request information from the CIA regarding this matter. Jamie Howard was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Anna Davis's blatant disregard for the CIA. He turned once more to his colleague. The evidently younger CIA agent felt compelled to speak up, displaying his credentials. Captain Davis, good day. I am Supervisory Special Agent Will Lewis from the CIA. May we converse privately for a moment? Locke observed in astonishment as Will Lewis, who had remained silent until now, revealed himself to be Jamie Howard's superior, which explained Howard's constant attention towards him. Shortly thereafter, Anna Davis and Will Lewis stepped aside to converse, and Locke, unable to quell his curiosity, glanced in their direction. With his lip-reading skills now advanced, he was poised to discern the content of their dialogue. Anna Davis spoke earnestly. The CIA must share the identities of the deceased with the LAPD and inform us of the ensuing risks. Will Lewis countered, this information pertains to national security. The LAPD lacks the authority to access it. Anna Davis pressed on, you are placing Los Angeles in jeopardy. Can you assure us that no similar homicides will occur henceforth? Will Lewis remained silent, eventually advising, Captain Davis, I still suggest that this case be left to the FBI. Anna Davis firmly replied, since the CIA is unable to provide any information, the LAPD will take charge of the investigation. We must prioritize the safety of the citizens of Los Angeles. Will Lewis's demeanor grew increasingly uncomfortable. Without our intelligence support, the LAPD will struggle to apprehend the perpetrator. Even the LAPD's finest, Detective Tom Williams, would be at a loss. You have no idea what kind of assailant you're dealing with. Anna Davis's expression darkened as she pondered. If the CIA knew the identity of the murderer, why had they not issued a warrant? How many more lives would be lost? Ultimately, the two parted ways in dissatisfaction. Anna Davis stated that the LAPD was already in negotiations with the CIA, and without higher orders, she would not hand over the case. Unable to persuade Anna, Will Lewis resigned himself to the situation. Locke observed the scene with great excitement, marveling at Anna's audacity to confront the CIA so boldly. However, he soon recalled that American law enforcement agencies operate relatively independently, without a direct superior-subordinate relationship. In a sense, the LAPD functions as a security firm employed by the Los Angeles city government, tasked with maintaining public order. The LAPD's mandate is simply to serve and protect the citizens of Los Angeles. At this moment, the FBI arrived in a convoy of 6 black Cadillacs. However, due to Anna Davis's refusal to transfer the case, the FBI agents were left outside, with only 2 senior investigators permitted entry. Will Lewis immediately approached, hoping the FBI could negotiate with the LAPD, but he clearly overestimated the relationship between the CIA and the FBI, as this proposal was firmly rejected by the FBI. They were merely following orders. The CIA's inability to secure jurisdiction over the case was not their concern. A group of Wilshire precinct officers stood by, observing the unfolding drama. Captain Mona remarked, "Such scenes are rare." David concurred, "Indeed, having served as a police officer for over 20 years, I have witnessed such occurrences only a few times." Whalen added, "The captain is incredibly impressive. It is indeed a rare sight to see representatives from the CIA, FBI, and LAPD gathered together, especially the CIA, which seldom appears at crime scenes within the country." Anna Davis's ability to keep both the CIA and FBI at bay brought honor to the LAPD. Locke did not join David and the others in their idle chatter. Instead, his mind raced as he processed the information he had just received from Will Lewis. He hypothesized that if the murderer were also a CIA agent, why would they target a retired logistics officer and a secret witness? His initial conclusion was that there had been a defection within the CIA, and this agent harbored deep animosity towards the agency. Turning his head, Locke noticed Sophia standing behind him, her expression peculiar. "Captain Tom wishes to invite you upstairs for a chat," she said. Locke sensed something amiss and looked up to see Tom Williams standing by the second-floor window, gazing down. Curiously, he seemed to be intentionally ignoring Locke and Sophia, instead fixated on the ongoing negotiations between the CIA and FBI. Noticing Locke's frown, Sophia quickly assured him, "Rest assured, this time he genuinely wishes to converse with you." On the second floor, Dean Dyson and Jimmy, an African-American officer, stood to the side, busy making phone calls. Perhaps due to the unpleasant odor, they had not kept anyone in the bedroom aside from the evidence technicians. Locke followed Sophia to the side of Tom Williams, who was seated upright in a chair by the window, a metallic coffee table before him. Should there have been tea and snacks? He might have indulged in a leisurely tea time. Tom Williams addressed Locke, stating, "You were right. It is indeed the same individual at work. The scene is as immaculate as it was yesterday." Upon hearing Tom Williams converse with him in such a normal tone, Locke felt a sense of discomfort. He inquired, "Have there been any discoveries?" Tom Williams nodded, his gaze shifting towards Sophia, prompting her to speak. With a resigned expression, Sophia replied, "This time he subjected the victim to torture, revealing a plethora of information from the corpse. The body bore 23 stab wounds, none of which were fatal. The real cause of death was a bullet that penetrated the forehead. The bullet has been recovered, just like yesterday. We surmise that the perpetrator is not merely a killer, but rather resembles a professional operative. The interrogation methods and the preference for headshots are characteristic of a seasoned agent." Once Sophia had finished speaking, Tom Williams abruptly asked, "What did that prominent CIA figure just say?" "The supervisory special agent from the CIA is indeed a mid-level operative, just beneath the agent supervisors, qualifying him as a significant individual." Locke hesitated, glancing at Tom Williams, and furrowed his brow. He was speaking with Captain Davis. "How would I know?" A mysterious smile crept onto Tom Williams's lips as he turned to Sophia, asking, "Now do you believe he is quite the actor?" Sophia stared incredulously at Locke, her mind racing with countless thoughts, and said helplessly, "We know you can read lips. Damn it, those wretched FBI agents. Wasn't it said that confidentiality would be maintained?" Suddenly confronted with the exposure of lies, Locke remained unfazed, merely shrugging before sharing what he had gleaned through lip reading with Tom Williams, reassuring himself that it was merely a contribution to the honor of the LAPD. Tom Williams's eyes flickered, his expression laced with derision as he remarked, "It appears that the CIA is rife with internal discord. It's no wonder they prefer we remain uninvolved, relegating the task to those scoundrels from the FBI." At that moment, Dean Dyson approached, holding a tablet in his hand. He glanced at Locke and said, "Emily has found information regarding the deceased." Chapter 93. A Life of Infamy. Seeing that Tom Williams did not let Locke leave, Dean Dyson continued, "We all know that the identity of the deceased, Hud Thomas, is a facade. Just now, Emily recalled a case, the FBI's pursuit of the notorious wanted criminal, Harry Balian, the leader of the Las Vegas Buffalo Gang. Someone from the LAPD conducted a comparison using big data, analyzing the altered visage of Harry Balian." At this point, both Tom Williams and Sophia instinctively turned their gaze towards Locke. Dean Dyson paused momentarily, curiosity piqued, and inquired, "What is the matter?" Tom Williams replied, "Nothing. Please continue." Locke had become desensitized, since they were aware of his ability to read lips. They surely understood the role he played in the apprehension of Harry Balian. He resolved within himself that to trust the FBI again would render him a fool. Dean Dyson tapped on his tablet, stating, "Thus, Emily attempted to reconstruct Hud Thomas's face and unexpectedly succeeded. The system indicates that this individual is already deceased. However, whether he is indeed this person will ultimately depend on the final DNA comparison. As he spoke, he handed the tablet to Tom Williams. Tom Williams scrutinized the tablet, his finger scrolling down as a contemplative expression crossed his face. This was yet another typical maneuver of this nefarious group. Even such scum had been preserved. It appeared that the perpetrator was a modern-day Robin Hood. His demeanor suddenly turned cold and resolute. Noticing Locke's inquisitive gaze fixed on the tablet, he offered a melancholy smile. Curious? Here you go. Consider it a token of reciprocity for your earlier information. We are even now. Dean Dyson furrowed his brow, wishing to intervene, as this data held a significant classification within the database, and Locke was not authorized to view it. Yet, he ultimately shrugged and remained silent. Thank you. Locke was indeed intrigued. He accepted the tablet, his eyes swiftly scanning the information on the screen, absorbing the details of the deceased's life. The individual in the tablet was named Ferland Alphonse, already deceased. Renowned in Paris as a notorious pimp and the head of Europe's largest human trafficking organization. His syndicate specialized in luring young women from Eastern Europe to Paris for prostitution, supplying these prize girls to affluent politicians and tycoons across Europe, thereby establishing an extensive web of connections. At times, to cater to clients with peculiar demands, he would also abduct beautiful tourists from various countries visiting Paris. All the young women who entered Ferland Alphonse's organization, after servicing elite clients, would either be fortunate enough to be ransomed away or, if they encountered more unsavory clients, would be silenced permanently. Those who had not attended high-profile clients would be relegated to the streets of Paris, toiling in brothels until every last vestige of their vitality was drained. Due to prolonged addiction to narcotics, most of these women ultimately succumbed to grave illnesses. Their bodies dispatched directly to the crematorium and, in the end, cast into the Seine. The death toll attributed to Ferland Alphonse's organization is conservatively estimated to be at least 3,000, a figure that could become even more horrifying as it remains uncounted. Even though Locke had previously inhabited a world steeped in gray, witnessing countless heinous acts, the malevolence of Ferland Alphonse still sent shivers down his spine. The enormity of this man's crimes is indeed beyond measure, a testament to his profound wickedness. Reports indicate that Ferland Alphonse met his demise during a pursuit by French police, during which his yacht exploded in the waters off Monaco, leaving no trace of his remains. It is evident that this individual was rescued by the CIA, likely drawn to the secrets he held regarding affluent and powerful figures. Perhaps it is even plausible that Ferland Alphonse was an operative of the CIA from the very beginning. Locke, regaining his composure, inquired, "Are we certain that Hayter Thomas is indeed Ferland Alphonse?" Previously, he had seen Hayter Thomas's body with its head bowed, obscuring his face. Tom Williams had regained his calm, rising to say, "You may want to take a look. After all, you possess relevant experience." Locke nodded, returning the tablet to Dean Dyson, and addressed Sophia. "Could you please fetch me 2 pairs of gloves?" Sophia, initially awaiting information from the tablet, turned to retrieve 2 pairs of latex gloves from the evidence personnel, also handing him a Honeywell N95 mask. After providing Locke with the gloves and mask, she paused, questioning herself, "Why am I so obedient to this guy? Is it merely because of his good looks?" Locke donned the gloves and mask leisurely before entering the bedroom, where Hayter Thomas's body had been moved from the wicker chair to a body bag. Tom Williams observed Locke's entrance into the bedroom with a look of intrigue, as if he had stumbled upon something amusing. Sophia, having taken the tablet from Dean, was preparing to review the documents when she noticed Tom's expression and curiously asked, "What is the matter?" Tom Williams stroked his chin and chuckled. "He just asked you for 2 pairs of gloves, and he shows no fear of the corpse, nor does he mind the mess. Don't you find that amusing? He has only been with the LAPD for less than 8 months. He is just a rookie." Dean Dyson nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it's rather uncommon. Only William would wear 2 pairs of gloves." Meanwhile, William Worrell was meticulously examining the wounds on Hayter Thomas's body, hoping to uncover a trace, muttering to himself, "The blade is an inch wide, thicker at the top and thinner at the bottom, with a blood groove. What sort of dagger could inflict such wounds? Could it be a bayonet?" Upon looking up and seeing Locke, he instinctively furrowed his brow, poised to question his presence. However, noticing Locke's proper attire and the absence of any objections from Captain Tom and the others outside, he swallowed the question and instead asked, "Are you studying forensic science?" "No." Locke shook his head, crouching on the opposite side of the corpse. Captain Tom suspected that the deceased had undergone cosmetic surgery. "Let me take a look." I am skilled in sketching and possess some knowledge of human skulls. Ah, had surgery? William hurriedly glanced at Thomas's face. The bullet had entered through the bridge of his nose, shattering the nasal bone, and his visage was already somewhat disfigured. Locke compared Thomas's features with the recently viewed photograph of Pharaoh Alphonse. The foreheads were nearly identical, as were the ears and the bridge of the nose, which had likely been sculpted. He picked up a fragment of the nasal bone and confirmed that it had indeed been altered, not natural. Locke handed the nasal fragment to William, nodding. Cosmetic surgery, you see. Having established the identity, Locke wished to linger no longer in that room. He exited the bedroom, removing his gloves, and nodded to Tom Williams, stating, cosmetic surgery, it is indeed Pharaoh Alphonse. Tom Williams maintained a calm demeanor and inquired, Locke, do you believe in justice? Locke was taken aback, unable to comprehend why he would suddenly pose such a profound question. However, Tom Williams seemed uninterested in a response, continuing, justice is but a pile of excrement, for it is bestowed upon us by those dogs. He rose and patted Locke on the shoulder. Remember today's events. The justice we pursue may not necessarily embody true justice. Locke watched Tom Williams descend the stairs, then turned to Sophia. She shrugged, just get used to it. That's how he is, occasionally spouting nonsensical remarks. Locke stared blankly at the silhouette of Tom Williams vanishing around the corner, suddenly feeling that this fellow was not so utterly detestable after all. Chapter 94. Justice is a pile of nonsense. Although Tom Williams experienced a sudden outburst, he refrained from relinquishing the case to the CIA. Instead, he adhered to protocol and transported the body of Ferland Alphonse back to the Detective Bureau for further examination. Will Lewis, the CIA supervisor, observed helplessly as the body of Ferland Alphonse, had Thomas, was taken away. He requested the FBI to intercept the body. But the FBI dismissed his plea. The agents were not fools. They had no intention of clashing with the LAPD on behalf of the CIA. Moreover, the FBI and CIA had never been on amicable terms, and the CIA lacked law enforcement authority in the United States, a situation they were unwilling to change, leaving them to clean up the CIA's mess. Consequently, Will Lewis, his expression darkened, stepped aside to make a phone call seeking assistance, hoping to persuade the LAPD to yield through higher channels. Meanwhile, Rock discreetly approached Anna Davis and revealed the true identity of Thomas to her. Upon hearing this, Anna Davis's countenance soured, and she cast a cold glance at Will Lewis, who was still on the phone. These scoundrels consistently cloaked their repugnant actions in the guise of national interest. However, being acutely aware of the shadows lurking within the American judicial system, Anna Davis understood that such occurrences were rampant, and she felt powerless to intervene. She was well aware that this case would ultimately be handed over to the CIA. Yet, with the revelation of Ferland Alphonse's identity, the CIA would find it impossible to seize the case without incurring losses. After all, should this matter be exposed, it would undoubtedly constitute a scandal for the CIA, potentially resulting in the replacement of its director. Well done. I shall commend you further, Anna Davis said, patting Rock on the shoulder before turning to make a call to inform the higher-ups of this information. Rock returned to David and the others, his mood somewhat somber. In a previous life, he had been a cold, numb tool devoid of notions of right and wrong, with the sole desire to one day escape the organization and return to China. Even though his memories of China were now faint, he would forever remember it as his roots. However, now he stood in the sunlight, surrounded by family, colleagues, and friends, seemingly transformed into a human being once more. To be human is to acknowledge right and wrong. Rock exhaled deeply, recalling Tom Williams's recent words, justice is merely a pile of nonsense, for it is dictated by those wretched individuals. He understood the implication of Tom Williams's statement. Justice has been manipulated. What the public perceives as justice is merely what they wish to present, while that which they do not wish for you to see remains hidden. What's wrong? David inquired with concern. Did you have another conflict with them? Rock shook his head and replied in a low voice. The Detective Bureau has uncovered Thomas's true identity. This individual is indeed a secret witness for the CIA. Please don't tell me, David responded with alarm, warning Rock that such information should not be shared lightly. As Commissioner Mona and Whalen turned their gazes towards them, he cautioned, it is best to steer clear of CIA matters. Otherwise, you may find yourself unable to rise the following morning. Locke observed David's overly cautious demeanor with a sense of incredulity, yet it became apparent why his 2-decade tenure as a patrol officer had been so uneventful. This old fellow was excessively prudent. Previously, when Locke inquired why David had not applied for a rifle qualification, David replied that without such a qualification, he was spared the necessity of leading the charge. It was no wonder this man had spent his entire life as a patrol officer. Before long, Will Lewis from the CIA concluded his phone call. He did not seek out Anna Davis, but instead waved for Jamie Howard to drive, quickly informing the FBI personnel before hastily departing in his vehicle. Shortly thereafter, the FBI convoy followed suit. At this juncture, Anna Davis approached to announce the end of the shift. Aside from those tasked with re-establishing the perimeter around the house, the patrol cars from Wilshire Police Department departed in succession. The patrollers continued their rounds, while others returned to the station. Locke and his companions drove towards the Mexican restaurant, as it was nearly 2 o'clock, and they had yet to have lunch. On the way, Locke turned to David and asked, "What preparations should I make if I wish to take the detective examination?" David appeared to recall some unpleasant memories, his mood shifting to one of melancholy. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "You might want to consult Edmund and Teresa. I've long forgotten." Locke was well acquainted with Edmund and Teresa from the detective unit. Noticing David's demeanor, Locke refrained from probing further and simply nodded. "All right then." Before long, the quartet arrived at the Mexican restaurant, discovering that Randy, Elsa, Mark, and Teddy's were still present. Locke expressed his astonishment. "What is going on? Why are you still dining?" Mark explained. 5 patrol cars were dispatched to the scene, resulting in insufficient patrol personnel, so we had to work overtime during lunch. Randy, with a look of intrigue, clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Come on, guys, spill the beans. I heard it was a significant incident. Our patrol location was quite distant, so we couldn't rush over to assist." Both Elsa and Teddy's gazed at the 4 with curiosity, eagerly awaiting details about the case. Soon, their ordered dishes arrived, and they prepared to eat while discussing the matter. Locke intended to speak up, being the youngest and least experienced among them. However, Commissioner Mona interjected, stating that she would address the situation. Locke instantly realized that he was privy to too much information. Mona was concerned he might inadvertently cause trouble with his words. After work, Locke ventured to the nearby Book Mountain bookstore, having consulted with Edmund and Teresa from the detective unit about acquiring relevant literature for the detective examination. Once he completed his book list, he recalled he still had 3 study cards unused, prompting him to search for books on diving and Arabic language studies. However, he found no books on the subject of training. Ultimately, he discovered a few volumes on Japanese bondage art. Unsure if this qualified as training, he resolved to return home and explore options on Amazon. In the evening, Locke conversed with Marion over the phone. Earlier that afternoon, he had received a call from the FBI informing him that the bounty procedure for Harry Belline had been completed, and he was notified to come and collect the reward. Contemplating that this sum would be invested by Marion, he entrusted her with the task of handling it. He casually inquired about the lawsuit involving Mendez Repair Shop and was informed that they were in the process of finalizing the complaint, which would be formally submitted to the court the following Monday. After ending the call, Locke was preparing to purchase books on Amazon when he received a call from Sarah Mendez. Sarah informed him that the customized rear seat for the F-150 Raptor had arrived and suggested he come by to make the exchange. After scheduling a time, Locke relayed the information he had just gathered from Marion to Sarah before concluding the conversation. Opening Amazon, he conducted a search and was astounded by the plethora of books on training techniques available. Lacking any expertise in the subject, he opted to purchase the best-selling title based on reviews. Once that was settled, he picked up the unopened Arabic language beginner's guide and the introductory book on diving, making himself comfortable on the sofa. After perusing both books, he noticed an immediate change on the panel. Host, Locke Lee Level, 2 Strength, 11, Human Peak, 20, Speed, 11, Human Peak, 20, Endurance, 11, Human Peak, 20, Mentality, 12, Human Peak, 20, Acquired Skills, Handgun, L3 Master 5 years of experience, Rifle, L3 Master, Mixed Martial Arts, L3 Master 5 years of experience, Automotive Driving, L4 Transcendent, Rugby, L2 Proficient, Mating, L3 Master 5 years of experience, Swimming, L3 Master, Housekeeping, L3 Master, Trichology, L3 Master, Makeup, L3 Master, Forensics, L3 Master, Sketching, L3 Master, Micro-Expression Analysis, L2 Proficient, Chemistry, L2 Proficient, Biology, L2 Proficient, Toxicology, L2 Proficient, Art Appreciation, L2 Proficient, Computing, L2 Proficient, Culinary Arts, L2 Proficient, Lockpicking, L2 Proficient, Lip Reading, L2 Proficient, Psychological Profiling, L1 Skilled, Diving, L1 Skilled, Innate Skill, Language Master, L1 Awakened. Equipment, Storage Box, 1 cubic meter. Justice Points, 1350, 800. Attribute Points, Card Holder Experience Card, Function Card, Bullet Avoidance Card. Learning Card, Training, 5 years of experience. Knowledge of Arabic and diving materialized in his mind, enabling him to navigate the Middle East with ease. He realized that diving and swimming were indeed distinct endeavors. Contrary to Locke's earlier speculations, Arabic had not developed into a new skill, but had seamlessly integrated into his innate language master talent. However, the innate skill language master had not leveled up. While the previous skill at L1 required only 5 years of experience for advancement, it appeared that upgrading innate skills necessitated more than 5 years of experience, a matter that would require further exploration. Chapter 95. Is he too cautious? After refreshing himself, Locke stood on the balcony with a Bud Light beer, allowing his hair to dry. Once he finished the beer, he returned to his room, drew the curtains, and began his transformation. He disguised himself to resemble an Asian resident of the Grand Apartments. His previous venture to the balcony was to ensure he was not being observed. The surveillance by Tom Williams had left a lingering shadow of doubt, causing him to contemplate whether he should relocate to a less conspicuous room. Unexpectedly, Tom Williams displayed a surprisingly sentimental side. Clearly, after discovering Hader Thomas's true identity, Williams had lost interest in the case, leading him to utter a series of nonsensical remarks. Indeed, Ferland Alphonse is a wretched villain. The individual who killed him must be deemed a hero, liberating society from a menace. Thus, what significance remains in pursuing this case? Should they truly seek out the assassin? This is likely why Williams proclaimed that justice is akin to a pile of excrement. That poor soul must have witnessed too much darkness, resulting in his cynical, acerbic disposition, transforming him into someone detestable. Half an hour later, a young Asian man wearing glasses and a gray hoodie exited the Grand Apartments. Locke strolled along the road for a while before selecting an older model Ford Focus. With his L4 driving and L2 lockpicking skills, he effortlessly slipped into the vehicle. He donned a pair of synthetic gloves that closely resembled human skin. They were discreet enough that one would not notice them at first glance. Although their flexibility paled in comparison to latex gloves, the latter were far too conspicuous. 20 minutes later, Locke parked at the entrance of the Trove subway station. He entered the subway and changed his appearance once more in the restroom, maintaining an Asian visage but swapping his attire and glasses. This time, he wore a khaki casual suit paired with jeans, his physique appearing slightly bulkier, topped off with a black Yankees baseball cap. Emerging from a different exit of the subway, he selected a gray Chevrolet Cruze and sped off towards the eastern district of Garbo Valley. Indeed, he was heading to the Chinese area for shopping once again. Logically, it would be prudent to choose a different location. However, he was confident in his skills of disguise. The events of the day had stirred something within Locke. He suddenly realized he might have been excessively cautious. He was no longer the overly meticulous scavenger of yore. He now possessed the backing of a system. Beyond merely indulging in a newfound life, he ought to engage in more meaningful endeavors. The assassin, in essence, embodied the spirit of vigilante justice, akin to a hero in Chinese lore. 10 paces to slay a man, 1,000 miles without a trace. When the deed is done, he departs, concealing his merit and name. Had he known of Hader Thomas's, or rather, Ferland Alphonse's misdeeds, he would have likely dealt with him as effortlessly as he had with Avidya. For such individuals do not deserve to continue living. With this contemplation, Locke felt his preparations were insufficient. He still required an unregistered firearm, perhaps even an automatic rifle. In addition, it is essential to acquire some pharmaceuticals and to enhance the disguise equipment, such as ensuring a minimum of 5 distinct styles of clothing. Furthermore, obtaining a wig would be advantageous if possible. Locke harbored a keen curiosity about the assassin. Evidently, the assassin had first located the retired CIA cleaner, gleaning information regarding Ferland Alfonso from him. Would there be further fatalities to come? The retired CIA cleaner undoubtedly possessed a wealth of knowledge. Moreover, the CIA's placement of secret witnesses in Los Angeles, akin to Ferland Alfonso, who is undeniably heinous, would certainly not be limited to just him. However, the CIA is unlikely to be negligent. Upon Ferland Alfonso's demise, they would likely be alerted and would move other secret witnesses to safety. Upon arriving in Chinatown, Locke parked his vehicle by the roadside, removed his hat, and stepped out of the car, quickly merging into the throngs of Chinese individuals filling the streets. Assimilating into the crowd of his own ethnicity facilitated his disguise, which was precisely why he favored visiting San Gabriel. 10 minutes later, Locke had transformed his appearance once more. His complexion had become sallow, exuding an odor of smoke, and he donned a completely new outfit, his demeanor now fierce and forbidding, an unmistakable warning to strangers. With his makeup skills elevated to the L3 master level, his disguises had become increasingly adept, and his artistry had reached new heights. The name of the doctor fleetingly crossed Locke's mind. He wondered whose skills in disguise were superior, the doctor's face-swapping techniques or his own. He navigated his way to the alleyway pharmacy, watchful drugstore, and strode directly inside. The same young Chinese man was at the counter as before, this time. He was not engrossed in his phone, but rather enjoying a midnight snack, with a Colt M2000 still resting at his side. The young man regarded Locke with an impassive expression and inquired in Chinese, "What do you wish to purchase?" Locke wiped his nose and replied in a Japanese-inflected Chinese, stating, "Propofol, etomidate, dexmedetomidine, midazolam, fentanyl." The young man paused momentarily, then furrowed his brow and asked, "Are you Japanese?" He picked up the intercom and inquired, "A Japanese person has come to buy medication. Shall we sell it?" Locke was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing the absurdity of his situation. Feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation, why had he imitated a Japanese accent? This had not crossed his mind, he merely intended to alter his tone. And it appeared that he had miscalculated. Soon, a voice crackled through the intercom, informing him that the price would be threefold if he did not wish to purchase. He should leave. The young man picked up the Colt M2000, his expression steely as he fixed his gaze upon Locke, stating, "You heard that. Will you buy or leave?" Locke had no choice but to persist in his faade. Feigning humiliation with a hesitant expression, he nodded and replied, "I will buy." As he spoke, he placed $3,000 on the counter. The young man counted the money, then gestured towards the upstairs, indicating that Locke should retrieve the medication. However, Locke did not move. The young man frowned and asked, "Is there anything else?" Locke continued in his Japanese-accented Chinese, responding, "I wish to purchase a gun." The gaze of the young Chinese man instantly turned icy as he scrutinized Locke. "We do not sell such things here. Hurry up and take your medicine and leave." Locke placed $500 on the counter, looking at the young man with a pleading expression. After a moment of hesitation, the young man picked up the money, counted it habitually without raising his head, and said, "Once you step outside, turn right and walk straight. Enter the alley next to the Chongqing hot pot place. There is a Thai massage parlor. Look for Phone Jie and mention that you were referred by the Hua Tua pharmacy." Locke bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, "Arigato," before making his way towards the staircase. Wait a moment. Locke turned around to see the young man glaring at him coldly, brandishing his gun as a warning. "If you dare to cause trouble in Chinatown." Locke immediately replied with a serious demeanor, "I understand, my apologies. Arigato." At the fourth-floor staircase, Locke received 2 black bags from an older Chinese woman, though her expression was less than pleasant, perhaps aware of his Japanese heritage. After departing from the building housing the pharmacy, Locke followed the young man's directions to the alley where the Thai massage parlor was located.